Chapter 1. Starting as a refugee, a repository of thoughts. Damn it, refund me. Shen Xing raised a hand, shouting in furious indignation, drawing peculiar glances from everyone around him. Has this kid lost his mind? Perhaps we should keep our distance. Clearing his throat lightly, Shen Xing feigned calmness as he took a seat, his expression seemingly placid while inner turmoil brewed within him. What on earth is happening? Wasn't I just arguing with 6 frenzied sheep? Did I die of rage? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his mind as a foreign memory surged into his consciousness. It turned out this was an era ravaged by catastrophe. For reasons unknown, humanity's technological advancements had vanished, and ferocious beasts evolved endlessly, compelling humanity to erect towering walls for protection. Shen Xing and his companions had narrowly escaped from a breached outpost, journeying towards the nearest stronghold, Barrier 39. The original host, kind-hearted by nature, had rescued a woman along the way, who often flirted with him. Little did he know, she was a treacherous femme fatale. The original host had risked his life to slay a half-meter-long rat, only to receive a crystal core as a reward. She promptly divulged this information to the original outpost's overseer, consequently becoming his woman. Visions from the past made Shen Xing shake his head in disbelief. Rescuing such a woman, he certainly brought this upon himself. Brother, since you've already met your demise, coincidentally, I am also named Shen Xing. I shall remember this grudge. With that thought crystallizing in his mind, Shen Xing felt something vanish. It was as if his body now wholly belonged to him. At that moment, a man and a woman entered the cave, the man tightening his belt while the woman, her face still flushed, followed closely behind. Darling, your tricks are quite numerous. You didn't learn them from that bastard, did you? Marong lightly patted Song's chest. Stop it, you rascal. I've never been with him. In the cave, dozens of people paid no heed to the couple at the entrance, save for Shen Xing. Song placed a hand on Marong's shoulder, perfectly positioned to caress a soft curve, then turned to gaze into the cave, locking eyes with Shen Xing's resentful glare. Oh, you're awake. Pulling Marong towards Shen Xing, he extracted the crystal core from his pocket with his free hand. His such a beautiful crystal core. Upon hearing the rules, the crowd fell into deep contemplation, while Shen Xing remained utterly bewildered. Isn't this the game that would drive me to madness? Have I truly been transported into the game? That fierce tiger didn't seem fake at all. I understand. Suddenly, a conspicuous individual interrupted the collective thoughts. What this means is that among us 8, 2 are the villains. The crowd exchanged glances of disbelief. Was this not obvious? Another person cleared his throat. Ahem, allow me to explain. My cousin is a level 10 Royal Marine, and he has shared many details with me. Firstly, only the werewolves know their identities, while we good people merely need to gather coal to set sail. The wolves will reveal themselves. Oh, Shen Xing's eyes gradually sparkled with realization. If only I had known we were setting sail. As long as I'm not stuck as the cook, I could eliminate them all on the very first day. Beep. The revival ship is ready to embark. All crew members, please receive your identities. A voice echoed in Shen Xing's mind. Your identity is a werewolf. Your profession is ship's cook, and your teammate is the engineer. What the heck? Shen Xing felt as if a herd of wild horses had galloped past him. It was as if his fate had been sealed, and the engineer was none other than the person who just proclaimed that there were 2 villains among them. At that moment, the engineer was fixated on Shen Xing, who was clad in white and donned a red scarf. Shen Xing quickly turned away, pretending not to recognize him. Set sail. Embark. Please ignite the boiler. Having absorbed the earlier rules, the group had a rough understanding of the map's layout, with camps containing resources hidden on both the left and right sides. While the captain busied himself with steering the ship, the group began discussing their respective zones. The Royal Marine happened to be the one with the big cousin. Everyone, trust me, I am definitely a good person this time. Follow my lead, he insisted. The hunter, who had remained silent, approached the bow of the ship, gazing at the icy expanse ahead. I'm heading right to gather resources. The Royal Marine was immediately incensed. If you go right, then where do I go? His cousin had taught him a strategy. To the right was Camp 1, where he could craft bullets before heading into the wolf den to gather coal. The hunter shot him a glance. I don't care where you go. With that, he leaped off the bow of the ship. The moment he declared himself a good guy, he had already compromised his position. Only a werewolf would incessantly assert their innocence. Shen Xing was the second to jump off the bow, also heading to the right, followed by the doctor and the engineer, leaving the remaining few to venture left. "Hunter brother, mind if I take a swing at a seal as I pass by?" Shen Xing trailed slightly behind, hoping to gain a modicum of trust from the hunter. From a distance, he spotted a seal, and the familiar sight brought tears to his eyes. A throwing knife sailed forth, landing a meter in front of the seal. "Wow, buddy, your knife skills are lacking," the doctor, passing by, remarked, followed closely by the engineer. "Mind lending a hand with a chop?" "Thanks." Seizing a kitchen knife, Shen Xing swiftly chopped twice, beginning to butcher the seal, yielding a piece of fat and a slice of lean meat. "Nice." Then, another throwing knife was hurled towards the seal, but this time, it was aimed at the doctor. "What the heck, man? What kind of knife technique is that?" The doctor nearly jumped at the sight of the knife, landing at his feet. Shen Xing hurriedly explained, "Haha, it wasn't intentional. The seal can teleport it, darted over there in a second." "Haha, no worries." To his astonishment, the doctor believed him. Shen Xing continued butchering, acquiring another piece of fat and a slice of lean meat. As he approached the first wooden bridge, he encountered another seal and swiftly dispatched it with 2 strokes. Once again, he collected a similar piece, and with 4 more pieces of meat, he would have enough to prepare a pot of chicken soup stew. Upon arriving at the 2 burial mounds, a slain wolf lay before him, evidently the handiwork of a hunter, having been brought down by 3 arrows. Shen Xing observed the hunter's silhouette and thought to himself that this individual possessed considerable skill. He began to skin the beast, obtaining 3 pieces of lean meat and a tendon. Valuable treasures indeed. The hunter was already developing his resources at the right side camp, dismantling scrap metal and ammunition boxes, clearly displaying a lack of trust in the royal engineer, who stood idly outside the camp, doing nothing. Undoubtedly, this was an utter novice. The hunter, preoccupied at the workbench, glanced towards the entrance where the engineer stood and instructed, "There's a supply crate outside. Go and open it. Inside, you'll find scrap metal and lead. Collect some wood to craft a coal barrel, then head over to the nearby wolf den to gather coal." "Oh, understood." Shen Xing happened to be passing behind the tent and overheard their conversation, shaking his head in disbelief as he proceeded toward the wolf den. Chapter 3. The engineer is a wolf. Just as he approached the cave entrance, a wolf charged out. Shen Xing seized a kitchen knife and swiftly struck 4 blows. Slaying the creature, he skinned it, acquiring 3 more pieces of lean meat and a hide. Now, he only needed 1 more tendon to craft a small bear backpack. It seemed there was another wolf inside. He should assist in dispatching it, lest it fall prey to the wolf's attack. Utilizing his skills, Shen Xing sustained only 2 bites before vanquishing the wolf, and subsequently skinned it for 3 additional pieces of lean meat and 1 tendon. Quite splendid. He made his way back to the camp to craft the small bear backpack. The coal barrel required 2 lead ingots and 3 pieces of wood, perfectly aligning for construction. Just as the engineer was diligently crafting coal barrels, the speed at which he worked was astonishing. Even the hunters had ventured to the second camp. Shen Xing glanced at the hunters heading towards the second camp. Could this fellow be contemplating a mountain ascent? "Hey brother, it's you." The engineer, spotting Shen Xing, was filled with excitement and lowered his voice. "Brother, do you know how to play?" "I have no clue. Even though I have a one-time immunity, I certainly don't wish to perish." Shen Xing immediately began assembling a backpack. "No worries, leave it to me. You know how to use skills, right?" The engineer stared at the 3 icons before him. "Are these the ones?" The skills included: Mist Obscuration, creates a white mist that obstructs the opponent's vision. Summon Ghoul, summons a horde of ghouls to target the enemy. And Ethereal Walk, enables invisible movement, ignoring attacks. Yes. You first head into the wolf den and gather all the coal, then craft the bomb barrels at the workbench. The engineer gasped. "What? Wouldn't he that exposed me?" Shen Xing placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Someone will inevitably be exposed, and besides, I have other tasks for you." "Very well then." The engineer set off to collect coal, while Shen Xing proceeded towards the medical pack at the entrance. "First one empty. Second one empty. Arriving at the opposite camp. Still empty. Blast it. Who pilfered my chef's pack? At this moment, the cooldown of skills had elapsed, and with no one around, Shen Xing swiftly activated the white mist, subsequently employing his clairvoyance to discern the enemy's movements. The doctor was situated in the icy shelter ahead, while the hunter had indeed made his way to the second camp. The engineer had finally emerged, burdened with coal. Did you take the herbs from the doctor's bag? The engineer appeared utterly bewildered. Huh? No, I didn't tea. Shen Xing fell silent. Could it be that the hunter took them? Were it not for his own identity as a wolf, he might have suspected the hunter of being one as well. The two commenced surreptitiously crafting explosives, incinerating any excess coal, for they could not afford to bring even a single piece back. Engineer, I entrust you with a formidable task. What is it? Shen Xing regarded him with an air of solemnity, akin to a final bequest. From this moment on, do not return to the ship. Remain outside, create more totems, and whenever the opportunity arises, run to the front of the ship to dispose of any coal and scrap metal into the sea. The engineer wore a troubled expression. Isn't that inappropriate? What about them? Shen Xing, exasperated, retorted, Why are you concerned about them? We are teammates. The engineer awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, right. Now, hurry to the wolf den and start crafting totems. The engineer dashed out of the tent in a flash. Don't be so fierce. I will go. Shen Xing exhaled deeply, for his expectations of his teammate were modest. All he needed was for him to be capable of crafting totems. A barrel of explosives requires a barrel of coal and 5 units of gunpowder. Shen Xing successfully crafted 2 barrels of explosives. By the time he completed this task, twilight had descended, and the others had also made good progress in maneuvering the boat, arriving directly at the island center. On his return journey, Shen Xing fortuitously stumbled upon a medical kit. Typically, this kit is used by physicians, yet it had remained unopened. Inside, he discovered an opium tincture and 5 herbs. As he approached the boat, the sound of bells ringing from aboard could be heard. Though he possessed the ability to see the boat's location clearly, he chose to feign ignorance. Hello, is anyone there? Where's the boat? Over here, over here. Following the voices, Shen Xing realized that the boat had already passed the island, navigating through the left channel. Just as he was about to board, he noticed a bear not far off, surprisingly unaggressive. An idea suddenly struck him. He hurled a kitchen knife towards the bear's rear, successfully diverting its attention. Oh dear, there's even a bear. Shen Xing pretended to panic and hastily boarded the vessel. The navigator, along with the royal and the captain, were already on board. The navigator urged, hurry, get on. Once the bear boards, it won't attack. Shen Xing was acutely aware of this. With one navigator and a royal heading left, it was surprising that the bear remained. A veritable iron wolf. As he stepped onto the deck, the royal trained a firearm on Shen Xing. Why did you return only after dark? Shen Xing shrugged his shoulders. Of course, it's about butchering. I single-handedly took down 3 seals and 3 wolves. The royal figure furrowed his brow. Did you venture into the wolf den? Indeed, I did. The engineer, for some inexplicable reason, refused to enter the cave to haul coal and instead followed the hunter to Camp 2. By the way, what was that sound of the warning siren just now? Upon recalling that neither the hunter nor the engineer had returned, the crowd began to believe Shen Xing's words, prompting the royal figure to lower his firearm. It was the doctor's first life that was lost. He was currently engaged in a deadly struggle with a wolf when an engineer suddenly emerged from behind, delivering 2 swift blows. In his heart, Shen Xing silently gave a thumbs up to the engineer. This fellow was quite capable. It seemed that both the engineer and the hunter had become wolves themselves. I shall prepare the meal now, he declared. The navigator urged from the side, hurry, hurry. It's been a day without food. I'm starving. Shen Xing ignited the stove, and to his surprise, a universal key materialized within. He promptly lit a piece of coal and began to cook 10 portions of lean meat for a stew. The first meal had to be well arranged. Shen Xing had no intention of poisoning them. He first secured the door, and then he received a message from the left. The sender had acquired nitroglycerin. Wade has dispatched it. Shen Xing was taken aback by the hunter's cunning. Meanwhile, the engineer, who was outside crafting a totem, also received this notification. We cannot allow him to slay the bear. Thus, Shen Xing frantically sent signals to the engineer. Attack! Attack! Observing the incessant barrage of signals, the engineer scratched his head in confusion. What is the purpose of this signal again? He glanced at his 3 skills, pondering deeply. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I'll just use one at random. At that moment, while cooking in the kitchen, Shen Xing suddenly heard a cacophony of eerie cries, which brought him some solace. Concealed in the corner of the kitchen, a mischievous grin appeared on his face. It is my turn to perform. He drew his bone knife and activated the white mist skill. The captain exclaimed, "Ah, the werewolf has unleashed another skill. I can see nothing. Someone must go to the bow and check the course." The crew hurried to the front of the ship, allowing Shen Xing to stealthily exit the kitchen. He made his way to the game room, ignited 2 barrels of explosives, and hurried back to the kitchen, securely locking the door behind him. Just then, the doctor arrived at the door. "What do you want?" "I'm cooking. Do you intend to come in and poison me?" Chapter 4. Chef, I ensure your goodness. The doctor was taken aback by Shen Xing's sudden retort. "Nonsense. I came to see if you were up to any mischief. I am a paragon of virtue, certified by the crown." Meanwhile, the ship continued its forward course, with the royal and the navigator at the bow, directing the way. To the left, to the left. To the right, to the right. In the midst of a tumultuous struggle, the vessel abruptly collided with the shore, resulting in several breaches. The royal's ire flared instantly. "What in the blazes, Captain? Are you blind? How could you crash into something like this?" The captain was not one to take such insults lightly. "What are you barking about? It was you lot swaying left and right. How was I to know?" Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, knocking the royal off his feet, followed swiftly by a second blast that claimed his life. Shen Xing shouted in alarm. "What on earth is happening? Did my cooking stove just explode?" Meanwhile, the royal, awaiting resurrection in his cell, wore a ghastly expression, unable to fathom that he would lose his first life in such a manner. "Stop your shouting. Someone is blowing up the ship. It must be the engineer." Shen Xing quickly concurred. "It has to be him." At that moment, another voice emerged from the side of the ship. "Hey, why is the ship moving so fast? Slow down. I'm freezing." The priest, having wandered off to dig graves, had only just returned. "Forget him. Just get me out of here." The royal bellowed from his confinement, while the doctor rummaged through the ship in vain, unable to locate the key. "Without the key, we can't save you," Shen Xing called out from the kitchen. "I don't have the key either. I must keep an eye on this pot of stew. If it gets poisoned, you all will blame me." The royal marine felt 1,000 wild thoughts racing through his mind as he clenched his teeth and inquired, "Chef, you placed the barrel of explosives, did you not?" Before Shen Xing could respond, the doctor came to his defense. "The chef has remained in the kitchen the entire time. I have been watching him closely." At this moment, Shen Xing was secretly holding a key. Yet how could he possibly save the royal marine? "Indeed, I have been locked away in the kitchen all along," he admitted. The pastor, still trailing behind the ship, interjected once more, "Help me. I possess several keys." Suddenly, the navigator chimed in, "Royal, you did not place the explosives at the bow of the ship, did you?" The royal marine's face flushed with rage. "Am I a fool? Would I detonate myself?" With that, another alarm blared, and the pastor finally met his demise. "I froze to death at the ship's edge. Why did you not rescue me?" The doctor spoke up. "It was this royal marine who forbade any attempts to save you." The navigator added, "I suspect this royal is a traitor. He has done nothing throughout this ordeal, while I alone transported the coal and directed the vessel to shore." The pastor, now infuriated, declared he should not have died. "Royal, you scoundrel, armed with a gun, you could have." Shen Xing was taken aback by the pastor's violent outburst. Internal strife had erupted. At this moment, the ship had anchored at the island, and Shen Xing's braised meat was ready. "Everyone, please refrain from making noise. The meal is prepared. Come and eat." The doctor took a can, the captain took a can, and the navigator requested 2 cans outright. "Please give me 2 cans of braised meat. Once dawn breaks, I will head directly to the left second camp to gather planks and scrap iron." "Very well." Meanwhile, the royal was in a heated exchange with the priest, and the captain seized a gun from the royal's corpse. "Navigator, hand me the oil lamp. The captain and I will go out to fetch coal. You stay and repair the ship." The doctor interjected. At that moment, The hunter had been entirely forgotten by them. Shen Xing peered through and discovered that the hunter was, surprisingly, still alive. Be careful, everyone. Shen Xing himself consumed a can of braised meat as dawn gradually approached. The following day, Shen Xing brandished a kitchen knife and said to the navigator, "I'm going down to procure some meat." "All right, and bring back some planks as well." "No problem." Shen Xing made his way to the outer area of the left first camp, where he killed a seal and a rabbit. He then stealthily opened a chef's bag, acquiring 5 herbs. Subsequently, he returned with 10 planks, declaring, "I have returned, and I possess a key along with 10 planks." Upon hearing Shen Xing's voice, the navigator exclaimed, "Excellent. Splendid. Chef, I assure you that this will serve you well." "Good assurance." Shen Xing ascended the ship and tossed the 10 planks to the navigator. "Here are the planks. You can go and repair the ship. Leave it to me." Upon arriving at the threshold of the cell, Shen Xing found himself in possession of but a solitary key, leaving him in a quandary. Who should I rescue? Save me. Save me. The two implored in unison. Shen Xing turned his gaze toward the navigator, who was diligently repairing the ship. "Navigator, whom should we save first?" After a moment's contemplation, the navigator replied, "Let us save the priest, for the royal does not appear to be a virtuous individual. Extracting the priest may allow him to procure additional keys." "Very well." The priest hastily expressed his gratitude, while the royal, infuriated, pounded on the door. "I insist you save me first, or you shall not emerge victorious." The navigator, just arriving at that juncture, scoffed. "Payu, it has been 2 days, and what have you accomplished? Merely boasting about your illustrious cousin. Truly, you are nothing of consequence." The royal's countenance shifted through shades of green and white, for any justification he could offer was utterly futile. After successfully liberating the priest, Shen Xing promptly handed over the remaining 2 cans of stewed meat to him, recognizing that the man had gone an entire day and night without sustenance. As for the one left in the cell, let him endure his hunger. "Here you are, priest, 2 cans of stewed meat. Consume them well." "Thank you, chef. You're a good soul." Shen Xing waved his hand dismissively, seizing the dawn to descend from the ship and procure some meat. "Fear not. Once we are satiated, we shall resume our labors. The hunter's fate remains uncertain. What does it matter?" As the pastor approached his own lifeless body, Shen Xing began to gather the wooden planks. A sudden alarm pierced the air once more. Who has met their demise now? At that moment, the captain returned with coal, working together on the repairs of the vessel. However, the supply of scrap metal was insufficient, and the repairs were still incomplete. "Oh, so is the engineer, you rascal. Pray tell, how did you find your way back in such a state?" The engineer sheepishly scratched his head. "Ha ha, well, I was bitten to death by a wolf." The captain could not contain his laughter. "Serves you right. Who told you to dare blow up the ship?" The engineer, knowing it was Shen Xing who had detonated the explosives, brazenly accepted the blame. "Ah, it seems my explosion turned out to be quite useful, hasn't it? You still haven't completed the repairs despite all this water flooding in." Those words ignited the captain's fury. He struck the cell door with his sword. "You wretched lad, what about the scrap metal from those supply crates? Have you hidden away?" The engineer raised his hands in surrender. "You are wrongfully accusing me. How could I possibly conceal it?" The captain stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Wait a moment. Who could have stolen it then? Could it be that there are more than just 2 traitors among us?" Chapter 5. I am the wolf. Even the cook cannot be the wolf. As the captain surprisingly began to analyze the situation, the engineer burst into laughter. "Ah, Ulrich, primebunteas a yuan lunge. I truly haven't hidden anything. I simply tossed them all into the sea." Upon hearing this, the captain realized he had been played. "You cheeky rascal, how dare you trick me?" The engineer responded with a playful grimace. "If you're not convinced, come in and confront me." Meanwhile, Shen Xing, who had been busy outside for quite some time, took a moment to construct a totem in the hole in front of the left camp. At this point, there were only 4 totems in total. He hadn't activated any skills for a while, and his energy was fully charged. Upon activating his vision, he noticed that the hunter was still on the mountain and promptly summoned a wave of level 3 ghouls. "I don't believe you can withstand this onslaught." Leaving the cave, he casually made his way towards the ship. "Hello, is anyone on board? I'm ready to whip up a feast." The navigation system promptly responded, "Yes, I'm on the ship. Do you have any planks? I need to repair the vessel." Shen Xing couldn't help but feel exasperated. It had been an entire day, and the ship was still not repaired, with water in the hold reaching his knees. "Yes, I have planks. I'll bring them to you." "Who has perished this time?" he inquired. "Me," came the reluctant voice of the hunter. Shen Xing knew how the hunter had met his demise, yet felt compelled to ask, "How did you die? And it's already the second day." "I went up the mountain," the hunter replied. The navigator continued to repair the ship nearby. "Ascending the mountain, what is your purpose?" "Of course, it is to gather glycerin to blast the iceberg." At this moment, the royal interjected with a scoff. "Humph. It seems you wish to acquire glycerin to blow up the ship." The hunter, disinterested in explaining himself, urged, "Save me. While they lack skills, I will go gather glycerin to blow up the iceberg." Meanwhile, the navigator possessed a key. "Isn't it time to rescue me? The engineer has already escaped. If I were a wolf, would I still be here?" The navigator appeared conflicted, glancing at Shen Xing. "Whom shall we save?" "The hunter. I believe he makes a valid point. We must rely on him to detonate the iceberg for any chance of victory." The navigator nodded in agreement. "Very well." The royal, meanwhile, was frantically banging on the door. "Why should we save him? I have been imprisoned for a day. Why not rescue me?" The navigator shot him a disdainful look, replying coolly, "What purpose would it serve to free you? You do nothing. Remain still and await the priest's return to see if he has a key." As dusk fell, everyone returned, and the ship was finally repaired. At that moment, the engineer was feverishly constructing a totem. Why did it take all day to fix the ship? The doctor and captain returned once more, prompting the navigator to lament. "There's no helping it." The engineer's offspring tossed the scrap metal into the sea. "Where is the cook? Has dinner been prepared?" The navigator pounded his chest. The cook, a steadfast ally, had gathered numerous wooden planks to repair the ship and had even rescued the hunter. In this scenario, I am a wolf, and it is inconceivable for him to be one as well. Meanwhile, Shen Xing was stealthily concocting poison in the kitchen before beginning to stew meat. "Brothers," he called out, "the stew will be ready shortly. Do not fret." At that moment, the hunter remained aboard, preparing to take a jar of stew up the mountain. The captain glanced at the doctor. "We must hasten our efforts. You stoke the coal while I navigate the ship." In a corner of the kitchen, Shen Xing observed the priest still digging graves by the ship, summoning a wave of level 2 spirits. The individuals aboard heard the commotion and furrowed their brows. "Who is still outside?" The navigator exclaimed. "The priest. That fellow claims he will dig 2 more graves." The doctor, exasperated, scolded, "Digging, digging, digging. He knows nothing but to dig. He hasn't brought back anything worthwhile. If he perishes, it merely spares us another mouth to feed." Shen Xing promptly suggested, "Since they lack skills, should we seize this opportunity to venture out for supplies?" The navigator's expression turned troubled. "But it is dark now. Venturing out might leave us lost." The doctor indeed concurred with Shen Xing's assertion. "I agree with the cook. Tomorrow marks the 3rd day. Our time is limited. Here's the plan. Captain, you continue navigating, while we take the cook's meal to gather coal." "Understood." After being rescued by the chef, the hunter harbored no doubts and readily took a can of stew, preparing to ascend the mountain. He also grabbed a can for himself and stealthily returned to the right camp, where the corpses remained untouched. He proceeded to pry open the can and gathered some wood to construct totems. "Let us see if I can poison you." Throughout the night, Shen Xing erected several totems, and through his perceptive gaze, he noticed that the hunter had indeed made his way up the mountain. Remarkably skilled, the hunter was employing glycerin to blow up bears, undoubtedly guided by a formidable mentor. As the hunter busied himself with the glycerin, preparing to detonate an ice mountain, he suddenly found his mouth overflowing with green liquid. Poison. In that moment, the image of a seemingly simple-minded face flashed across his mind. That wretched chef. Meanwhile, Shen Xing was frantically signaling to the engineer. "Attack! Attack!" He had been so engrossed in constructing totems that he had forgotten to utilize his skills. Summoning a wave of level 3 ghouls to target a solitary figure, he realized, to his dismay, that it was not the hunter, but rather the captain, who was alone piloting the ship. At that moment, Several individuals who had consumed Shen Xing's stew were desperately searching for herbs. Navigator, didn't you claim the chef was a staunch ally? Why are we all poisoned? With every utterance from the doctor, green liquid spewed forth. Aye, but he truly did assist us in many ways. And the first meal was quite satisfactory. Perhaps it was someone else who poisoned us. The doctor was nearly overwhelmed with anger. Yet you still defend him. Meanwhile, Shen Xing observed the hunter approaching the foot of the mountain, leaving behind a long green trail. Without hesitation, he activated his spirit realm traversal and swiftly appeared behind the hunter. The hunter expelled a mouthful of green liquid. As the invisibility wore off, Shen Xing abruptly materialized behind him, drawing forth a bone dagger and delivering a series of stabs. The hunter was unable to detonate the glycerin in time before collapsing. His vision blurred, yet he still discerned his assailant. Chef, you're quite impressive. I hope to never cross paths with you again. In response to the hunter's resentful gaze, Shen Xing swiftly dispatched him with several strikes. What a farce. Killing a couple of bears has inflated your ego, hasn't it? Shen Xing then skinned the hunter, discarding the glycerin into the sea, and consumed his own toxic stew. As the effects began to take hold, he stealthily emerged from the right side of the boat. Hello, is anyone on board? The captain and navigator approached, and the captain brandished his firearm, aiming it at Shen Xing's chef. After consuming your meal, we've all been poisoned. Don't you think an explanation is in order? What? How could this be? Shen Xing feigned surprise. I have an antidote here. Hurry, take it. The captain gazed intently at Shen Xing, showing no inclination to lower his firearm, while the navigator approached, brandishing a military knife. Brother Chef, I truly wish to trust you, but the doctor has been poisoned, and you. He intended to articulate further when he noticed the green liquid seeping from the corner of Shen Xing's mouth. By heaven, it is indeed poison. The captain and navigator exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of doubt. Could it be that he was not the one who administered the poison? Chapter 6. No explorer survived. The expedition failed. The captain remained skeptical of Shen Xing. Where have you been all night? Indeed, today marked the third day, the royals still imprisoned, while the hunter, doctor, and priest had all perished. I was over by the right, moving coal, but there was none left, only these few planks. Shen Xing tossed 20 wooden planks from his backpack. Only then did the captain begin to believe him. Here, an antidote. Consume it, and then search for the keys to free the royal. We still have a chance. This vial of antidote was the one Shen Xing had just thrown to him. Oh, very well. In truth, he possessed 2 more vials of antidote. Why hadn't the doctor found herbs to concoct the antidote? Because Shen Xing had stealthily pilfered his medical kit. Of course, the herbs from the right camp were not taken by him. They had been appropriated by the hunter for tea. I shall return to prepare a meal. You all should search for the keys. That sounds reasonable. Observing the 2 individuals making their way towards the right flank of the 2nd Battalion, Shen Xing wore a mischievous grin. Allow me to prepare a hearty pot of chicken soup for your journey, he remarked. Meanwhile, Engineer Cheng was nestled comfortably within the confines of the 1st Battalion, indulging in roasted meat, biding his time until the tempestuous day of the snowstorm arrived. The Royal Marines, all alone upon the ship, were alerted by a noise. Who has returned? Shen Xing, indifferent to the inquiry, began to stew the meat, concocting a poison which he sprinkled over the lean cuts. Mingled with flesh he had stripped from a hunter, he proceeded to rummage through the vessel, discovering a few hidden scraps of metal, which he collected. And he stumbled upon a needle at the workbench, origins unknown. Perfect. I shall craft a poison needle. Hey, you dead chef, I'm addressing you. Cease your clamor. Shen Xing retorted, before retreating back to the kitchen. He summoned a horde of ghouls towards the 2 men stationed at the right flank of the 2nd Battalion. Witnessing this, the engineer summoned his own wave of undead. The 2 raced towards the ship. Hurry! Aboard the ship, there are numerous ghouls. Shen Xing shouted from the vessel. Fortunately, they narrowly escaped death, though the captain had lost a considerable amount of health. Damn it, those 2 wolves are still around. The captain exclaimed, once more leveling his weapon at Shen Xing, asserting confidently, you must be the 2nd wolf. Shen Xing raised his hands in protest, vehemently shaking his head. This is an injustice. I have merely been preparing food aboard the ship. The navigator interjected beside them. All right, Captain, we are few in number now, so let us cast aside our suspicions of one another. You three fools, why not hasten to rescue me? A snowstorm is imminent. Royal roared from his confinement, feeling the weight of his unjust imprisonment. Being falsely accused of being a werewolf was one thing, but enduring such a sentence was another. What are you shouting for? If we had the key, would we not rescue you? It is you, foolish one, who does nothing but scream for help. Royal fell silent, not wishing to be freed just yet. In his view, the game was already lost. At that moment, the stew in the kitchen was ready, and Shen Xing brought 2 cans for each of them. The captain did not eat immediately, but watched Shen Xing devour 2 large cans before he followed suit. As for the hunter, hadn't he mentioned blowing up the iceberg? Why was there still no sign of him? He wouldn't he? The navigator slammed his fist against the railing. I told you that guy was a wolf, who takes so long to return and ends up dead. This was not Shen Xing's observation. By the way, I have a needle here, taken from the workbench. Does anyone want it? The captain's health was down to 1/3. Just use it on me. It was left by the doctor. All right. Shen Xing promptly plunged the needle into the captain's shoulder. Now, all they needed to do was wait in silence. Meanwhile, the ship had yet to reach the foot of the glacier. Navigator, let us arm ourselves and scout the mountain. Chef, keep a watchful eye on the ship. As they reached the halfway point of the mountain, it was almost time for the poison to take effect. Observing the departure of the 2 individuals, Shen Xing promptly fashioned several animal traps at the workbench and signaled to the engineers behind him. Come over here, come over here. The engineer, who was currently savoring grilled meat, opened his perspective and noticed his teammates on the boat, while the other 2 ascended the mountain. There was still one in the prison aboard, so he swiftly traversed to the side of the vessel. Hey, brother, are you there? I'm on the boat. Come up. Just as Shen Xing completed the making of 4 animal traps, the royal figure still confined in the cell recognized the newcomer. Engineer, you cunning chef. You truly are a wolf. The engineer immediately approached Shen Xing and gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you are truly remarkable, deceiving them so thoroughly. I saw you use poison several times. Hearing the mention of poison reminded Shen Xing of the toxic meal he had just consumed, prompting him to hastily ingest a vial of antidote. Subsequently, he ascended to the deck and placed an animal trap on either side of the boat. What are you doing, brother? Setting traps, of course. Do you have any extra weapons? Yes, I still have 2 axes. Ever since plunging his cleaver into a bear's posterior in Nakajima, he hadn't wielded a single weapon. At that moment, the duo ascending the mountain path espied a cadaver ahead. It was a hunter's corpse. They exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with astonishment. The cook. Instantly, verdant fluid trickled from the corners of their mouths. Poison. They promptly retreated, catching sight of Shen Xing and the engineer standing on the deck from afar. The navigator glared at Shen Xing with resentment. You damn cook. I placed so much trust in you, and you deceived me. Shen Xing spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. All's fair in war, my apologies. The captain narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Shen Xing. You wily cook. I ought to have shot you the moment I laid eyes on you. Retching sounds the pair on the ship commenced vomiting, while Royal, confined to the brig, erupted into a tirade once more. You imbeciles, you morons. I told you from the start that the cook was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Damn you all. Indeed, although Royal's conduct was somewhat overbearing, being a Royal Marine, armed with a firearm, entitled him to a degree of arrogance. Engineer, is the energy replenished? Haha, it's been full for ages. Subsequently, the duo summoned 2 waves of level 3 ghouls upon the pair below, resulting in their instantaneous demise. The expedition faltered, and the werewolves emerged victorious. All others, including the royals confined to the dungeons, were annihilated, save for the newcomer's privilege of invincibility. Brother, your prowess is extraordinary. I contributed nothing, yet we prevailed. Nay, do not diminish your role. Your initial deployment of those 2 barrels proved pivotal. Furthermore, did you not erect numerous totems? Their significance cannot be understated. The engineer, flattered by such accolades, scratched his head in bashful acknowledgement. It is your martial skill that secured our triumph, vanquishing them all single-handedly. Pray tell, in which fortress do you reside? I am stationed at Fortress 39, and my name is Pei Qingfeng. Shen Xing's eyebrows arched in surprise. Fortress 39? What a coincidence! Is that not the fortress nearest to my location? Chapter 7. Unrelenting Assault. Each fortress is governed by an administrator, and the administrator of Fortress 39 also bears the surname Pei. I am not within the fortress. I currently sojourn in the wilderness. Pei Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Impossible. Do you mean to imply that you disembarked from the Ark in the wilds? Shen Xing countered with a question. Is that not permissible? Pei Qingfeng waved his hands dismissively, then regarded Shen Xing with a look of profound admiration. Nay, nay, your capabilities are beyond compare. You procure crystalline cores through the solitary hunting of fierce beasts. My sister and father forbid me from venturing beyond the fortress walls, let alone engaging in such perilous hunts. You are indeed fortunate to possess such a benevolent sister and father. The perils beyond the fortress are beyond your imagination. Your father is considering your best interests. I am currently quite close to your Fortress 39. Really? Pei Qingfeng's face lit up with excitement. Would you like to come here for a visit? My father is the administrator here, and I can have him provide you with a free accommodation. Wow, Shen Xing hadn't expected this. The guy actually has such a great father. But Shen Xing couldn't appear too eager, pondering for a moment. That might not be appropriate, after all. Housing within the fortress isn't cheap. Pei Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance about money. It's just a house, and besides, my father values talent greatly. And Pei Qingfeng leaned closer to Shen Xing and whispered, my sister is stunning, with legs 1.20 meters long, definitely won't let the kids go hungry. After saying this, he winked at Shen Xing, conveying a you-know-what-I-mean look. Goodness, this is the first time I've encountered someone so eager to offer up their sister. Ahem, since you've extended such a warm invitation, I suppose I'll come take a look. Of course, it's not for his sister, but because the wilderness is truly too dangerous. And Shen Xing's current abilities are insufficient for survival out here. No problem. By the way, big brother, what's your name? I'll come pick you up. I am Shen Xing. P-I-Q-N-G-F Ing flashed a gesture of affirmation towards Shen Xing, then promptly disembarked from the Fuxing Hao. Observing P-I-Q-N-G-F Ing's hasty departure, Shen Xing shook his head pensively, subsequently turning his attention to the personal interface before him. Initiate settlement? Affirmative. Mission accomplished. Your evaluation is S tier. Acquired items. Exquisite Stew 1, S tier exclusive. Common Carving Knife 1, Resurrection Token 1, Ship Cabin Upgrade Material, Iron 10. Private Cabin unlocked. Initiate return? Affirmative. Shen Xing was also intrigued to explore the nature of this private cabin. Each individual, upon the inaugural completion of a voyage, whether as a virtuous participant or a successful saboteur, would unlock a private cabin. In the ensuing moment, Shen Xing materialized within a cabin constructed entirely of timber, devoid of any furnishings. Esteemed Captain, welcome back to your cabin. Kindly bestow a name upon your vessel. A naming ceremony. Is it Unending Assault? The Unending Assault has been christened. Subsequently, there was no further response, and the cabin remained utterly bare. Venturing onto the deck, Shen Xing discovered himself situated in the heart of the ocean, surrounded by an uninterrupted expanse of the horizon. Good heavens, what is the meaning of this? Was I not on the verge of being devoured by a tiger in the forest? Captain, do you wish to disembark from the unending assault? Preposterous. He is yet to comprehend the situation. To venture forth would be tantamount to courting death. Negative. With a sudden realization, Shen Xing recalled the items acquired during the settlement process. Returning to the cabin, a game-like interface materialized before him. Extract? He pondered. Extract. Several items appeared within the cabin. A can of stew, a kitchen knife, a resurrection coin adorned with a golden hexagram, and 10 units of iron. Astonishing. Where did all this come from? Special stew. Obtained with a rating of S or higher, it enhances physical attributes, boosts combat prowess, and provides complete satiety. Effects vary from person to person. What a remarkable find. Ordinary kitchen knife. Merely a knife capable of slicing through fierce beasts. Nevertheless, it is useful for self-defense. After all, No matter how skilled one may be, one must still fear the kitchen knife. Resurrection coin. To be used before the next expedition. Upon failure, it prevents erasure. Truly deserving of the term resurrection. Quite impressive. Cabin upgrade material. Iron, one of the materials required for personal cabin upgrades. Shen Xing picked up the can of stew and brought it to his nose for a whiff. Is this truly as extraordinary as it seems? I wonder if I can view my current personal panel data now. Name: Shen Xing. Status: Hungry combat power 5. A healthy man typically has a power of 7. Special skills: None. A plain and unadorned panel appeared before Shen Xing. Evidently hastily crafted. Combat power of 5? How dare it underestimate me? After all, I am a university student. Gazing at the stew in his hand, Shen Xing involuntarily swallowed, and his stomach churned. He dared not confirm whether it was the same can he had poisoned earlier. No matter, he decided to eat first and worry later. Having consumed a pot of stewed meat, the sensation of hunger vanished instantaneously, succeeded by a wave of intense heat throughout the body. What was transpiring? An overwhelming heat. Shen Xing yearned to plunge into the ocean forthwith, yet found himself unable to depart, for it was not his domain. An unbearable heat. Shen Xing succumbed to unconsciousness upon the deck, the perspiration emanating from his body evaporating into the air. Fortress 39, the estate of the administrator. Father, sister. I have achieved success. Father, sister. Within the council chamber, Pei Mingwei and Pei Qingtian were engaged in deliberations of significant import. Mingwei, Pei Qingtian began. A small fortress not far from our own has been assailed and has utterly fallen. Those who have managed to escape have already arrived in the Sunset Forest, and within 2 days, they shall reach our fortress. What is your counsel? Shall we grant them refuge? The young woman possessed a countenance of exquisite beauty, each expression and smile exuding irresistible allure, particularly her voluptuous figure, which, though modestly concealed, could not fully obscure her remarkable assets. Father, you mustn't forget that they're traversing the Sunset Forest, which is teeming with ferocious tigers. Even if they arrive, how many shall remain? She paused and added, rather than dwell on such matters, let us devote our attention to the fortification of our fortress. I surmise that those savage beasts shall soon launch an assault upon us. Pei Qingtian furrowed his brow, poised to speak, when the door was abruptly thrust open. Father, sister, I have achieved success. Pei Qingfeng exclaimed. Pei Qingtian seized the teacup before him and hurled it in Pei Qingfeng's direction. You impudent scoundrel! How many times must I reiterate that you are forbidden from entering when your sister and I are engaged in matters of import? Pei Qingfeng hurriedly ran behind Pei Qingtian and began to massage his shoulders. Oh dear, I'm just a bit too excited. Pei Mingwei, standing nearby, covered her mouth and chuckled. She relished witnessing the affectionate bond between the father and son. Get lost, get lost. Just seeing you irks me. If you possessed even half of your sister's capabilities, I could enjoy a life of ease, Pei Qingtian retorted. Pei Qingfeng darted to the front and began to knead his father's legs. Father, I've told you countless times, I'm not cut out for management. With my sister assisting you, that's more than sufficient. Pei Mingwei playfully tapped Pei Qingfeng's head. All you know how to do is play. Chapter 8. Sister, do you want a husband? Pei Qingtian's wife had tragically passed away during childbirth while delivering Pei Qingfeng, and he never remarried, raising the 2 siblings on his own. Fortunately, Pei Mingwei was able to manage many affairs for him, though Pei Qingfeng was a different story altogether. What were you so anxious about earlier? You mentioned something about success? Pei Mingwei inquired, gathering her documents. Pei Qingfeng immediately released his grip on Pei Qingtian's thigh, pinching it hard. Ouch! Pei Qingtian exclaimed. Pei Qingfeng wore a triumphant expression. Of course, my expedition was a success. Both were taken aback, and Pei Qingtian's demeanor turned serious. You mean to say you secretly ventured to the revival station again? Upon noticing Pei Qingtian's expression, Pei Qingfeng quickly stepped back, recognizing the signs of impending anger. Oh, come on, father. I've achieved success in my expedition. Why be upset? Next, a delightful scene unfolded as the Qin king circled the pillar, with the 2 individuals weaving around Pei Mingwei, one in pursuit, the other fleeing. You little rascal, how many times must I tell you? No going, no going. Now that you've grown wings, you dare to sneak out, do you? Pei Qing Tian retorted defiantly, raising his chin. You old coot, I'm 20 years old now. Why should you still control me? I shall go, ha ha. Pei Qing Feng shot back, his impatience palpable. Very well, you unfilial child, Pei Qing Tian rummaged for an appropriate object and finally seized a book, hurling it directly at him. What the old man, are you serious? Pei Qing Feng swiftly dodged, taking refuge behind Pei Mingwei, while the tome struck her squarely. Peeking out from behind Pei Mingwei, Pei Qing Feng taunted, ha! Can't hit me, can't hit me. Pei Qing Tian, undeterred, sought to grab another item to throw. Enough, Pei Mingwei shouted, her expression dark as she seized Pei Qing Feng by the ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Easy, sister, easy. Moments latte. The father and son sat across from Pei Mingwei, who gently rubbed the bruise from the earlier impact. Both lowered their heads, too timid to meet her gaze. Qing Feng, clarify everything about your situation, she insisted. Upon hearing Pei Qingfeng's account, a flicker of surprise graced Pei Mingwei's countenance. You, a mere culinary artist, and an engineer managed to rout them before they even reached the mountain's base? Pei Qingfeng modestly scratched the back of his head. Well, in truth, the lion's share of the credit belongs to Brother Shen. I merely assisted by mending totems and observing his signals to unleash abilities. By the third day, we had commandeered their vessel. Pei Mingwei's eyes widened in astonishment. You two actually seized their ship? Pei Qingfeng thumped his chest with pride. Indeed, Brother Shen single-handedly poisoned them all, without so much as a scratch. This is hardly earth-shattering, Pei Mingwei mused, having deduced that their victory stemmed from the hunter's hubris. Daring to ascend the mountain alone, falsely believing their rudimentary skills rendered them invincible. And then there's that royal, so arrogant and sowing discord. Very well, if a cook can carry your dead weight to victory, he must possess some merit. Next time you venture into the Renaissance, you must inform father and me. Understood, Pei Qingfeng replied. Suddenly, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, he turned to Pei Mingwei with ardent eyes. Sister, are you in the market for a husband? Just say the word, and I'll have one delivered to you within days. Thwack! Pei Mingwei landed a swift blow upon Pei Qingfeng's head. Pei Qingfeng, do you perceive your sister as so undesirable? Woe is me. On deck, a blinding ray of light pierced Shen Xing's eyes, causing him to instinctively shield them with his hand. Where am I? As he groggily awoke, Shen Xing recalled consuming an entire jar of braised meat, which had rendered him unconscious. Alas, it was indeed toxic, a peril that ultimately befalls its own perpetrator. Shen Xing slowly rose, his body cracking and popping in a cacophony of sounds. What a relief. Why does it feel as though I have just undergone an invigorating aromatherapy massage? With a gentle leap, he experienced an exhilarating sensation akin to flight, only to crash heavily against the railing above him. Ouch, that hurts! Curling up while cradling his head, he took a moment to recover before glancing up at the railing that towered 3 or 4 meters high, pondering in confusion. When did I acquire the ability to jump so high? Could it be? Finally coming to his senses, Shen Xing promptly accessed his personal interface. Name, Shen Xing. Status, healthy combat power, 25. The average healthy man measures at 7. Special skills, none. Combat power of 25. It has increased 5-fold. Ha. The heavens did not create me, Shen Xing, for the eternal night of obscurity. Upon returning to the cabin, he surveyed the few items within. I wonder if these can be taken out? All items are permissible for removal. However, re-entering the cabin will necessitate the use of a crystal core as a medium. This means that once I take them out now, I will require a crystal core to bring them back in. Silence answered him. Shen Xing picked up the kitchen knife, deciding to leave the materials and revival coins behind. He then departed from the cabin. In a sudden flash of light, Shen Xing found himself once again in the forest, precisely at the spot where he had previously been ambushed by a ferocious tiger. Not far away lay his skeletal remains, that of the very beast that had attacked him. What is this? Back again? Suddenly, Shen Xing felt a piercing gaze locking onto him. A gaunt hyena, approximately 2 meters in length, emerged before him. In his former self, Shen Xing would have fled at the sight, but he was no longer the naive individual he once was. Ah, so I am regarded as prey, am I? Very well. Let me test the strength I possess now. With that thought, he drew forth a kitchen knife from behind him. The man and the beast regarded each other from a distance, neither making the first move. Shen Xing intentionally lowered his head, presenting an opening to the hyena, which, predictably, took the bait. In a deft maneuver, Shen Xing sidestepped as the hyena rushed past, his knife gliding effortlessly through the air. Elegant and timeless. As the hyena hit the ground, it split neatly in two, devoid of any pain. Remarkable, this kitchen knife is nothing short of a divine weapon. Approaching the hyena, Shen Xing severed its head, revealing a glimmering crystal core within. Excellent, a crystal core to add to my collection. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, startlingly out of place. Shen Xing raised his knife, pointing toward the nearby thicket. Who is there? Step forward. Do not make a move. A man emerged, dragging a woman who cradled a child in her arms. Brother, he implored, we harbor no ill intentions. We are merely refugees passing through. Shen Xing cast a fleeting glance at the pair before turning to depart. Wait, please. You too must be headed to Fortress 39. Could you grant us a ride? Shen Xing was not the benevolent soul of the original owner. She turned back, her gaze icy. Scram! The man recoiled, intimidated by Shen Xing's frosty stare. You, he stammered, irritation flashing in his eyes, yet he dared not show it. After all, he had witnessed Shen Xing effortlessly dispatch a hyena with a single blade. Brother, I can offer you compensation. Shen Xing paused, intrigued to see what he might present as a reward. Chapter 9. I offer you my wife-o. What sort of compensation can you provide? Shen Xing mused, scrutinizing the man as he rummaged through his belongings, only to yield nothing. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as they fell upon his wife. He seized her hand eagerly. I have a wife. I can offer her to you, and my daughter as well. The woman beside him trembled uncontrollably, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Shen Xing slowly approached, leading the man to believe he had acquiesced. Whispering into the ear of the struggling woman, he said, My dear, cease your struggles. It is only in this manner that we can emerge alive from the forest. Our daughter and I can have a chance. Upon hearing this, the light in the woman's eyes dimmed, and she ceased to resist, gazing vacantly at the child in her arms. Observing this, the man released his grip on the woman and stepped forward to Shen Xing, ingratiatingly saying, Brother, you. Suddenly, a swift kick sent him hurtling several meters, crashing against a sturdy tree, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Shen Xing. You, he stammered before losing consciousness. The woman, terrified by this abrupt turn of events, collapsed onto the ground. A chilling wolf howl echoed through the sky, causing Shen Xing's expression to harden. This is bad. It's a wolf. Wolves are pack animals, and it was impossible that only one would be present. Without casting another glance at the woman, Shen Xing turned and fled. The woman glanced back at the unconscious man, clutching her child tightly, and hurried towards the direction in which Shen Xing had vanished. Moments after their departure, several wolves emerged at the previous location, immediately descending upon the man to feast. Shen Xing quickly noticed the woman trailing behind him. He had no intention of obstructing her. As long as she could keep pace, it mattered little to him. He would not concern himself with an inconsequential individual. He firmly disbelieved in the notion that good deeds are rewarded. He only understood that if he did not flee, he would soon become prey. At that moment, a throng of refugees had gathered outside Fortress 39. Open the gates. Why won't you let us in? Yes, open the gates. A filthy mob of refugees clamored in unison, attempting to coerce the guards into compliance. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and an immediate silence fell upon the crowd. A man adorned in opulent attire appeared atop the high walls, casting a disdainful gaze upon those below. A rabble of lowly peasants. They believe they can urinate on you without facing consequences unless they are shown some authority. Ma Rong huddled among the masses, realizing that the person beside her was no longer Songzhe, but rather she was draped in a gentleman's overcoat, specifically that of the new leader among their ranks. Boss, what shall we do? They refused to let us in. The leader, visibly pained, retrieved a crystal core from his bag and held it aloft. Esteemed sir, we possess a crystal core. We kindly ask for your favor in granting us entry. Zhu Kai's eyes gleamed with surprise at the sight of the crystal core, and he gestured for a subordinate to approach. Bring him over. Huang Shaofa was escorted to Zhu Kai's presence, where another individual presented the crystal core to him. Esteemed sir, we beseech you for a favor. Zhu Kai held the crystal core up to the sunlight, allowing it to refract into a spectrum of colors. Quite impressive. I called you here to inquire if among your group there exists an individual by the name of Shen Xing. Huang Shaofa shook his head. Since he assumed control of this group, he had indeed never heard of anyone named Shen Xing. My lord, there is truly no one by that name in our team. Suddenly, he recalled the young man who had escaped a couple of days prior. That wretched Ma Rang had mentioned a brother Shen. Could it be him? May I inquire what purpose you have in searching for this individual? I can discreetly gather information from the team. At that moment, Zhu Kai exuded en aura befitting à supérieur. Do not ask questions that are better left unasked. Obtain clarity on the matter, and I shall permit your passage. Should you bring back favorable news, I may even grant you a larger settlement area for the refugees. A smile spread across Huang Shaofa's face. This was indeed a stroke of good fortune. With a designated area, he could establish a formidable team. Very well, I shall set forth at once. The fortress was comprised of 2 layers. The outermost layer served to fend off ferocious beasts, while the inner layer was designed to contain the refugees. Those fortunate enough to reside in the innermost sanctum were either born within its confines or possessed unique abilities. Before long, Huang Shaofa returned with Ma Rang in tow. My lord, I have found her. This woman is acquainted with Shen Xing. Ma Rang was of average beauty, but boasted an appealing figure. Zhu Kai unabashedly scrutinized her from head to toe. Do you truly know Shen Xing? Remember, if you are lying, there will be consequences. Upon hearing the phrase the cost, Ma Rang Gesse, cheeks suddenly flushed. I understood that initially Shen Xing had accompanied us, but at some point, he inexplicably fell ill and ended up killing one of our team members before departing from the group. Zhu Kai, noticing her distracted gaze, realized she was not being truthful. Surely you can recognize him? He inquired. Indeed, even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him, she affirmed. With a wave of his hand, a soldier stepped forward. Very well, you may leave now. Follow him, and he will guide you to your designated area. Huang Shaofa's expression brightened, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Zhu Kai before taking Ma Rong's hand to depart. Hold on, Zhu Kai interjected. I said you could leave, not her. She must remain to help us identify Shen Xing. Huang Shaofa hesitated, for although this woman had been an unexpected addition to his journey, she had nonetheless attended to him for 2 days. He was about to speak when he met Zhu Kai's enigmatic smile, compelling him to turn and exit. Brother Huang. Wait a moment. Ma Rong removed her coat and handed it to Huang Shaofa, smiling sweetly. Thank you, Brother Huang, for your care over these past 2 days. I hope to repay you in the future when the opportunity arises. As for the concept of repayment, both individuals were acutely aware of its implications. Without the concealment of a coat, Ma Rong's figure was fully revealed, particularly the fullness of her bosom, which tantalizingly hinted at the curves beneath. The soldiers within the room found themselves swallowing hard, unable to avert their gaze. Ma Rong adopted a demure demeanor, and Zhu Kai couldn't help but feel a surge of heat as he observed her. However, upon noticing the bruise upon the peak of her chest, he could not ignore the woman's harrowing experiences. You all may leave. Yes, Captain. The soldiers cast a lingering glance at Ma Rong, reluctantly departing. Zhu Kai beckoned her closer, and she approached him with a hesitant demeanor. He roughly grasped her hair, pulling her in with a firm grip. A sharp pain coursed through Ma Rong's entire being. You are quite adept, aren't you? He remarked, before pressing her head down. Approximately 2 kilometers from the fortress, Shen Xing leapt down from a large tree, brushing off the dust from his attire. They were almost there. As she continued on, a rustling sound emerged from behind her. A disheveled woman emerged, cradling a child in her arms. She did not approach Shen Xing, but stood at a distance. Shen Xing was taken aback, realizing that this woman had followed him relentlessly for an entire day and night without losing track of him. Indeed, she had a reason to survive. Rising once more, he made his way toward the fortress not far ahead. Chapter 10. Entering the fortress in the afternoon, Shen Xing finally arrived at the fortress. The sight of the towering iron walls filled him with a profound sense of security. Just as he was about to proceed further, a soldier armed with a firearm intercepted him. "Stop! What is your name? Where do you come from?" Shen Xing assumed this was a routine inquiry and replied truthfully, "My name is Shen Xing, and I come from over there." Upon seeing Shen Xing gesture toward the setting sun beyond the forest, the soldier burst into laughter. "Huh! Do you fancy yourself a transcendent being? You think you could traverse the sunset forest?" Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, his laughter abruptly ceased. "What did you say your name was?" Shen Xing raised an eyebrow, pondering how this young man could be hard of hearing. "Shen Xing. Is there a problem?" The soldier immediately composed himself, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. "Please hold on a moment. I shall report to the captain." Shen Xing was bewildered. He was merely an individual wishing to enter the fortress, yet it seemed he required authorization from a superior to gain entry. At that moment, the woman cradling her child approached Shen Xing from behind. "Thank you." Shen Xing did not respond. He had not intentionally rescued her and wished to avoid any obligation. The woman understood that had Shen Xing not deliberately slowed his pace, she would never have managed to keep up. She reached deep into her garment and retrieved an object, offering it to Shen Xing. "This is for you." A swift glance revealed to Shen Xing that it was a crystal core. "A crystal core? How did you come by this?" The woman smiled and explained, "I stumbled upon it by chance and am uncertain of its purpose, but seeing your remarkable skills, I thought it might be of use to you." Shen Xing gazed into her eyes, detecting no trace of insincerity. "What if I told you that with it, you could gain entry into the fortress and secure a decent dwelling? Would you still offer it to me?" The woman was taken aback, surprised by the value of the object, yet her momentary astonishment quickly passed as she pressed the crystal core into Shen Xing's hand. "My daughter and I owe our lives to you for helping us escape the forest. Regardless of its worth, it cannot repay the debt of saving our lives." With that, she cast a gentle glance at her daughter in her arms. Shen Xing was slightly taken aback. To him, tumultuous times were the ultimate test of human nature, and the ability to uphold one's principles was fundamental to being human. "Shen Xing." A startled exclamation broke the silence as Shen Xing turned to see the insufferable Ma Rong beside a figure whose attire starkly contrasted with that of others. Surely, this must be their captain. The newcomer surveyed Shen Xing, muttering, "Is this the person the young master seeks? They appear to be nothing more than a vagabond. To think you managed to emerge alive from the forest." Shen Xing offered a faint smile in response. "Pardon me, but not only did I survive, I am thriving quite well." "You." Ma Rong glared fiercely at Shen Xing, then seized Zhu Kai's hand, clutching it tightly. "Captain Zhu, this is the one who murdered our team leader in a bid to steal the team's crystal core. Look, the crystal core is still in their possession. You must arrest them at once." At these words, a woman nearby, cradling a child, felt a pang of apprehension. Shen Xing, too, was at a loss for words. This woman was indeed audacious. Nevertheless, Shen Xing was curious to see how Captain Zhu would respond. Worst case, she could always find another stronghold. Zhu Kai withdrew his hand from Ma Rong's grasp just as she turned to him, a smug smile on her face, only to receive a sharp slap that resounded through the air. Reeling on the ground, she was left dazed and disoriented. "Who am I? Where am I?" "Mr. Shen, welcome to Fortress number 39. I am Zhu Kai, the captain of the perimeter patrol." He extended his right hand toward Shen Xing. "What does this signify?" Shen Xing's eyebrows twitched slightly. Were it not for the memories of the original owner revealing the true nature of these so-called fortress managers, he might not have harbored any doubts. Nonetheless, Shen Xing, lost in thought, extended his right hand. Suddenly, he felt an increase in the grip around his hand. It dawned on him that the intention was to test him. Shen Xing swiftly exerted force, causing Zhu Kai's hand to turn red and white. With a faint smile, Shen Xing remarked, "Captain Zhu, you possess considerable strength." The onlookers, discerning the situation, remained silent, though Zhu Kai's twitching lips betrayed his discomfort. Only when Shen Xing released him did Zhu Kai stagger backward, his eyes wide with trepidation as he gazed at Shen Xing. Are you an extraordinary being? An extraordinary being? This was the second time Shen Xing had heard this term. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Zhu Kai hastily fell silent, concealing his aching hand behind him. Mr. Shun, I misspoke. I am here at the behest of the young master, specifically waiting for you. The young master? Shen Xing pondered, recalling the rather eccentric engineer. Is your young master Pei Qingfeng? Yes, indeed. Shen Xing regarded him with a smile that was neither here nor there. Was it also your young master who instructed you to test me? Zhu Kai, fearing the repercussions of deceit, had no choice but to speak the truth. If Pei Qingfeng learned of his dishonesty, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. No, it was merely my impulsiveness upon seeing Mr. Shen's attire. I beg for your forgiveness. As Zhu Kai bent at a 90-degree angle to bow to Shen Xing, Ma Rong, touching her right cheek, appeared as if her mouth could swallow an egg whole. Shen Xing felt indifferent towards the person before him. At least he had not been swayed by Ma Rong's one-sided account to take action against him. Of course, the greater influence came from Pei Qingfeng. Very well. Lead me to your young master, he commanded. Yes, Mr. Shun, this way please. At that moment, Ma Rong, seated on the ground, clutched Shen Xing's leg, her chest pressing against him. Shen Xing, no. Brother Shun, please take me in with you. I can serve you like a devoted servant. She realized that her earlier actions would not be forgiven by Zhu Kai upon his return, and only by grasping onto Shen Xing as a lifeline could she hope to survive. Besides, whenever she had shown the slightest inclination in the past, Shen Xing had eagerly provided her with food. Now, with her overt advances, she believed he would be unable to resist. Zhu Kai furrowed his brows and gestured for the two soldiers nearby to pull Ma Rong away, but Shen Xing raised a hand to stop him. He crouched down, pinching Ma Rong's face with a smirk that was neither here nor there. Ma Rong feigned an expression of shyness. Why should I take you inside? Shen Xing inquired, surprised by her response. You like me, don't you? Shen Xing laughed in disbelief. While the original owner had harbored some affection for her, he was no longer that person. Like you? Like you, a woman who belongs to everyone? Am I out of my mind, or are you? Ma Rong believed she must have misheard. Was this not the same boy who had previously reserved all the delicious treats for her, merely smiling at him and blushing in response? Noticing her silence, Shen Xing kicked Ma Rong aside and turned to leave, tossing the crystal core he held to Zhu Kai. Arrange accommodation for the woman holding the child. It was not that Shen Xing was a saint. Rather, some individuals were truly deserving of life. Chapter 11. What is that dog barking about? Seeing this, Ma Rong, restrained by two soldiers, erupted in a frenzied outburst toward Shen Xing. Why were I to you save that woman and not me? Why do you choose to rescue me once, but abandon me the next? You are a murderer, and may you meet a wretched end. I curse you, I curse you. With a resounding slap, a soldier struck Ma Rong across the face and spat upon her. Bah! How dare an ungrateful wretch bark like that? Take her away and reward those hard-working brothers. Desperate, Ma Rong cried out, No, please. My brother Huang will come to rescue me. I beg you, spare me. Her voice faded into the distance, while the woman with the child felt a chill envelop her, causing her to shudder. Come with me. We'll arrange your accommodation until our captain arrives. She felt immensely relieved to have made the right decision, for otherwise, her fate would have mirrored that of Ma Rong. Under the leadership of Zhu Kai, they made their way toward the inner sanctum of the fortress, surrounded by a settlement of refugees, some of whom were still engaged in construction. Brother, isn't that the lad? How does that esteemed individual appear like a cur before him? Huang Shaofa, accompanied by a group, was distributing resources for their designated shelters when he inadvertently caught sight of Shen Xing, his expression sharpening. Pay him no mind. We have not offended him, and those who have are no longer among the living. Upon entering the inner sanctum, they were greeted by an entirely different ambience. Individuals dressed immaculately, with numerous children frolicking joyfully. Observing this scene, Shen Xing involuntarily raised an eyebrow. Recognizing Shen Xing's perplexity, Zhu Kai commenced an explanation. The residents of the inner sanctum are primarily the families and friends of extraordinary individuals, or those who have made significant contributions. After all, it is these extraordinary beings who have defended us against the ferocious beasts. Extraordinary beings? What exactly are they? Zhu Kai led Shen Xing into a garden, where numerous guards stood vigil outside. Captain Zhu, at this hour, shouldn't you be patrolling the perimeter? A stoic man obstructed their path, exuding a unique aura of authority. Leader Wang Yin, this is Mr. Shen, whom the young master wishes to meet. I have brought Mr. Shen here personally. Wang Yin regarded Shen Xing, noting that despite his tattered attire, he possessed an undeniable vigor. Extraordinary being? Shen Xing remained silent, merely smiling, thinking to himself, as long as I remain mute, feel free to speculate as you wish. Having completed his task, he returned to his duties, leaving the matter to me. Yes, Team Leader Wang. After casting a glance at Shen Xing, Zhu Kai reluctantly departed, having hoped to establish a rapport in front of his master's son. Once Zhu Kai had left, Wang Yin approached Shen Xing and extended his right hand. Hello, I am Wang Yin. Shen Xing. Indeed, as their hands clasped, the pressure gradually intensified, with Shen Xing matching the force. However, gradually, he found himself at a disadvantage as the sensation of pain began to radiate from his palm. Just as he was about to exert his strength to break free, Wang Yin unexpectedly released his grip. A first-tier, extraordinary being. It appears that the young master was not exaggerating. Shen Xing's palms still tingled with numbness, but regardless, he had made a note of this grievance. You're too kind. Please, follow me. As they meandered through the corridors, they finally arrived at their destination. Some languished in the depths of despair, while others reveled in the heights of triumph. I tell you, my elder brother, with just a chef, has dispatched hunters and outmaneuvered the royals, leading them astray with a mere navigator, resulting in their complete annihilation before they even reached the foot of the mountain. Just as Wang Yin was about to knock on the door, he froze mid-motion. Turning to Shen Xing, is that true? Enough already, Qing Feng. You've recounted this tale 100 times. Where is your elder brother? Let us see him for ourselves. Indeed, it seems to me that this is merely a fabrication of your own making. A group of individuals erupted in hearty laughter, while Pei Qingfeng's movements froze mid-air. He had been searching for Shen Xing for quite some time, but had received no news. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, Mr. Shen has arrived. Not seeing him, Pei Qingfeng, still stinging from mockery, barely registered the announcement before dismissively refusing. In the next instant, he dashed to the door, eagerly flinging it open, only to find Shen Xing waving at him. Hello there, brother. It truly is you. Pei Qingfeng exclaimed, brimming with excitement, circling around Shen Xing. The others in the room stepped out as well, two of them crossing their arms, eyeing Shen Xing critically. He really does exist, but judging by his attire, he looks like a vagabond. Could it be that this foolish boy has been deceived? It's possible. Let us expose this fraud. Although Qingfeng may be a bit naive, he can only be fooled by us. After circling Shen Xing twice, Pei Qingfeng finally halted. Brother, did you encounter a ferocious beast in the wilderness? Shen Xing non-committally nodded. Indeed, I was pursued by a pack of wolves. Ha ha ha, pursued by wolves? What a boast. If you truly faced a pack of wolves, how could you possibly stand here unscathed? Do you take us for fools? Pei Qingfeng interjected, standing protectively in front of Shen Xing, glaring at the speaker. Meng Luo, what do you mean by that? Before Meng Luo could utter a word, a figure beside him stepped forward. Pei Qingfeng, you foolish man, do you not comprehend? This person is nothing but a vagabond, a deceiver. Meng Luo scrutinized Shen Xing from head to toe. I am unaware of the methods you employed to dupe Pei Qingfeng, but it is hardly surprising. This fool has never possessed a shred of discernment, making him an easy target for deceit. However, as his friends, we should not stand idly by while he is victimized. Such lofty rhetoric, yet laden with disdain for Pei Qingfeng. Wang Yan's gaze turned icy. Had it not been for certain reservations, he would have struck down on the spot. Shen Xing pushed aside Pei Qingfeng, regarding Meng Luo with an indifferent stare. What do you intend to do? A sense of triumph swelled within Meng Luo. Indeed, he was merely a paper tiger. If he could just lure Pei Qingfeng away from this man, who else would dare to seek refuge with the Pei family? It's quite simple. Just crawl through our legs and proclaim 10 times, I am a deceiver, and we shall let it pass. Yes, indeed. The The crowd echoed in agreement, while Pei Qingfeng stood by, fists clenched, eyes wide with fury. Evidently, this was not the first time he had faced such humiliation. Suddenly, a kitchen knife soared from behind Shen Xing, slicing through the air just above Meng Luo's head, transforming his hairstyle into a Mediterranean. The atmosphere abruptly froze, and Meng Luo's entourage dared not even twitch. Shen Xing walked past him, retrieving the knife embedded in the wall. "What do you think you are?" In a fleeting moment, Meng Luo felt as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Pei Qingfeng, on the other hand, experienced a wave of relief wash over him. "Umph. My elder brother scoffs at your worth. Do you truly believe you have the audacity to bark here? Wang Yan, escort them out." Chapter 12. A conversation with your father as Shen Xing retrieved the kitchen knife. Meng Luo and his companions instinctively distanced themselves, fixated on the blade in Shen Xing's hand. Extraordinary equipment. The fear in their eyes faded, replaced by a glint of avarice. "You dare to assault me? Prepare to meet your demise at the hands of my father." Pei Qingfeng, unknown to them, had procured a flower pot, which he hurled directly at Meng Luo. "Do you dare to speak so arrogantly, disregarding my presence?" Clang! The pot nearly struck Meng Luo, but he managed to step back just in time to evade it. Meng Luo's expression darkened. How dare this fool act against them? "Pei Qingfeng, we are doing this for your own good. Do not be so ungrateful." "Half for my benefit." Pei Qingfeng let out a cold laugh. "Meng Luo, do not assume I am oblivious to your underhanded tactics." Meng Luo's expression faltered, so he was aware. Surely, Father-S schemes would not be compromised? As he pondered, Pei Qingfeng spoke again. "Wang Yan, throw them all out." "Yes, young master." He had long desired to take such action, merely awaiting Pei Qingfeng's directive. A few individuals were unceremoniously cast aside, akin to refuse. "Pei Qingfeng, you shall await your reckoning." Once they departed, Pei Qingfeng slumped in his chair, resembling a deflated balloon. Sigh. Shen Xing, seated opposite him, poured himself a glass of water. "What is the matter? Does that individual possess significant connections? Will the arrival of an elder follow our confrontation with their junior?" Pei Qingfeng responded in a deep, resonant tone. "Not exactly, but should they return and distort the truth, those families will exert pressure on my father. Is that why you allow them to trample over you? You are the son of the fortress's overseer." At that moment, Wang Yan returned, catching sight of Shen Xing attempting to console Pei Qingfeng. "Yet my father is already burdened. I cannot add to his troubles. Sometimes, after kneeling for too long, one can no longer stand upright." Pei Qingfeng lifted his gaze to Shen Xing. He too yearned to be a carefree scion of privilege. Yet the fortress's security relied upon the guardianship of those extraordinary families. "What should I do then?" Shen Xing met his gaze. "Do you trust me?" "I do." Pei Qingfeng exclaimed without hesitation, having already idolized Shen Xing since he wielded a chef's knife to carve a path of dominance. "Very well, we shall discuss the rest later. First, I require something to eat." The atmosphere shifted abruptly, yet Wang Yan laughed heartily. "Young master, I shall fetch it." As she gazed at Wang Yan's departing figure, Shen Xing discerned a shift in his demeanor towards her. They had just been discussing the concept of the extraordinary being. What, indeed, is this extraordinary entity? Pei Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "No way. Brother, you truly do not know what an extraordinary being is?" He gently swatted away Pei Qingfeng's pointing hand. "Should I be aware of it? An extraordinary being is defined as one whose overall combat capability exceeds 20, thus qualifying as a level 1 extraordinary being. Only through triumph in the revival mission and receiving commendations can one obtain special items, among which are those that enable ordinary individuals to transform directly into extraordinary beings, such as the stewed meat that Shen Xing had consumed previously. However, the number of extraordinary beings within the entire Fortress 39 is exceedingly limited. This implies that I am now a level 1 extraordinary being. What about that Wang Yan from earlier? He is a level 2 extraordinary being. No wonder I found myself easily subdued by him." Wang Yan entered with an assortment of meats, including a roasted leg of lamb, all procured from hunting ferocious beasts. "Brother, feel free to indulge." Shen Xing, naturally, did not hesitate, as it had been some time since his last meal. "Young master, I have some matters to report to the Lord." "Very well, go ahead. With brother here, there is no need for concern." Wang Yin nodded at Shen Xing before departing, as he needed to inform Pei Qingtian about today's events, which Pei Qingfeng had earlier prohibited him from discussing. "Pei Qingfeng, do you aspire to become an extraordinary being?" Pei Qingfeng scratched his head. "Of course I want to, but my father won't allow it. He insists that he and my sister are sufficient, claiming that we cannot let the Pei family become extinct. Thus, they refuse to provide me with special tools. Last time, I secretly took the Fuxing train. Indeed, the Fuxing train is fraught with both peril and opportunity, without revival coins. A single failure could lead to demise." Shen Xing bit into a piece of meat. "In that case, let me have a word with your father tomorrow to see if I can persuade him." "All right then." Pei Qingfeng held little hope, well aware of his father's temperament. In the administrator's conference hall, a loud bang resounded. "Meng Zhan, what audacity! How dare you suppress my son? Do you truly believe that without the Meng family, I cannot hold on to this fortress number 39? Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Pei Mingyue furrowed her delicate brows. "Are you saying that Shen Xing is merely a newly promoted first-tier extraordinary being, possessing only a piece of ordinary extraordinary equipment? Even if it is ordinary extraordinary equipment, it can still cut through steel like mud." "Indeed, miss. Moreover, that individual possesses considerable audacity, nearly severing Meng Luo's head." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Well done." Pei Qingtian laughed heartily. "What insolent pests dare to defecate atop the Pei family? We shall eradicate him sooner or later." At the opportune moment, Pei Mingyue interjected, "Not just yet, father. The next wave of beast tides is approaching. Let us first weather this storm before addressing them. Rest assured, Mingyue, I shall exercise prudence." "It is merely that the gentle breeze," Pei Mingyue offered a faint smile. "Father, sometimes holding on too tightly only causes things to slip away faster. It is time we let go and allow him to forge his own path." A flicker of hesitation crossed Pei Qingtian's face. "But can we truly trust that Shen Xing?" "Father, you shall see for yourself." It must be said that Pei Mingyue possessed considerable acumen. She not only uncovered Shen Xing's journey, but also thoroughly investigated his previous life within the fortress. The original owner was indeed a paragon of naivety, sharing a morsel of food with any homeless child who crossed his path, living solely in the moment. "How foolish," Pei Qingtian opined. It was only after he rose up against the administrator and ventured alone into the twilight forest that he emerged transformed into an extraordinary being, completely reborn. The differing treatment of Ma Rong and that unfamiliar woman outside the fortress left Pei Qingtian in doubt. Is he truly the same individual? Pei Mingyue replied with a gentle smile. Perhaps he has endured hardships and achieved a moment of enlightenment. Pei Qingtian nodded. Such an explanation held merit. If that were the case, it might be worth attempting to place trust in him. Ruthless, decisive, principled. These were Pei Qingtian's latest assessments. Isn't he supposed to discuss matters with me tomorrow? I shall see how he intends to persuade me. Wang Yin, you shall stand guard outside Qingfeng's residence. Should that old fool Meng Zhan dare to apprehend anyone, let him come to me. Understood. Shen Xing indulged in a refreshing bath at Pei Qingfeng's abode and then succumbed to slumber. What a jest! He is an extraordinary being, not made of iron. Thus, rest is essential. Before long, Meng Zhan indeed made his appearance. Chapter 13. The Grand Gamble with an Expression of Ire. Meng Zhan arrived at Pei Qingfeng's residence accompanied by Meng Luo. Chief Meng, what brings you to visit my young master at such a late hour? Meng Zhan raised his eyelids slightly. To apprehend someone. Wang Yan's gaze sharpened. Old fool. By what right do you come to my young master's residence to seize anyone? Buzz. Meng Zhan's imposing presence surged forth, the might of a third-tier extraordinary being crashing down upon Wang Yan like a tidal wave. Wang Yan's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the old man would act so brazenly. Bang! A figure materialized before Wang Yan, and his expression brightened. Butler Wu. The newcomer was none other than the esteemed butler of the Pei family, Wu Gong, also a third-tier extraordinary being. Upon seeing him, Meng Zhan finally opened his eyes. What does this mean, Butler Wu? Are you seeking to shield the one who nearly took my son's life? Wu Gong maintained a smile, showing no signs of aggression. Chief Ming, my master requests your presence. Meng Zhan's eyelids flickered. He had not expected Pei Qing Tian to hold this individual in such high regard, dispatching the chief butler himself. This child cannot be spared. He will undoubtedly become a great menace in the future. Wu, the steward, lead the way. Beside him, Meng Luo grew anxious. Father, are we simply going to let that scoundrel go? He nearly severed my head. Meng Zhan merely cast a glance in his direction, prompting him to immediately fall silent and tiptoe behind. Clenching his fists while watching Meng Zhan's departing figure, Wang Yin seethed. Cursed be that old rogue. A night passed in silence, and for the first time, Shen Xing experienced such a restful slumber. Stretching vigorously, he exclaimed, "Ah, what a rejuvenating day it shall be." Suddenly, the door burst open. "Brother, trouble is brewing. My father has arrived." Shen Xing was momentarily speechless, thinking perhaps a beast was laying siege. Let him come. Can he truly devour you? He donned a set of clothes belonging to Pei Qingfeng, and to his surprise, they fit quite well, even lending him a certain elegance that surpassed Pei Qingfeng himself. Pei Qingfeng clapped his hands. "Ah, indeed, he is my father." Shen Xing spat a small amount of saliva into his palm, tousled his hair, and tilted his head for a glance. Not bad at all. Let us proceed to meet your father." At that moment, Pei Qing Tian was enjoying breakfast, gnawing on a leg bone without a care for his appearance. As the two entered the dining hall, an instant silence enveloped the room, each of the three men harboring their own thoughts. Why does this old man appear to be such a glutton? Is he truly the fortress manager? And why is this fellow clad in my son's attire? After a momentary standoff, during which he mused that the newcomer was, surprisingly, more handsome than his own son, Pei Qing Tian cleared his throat. "Ahem, everyone, please rise and be seated. These have just been delivered, still warm." Shen Xing inclined his head slightly towards Pei Qing Tian before settling down to eat without delay. Pei Qingfeng, seated beside them, picked up a piece of rib, his gaze oscillating between the two men. The silence was palpable, much to Pei Qingfeng's consternation. Shen Xing, however, remained imperturbable. He who speaks first loses. He was certain that Pei Qing Tian was aware of the events of the previous day. "Ahem, you are Shen Xing, I presume? Regarding yesterday's incident, and the one before, allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my son. There's no need for such formality, Pei. He has already extended his hospitality, and I have received his thanks. However, there's a matter I wish to inquire about." Pei Qing Tian paused, intrigued. "Ask away. Were you truly unaware of the abuse he suffered in secret until yesterday? Or was he merely a pawn to lull other families into complacency?" "Brother Shunyu," Pei Qingfeng interjected, displeased that Shen Xing would confront his father so directly. "And is your decision to prevent him from becoming a transcendent truly for his benefit? The world is a bustling marketplace, driven by self-interest. No one can escape the pursuit of gain." Pei Qing Tian responded with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha! It seems the intelligence gathered was misleading. The persona you presented earlier was nothing more than a facade. No, all that you have gathered is indeed authentic. However, the person I once was is no more." Pei Qing Tian nodded in appreciation. "Indeed, the current you has transformed remarkably. Preventing Qingfeng from becoming an extraordinary being is a condition for other families to remain and guard the fortress. The motive behind this is merely to ensure that the Pei family does not produce an exceptional heir. Of course, it is also for Qingfeng's safety. As long as he remains an ordinary person, his life will be secure. As for Fortress Number 39, I do not hold it in high regard." It was only then that Pei Qingfeng understood that the intention behind preventing him from becoming extraordinary was to safeguard him. However, Shen Xing disagreed. "Manager Pei, your actions are akin to courting disaster. Sooner or later, you will face repercussions." Pei Qing Tian smiled bitterly, well aware of this truth. "Repercussions? I have long ceased to care. The next beast tide will arrive in a month. If those families withdraw, Fortress Number 39 is destined to become a wasteland. Ultimately, it boils down to our own inadequacies. That old man Meng Zhan threatened me yesterday. If I do not surrender you, he will not intervene during the next beast tide. What a farce! After all, you were invited here by my son, and there is no possibility of handing you over." Shen Xing contemplated silently. A month, you say? Does that imply that if you possess a sufficient number of extraordinary beings, you need not fear those families? Pei Qingtian nodded affirmatively. Of course, it is only natural, but extraordinary items are exceedingly rare. Our entire Pei family possesses merely 50 extraordinary individuals. Extraordinary items are rare? He had casually acquired one last time. If you trust me, Manager Pei, procure the crystal cores for me, and in a month's time, I shall present you with 50 extraordinary individuals. The two of them, Pei Qingtian and his companion, erupted in laughter. Be brother, your words are a tad too boastful. What gives you such confidence? Pei Qingtian was perplexed. How could a youth, seemingly of the same age as his son, possess such self-assurance? To inspire trust, one must first cultivate self-worth. To dispel doubts, one must first embody confidence. Though in his previous life Shen Xing was reclusive, he still enjoyed reading and practicing calligraphy in his leisure time. Thus, the opportunity to impress had arrived. Pei Qingfeng wore a bewildered expression, struggling to comprehend the remarks. Pei Qingtian clapped his hands. I wager on it. He gazed at Shen Xing with satisfaction. You, young man, would make a splendid son. Indeed, your son is right here, Pei Qingtian jested. Qingfeng is still a promising talent. He will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. With a hand resting on Shen Xing's shoulder, Pei Qingtian continued. Since you are of similar age to my son, you may call me Uncle Pei. Very well, Uncle Pei. I shall not intrude further. I will have Butler Wu deliver the crystal cores shortly. In the original memories of the protagonist, the administrator of Fortress 39 has always been commendable, providing aid to all refugees regardless of their origins. This benevolence was a significant reason for his decision to settle in Fortress 39, having resolved to establish roots here. It was only natural for him to assist in cleansing the internal strife. If only Brother Shen were truly my elder brother. Pei Qingfeng's sudden remark abruptly interrupted Shen Xing's contemplation. Chapter 14. Re-embarking on the revival. Shen Xing did not interrupt him, instead listening intently as he continued to express his feelings. From childhood to adulthood, whenever I was bullied, no one stood up for me. My father and sister were always preoccupied with the affairs of the fortress, leaving me feeling utterly useless. He gazed at Shen Xing with an earnest expression. However, just yesterday, I felt an overwhelming sense of protection. Shen Xing slowly extended his hand, just as Pei Qingfeng leaned in, anticipating a comforting touch. Unexpectedly, a slap landed on his face. Are you a grown man, sulking like this? Instead of wasting time, you should eat more. Once you become extraordinary, you'll have your chance to retaliate. Pei Qingfeng pouted, withdrawing his face with a look of grievance. But I truly cannot do it. If it weren't for you last time, I would have lost long ago. Shen Xing shook his head, recognizing the hallmark of a doubtful personality. What profession do you wish to pursue? Perhaps a priest, as it seems rather effortless. All one needs to do is dig up graves. In response to this, Shen Xing could only express his disdain for their ignorance. The significance of a priest is self-evident. The role of a priest is indeed paramount, requiring a profound understanding of the situation rather than merely digging graves. Pei Qingfeng found it hard to fathom why the priests he had encountered were either engaged in grave digging or languidly waiting for sustenance on a boat, or perhaps merely shouting for help. Wasn't he the last priest they met just like that? Ultimately, he dug his own grave. Shen Xing realized that their perception of such professions was overly rigid, confined to the scope of their duties. First and foremost, as a priest, regardless of whether one is a werewolf or a human, grave digging is essential. Both sides must be accounted for, and all graves must be excavated on the very first day. As a human, one should refrain from hastily distributing valuable weapons to teammates when their identities remain uncertain. Nor should one recklessly use all keys to open treasure chests, as such actions are exceedingly irresponsible. As a werewolf, it is crucial to adjust one's strategy based on the identity of teammates. If the counterpart is a support role, one should focus on dealing damage. While if the counterpart is an attacker, one should provide assistance. The totem remains the most vital element. As a good person, One cannot spend all day digging up graves and opening treasure chests. The engineer is akin to a wolf. You may choose to mine coal. The captain, too, is a wolf. You may opt to navigate the ship. Ahem. As for Shen Xing, he tirelessly lectured on the priest class. His throat parched from the effort. Whether Pei Qingfeng comprehended the material, and to what extent, would depend on his own aptitude. Pei Qingfeng gazed at Shen Xing with admiration. Brother, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? Is this not your first time aboard the Revival? That is not your concern. Practice diligently, and one day you shall reach my level. In the afternoon, Wu Gong delivered a substantial package of crystal cores, 200 in total. Shen Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. So many. Wu Gong merely smiled. The master has instructed that you may use them freely. Purchase any life-saving items you require without hesitation. Items? Shen Xing was unaware that crystal cores could be utilized for purchases. He had assumed that items were distributed by the Revival. In the first-class cabin, one could acquire resurrection coins for 10 crystal cores each. In the second-class cabin, one could purchase specific class scrolls for the same price. This was quite a scam. Shen Xing picked up a crystal core and, biting his finger, prepared to let his blood drip onto it. Pei Qingfeng, puzzled, inquired, Brother, what are you doing? I am activating the crystal core. Then why bite your finger? Isn't blood required to activate it? Shen Xing recalled that his previous entry into the Revival was marked by a drop of blood upon the crystal core. It was unnecessary. Such a ritual was only required the first time. Subsequently, one merely needed to shatter it and call out the name of their cabin. Just like this. Bang. Qingfeng. Landing. In the next instant, a door materialized before Pei Qingfeng, who stepped through and vanished, leaving Shen Xing with a sudden pang of social embarrassment. Bang! Infinite assault. Landing. A similar door unfolded before Shen Xing. Welcome aboard the infinite assault. It was no different from when Shen Xing had departed. Personal panel. Name, Shen Xing. Status, healthy combat power, 25. A robust man typically measures around 7. Special skills, none indeed. It was only here that he could behold his panel attributes. Marketplace. Revival coins, 10 crystal cores each. Daily purchase limit, 55. What a steep price. Not even a dog would buy this. Suddenly, Shen Xing picked up the Revival coin he had acquired. Sale. Selling 1 Revival coin can yield 5 crystal cores, with a transaction fee of 1 crystal core. Do you wish to proceed with the sale? Shen Xing's veins stood out in frustration. This was indeed a blatant ripoff. Breathe. Stay calm. Entering the Revival. A Revival coin has been detected. Would you like to use it? Should it not be saved for times when one might be annihilated after entry? Absolutely not. What transpires with the resurrection token should I emerge victorious? It is non-refundable. A profound disappointment, truly disheartening. Nevertheless, he was compelled to utilize it, adhering to the adage of better safe than sorry. Activated. Commencing the matchmaking process. Shen Xing began to comprehend the formidable challenge. Recognizing the exorbitant nature of this endeavor, he wondered about the identity of its architect. Match found. Upon his subsequent awakening, Shen Xing found himself within the captain's quarters. With no one else present, Shen Xing approached the radio and initiated playback, familiar melodies filling the air. How is their music playing? Shen Xing turned to observe the arrival of 2 more individuals. Following the sound's origin, the pair turned their gaze toward Shen Xing. My friend, how did you uncover this? I've played numerous rounds without any inkling. How does one articulate this? I simply knew. Within a minute, all participants had assembled. The crew is complete. Hoist the sails. Set forth. Your vocation is hunter. Shen Xing was taken aback by his fortunate draw, having been assigned the role of hunter. An advantageous alignment. Ha ha ha. It seems my investment of 10 crystal nuclei for the designated vocation scroll was well worth it. This round I am royalty. Heed my instructions, and victory is assured. Upon observing this individual, Shen Xing suspected ill intentions, resolving to relegate him to the port side. I am a level 5 hunter. I shall take the starboard side. Nay, if you occupy the starboard side, where shall I be positioned? Shen Xing gestured with his lips. You may occupy the port side, overseeing the coal transportation. The Royal One pondered, finding it reasonable. Should these individuals fail to transport coal, he would have to shoulder the burden himself. a prospect he found unacceptable. The navigator timidly raised his hand. I shall proceed to the right as well. Shen Xing cast a glance at the navigator. Fully aware that his fellow hunter was heading rightward, yet he chose to follow suit with ulterior motives. Once the distribution was settled, Shen Xing leapt from the bow of the ship, swimming towards the icy surface. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. What are you doing? We haven't even reached the ice yet. The only response they received was the sound of a splash as Shen Xing, having already distanced himself, was well ahead by the time they arrived at the ice. Chapter 15. The game has begun. Shen Xing made his way towards the 1st Battalion on the right. Unwilling to ascend the mountain alone, by the time he returned, his home might be devoid of life. Passing by a wooden crate, he shattered it, acquiring 7 wooden planks. In that brief moment, the navigator had surpassed him, showcasing the advantages of his long legs. Before him lay a lifeboat. Shen Xing took a moment to pry it open. Retrieving a piece of scrap metal, 2 nails, and a wooden plank, he resolved to craft a bow, an arrow, aiming to eliminate the bear on the island without inflicting harm. Along his journey, he collected every wooden plank in sight, and upon reaching the wooden bridge, he witnessed the navigator, who was about to loot a supply crate, being attacked by a wolf. Help! He relentlessly struck the wolf's head with the telescope. Yet his efforts consistently fell short. Observing this, Shen Xing swiftly dispatched the wolf from a distance with 3 arrows. Navigating, still fraught with trepidation, turned to see Shen Xing rummaging through a backpack, retrieving 2 arrows and a bullet, the latter of which he deemed unnecessary. Thank you, he stammered. No need for gratitude. Do you have any scrap metal? It was only then that navigating comprehended the situation. Yes, I have 3 pieces. Please give me 2. Keep 1 to construct a coal bucket for transporting coal. Though hesitating, navigating eventually inquired, Are you a good person? Shen Xing was taken aback by such a naive question. I am a werewolf. Hand over the scrap metal, or I shall end you. But if you are a werewolf, why would you save me? Why even ask such a question if you already know the answer? Regardless of whether Shen Xing was truly a werewolf, those 2 scraps of metal were merely the protection fee he owed. Now, Shen Xing merely needed to observe whether navigating would indeed transport the coal. Failure to comply would result in his demise. Shen Xing smashed another wooden crate, acquiring 7 planks, and then an idea struck him as he approached the riverbank, where he collected 20 planks. In the process, he pried open a corpse, extracting the bones and casting them into the sea. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the doctor behind him. He proceeded to the right of the 2nd tent, opened a supply box, and discovered merely 1 scrap metal and 3 lead ingots. The navigator was rummaging through other supply crates, unable to help but move faster than Shen Xing navigator. I will exchange 3 lead ingots for 3 scraps of iron, just enough for you to craft a barrel. He was also in need of lead ingots and readily agreed. Shen Xing, no longer hesitating, immediately set about crafting arrows. To his surprise, he uncovered a key. How delightful! He had a total of 18 arrows, and, conveniently, there was a safe right next to the workbench, which he promptly opened with a key. Upon glimpsing the contents, Shen Xing exclaimed in disbelief. 1 gun part, 3 bullets, 1 animal hide, and a master key. Such fortune seemed rather unusual. Shen Xing swiftly found a hiding spot. He had no intention of sharing this treasure with anyone. Brothers, have any of you seen the captain? That scoundrel hasn't set sail today. I suspect he may be a wolf. Just then, the engineer arrived. The navigator, who was busy crafting the barrel, quietly inquired, Then who was it that piloted the ship? It was I, that rascal. I went to the wolf's den to fetch coal. Shen Xing, eavesdropping from a distance, thought that the engineer might indeed be a good person. Next, Shen Xing opened a small supply crate beside the tent and astonishingly found 2 scraps of iron. What a stroke of luck. He tucked them away securely. Not far off, there was another safe. Having just found a key from the previous safe, he decided to use it right away. What? You say it's for rescuing a teammate? Then what purpose does the priest serve? He discovered an antidote, 1 coal, 5 gunpowder, and another master key. Shen Xing began to doubt whether he was the one who had unlocked it. Who truly was the royal? He had not touched a single ammunition box. He pondered. He was not a priest. Why was this key seemingly pursuing him? He decided to hide it along with the previous items. Should he inadvertently perish, he would emerge with divine gear. Passing by a corpse, he swiftly stripped it of its bones, for he could not afford to leave anything for the werewolves. At the entrance of the wolf den, there lay a substantial supply box, which Shen Xing promptly opened. Ward off. 6 pieces of scrap metal. He discarded a lead ingot and collected 10 wooden planks. Shen Xing first crafted 3 traps, and then fashioned arrows, opting for a more cautious approach. Just as he was about to hunt a bear, he heard its furious roar. Stepping outside, he witnessed the bear raising its colossal paw, aiming for the navigator. In the next instant, the navigator swiftly evaded, executing a skillful escape, coinciding with an explosion from the ship. Indeed, those barrels of coal had transformed into explosives under the navigator's mischief. With the navigator gone, the bear instantly redirected its fury toward the engineer. Shen Xing, from a distance, released an arrow, drawing the bear's ire. The engineer breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the hunter's timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. The bear pursued Shen Xing relentlessly, but upon reaching him, it succumbed to 18 arrows and collapsed. The engineer called out from afar, "Thank you, hunter brother. I shall retrieve the coal in the middle." The captain remained at the helm, and just then, the navigator brandished a bone knife before the 2 werewolves, who understood that there was no need to guard against their ally. "Wait, engineer, come here. I have something good for you." As Shen Xing meticulously stripped the bear meat, he called out to the engineer, "What's the matter, brother hunter?" Chapter 16. The pursuit of the werewolf having finished his task, Shen Xing acquired a small bear backpack and 6 pieces of lean meat. As dusk began to settle, the boat anchored near the central island, and he led the engineer to the location where he had hidden some items. "There is something valuable here. Come take a look." "What is this? So mysterious," the engineer remarked, stepping closer. Upon seeing the contents, his eyes widened in astonishment. 1 firearm part, 2 scraps of metal, 3 bullets, and 5 units of gunpowder. "This is a complete set. Wow, what a treasure," the engineer exclaimed. "You know how to use it, right?" He nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. "Of course, I can use it, but whether I can aim accurately is another matter." "That is acceptable. Work diligently. Let us move all the coal from the central island under the cover of night. Also, inform them that I want to be returning tonight." "Sure thing, brother. You truly are my dear brother. Just 1 firearm has won my loyalty. What a privilege." As for why Shen Xing didn't keep the weapon for himself, it was entirely unnecessary. After all, they were merely 2 baby wolves. Moreover, a true warrior requires no firearm. A bow and arrow suffices. As twilight deepened, Shen Xing made his way to the derelict vessel on the isle, gathering 5 pieces of scrap iron and 4 lead ingots to craft a small backpack at the workbench. He stoked the furnace with wooden planks, then pilfered 2 medical kits from the abandoned ship, procuring 2 laudanum tinctures and several herbs. He concocted an antidote, fashioned a needle, and roasted all 6 pieces of meat. With these tasks completed, dawn was nigh. A competent huntsman must be self-sufficient. He then forged an axe, leaving the surplus materials on the workbench, and commenced his northern expedition, armed with 20 arrows, a needle, a vial of antidote, an axe, and 5 animal traps. He felt invincible. Passing by the ship, Shen Xing overheard the royal's voice. "You incompetent cook. An entire night has passed, and you haven't prepared a meal. Do you want me to shoot you?" The cook plaintively explained, "I merely wish to ascertain if the raw meat was palatable." Shen Xing shook his head, relieved he had not returned, lest he endure hunger once more. He resolved to forego returning to the ship and instead headed directly towards the second left camp, hoping to find werewolves there. Serendipitously, the engineer disembarked, carrying a coal bucket, and spotted the huntsman, his heart filled with elation. "Huntsman, wait for me." Casting a sidelong glance at the engineer, Shen Xing inquired, "I am off to slay werewolves." "Why aren't you hauling coal? What do you want from me?" "I am headed to the left to haul coal. Those 4 gluttons on the ship have been idle for a day and a night, doing nothing but clamoring for food." This was within Shen Xing's expectations. However, with the assistance of the engineer, who toiled like a black slave to move coal and operate the ship, Shen Xing, save considerable effort. While they all shirk their duties, why do you exert yourself so vigorously alone? The engineer scratched his bald head. Well, I am a worker by nature, and my presence here is merely a stroke of luck. Besides, I cannot allow you, the esteemed hunter brother, to fight this battle single-handedly. Shen Xing cast a fleeting glance at the engineer before striding towards the 2nd Battalion with his bow and arrow. To be frank, it had been an entire day, and he had yet to witness the werewolves unleash any skills. Perhaps they had forgotten they possessed such abilities. As he entered the alleyway, he overheard the voices of 2 werewolves. Brother, are we truly going to blow up the ship? Of course. Hurry and transform this coal into gunpowder. Soon, I will stealthily approach. When I send you the signal for help, release the white mist. Understood? Understood, brother. But if you go to blow up the ship, will you be able to return? The navigator was busy crafting barrels, while the captain worked at another workstation preparing gunpowder. I possess skills. I will certainly be able to make it back. Suddenly, a swift arrow and a gunshot struck the navigator. Damn, we are under attack. The two turn around to find the hunter and the engineer blocking the entrance. Shen Xing swiftly released another arrow, striking the navigator, while the engineer was preoccupied with reloading, a task that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Upon seeing only 2 individuals, the navigator furiously exclaimed, "How dare you come for us with just 2 people? Captain, summon the ghouls." Thus far, the 2 werewolves had erected merely 5 totems, and those were situated right beside the tent. Yet, with the passage of time, the duo had already prepared a trio of level 3 ghouls. A chilling wail echoed, startling those aboard the ship who were still dining. The werewolves unleashed their abilities. However, we were all on the ship. Whom could they target? Wait, the hunter and the engineer were absent. The captain, filled with rage, slammed his gun onto the table. 2 worthless fools, running amok without following orders. They'll make me shoulder the blame for this loss. Seizing the opportunity presented by the ghoul's arrival, Shen Xing unleashed several arrows upon the navigator, severely wounding him. Damn, this hunter is too precise. Captain, carry me away. Let the ghouls feast on them. All right. Just as the captain intended to lift the navigator, the engineer fired a shot that struck the captain, depleting half of his health. Following that, Shen Xing hurled a flying axe, leaving the captain with but a sliver of health. Charge in and strike him. I will set a trap at the entrance. The engineer, without a hint of hesitation, seized an axe and swiftly dispatched the captain with 2 decisive blows, despite sustaining injuries from the adversary's dual blades. 5 clamps lay at the entrance, and the ghouls, converging from both sides, obstructed the passage. However, Shen Xing's erratic shooting was enough to hit the targets. Yet, these ghouls possessed the ability to launch projectiles made of stones. Once his arrows were depleted, Shen Xing hastily retreated and administered a shot to himself. You go ahead and chop, he instructed. Very well. The engineer promptly blocked the doorway and commenced a frenzied hacking with his axe. Just then, within the tent, he discovered a safe, and Shen Xing fortuitously possessed a key obtained earlier. If only I had another needle. The safe opened to reveal a needle, a whetstone, and 3 bullets. After unlocking several safes, Shen Xing finally acquired a whetstone, promptly retrieving the axe he had previously discarded and sharpening it. Hunter brother, I'm down. Upon hearing this, Shen Xing wielded the freshly sharpened axe and struck fiercely, cleaving through a horde of ghouls. By the end of the fray, he remained remarkably unscathed. With half his health intact, he extracted the needle from the safe and administered it directly to the engineer. There are still 3 bullets in the box. Make sure to take them. With that, he exited the tent, removed the arrows lodged in the ghouls, and proceeded forward. Ahead, he spotted a supply crate, fervently hoping that it had not been pilfered by the 2 wolves. Upon seeing the intact supply crate, Shen Xing exclaimed, "Nice." He merely needed to fashion additional arrows and snares before ascending the mountain. Re-entering the encampment with 15 pieces of scrap iron and 20 wooden planks, he discovered the physician present. The totem beside the encampment had already been dismantled by the pair, ensuring the werewolf's confinement. "Hunter, you've returned. The doctor has brought us needles," one of them said. The physician proffered 2 needles, scratching his head. "My apologies for the tardiness. It's of no consequence." Accepting the needles, Shen Xing commenced crafting. Chapter 17. Flawless Ursine Extermination. Shen Xing initially replenished his quiver to 20 arrows, converting the remainder into snares. Rewinding to a few minutes prior, the werewolf summons of ghouls had just resounded. The individuals aboard the ship, partaking in roasted meat, were momentarily taken aback. The engineer and hunter were outside. Should the two werewolves simultaneously unleash their abilities, might they have encountered one another? Should we attempt a rescue? How could they possibly contend with two werewolves? The doctor inquired, while Royal maintained an aloof demeanor. Rescue? We would merely be offering ourselves as well. Let us seize this opportunity to transport coal. That bald-headed engineer has yet to move any coal. The other two individuals also heeded the royal counsel. The doctor gritted his teeth and proceeded to the left, recalling that he had previously seen the hunter venture in this direction. Meanwhile, the trio from the royal entourage walked to the right. Shortly after they had disembarked from the vessel, two alarm bells echoed in the air. The priest glanced back at the ship and murmured, "They must be dead. Should I return to rescue them?" A royal figure swiftly smacked him on the head, exclaiming, "Rescue? What are you talking about? We've already left. It is their disobedience that has led them to this fate. Let them remain in their confinement." On the other side, the workbench held 2 barrels of coal crafted by the werewolves, while the engineer already possessed 3. He instructed the doctor to carry them. Fortunately, not all the coal had been converted into gunpowder. "All right, you two take the coal barrels and follow me. Pick up some stones along the way." Understood. The doctor, after listening to the engineer's boasting, felt a deep sense of trust toward Shen Xing. They continued along the narrow mountain path, opening the coal barrels as they ascended. The 2 werewolves were likely still imprisoned and posed no threat to them. Shen Xing collected some wooden planks for stones, intending to use them for a campfire. As the dusk had already settled, he promptly constructed 2 campfires and set up 2 traps for catching beasts, then turned to the 2 companions. "When the bear approaches, strike it with stones." The doctor hesitated. "Can we truly overcome it? Will we not meet our end here?" Shen Xing did not respond to him. Instead, he took a few steps forward and aimed an arrow at the bear's rear on the hillside. With a flawless parabolic trajectory, the arrow struck firmly into the bear's back. The engineer turned his head to glance at the doctor. "Did you see that? Our hunter's archery skills are impeccable." The doctor nodded eagerly, his doubts about Shen Xing now dispelled. One arrow after another, Shen Xing lured the bear closer until it stepped into the first trap. "Use the stones." The doctor and the engineer hurled the stones they had prepared at the bear. Once the creature stepped into the second trap, Shen Xing unleashed a flurry of arrows, ultimately bringing the bear down before the campfire he had constructed. Just in time, a feast awaited. They stripped 6 pieces of bear meat and roasted it over the flames. By now, night had fully descended, and the 2 werewolves in the prison had long since fled. The trio returned to the ship only to discover the prison was empty. "Where are the hunter and the engineer?" one of them exclaimed, slamming his fist against the prison door in frustration. "These bastards. They couldn't wait a little longer and just abandon the expedition." The priest felt a pang of regret, realizing he should have acted sooner to rescue them. "What should we do now? It's just the 3 of us left, and the doctor is missing too." "Forget those fools. Cook, you prepare the meal. Priest, gather some coal. I'll take the helm." Their vessel had been anchored at the island for a day, yet now it was night, and they risked damaging the ship if they set sail. The royal figure brandished a firearm at the clergyman. "If you are commanded to go, then go. What harm is there if it breaks? Can it not be repaired?" Reluctantly, the clergyman complied and proceeded to stoke the coal, leaving the chef no choice but to return to the kitchen to continue roasting the meat. However, as the vessel set sail, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings, and coupled with the night, the royal figure could discern nothing, leading to a direct collision with the shore. Goodness! Shen Xing and his companions were savoring roasted meat by the fire. The night was indeed frigid. The doctor's teeth chattered slightly, yet fortunately, the warmth from 2 campfires soon restored their comfort. Upon receiving an alert regarding damage to the ship's hull, Shen Xing furrowed his brow and remarked, "Let us proceed." The doctor had more to say, but the engineer patted his shoulder reassuringly before following suit. At a mid-slope location, they ignited another campfire and set up the remaining 3 traps. Carefully circumventing the traps, They ascended to the summit, where they spotted a bear adjacent to an ice house. With a precise shot, an arrow was loosed into its hindquarters, followed by a swift retreat. The bear charged down the slope towards the trio with great ferocity, quickly triggering the first trap, which halted its advance. Strike swiftly. In an instant, the call to summon ghouls echoed once more. However, Shen Xing surmised that only a wave of second-tier ghouls would emerge. Forget the ghouls. Focus on the bear. The trio assailed the bear with relentless ferocity, Shen Xing's arrows finding their mark with each successive shot. Finally, as the beast struggled to break free from the third snare, they brought its life to an end. The bear's immense carcass tumbled, as if poised to plunge into the ravine. Shen Xing swiftly approached the fallen creature, retrieving all his arrows before the body could plummet over the cliff's edge. Ghouls emerged from the mountain's summit, hurling stones from afar, while others attempted to tear at them in close quarters. Shen Xing administered an injection to himself, brandished his honed axe, and with a pair of blows, felled a swathe of the creatures. Those at a distance were dispatched with 2 arrows apiece. Regain your strength, Shen Xing instructed, and then gather the coal and salvage any usable planks. His companions readily complied, while Shen Xing ventured into the cave. First, he kindled a campfire near the entrance, and then another deeper within, ensuring he could maintain his body temperature while extracting the nitroglycerin. By the time Shen Xing emerged from the cave, laden with the nitroglycerin, the dawn of the third day was breaking. He called out to the engineer and the doctor, who were descending the slope in the opposite direction from which they had come. Do not venture too far down, Shen Xing cautioned, for there are many wolves. The pair, initially curious to explore, recoiled at the mention of the numerous wolves. Perhaps not, they conceded. The doctor gazed at the nitroglycerin in Shen Xing's hands. Is this truly nitroglycerin? Despite my experience, this is the first time I have laid eyes upon it. Do not disturb it, Shen Xing warned. It is volatile. The doctor withdrew his hand from the glycerin, unwilling to court death. At the mountaintop, Shen Xing clearly observed that the ship still lingered at the island's center. Yet it was perilously close to capsizing. Could it be that the ship has been commandeered by werewolves? Shortly thereafter, all 3 received alarming information indicating that a third of the vessel had already been submerged. An incident had occurred aboard the ship. Shen Xing, cradling the glycerin, could not afford to hurry. He could only proceed incrementally. The doctor and the engineer exchanged puzzled glances, yet refrained from inquiring further, and Shen Xing, naturally, was disinclined to elaborate. Before long, the trio arrived at the foot of the mountain. Keep your distance, Shen Xing instructed as he cast the glycerin onto the iceberg, then retreated a safe distance, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow before swiftly departing. A true man never looks back at the explosion. Chapter 18. Royal Stew. In the instant the iceberg was obliterated, the 3 aboard the ship were left in stunned silence, while the 2 werewolves in the right second camp gnashed their teeth in frustration. The priest regarded the other 2 with disbelief. The iceberg has fallen? At that moment, the water level within the ship had risen significantly, surpassing the halfway mark, and the vessel was on the verge of capsizing. The chef exclaimed in delight. Could it be the doctor? Has he seized the opportunity to stealthily transport the glycerin down from the mountain? The royal snorted derisively. At least he still serves some purpose. Shouldn't he be hurrying to repair the ship instead of waiting for it to sink? As the 3 made their way back to the ship, Shen Xing chanced upon a supply crate and opened it to discover wooden planks. If there are any, I shall take them, he declared. Brother Hunter, you are truly remarkable. You must be at least a level 5. No, a level 10 hunter. No, it is my first time, Shen Xing replied nonchalantly, bending down to pick up a piece of wood once more. The engineer and the doctor exchanged glances at a loss for words. Had it been someone else, they would have undoubtedly made a sarcastic remark about pretentiousness. Yet, Shen Xing did not strike them as such a person. He was merely stating that this was his first experience here. Before long, the trio returned to the ship, and the engineer called out from a distance, "Hey, what's going on the ship?" Just as they were about to board, they heard the royal's irate voice. "What use are you 2 fools? One can only cook. Yet you haven't prepared a single meal in 3 days. The other only knows how to dig graves, and aside from a military knife, has produced nothing." Both men felt a mix of anger and impotence acutely aware of the royal weapon in hand. Then, the engineer's voice broke through the tension. The three aboard turned to see Shen Xing and his companions arriving at the ship's base. Shen Xing furrowed his brow. What's the matter with this ship? Has it been overtaken by werewolves? It's nearly capsizing. As the trio boarded, the priest and the cook exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. The royal, now fuming, exclaimed, I'm the one in charge, so what? What qualifications does a hunter, who has been absent for 3 days, have to speak here? The royal had never anticipated that the iceberg would be detonated by a hunter. The doctor interjected, Royal, what is this attitude? The hunter is. The royal brandished his gun, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at the doctor. Did I permit you to speak? Were it not for your incessant wandering with those two imbeciles, will we find ourselves still marooned on this isle on the 3rd day? And was it not you who surreptitiously rescued them while we were away last night? The physician, exasperated, scarcely knew where to begin. Subsequently, the royalist aimed his firearm at Shen Xing. And you, huntsman, had you not been gallivanting about, we would not be in such dire straits. You are the most culpable. Shen Xing, far from incensed, chuckled. So his slaying of the formidable bear, the 2 werewolves, and the pair of bears upon the mountain, culminating in the demolition of the iceberg with nitroglycerin, was all mere gallivanting. I detest being menaced with a firearm. Shen Xing's frigid tone reverberated, and the engineer, without hesitation, brandished his own weapon, training it upon the royalist's head. The others were aghast, never suspecting the unassuming engineer possessed a firearm. The royalist's countenance was one of profound displeasure, akin to severe constipation. Engineer, what is the meaning of this? At that juncture, Shen Xing produced his axe, cleaving it directly into the royalist. The others recoiled in terror, bewildered by Shen Xing's sudden assault. The engineer, equally resolute, knew his firearm was provided by the huntsman. Bang! The royalist's health bar plummeted precipitously, yet the royalist, caught unawares, discharged his weapon at the huntsman, missing entirely. Shen Xing, wielding an axe honed to a razor's edge, swiftly hacked away at the royalist. You 2 mongrels, mark my words. When I emerge from this, you shall meet your demise. Shen Xing carried the royal directly to the kitchen, where amidst his filthy curses, he met his demise. Shen then seized his gun and ammunition, subsequently dismembering the corpse in preparation for a stew. Just one more piece. It was only then that the cook and the priest, both drenched in cold sweat, grasped the horrifying reality, yet felt no sympathy for the royal. Shen discarded some scrap metal and wooden planks, retaining only a single piece to repair the ship. I'll go, exclaimed the priest. I will join you, echoed the doctor. They both volunteered to mend the vessel, while Shen approached the workbench to craft a snare. In the confines of his cell, the royal continued to hurl curses at them, even threatening the priest to unlock his cell. Priest, hand me the key. The priest obediently produced the key. You fool. Why did you give him the key? Hurry and save me, or I'll slaughter your entire family. Shen, equipped with the snare, arrived at the door of the royal cell and set the trap in place. Hunter, you scoundrel, what do you intend to do? I warn you, my father is the administrator of Fortress 79. You would do well to release me and bow down, performing 100 kowtows. Perhaps then I might spare your life. Shen exchanged a knowing glance with the engineer, who promptly aimed his gun at the cell door. Engineer, what are you planning? The royal shouted. I warn you. As Shen began to unlock the cell door, the royal recoiled in fear. No, do not release me. I was wrong. As the door swung open, the engineer pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet struck the royal figure with unwavering precision. The health bar plummeted by more than half. Yet he dared not step out of his cell, for he would undoubtedly be ensnared by a bear trap. Shen Xing retrieved the gun he had acquired and began loading it with bullets. Hunter, I was wrong. Spare me, and I shall bow to you. On the revival train, when both of your lives are extinguished, you too will be erased. Even if the expedition ultimately succeeds, there will be no rewards. The royal figure finally succumbed to fear. Although he had used a revival token, he was unwilling to leave empty-handed. Bang! He spoke his words, but Shen Xing shot him directly in the head, bringing him down. Aware that the hunter would not let him off so easily, the royal figure erupted into a tirade of curses. Fine, Hunter, you just wait. And you others, don't let me discover who you are. Shen Xing unceremoniously tossed him into the kitchen, dispatching him with a few swift blows of an axe. "Chef, come here and prepare a meal." "Oh, huh?" The chef, watching from the side, dared not utter a word, fearing he might be next. The two doctors had already repaired the ship by this time. "Can human flesh be cooked?" Shen Xing cast a gentle smile at him, albeit with blood still staining his visage. "Meals prepared from human flesh can sustain one for 3 days." The chef, believing the deception, began to prepare the meat. In reality, he had merely transformed the substances contained within human flesh into jars of stew, indistinguishable in flavor from ordinary meat stew. "Very well, engineer, you may set sail, but add the coal in increments of 2, and do not overdo it." Meanwhile, Shen Xing was repairing a gun at the workbench, preparing to venture out. Observing his actions, the doctor inquired, "Where are you off to? Aren't we about to leave?" "It is still quite a distance. I'm going to hunt wolves." Naturally, he meant the werewolves. Just as the engineer ignited the boiler, a thick white mist enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision. Chapter 19, Fully Loaded. As Shen Xing ascended to the deck, the engineer, busy navigating the vessel, asked, "You are going alone to hunt wolves?" 2 werewolves had just commenced their abilities, and undoubtedly, they possessed few totems. Slaying them would surely enhance his score significantly. "No problem," Shen Xing replied. "Will you need us to wait for you?" Without hesitation, Shen Xing leapt off the ship, making his way towards the second right camp. "No need. I will catch up swiftly." Not long after Shen Xing departed, the doctor surprisingly followed suit. "The engineer lent me his gun. The 2 of us can look out for one another." Shen Xing remained silent. He scarcely regarded the 2 baby wolves as a threat. Upon arriving at the derelict ship, he spotted the totem standing tall from afar. Clang! With a single blow of the axe, he shattered it. The navigator, who was busy crafting explosive barrels in the 2nd Battalion, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. This is bad. Someone has arrived, and the totem has been dismantled. Beside him, the captain, clutching his saber, was equally tense. He had yet to acquire any skills. "What should we do?" "Let us flee. If we are killed, our efforts will have been in vain. Even if they manage to survive in hiding, exiting would still result in annihilation, yet with the presence of revival tokens, there remains a chance for a reward, albeit minimal." The navigator activated his perception, nearly losing his composure upon witnessing the doctor and the hunter approaching from the wooden bridge outside the tent. There was no time left. They were already upon them. The navigator summoned a wave of level 1 ghouls to confront the hunter, brandishing his axe with determination. They would fight back. This hunter had gone too far. He must be eliminated. As the doctor reached the entrance of the tent, 2 figures rushed out, which was precisely why Shen Xing had instructed him to lead the way. "Goodness, they really are here." Startled, Shen Xing raised his hand and fired a shot that struck the navigator. The moment he heard the summoning of the ghouls, Shen Xing knew they must be present. The navigator swung his axe at the doctor, with the captain following up with a strike of his own. "Get away!" Ignoring the doctor, the navigator charged towards Shen Xing, who promptly injected himself with a syringe and brandished his sharpened axe for a lethal strike. Whoever backs down is a coward. 1 swing, 21. 2 swings, 21. 3 swings, 21. The navigation apparatus collapsed, and the captain was intercepted by the doctor, who was close at hand with a gun. At that moment, a ghoul began to assault Shen Xing. However, it was merely a level 1 ghoul, easily dispatched by Shen Xing's 2 axes. "Captain, you fool! Kill the hunter. He's severely wounded." Upon hearing this, the captain disregarded his own health, brandishing his saber as he rushed towards Shen Xing. "Be cautious, hunter." The doctor was in the midst of reloading, but his pace was sluggish. Just as he finished off the ghoul, Shen Xing turned to see the captain charging at him. Suddenly, his axe flew from his grasp. "Ha! Draven!" With a swift stroke, he felled the captain. The doctor silently acknowledged Shen Xing with a nod of approval. What a disgrace! The navigator could no longer contain himself and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the captain. "You imbecile! You don't even set up totems. You don't create chaos on the ship, nor do you secure supplies up front. Just go play your games." The captain felt quite wronged, lamenting, "What could I do? It's my first time being a wolf. I feel uneasy just staying on the ship, fearing they might discover and eliminate me." Shen Xing, uninterested in their incessant bickering, swiftly dispatched both of them. He then looted 2 barrels of explosives and a wooden barrel from the workbench, deciding to forego the gunpowder. At this point, the ship had already surpassed their current location. "Let us go. If we don't leave now, we'll miss it." The two made their way towards the vessel, but the doctor couldn't suppress his curiosity. "What do you plan to do with the barrels of explosives? Are you intending to blow up the ship?" The doctor's words were, of course, a jest. "Of course, we'll set it ablaze. This can serve as fuel." It seems the doctor has only just realized this. As the ship crashed onto the icy terrain at the base of the mountain, Shen Xing and his companion seized the opportunity to board the vessel. "You're back. How was it?" The doctor gave the engineer a thumbs up. "Naturally, we dispatched them with ease," exclaimed the engineer, steering the ship with one hand while returning the gesture. Shen Xing made his way directly to the boiler room, incinerating anything combustible he could find. Arrows, axes, wooden planks, barrels. Each item added to his score. The cook timidly approached Shen Xing. Do you want something to eat?" A mere glance from Shen Xing caused him to lower his gaze in embarrassment. "I'll take 2 cans. Outside, the hunter could fend for himself, but now that they were home, a couple of cans seemed reasonable. "Right? Bring me 2 as well." The doctor interjected as he walked by. "There's only 1 can left. That will suffice. After all, we are nearing the end." There remained a considerable distance until they reached open waters, and though night had fallen, it was only the 3rd evening and not overly cold. "Hunter, which fortress are you from? You seem rather hefty." The doctor inquired beside Shen Xing. "I am called Xiong from Fortress 45. The engineer, who was at the helm, displayed visible astonishment. "Really? Doctor, I too am from Fortress 45. Upon hearing this, Shen Xing fell into contemplation. "Fortress 45, is it? It is rather close. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to visit in the future." The doctor turned to look at the engineer. "What a coincidence. Let us add each other as friends later." "No problem," replied Shen Xing, momentarily taken aback. "We can have friends?" The doctor speculated that Shen Xing was likely an independent expert, thus unfamiliar with such internal information. "Of course, once your private warship reaches the 2nd tier, you will obtain the capacity to add 20 friends. However, doing so requires the consumption of friend tokens. Friend token, 1 crystal core each, available for purchase with a 3rd-tier warship. Moreover, once utilized, the token will be consumed regardless of whether the other party accepts the request." Now it made sense. Shen Xing was indeed oblivious to this, and it seemed necessary to inquire further with Pei Qing Feng. "Hunter brother, what is the name of your warship? Let us add each other as friends." "Infinite Assault." It was merely a matter of adding a friend, yet should they seek his assistance, that would entail a different price altogether. The chef and the priest exchanged glances, noting down the name. The doctor gave Shen Xing a thumbs up. Impressive. The ship had entered open waters. The expedition was a success. "Shall we settle?" "Settle." In the next moment, Shen Xing returned to his 1st-tier warship. "This expedition was successful, and your evaluation is SSS. Full marks. Absolutely full marks." Upon acquiring the spoils, which included 10 portions of extraordinary stew, a single SSS-grade enhancement serum, a Tier 2 warship upgrade core, a finely crafted military saber, 100 units of iron warship upgrade material, and 4 resurrection tokens, Shen Xing's eyes gleamed with fervor. The SSS-grade serum, in particular, radiated an aura of immense power, as anything bearing the mark of exclusivity was invariably potent. He immediately seized the serum, its description promising a randomized augmentation of one's aggregate combat prowess, ranging from 100 to 999 points, for metahumans below the 3rd tier. The caveat of transient discomfort upon application was deemed inconsequential. The prospect was nothing short of invincibility. The 10 servings of unique stew were also familiar, having catalyzed his transformation from a mere weakling to a metahuman. Alas, only the initial consumption yielded such a profound effect. Nevertheless, the abundance of 10 servings represented a substantial stride towards fulfilling the objective set by Pei Qing Tian, constituting 1/5 of the total endeavor. Shen Xing then examined the exquisite military saber, its surface shimmering with a faint azure luminescence. The weapon's description boasted the capacity to cleave through the flesh of metahuman beasts, bestowing an additional 20 points of aggregate combat effectiveness. This revelation elicited visible delight, considering his current combat ability was a mere 25 points, unenhanced by his current cleaver. Lastly, he turned his attention to the Tier 2 Warship Upgrade Core, an object of silver hue adorned with an etching of a warship and a pair of stars. Could this diminutive artifact truly serve as the linchpin for warship enhancement? The detection indicates that the materials for upgrading the warship have been met. Second Tier Warship Upgrade Core, 11. Warship Upgrade Materials, Iron 100100. Shall we proceed with the upgrade? A prompt resonated in Shen Xing's ears. Upgrade. The second tier iron ship is upgrading, 759.59. Seeing that it would take a staggering 8 hours for the upgrade to complete, during which he could not log into the revival, Shen Xing felt utterly speechless. Ultimately, he picked up the enhancement syringe. Perhaps it would be better to use it directly. He wondered how painful it would be. Shen Xing injected the syringe into his arm, and at first, everything seemed normal. This is not so bad. Before he could finish his thought, he felt his muscles begin to swell. A tearing sensation surged from his body to his brain. His vision blurred, and he collapsed. Shen Xing was unaware of how long he had been in a slumber aboard the warship when he was roused by a voice. Upon awakening, he found the entire warship transformed, evidently a successful upgrade. The captain's login time has reached its maximum duration. Please log off and rest promptly, or mandatory measures will be enforced. The incessant notifications left Shen Xing exceedingly vexed, and he shook his head furiously, feeling a profound soreness throughout his body. What? How long have I been unconscious? One day, a cold mechanical voice responded. Who? Shen Xing retreated cautiously, scanning his surroundings. Greetings, Captain. I am the Control Core of Infinite Assault, also known as Infinite Assault. Shen Xing remained vigilant. Can you speak? Yes, after Infinite Assault upgraded to the second tier iron ship, I too underwent an upgrade. What utility do you provide? Shen Xing's succinct inquiry rendered it silent. Captain, you have 3 minutes before forced exit. Shen Xing rose from the ground, brushing off his trousers. Perplexed by his oblivion to the game's health system, he decided to check his personal panel, eager to ascertain his current overall combat power. Name, Shen Xing. Status, healthy combat power, 125, second tier transcendent. Special skills, none. His power had increased by 100 points. Why only an increase of 100 points? He distinctly remembered the potential for a boost of 999 points. What a stroke of misfortune. Regardless, he was now a second-tier transcendent, endowed with a measure of self-preservation. To ascend to the third tier, one must achieve an overall combat power of 1000 points. Equipped with his belongings, Shen Xing departed from Infinite Assault. Coincidentally, Pei Qingfeng had just completed his expedition and emerged at that moment. Upon spotting Shen Xing, he eagerly grasped Shen Xing's hand. Brother, I won. Ibun. Shen Xing disdainfully withdrew his hand from his embrace, observing the child's delight. After all, it was merely a small victory. Heeding my elder brother's advice, I was unprepared for the captain and the engineer to be wolves in disguise. After I finished digging the grave, I concealed the precious items I had unearthed, while they recklessly sought out the werewolves. Although the wolves perished, they too lost 4 men in the fray. Fortunately, I remained aboard the ship, equipped with 5 keys, ready to salvage them from peril. In the end, I even distributed a military knife to each of them. My brother, you cannot fathom how they all expressed their gratitude, claiming that without my intervention, defeat was inevitable. Pei Qingfeng prattled on for the better part of the day, to the point where Shen Xing's ears felt calloused from listening. You are truly remarkable. Very well, I shall reward you with a kitchen knife. Shen Xing handed him the knife he had used after being eliminated, causing Pei Qingfeng to pause. Thank you, elder brother. However, upon realizing it was the extraordinary weapon Shen Xing had wielded, he hastily declined. No way, elder brother. This is an extraordinary piece of equipment. If you give it to me, what will you use? Shen Xing, unperturbed, revealed a military knife exuding a faint blue glow. This one will suffice. Pei Qingfeng exclaimed, Good heavens! I must express my utmost gratitude, elder brother. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall not shy away, even if it entails traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire. Although it was merely a kitchen knife, it was nonetheless an extraordinary piece of equipment. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xing bestowed it upon Pei Qingfeng, who was naturally quite moved. In truth, Shen Xing merely considered it a form of lodging fee for his stay with Pei Qingfeng. With your physique, how could you possibly brave the trials of fire and water? A melodious voice echoed from outside, prompting Shen Xing to turn his gaze. He beheld a stunning woman entering the room. What astonished Shen Xing was not merely her beauty, but the magnificent swell of her bosom, which seemed to tremble in tandem with her graceful strides. How impressive! This thought consumed Shen Xing's mind. He had previously believed that Ma Rong was the most striking he had ever encountered, yet here was someone even more astonishing. Though she did not reveal her cleavage, there was a greater allure about her. Sister, Pei Qingfeng murmured, lowering his head slightly. Shen Xing was jolted back to reality by this address. Clearing his throat while silently reciting a calming mantra, "Women are a nuisance. They only hinder my speed in drawing the blade." These subtle actions did not escape the keen observation of Pei Mingwei. This fellow is certainly a lecher. Yet why does he not exhibit the same greed in his gaze as others do when they behold her? With a gentle clap of her hands, Pei Mingwei summoned several servants who entered bearing food. "You two have not eaten all day. Please indulge yourselves." All day? Shen Xing, perplexed, lifted his gaze to meet Pei Mingwei's eyes, akin to a droplet cascading into a serene lake. With a gentle smile, Pei Mingwei remarked, "Every time one logs into the revival, it consumes a full day and night. Did you not know this, Mr. Shen?" Shen Xing promptly averted his eyes, internally berating himself for his lack of fortitude, unable to resist such a trivial temptation. May it be well. He coughed lightly. "I truly was unaware, as this marks merely my second entry into the revival." Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered in Pei Mingwei's eyes, for she had discerned that Shen Xing now exuded the aura of a second-tier extraordinary being. To achieve such a status after only 2 logins to the revival, what extraordinary talent this was. Chapter 21. Pei Shen Xing felt increasingly uneasy under Pei Mingwei's scrutiny. "Is there something on my face?" Pei Mingwei proved to be more formidable than Shen Xing had anticipated. She not only maintained her gaze, but also uttered audacious words. Indeed, Shen Xing, upon hearing this, hastily reached up to check. "It can't be." Just then, Pei Mingwei's voice rang out again. "You're rather handsome." Pei Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his sister. "Is this truly my sister? When did she start flirting with men? Has she been possessed?" Shen Xing found himself unexpectedly stirred by a woman's flirtation. "Ahem, Miss Pei, you certainly possess a knack for jest." Pei Mingwei regarded Shen Xing with a smile that held a hint of mischief. "I'm not jesting at all. Originally a fledgling with desires, but lacking the courage to act. How easy it is to manipulate." Although Shen Xing had remained single for 25 years, it was hardly his fault. In his previous life, he affectionately addressed everyone online as wife. Yet upon meeting, he became utterly flustered. Pei Qingfeng moved closer to Pei Mingwei and whispered in her ear, "Sister, have you perhaps fallen head over heels for my elder brother? What do you think about my suggestion last time?" Shen Xing was left speechless. Did this pair of siblings truly regard him as deaf while they conspired right in front of him? Regardless, the prospect of dining was paramount. Pei Mingwei tugged at Pei Qingfeng's ear. "You'd best keep your distance." Upon hearing Pei Qingfeng's suggestion, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, though it quickly faded back to normalcy. "Mr. Shen, we have arranged a separate room for you nearby, allowing you to stay in Qingfeng's residence. I do apologize for the inconvenience." Pei Qingfeng protested. "No, sister, why should that be? Living together with my elder brother would foster our bond, and you." Before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced by a glare from Pei Mingwei. Shen Xing pondered for a moment, realizing the rationale behind this arrangement. After all, he had been occupying Pei Qingfeng's space, leaving him unable to bring home a lady friend. "Very well, when may I move in?" "At any time." "Oh, how assertive the young lady is." With that, Shen Xing promptly produced the 10 jars of braised meat. What is this? Pei Mingwei could scarcely believe her eyes as she beheld such an abundance of stewed meat presented before her. It was evident that Shen Xing had achieved at least one SSS rating, and, as far as she knew, those who had attained such a prestigious score were now among the esteemed administrators of the super fortress. After unveiling the stewed meat, Shen Xing fell silent, engrossed in his own meal, while Pei Qingfeng looked on with wide eyes. Good heavens, brother, have you just staged a heist to the Fuxing Heo? Shen Xing raised a finger and waved it dismissively. Robbery is the act of the weak. I am merely seizing what is rightfully mine. Pei Mingwei could not contain her amusement and let out a laugh, her cheeks flushing red. Quickly composing herself, she offered a slight bow towards Shen Xing. Mr. Shen, your principles are commendable. With that, she instructed Wang Yin to collect the 10 jars of stewed meat without a hint of hesitation, fully aware of Shen Xing's promise to her father. Hey, what are you doing? Shen Xing swiftly intercepted Wang Yin. I merely displayed them for your viewing pleasure. If you desire them, bring something worthwhile in exchange. This little girl had dared to toy with him earlier. How could he not reclaim a modicum of dignity? Pei Mingwei blinked her large eyes, her tone imbued with a trace of grievance. But you promised my father, didn't you? Shen Xing nonchalantly picked at his teeth, feigning ignorance. When did I ever make such a promise? I seem to have no recollection of it. Originally, he was merely a first-tier extraordinary being, contemplating that should someone harbor malicious intent towards him, he could rely on the Pei family for protection. However, he has now ascended to a second-tier extraordinary being, armed with a fine military knife for self-defense. Yet, it is prudent to seek enhancements to his combat prowess for better self-preservation. After expressing this, Shen Xing scrutinized Pei Mingwei from head to toe, ultimately unable to resist letting his gaze linger on a most inappropriate area. Pei Mingwei's face flushed crimson, instantly believing that the good thing Shen Xing referred to was herself. She promptly delivered a resounding slap across Shen Xing's face. Rogue. Shen Xing was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Had he not been a second-tier extraordinary being, he would surely have been incapacitated. Brother. Pei Qingfeng rushed to Shen Xing's side, finding him embedded in the wall, unsure whether to assist or refrain. This girl has quite a heavy hand. I was referring to exchanging extraordinary items. With that, Shen Xing fainted, astonished by Pei Mingwei's formidable strength. Realizing her misunderstanding, Pei Mingwei also recognized that Shen Xing's lecherous gaze deserved reprimanding. Serves him right, she retorted playfully before commanding, Wang Yin, restrain him. She ordered that Shen Xing be taken to the adjacent room and arranged for a maid to attend to him. As for the 10 jars of stewed meat, Pei Mingwei claimed them for herself, as they could potentially yield 10 additional extraordinary beings. As she was about to depart, Pei Qingfeng clutched at the hem of her skirt. Sister, please, just one vial. I'm already 20. If I don't become a transcendent now, it'll be too late. He wept, wiping his tears and saliva on her skirt. Pei Mingwei disdainfully kicked him away, but he clung to her again in an instant. Finally, she exclaimed in exasperation, Pei Qingfeng, if you aspire to become a transcendent, neither father nor I will impede you. However, you must achieve it through your own strength. But there are no buts. If the fortress truly reaches a point where your aid is indispensable, then its destruction is likely imminent. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingfeng involuntarily released his grip on Pei Mingwei's skirt. She cast a profound glance at him before resolutely exiting his residence. Miss, isn't this a bit too harsh on young Master Qingfeng? Wang Yin murmured from the side. This is the path he must tread. Only when he becomes a transcendent through his own efforts will father's wager with those families be honored, and he will prove his competence to inherit the mantle of leadership. And that Shen Xing, safeguard him. Meng Zhan will undoubtedly seek retribution. Understood. When Shen Xing's eyes fluttered open once more, the sky outside had already darkened. He massaged his throbbing head, shaking it slightly. That wretched girl. I didn't expect her to possess such strength. Sooner or later, I'll get my revenge. Young Master Shen, you're awake? Damn. Shen Xing was startled by the sudden appearance of this person and huddled into the corner of the wall. Who are you? Where am I? Why are you in my room? After glancing at his attire, he sighed in relief that everything remained as it was, and nothing was amiss. Young Master Shun, I am Pei Xiaoyin, your maid. You are in your own residence. A maid? Shen Xing scrutinized the seemingly ordinary girl, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. When did I hire a maid? Pei Xiaoyin explained, Miss Pei sent me here, stating that I would be responsible for taking care of you from now on. Mentioning Pei Mingyue ignited Shen Xing's irritation. How could she treat him like a child? Chapter 22, Cooperation. He then regarded the little girl before him, skepticism creeping in. Are you truly responsible for my care? Or is it the other way around? Having been knocked unconscious by Pei Mingyue since noon, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Just as he was about to rise, Pei Xiaoyin stepped forward to assist him. Shen Xing instinctively withdrew his hand. What are you doing? Reflexively avoiding Pei Xiaoyin's touch, the young girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Does young master dislike Xiaoyin? Please don't dislike me. I can do anything. Oh dear, please don't cry. I haven't bullied you. Indeed, girls were the most troublesome, despite Shen Xing's attempts to console her. Pei Xiaoyin only wept louder. Enough. Shen Xing could no longer endure the situation and let out a furious roar, causing Pei Xiaoyin to stifle her voice and sob softly. Clearing his throat, Shen Xing endeavored to make his tone as calm as possible. First, I shall pose my initial question. Pei Xiaoyin remained silent, merely nodding through her tears. Why do you say that I should not despise you? Lowering her head, Pei Xiaoyin replied softly, because we are servants, and if we are disliked by our masters, we will be expelled from the inner city. The fate of a vulnerable girl cast out into the chaotic outer city was all too evident. As a soul imbued with the ideals of freedom and openness from the 21st century, Shen Xing often scoffed at such social hierarchies. Yet, in a different era, one must employ varied methods of management. Even if they were not servants, their circumstances would be no better. Now for my second question. You claim that the young lady sent you. Is it the fierce Pei Mingyue? Pei Xiaoyin's expression tightened. This was not something she could entertain. Young Master Shen, although I am currently your servant, I remain a member of the Pei family. I kindly ask that you refrain from speaking ill of the young lady. She treats us well. Shen Xing dismissed her concerns with disdain, recognizing that his current capabilities did not match hers, and resolved to endure for the time being, with plans for retribution in the future. All right, I understand that your esteemed young lady is the best. Now, I'm hungry. Pei Xiaoyin's heart leaped with joy. Does this mean that young Master Shen wishes for me to stay? Indeed, indeed. Hurry along. I am on the brink of starvation. Once the young lady departed, Shen Xing concealed his earlier impatience. Ah, Pei Mingyue, not only did you abscond with my braised meat, but you have also orchestrated a 24-hour mobile surveillance. Just you wait. Achoo! At that moment, Pei Mingyue, who was in the midst of discussing the utilization of the 10 jars of braised meat with Pei Qingtian, was suddenly overtaken by a sneeze. Pei Qingtian furrowed his brow slightly. Mingyue, what is amiss? Are you unwell? Pei Mingyue rubbed her nose and shook her head. No, it's just that my nose itches a bit. Father, let us proceed with this arrangement for now. I shall go deliver something to Mr. Shen. Observing Pei Mingyue rise to depart, Pei Qingtian spoke up. Why not send Wang Yin instead? Pei Mingyue paused their tracks and promptly clarified, Father, Shen Xing is quite the talent. We must take the initiative to cultivate a good relationship with him. If we send Wang Yin, it may appear that we do not hold him in high regard. Pei Qingtian stroked his beard thoughtfully. Indeed, this young man has entered the revival twice and has already ascended to extraordinary status. He is certainly not to be underestimated. Go to the treasury and fetch him a couple of fine items. Father, I understand. After saying this, she gave a slight bow to Pei Qingtian and departed. Watching Pei Mingyue's lively gait, Pei Qingtian shook his head. My daughter has truly grown up. On the other side, Shen Xing had just settled down, gazing at the lavish spread of meat dishes before him, noticing the conspicuous absence of any vegetables. Xiaoyin, is this all meat? Where are the greens? Pei Xiaoyin lowered her head, a hint of shame in her eyes. Young Master Shen, regrettably, we are currently out of vegetables. It's not just for you. Even the young mistress and the others haven't had any in a while. The scarcity of vegetables is due to two factors. Firstly, only extraordinary seeds can enable their growth, as ordinary ones simply won't thrive. Secondly, space within the fortress is limited, leaving no extra land for cultivation. Does Mr. Shun desire vegetables? Before she even entered, Pei Mingyue's voice preceded her as she leisurely strolled into the room, with Wang Yan following closely behind. Well, what brings Miss Pei here? Shen Xing retorted, still thinking about the unprovoked punch he received at noon, which he had no intention of letting slide. However, the scene that unfolded next caught everyone present completely off guard. Pei Mingyue directly bowed to Shen Xing, young mistress. Wang Yan and Pei Xiaoyin hastily moved to help her up. Mr. Shun, Mingyue was in the wrong for what happened at noon. I offer my sincere apologies. Shen Xing watched Pei Mingyue bowing to him, his expression a mixture of emotions. As he remained silent, she did not raise her head. This woman is indeed forthright. Given your sincerity, I shall forgive you. Only then did Pei Mingyue lift her head, offering Shen Xing a gentle smile. Thank you, Mr. Shun, she said before turning to Wang Yan. As Wang Yan's ring glimmered, a box filled with crystal cores materialized from thin air. So many crystal cores. Observing the overflowing box, Shen Xing couldn't help but be astonished. How many ferocious beasts must one slay to accumulate such a bounty? Mr. Shun, here are 500 crystal cores. Please do not hesitate to spend them as you see fit, especially on revival coins. Shen Xing soon grasped the underlying concern. They were fearful of his demise. Should he perish, there would be no one left to procure special items for them. Noticing the peculiar expression in Shen Xing's eyes, Pei Mingyue elaborated, Mr. Shun, yesterday, Meng Zhan once again threatened my father, stating that if you were not surrendered, the major families would refrain from intervening during the Beast Tide a month from now. The 39th fortress will undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Shen Xing furrowed his brow, locking eyes with Pei Mingyue, whose eyes brimmed with tears. Thus, we must place all our hopes upon you, Mr. Shun. This is why your sudden provision of 10 jars of stewed meat represents our hope. Shen Xing raised a hand to interrupt her. Wait a moment, if you simply hand me over, wouldn't that resolve everything? Indeed, in their eyes, Shen Xing held no significant ties. Pei Mingyue bit her lip. To be honest, I did mention this possibility to my father. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be most treacherous. Shen Xing's expression turned icy. But my younger brother forbids it, claiming that since he calls you brother, you will forever be his brother. My father, and I even suspect that you have ensnared him with some curse. Nonsense, Shen Xing exclaimed. Am I truly such a despicable person? Indeed, since his arrival at 439, Pei Qingfeng had consistently cared for him, devoid of ulterior motives. In stark contrast to the woman before him, who seemed to wear the phrase, I have ulterior motives emblazoned across her face. Very well, for Pei Qingfeng's sake, I shall reluctantly extend my trust to you this once. However, I shall not do so without recompense. Naturally, Pei Mingyue accepted a box handed to her by Wang Yan and opened it before Shen Xing, Chapter 23. The skill-infused military knife the box slowly revealed a stone, roughly the size of a thumb, emanating a soft blue glow. This was an extraordinary skill stone, classified as exquisite, capable of being embedded in weapons of exquisite quality or higher. Shen Xing's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a valuable item. What skill does it bestow? Pei Mingyue shook her head. That remains uncertain, as it is random and will only be revealed upon embedding. How utterly useless! Shen Xing's initial excitement swiftly faded as he picked up the ring within the box. What is this? Pei Mingyue smiled gently. This is an extraordinary ring, possessing a certain amount of spatial capacity. Once again, Shen Xing's eyes gleamed. Now, this was truly a treasure. It turned out that the ring Wang Yan had earlier was also a spatial ring. Was this also acquired from the revival? Indeed, aboard the Fuxing train, one has the opportunity to acquire anything imaginable, provided that one's vessel reaches a certain rank. Shen Xing picked up the ring. To obtain such a ring, at what rank must the vessel be? 3rd rank. Shen Xing exhaled in relief. That is acceptable. He was already at the 2nd rank and believed that after a couple more attempts, he would ascend to the 3rd rank. There's only a 0. 1 chance of obtaining it at the 3rd rank. Shen Xing thought he had misheard. How much? 0.1? If that's the case, then it's not worth it. Pei Mingyue added, moreover, each spatial ring varies in capacity. Typically, a volume of 1 cubic meter is exceedingly rare. What about mine? Shen Xing held the ring in his hand, examining it closely. 1 cubic meter. I see. That's acceptable. You wouldn't have done anything deceitful to it, would you? Like install some tracking device, as often depicted in novels. Pei Mingyue clenched her fist slightly, tempted to deliver a punch to this rascal. However, her expression remained lightly amused. Rest assured, Mr. Shun, we are currently in a mutually beneficial partnership. We would never engage in actions that could jeopardize our relationship. Shen Xing tossed the ring into the air before catching it in his hand. Very well, one last question. How do I utilize these 2 items? Simply log onto your vessel next time, and they will bind automatically. So it's that simple, then it's easy to handle. Well, Miss Pei's sincerity is acknowledged. And now I must attend to my meal, so I won't detain you any longer. Pei Mingyue clenched her fists again. Eat, eat. All you think about is eating. With such beauty before you, all you care about is eating. Very well, Mr. Shun, should you need anything, just let me know. With that, she rose to leave. Wait a moment. Shen Xing swallowed a piece of meat. I don't need surveillance. Please take Miss Pei away. Pei Xiaoyin's expression faltered. She knew exactly who he was referring to, and tears were about to fall. Mr. Shun, do you dislike Xiaoyin? I do. Shen Xing replied indifferently. Ever since Pei Mingyue arrived, Pei Xiaoyin had been standing by her side, and when he was negotiating terms with Pei Mingyue, she had a look that seemed ready to devour Shen Xing, caught off guard by Shen Xing's sudden change in attitude. Pei Xiaoyin was at a loss. Pei Mingyue gave Shen Xing a meaningful glance, sensing an invisible wall between them. I understand, Mr. Shun. If you have any other needs, you can inform me. Having concluded her remarks, Pei Mingyue departed with her 2 companions, as Shen Xing watched their retreating figures. The reason he was able to remain unscathed was due to his considerable value to them, and he, in turn, needed to leverage the Pei family to augment his own strength, thus obviating the perilous need to venture into the forest for crystal cores. Furthermore, he detected no malevolence from them, merely a lack of trust. Shen Xing understood this well. However, given their mutually exploitative relationship, there was no need for camaraderie. After the meal, attendants promptly cleared the table. Shen Xing gathered all the crystal cores and brought them into his chamber, as he needed to revisit his worship. He grasped a crystal core and shattered it. Infinite offensive. Commence de king. He propelled the crate of crystal cores through the portal before him. Welcome, Captain, to the infinite offensive. Shen Xing retrieved the spatial ring, and a prompt appeared. Spatial ring. Capacity of 1 cubic meter. Bind? Affirmative. A stream of unfamiliar data flooded Shen Xing's mind, swiftly teaching him how to wield the spatial ring. He placed the ring on the index finger of his left hand, aimed it at the crate of crystal cores, rubbed the ring, and silently commanded store. As expected, the crate of crystal cores vanished instantaneously, leaving him with no sensation of weight. It feels as if I've been transported to a world of fantasy. Not bad at all. Next, he picked up the skill stone. Random skill stone could be inlaid into a superior grade weapon to randomly acquire skill. Shen Xing furrowed his brows, hesitating over whether to utilize this skill stone. What if it proved to be of little value, resulting in a waste of a finely crafted weapon? Alas, he decided that having it was better than not. With determination, he retrieved his exquisite military dagger, and indeed, a message appeared. Skill stone detected, can be embedded, 01. Do you wish to embed? Without further hesitation, Shen Xing made his decision. In the next moment, the skill stone vanished, replaced by a shard embedded in the dagger's hilt. Successful embedding. Shen Xing examined the dagger's information once more. Exquisite dagger. A remarkably sharp blade, capable of effortlessly slicing through the flesh of ferocious beasts. Skill, windward slash. After a brief charge, unleash a 2-meter blade aura forward, with power diminishing over distance. Overall combat power, 50. He recalled that his previous power had only been 20, and this skill seemed quite impressive. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he began to charge. A crescent chapitre de blade aura gradually forma. 3 seconds later, he ceased the charge. Windward slash. Boom! The blade aura struck the wall of the warship, leaving a distinct and visible gash. A satisfied smirk graced Shen Xing's lips as he admired the dagger in his grasp. Warship damage, 10. Would you like to consume 10 units of upgrade materials for repairs? What other methods remain? I can only consume materials for repairs. Now, he lacks nothing, and his combat strength has ascended to the extraordinary second tier. However, he must remain vigilant against that old scoundrel, Meng Zhan. It is imperative that he elevates himself to the third tier as swiftly as possible. Since he is here, he might as well set sail before departing. Shen Xing picked up a resurrection coin and used it without hesitation. Such a resource should not be squandered, for should he encounter formidable opponents, it would spell his doom. Caution is the mother of safety. Welcome aboard the Revival. Please await the arrival of other crew members. Chapter 24. I am truly a good person. Upon entering the Revival, Shen Xing instinctively turned on the radio, and a melody filled the air. In an instant, 7 individuals materialized. Yay, I'm finally in. Hello. Hello. Greetings. The group exchanged pleasantries, leaving Shen Xing bewildered by the situation. Suddenly, one person interrupted the chatter. Listen up, brothers. I have utilized the Royal Marine Corps designated scroll, and I am a level 5 gunslinger, so I'll take the lead, all right? How fortunate. I have also employed the Hunter designated scroll. I use the Doctor designated scroll. I have the Priest designated scroll. As the introductions continued, Shen Xing noticed that the individual beside him remained silent. Taking the initiative, he inquired, Hey, brother, what about you? I have no crystal cores to purchase a scroll. The only remaining professions for the 2 individuals are captain and engineer. Shen Xing's expression darkened. How on earth could this be viable? Royal approached them, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Rest assured, my brothers, I am not the sort to merely point a gun at your heads and demand you to move coal. You need only focus on your respective duties. What if you were the wolf? Shen Xing's eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised by this fellow's shrewdness. Huh, Royal chuckled awkwardly. What a coincidence. Let us prepare for departure. He chose not to elaborate further, secretly hoping he was indeed the wolf. As the expedition commenced, your profession is engineer, your identity is that of the wolf, and your companion is the captain. Shen Xing thought, what a turn of fate. The group gathered in the game room, where their respective professions and initial supplies had been distributed. Shen Xing spoke up, Hey, brothers, let South just place the coal on the table. I, as the engineer, will handle the coal, allowing the captain to navigate more swiftly. That makes sense. This way, we can save more time for development, Royal remarked. Shen Xing added, Pressing C allows for quicker coal delivery. Press C? The doctor inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Where's C? It was then Shen Xing remembered that this was no longer entirely the game from his past life. Just as he was about to explain, the hunter exclaimed, Whoa! The captain has drawn his bone knife. The captain hastily concealed the bone knife, stammering, No, I'm using a military knife. You must have seen it wrong. In truth, aboard the Revival, one could wield such a weapon simply by reciting it in their mind. This was the captain's inaugural experience as a wolf, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that his comrades would be so foolish as to brandish a bone knife in front of so many witnesses. As Shen Xing collected the pieces of coal discarded by the others, preparing to stoke the fire, he heard the royal speak up. Hunter, did you truly see it? I saw it distinctly, came the reply. The doctor timidly added, I think I also caught a glimpse. Well, it seems the captain will not be able to disembark. The captain insisted, I am genuinely wielding a military knife. Seizing the opportunity amidst their bickering, Shen Xing made his way to the boiler room, placed 2 pieces of coal inside, and ignited the boiler. Just as it was about to roar to life, he removed the coal again, and the boiler began to emit a deep rumbling sound. With the coal in hand, he was the first to leap into the sea, quietly casting all the coal into the depths. As he stepped onto the icy surface, he heard voices from the ship. Kill the captain. Shen Xing was at a loss for words. The game had scarcely begun, and his teammates were already lost to him. It was truly a hellish scenario. Yet, they were so engrossed in their quarrel that they failed to realize the ship had not set sail. Leading the way, Shen Xing smashed a wooden crate and picked up a plank. At that moment, the chef unexpectedly appeared behind him. Just as Shen Xing assumed the chef was there to eliminate him, the chef instead approached the seal. It seems he hasn't discovered anything yet, Shen Xing thought, preparing to deceive the chef once more. I'm feeling rather cold. Could you spare me your can of stew? I promise I'll go fetch coal right after. Oh, I'm sorry, I just finished it, the chef replied. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Shen Xing internally scoffed. Wondering how a chef could indulge in a meal the moment he stepped outside. Continuing on, Shen Xing arrived at the skeletal remains before the first wooden bridge, prying it open to acquire a tendon. He then opened the backpack that was supposed to be accessed by the royal, discovering 2 bullets, a piece of roasted meat, and a key. The roasted meat was a delightful find. Shen Xing consumed it to restore his warmth. Subsequently, he opened the nearby coal box. Just then, the royal arrived. Engineer, why aren't you moving coal from the left? Shen Xing was taken aback. The royal had come so swiftly, yet he was not there to kill him. It seemed he still hadn't realized there's a greater abundance of coal on the right, so I decided to start here. Fortunately, he hadn't opened the nearby supply crate. Otherwise, he would have faced a bullet. After taking 2 pieces of coal, he turned to see the royal heading directly towards the supply crate, neglecting the backpack, while the chef trailed behind him. All right, let us hurry and gather coal. Understood. Shen Xing ascended the wooden bridge, then quietly leaped down to the seashore, casting 2 pieces of coal directly into the water. Continuing onward, he pried open a skeletal frame, acquiring a tendon and a bone. The royal and the cook lagged behind, oblivious to Shen Xing's actions, and directly approached the tent housing 2 corpses, ready to indulge in their reckless scavenging. Alas, before they could complete their task, the voices of the cook and the royal pierced the air. Strange cook, did you hear the ship moving? It seems so. Seizing the opportunity before the 2 arrived, Shen Xing swiftly distanced himself from the corpses. He opened a medical bag while the royal rummaged through a supply box from outside the tent. Engineer, did you add coal? Shen Xing feigned surprise. Huh, of course. I added coal. Didn't the ship set sail? Shen Xing, fully aware of the pretense, performed with exaggerated flair, while the cook observed from a short distance. Did you truly add coal? I certainly did. Didn't you all hear it? The cook and the royal exchanged glances, recalling the sound of the boiler igniting while aboard the ship. Shen Xing, covertly inspecting the medical bag, discreetly acquired an opium tincture and 4 herbs without their notice. As the 2 began to focus on their respective endeavors, Shen Xing silently approached another medical bag, ready to open it, when a frantic voice erupted from behind. That engineer fellow didn't add coal. If you see him, kill him on sight. The individuals present were indeed the doctor and the cook. And it was at that moment that the royal figure realized they had been deceived. The cook, in a fit of rage, brandished a kitchen knife and lunged at Shen Xing with 2 strikes, while the royal figure hastily reloaded their firearm. Shen Xing, compelled to abandon the medical bag, quickly distanced himself from the 2. Oh, please do not heed his nonsensical claims. I am truly a good person, he protested. Were you not just rummaging through the doctor's bag? Which reputable engineer enjoys meddling with medical supplies? As he fled, Shen Xing exclaimed, I was merely passing by. I assure you, I am a good person. At that moment, the gunman had reloaded, and without hesitation, Shen Xing drew his bone knife and executed a swift maneuver through the spirit realm, leaving behind the declaration, I am indeed a good person. Chapter 25. The Side Effects of Teammates. Witnessing Shen Xing's defiance, the cook could no longer contain his ire. You have already traversed the spirit realm, and you dare still call yourself a good person? You are beyond redemption. To walk through the spirit realm is akin to being a wolf. I could just as easily claim this bone knife was mine. Shen Xing made his way to the right second camp, knowing their vessel was still at the starting point. Thus they would not dare to pursue him. Upon arriving at the tent, he pushed aside a corpse and discovered a piece of raw meat, which he promptly began to consume to gradually restore his strength. Among the remains, he found a bone and 2 tendons, along with a key he possessed. If only it could unlock his skin. Within the tent lay a safe, and upon opening it, he found 4 items, a vial of antidote, a trap, 3 bullets, and another key, yet no skin in sight. Place the items upon the workbench, then proceed to open the 2 supply crates outside the tent, acquiring 3 pieces of scrap iron, 5 ingots of lead, and a key. Subsequently, unlock the medical kit at the entrance, revealing an abundance of 6 herbs, truly a generous bounty. As dusk gradually envelopes the surroundings, I shall prioritize constructing a shelter at the wolf camp. The wolf camp, a haven meticulously crafted for werewolves. With limited space in my backpack, I shall leave it within the right second tent, confident that no one will intrude. Upon ascending the hill, I utilize the 2 bones from my backpack to create a totem. These are the only 2 totems available, and erected in such a secure location. They are unlikely to be dismantled unless the werewolves find themselves at a significant disadvantage. At the cave entrance rests a safe, which I promptly unlock. Just then, the animal trap I had set in the camp was triggered. To my astonishment, there truly exists a reckless individual daring enough to approach the second camp. At this moment, I skillfully activate the white mist, obscuring the vision of those who might interfere. Meanwhile, both the hunters and the royal forces are stationed at the right second camp, with the royal contingent having fallen prey to my trap. How cunning of this engineer to lay an animal trap. He must have been aware of our arrival and fled the scene. In Shen Xing's safe, he discovered a vial of antidote and a bottle of opium tincture. He consumed the antidote immediately, restoring a modicum of health, and also drank the previous opium tincture to regain his vitality. However, he decided to reserve this tincture for crafting a needle. Upon entering the tent, he emptied all his belongings onto the workbench and commenced the gruesome task of looting the corpses. From the 2 bodies in the tent, he procured 2 bones, 2 tendons, and 2 pieces of raw meat. As a werewolf, the effect of consuming raw meat was comparable to that of a human devouring stewed meat. Thus, the 2 pieces of raw meat sufficed to completely replenish Shen Xing's hunger. With the 2 bones in hand, he shattered a wooden crate at the entrance, crafting 2 totems. With 4 totems in his possession, the energy recovery for the werewolf's skills accelerated, and before long, his primary skill was restored. Peering through his enhanced vision, he noticed an isolated individual, seemingly yearning for a ghoul. He let out a howl, summoning a level 1 ghoul, though he was unaware of the identity of the person. Shen Xing then opened the coal sled at the entrance and retrieved 2 pieces of coal, followed by a medical kit containing merely 4 herbs. Next, he discovered a supply box, which surprisingly contained 5 pieces of scrap metal. Moving on to the ammunition box, he was disheartened to find only 3 units of gunpowder. Once again, he placed all items onto the workbench, retrieving the key within, while noting another safe at the entrance. Inside were 1 needle, 5 units of gunpowder, and a cup of tea. Shen Xing felt his luck had diminished. After opening so many safes, he had yet to find a single firearm component. What a misfortune. In the end, he took away 2 pieces of coal, leaving only 4 pieces within the entire wolf den. However, it was sufficient, considering he already possessed 8 units of gunpowder. The sky gradually brightened. The following day, at this moment, his wolf companion, the captain, was still unaccounted for, and the totem had never increased. He first fashioned 2 nails from scrap iron, then combined 3 wooden planks and 2 lead ingots to create a coal barrel. When Shen Xing heard the sound of a good person activating the ship, he instinctively drew his bone knife, ready to release the white mist, only to discover it was still cooling down. How could it still be cooling after an entire night? Don't ask, it's simply the mechanics. After crafting 2 coal barrels, he found himself short on wooden planks and had no choice but to venture outside the wolf den to gather more. Just as he reached the entrance, the sound of a wolf howling pierced the air. On the first day, when he had ascended, no wolves had respawned. It was only on this second day that they appeared, a mere gray wolf. Let me showcase my agility. As the wolf lunged at him, Shen Xing swiftly retreated, seizing the moment to deliver a decisive axe strike. Fortunately, the wolves did not attack simultaneously, and after paying the price of 3 bites, he managed to slay the wolf. In the distance, half up the hillside, another wolf seemed oblivious, having not heard its companion's howl. After collecting several wooden planks, Shen Xing returned to the workbench to continue crafting coal barrels, casually releasing a white mist. Any delay, however brief, was valuable. Yet, after crafting 2 coal barrels, he realized he could produce no more. This is truly exasperating. I'm just 1 lead ingot short, unable to proceed. Shen Xing could only craft 2 barrels of explosives, which would suffice for their needs. At this moment, Their vessel had yet to reach the central island. Without the diligent efforts of the captain and the engineer, they would be unable to navigate the ship at all, wouldn't they? He retrieved a piece of coal and 14 herbs, approaching the nearby furnace to ignite the coal. He set about concocting a poison. Shen Xing did not transform all the herbs into poison. Instead, he prepared 1 vial of poison and sprinkled it over the remaining 10 herbs. Venturing outside the cave, the sky had brightened significantly. Shen Xing activated his clairvoyance but found no trace of his teammates. Alas, could it be that his companions had perished? Unbeknownst to him, his allies had already transitioned into spirits, lingering by his side. He decided to skin a nearby wolf carcass. After several attempts, he managed to procure a single hide, while he consumed the raw meat without reservation. At that moment, he noticed with astonishment that the benevolent ship had begun to emit a red glow. What was happening? He had yet to detonate the explosives. Could they have collided? He had activated the fog skill just prior, which likely coincided with the incident. Observing that they had not yet reached the central island, Shen Xing speculated that a 1 versus 6 confrontation was not entirely out of the question, despite the presence of the royal and the hunters. First, he would craft a small bear backpack. A firearm could be foregone, but a small bear backpack was essential. Shen Xing crafted another needle, bringing his total to 2, which would suffice. He utilized the remaining scrap metal to fashion 5 traps for catching beasts. After all, a single supply box could yield 5 pieces of scrap metal. Surely the other supply boxes would not be lacking in such resources. He decided against taking the axe, opting instead for the pickaxe, along with a barrel of explosives and some toxic herbs, before setting off. Activating his clairvoyance, Shen Xing sought to discern the locations of others. To his surprise, upon gazing, he noticed that more individuals had arrived at the camp just below him. Fortuitously, his level 1 ghoul had just become available, and he was ready to summon it. He had patiently awaited this moment, possessing 4 totems, which rapidly replenished his energy, although his cooldown was lagging behind. It was only when his level 1 spirit realm walking was ready that Shen Xing descended the mountain, using his pickaxe. At the foot of the mountain lay a coal sled, which he promptly opened and launched upwards. He had not indicated his intention to detonate it just once. Chapter 26. Ship Assault. As Shen Xing turned around, he spotted the navigator emerging from the tent. To his astonishment, this navigator possessed some remarkable capabilities. Clearly, those who could utilize profession-specific scrolls were adept players. By now, the navigator's health must have nearly fully regenerated. Given this, it was time for Shen Xing to showcase his spirit realm trap. He activated spirit realm walking at the base of the mountain, gradually approaching the navigator, who seemed preoccupied and darting about. Just as Shen Xing's spirit realm walking had 5 seconds remaining, the navigator returned to the tent and began to devour the ghoul's flesh. Now, that was more like it. He should stand still and behave. As the ethereal realm's time came to an abrupt end, a cunningly concealed snare fell at Navigation's feet, ensnaring him securely. What the devil? An ambush! Navigation exclaimed, startled yet rendered immobile. Shen Xing brandished his ice axe, merely a draft of his intentions, and struck decisively at Navigation. Why on earth are you still here? Did the hunter and the royal not proclaim your absence? Helpless and trapped, Navigation was swiftly subdued by Shen Xing. I was not meant to be here, but upon witnessing your presence, I decided to show up. Very well, just you wait, Navigation uttered, his voice laced with venom, just before the last remnants of his vitality ebbed away. Upon rummaging through Navigation's satchel, Shen Xing could hardly believe his eyes. 1 military knife, 1 shovel, 1 ice axe, 1 firearm, 3 rounds of ammunition, along with scrap metal, wooden planks, lead ingots, and an oil lamp. Such a wealth of resources for a single individual. He equipped himself with the firearm, secured the ammunition, and exchanged the ice axe for the military knife, which promised to deliver a more grievous wound. With one last act, he consumed a morsel of Navigation's flesh to augment his hidden attributes before mending the firearm. It became clear why Navigation had managed to withstand the onslaught of ghouls. He was indeed affluent. As night descended, it was a fortuitous opportunity to act under the veil of darkness. However, before proceeding, Shen Xing concealed all of navigation's equipment in a secure location. Presently, the vessel of the virtuous resumed its journey, and as he observed the ship just past the central aisle, he felt no trepidation. A glance towards the two graves of the officers outside the tent revealed two bones, clearly left behind by navigation himself, who had even retained them for him. Having located 3 graves adorned with wood to the right, I proceeded to construct 2 totems, only to discover that these burial mounds had remained undisturbed, which yielded yet another totem. At that moment, the boat was situated to my left, and seizing the cover of darkness, Shen Xing stealthily approached. Trust me, the engineer is undoubtedly still within the tent of the 2nd Battalion on the right. Trust you? You just delivered a gun and a knife to him. How can we trust you? The navigation is beyond reproach, and he himself could not fathom how he stumbled upon a trap. Shen Xing ignited 2 barrels of explosives and hurled them towards the bow of the boat before boarding. The priest, who was at the helm, noticed him. The engineer has returned. How much coal did he bring back? Quite a substantial amount. 8 pieces. Meanwhile, the royal and the hunters were gathered in the captain's cabin, warming themselves by the fire, while Shen Xing made his way directly into the kitchen, only to find it locked. Is the food ready, chef? Almost, just a little longer. I cannot wait. I am starving. Let me in to roast some meat. Very well. As the chef opened the door, Shen Xing dashed towards the stove, and upon inspection, he found that it indeed needed a bit more time. He promptly seized all the meat. The chef, standing at the kitchen entrance, appeared momentarily dazed. Is the engineer a good person? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Shen Xing slipped past the chef, offering him a smile. I am indeed a good person. The chef, brandishing a kitchen knife, lunged at Shen Xing. This is not good. The engineer has boarded the ship. What? Bang! At that moment, the barrels of explosives that Shen Xing had strategically placed erupted. Are you all fools? You didn't even notice the engineer boarding, Shen Xing exclaimed, savoring the chef's tender meat as he dashed away, the dawn breaking brightly around him. The royal's expression darkened. How could he tolerate such a buffoon as Shen Xing prancing about before him? Follow me, we must pursue. Shen Xing glanced back at the 3 men chasing him and summoned a ghoul, initially intending to ensnare them, but suddenly 2 gunshots rang out. Bang! Bang! One shot struck Shen Xing, reducing his health significantly. What the so many shots? He quickly administered a dose of medicine to himself, maneuvering left and right. With the ghouls obstructing their path, they were unable to hit Shen Xing continue the chase. He summoned ghouls. He must be out of skills. We'll laugh. Shen Xing possessed a full 7 totems, with energy replenishing rapidly. He led his pursuers towards the left camp, and just as he entered the cave, his spirit walk was ready. With a swift turn, Shen Xing activated spirit walk, arriving at the edge of the ship. Through his enhanced vision, he discerned that only 1 person remained aboard. The others had all exited. It was clear they were intent on eliminating him. Shen Xing climbed aboard and placed a bear trap at the boarding point, then set 2 more traps by the double doors. Who is there? The voice was unmistakable. It was the chef. It is I, the chef, your most cherished engineer. The chef, filled with ire, retorted, You again, engineer. How dare you return? Quick, everyone. The engineer has boarded the ship once more, Shen Xing exclaimed, while pounding on the door that the chef had locked. Yell all you want. No one will heed you, for they have all gone to the 2nd left camp. With a resounding crash, the lock was shattered, and as the door swung open, the chef lunged at Shen Xing with a meat cleaver. I shall fight you. How dare you steal my food? A gunshot rang out, striking the chef and reducing his vitality by half. Shen Xing retaliated with a military knife, engaging in a fierce duel, during which the chef lost a quarter of his health before meeting his demise. But how do you possess a military knife? The chef protested. It was gifted to me by the navigator, my esteemed comrade. With the chef's last breath echoing, Shen Xing collected the meat and cleaver from the chef's lifeless form. Returning to the kitchen, he tossed 10 herbs into the furnace, declaring, Take it or leave it. Is anyone aboard the ship? He called out. Yes, came the response from the chef in his prison. The engineer has pillaged our home, dispatching me with a single bullet and 3 slashes. Do not fret. I shall deal with him. Suddenly, Shen Xing was taken aback. What is this? A trap? just as he contemplated eliminating the intruder. He heard the voices of the returning crew. "What is the situation aboard?" "The engineer has invaded our territory and remains on the ship." Shen Xing hurriedly activated the white mist and disembarked from the right side of the ship, fleeing for his life. He cannot afford to perish. By the water's edge, on the right side of the vessel, lay 2 intact skeletons, which he decided to open before the eyes of all on board. "Where's the engineering? Damn it! How dare they attempt to lure me away?" The group searched the ship thoroughly, but found nothing. Shen Xing extracted 2 bones from the skeletons and then called out to the ship, "I am truly a good person. Hello, you know what I mean? Do not pursue him any further. Our progress is already sluggish. Set sail." Chapter 27. The Spirit Realm Interstice. This ploy of deception has reached its peak. If only the teammates were still present, 2 good souls would inevitably meet their demise. "Remember to repair the ship. I shall return shortly." Having collected the bones, Shen Xing walked along the riverbank, while the adversaries hesitated to chase him through the white mist. Meanwhile, they had acquired nitroglycerin. To his astonishment, in such a brief span, the enemy had stealthily ascended the mountain and successfully obtained the glycerin. Most likely, the hunters had covertly scaled the heights with ice axes, intending to use the glycerin to blow up bears. In this scenario, Shen Xing finds himself as a solitary wolf, necessitating caution. Just moments ago, while speaking, he advanced forward, creating an illusion for the good-hearted that he was positioned at the bow of the ship. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Xing had already maneuvered back, returning to the right camp and arriving at the officer's grave, where he discovered a wooden chest. Upon shattering it, he was able to craft 2 additional totems. As he casually examined the bones, he was pleasantly surprised to find a single remaining bone, undoubtedly left behind by a priest. With 10 totems in hand, Shen Xing's skills were rapidly improving. Upon inspecting some supply boxes in the right camp, he noticed several unopened ones, indicating an abundance of resources for the good-hearted. As dusk settled in, Shen Xing had amassed a wave of level 2 ghouls. "Let me see which little darling has strayed from the pack." A glimpse through his perspective revealed a solitary figure in a cave slightly to the left, though their identity remained obscured. "It shall be you," he exclaimed, unleashing a horde of level 2 ghouls upon them. Meanwhile, the good-hearted ship was moored near the central island, its hull beginning to sound an alarm due to flooding. Seizing the cover of night, Shen Xing stealthily drew his military knife and approached the ship's edge. "Come back. The engineer has summoned ghouls." Cries of desperation echoed from the ship. "I can't save you. If I descend, I will perish too. You must hurry aboard." Just as he finished speaking, a chilling death alarm resonated through the air. Ugh, how annoying. I had just climbed the ship's stairs when a ghoul struck me down with a rock. It matters not. I shall search for the key to rescue you. Alas, the individual inadvertently triggered the trap previously set by Shen Xing on the vessel. How utterly absurd. Are there truly still traps present? Cursed engineering. The ghoul, having lost his target, turned to assault Shen Xing at the ship's edge. Fortunately, the ghoul's attacks on the werewolf only inflicted minimal damage. Shen Xing swiftly executed a spirit walk, retreating to the location where he had concealed his equipment. He required the ice axe to ascend the mountain. His energy reserves were depleted, and his health had diminished to almost half. A brief respite on the mountain was imperative before returning, as the noble ship remained anchored at the islet, rapidly succumbing to the depths. I fear that by the time the hunters and the royal forces obliterate the icebergs, the vessel will be submerged. As Shen Xing commenced his ascent, a chilling announcement of death resonated in the air. What transpired? Could it be that some noble soul perished from the cold outside? Upon returning to the wolf's den, he immediately ignited 2 wooden planks for warmth, then proceeded to repair his firearm and combat knife, concoct gunpowder, and forge bullets. Coupled with the ammunition previously left at the workbench, he now possessed a total of 6 bullets, a veritable fortune. He decided to craft 2 additional traps as well. The dawn began to break slowly. The day of the blizzard. Shen Xing had not anticipated that after a day of wandering, he would find himself amidst the tempest. While the noble ship lingered at the islet, on the brink of sinking, why was no one attending to the repairs? Shen Xing pondered. As the hunters and royal forces had ascended the mountain to hunt bears, the remaining individuals, harried by Shen Xing's disturbances, were bereft of time to mend the ship. And there was even a cook whose only skill lay in culinary pursuits. What a predicament! Shen Xing activated his perspective and gazed up the mountain, discovering that only one person remained. It turned out that the individual who perished last night was from the mountain, likely a victim of a botched bear hunt. Perfect timing, as I shall now demonstrate the spirit realm trap. Once the spirit realm was opened, Shen Xing swiftly dashed towards the cave containing nitroglycerin. Upon entering, he discerned that only a single hunter remained, poised to transport the final vial of glycerin. If he could just carry this glycerin down, we would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Shen Xing, concealed behind him, found the situation rather amusing. In an instant, as he revealed his true form, a bear trap fell at the hunter's feet. Thud! What on earth is this trap? The hunter exclaimed. Shen Xing brandished his ice axe and struck at the hunter, and it became evident that he was under ambush. You, the engineer, what are you doing here? Ah, of course, I have come to claim your wretched life. With one last retreat, the hunter drew his bow and arrow. But before he could unleash his shot, a swift blow from the ice axe depleted his final health points. Oh, curse you, engineer! Shen Xing retrieved his ice axe. Relishing the thrill of the hunt, he swiftly dispatched the hunter, discarding all his equipment, though it seemed they had no time to ascend once more. Suddenly, the recently deceased hunter heard the royal's furious tirade. Are you all worthless? For men have been slaughtered like dogs by a single engineer, and you couldn't even defend the ship. All you do is sit on the ship with your mouse agape, whining about hunger in the confines of the cell. The hunter gazed at the rising water, which had reached his neck, his face darkened with despair. Stop scolding me and hurry to save me. I'm going to drown. The royal cast a sharp glare at the priest. What are you dawdling for? Go rescue the hunter, you incompetent fool, who could be poisoned even while sipping tea on his own ship. The priest felt a twinge of shame, acknowledging the truth in the royal's words, leaving him with no room to argue. Once freed, the hunter rushed to the captain's quarters. What is happening? With so many aboard, why is no one searching for scrap metal or wood to repair the ship? The doctor lowered his head and replied softly, We ventured out to look. But not only did we find nothing, we were also attacked by that engineer's ghouls. That was how I met my end. Now I have but one life left, and fear stepping outside will lead to my demise. Now, each of them was left with a single life, gripped by the fear of death. The cook trembled in the corner, stuttering, I won't leave the ship. I have no resurrection coins. If I die, it is truly the end. The royal and the hunter exchanged worried glances. If none of them dared to disembark, the ship was doomed to sink. With a resounding thud, the royal slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it! 6 of us being toyed with like dogs by a single engineer. Hunter, what happened? Were you not supposed to be moving the glycerin? The hunter, arms raised in resignation, replied, Indeed, but that engineer appeared from the spirit realm behind me without warning, and I was suddenly ensnared by a bear trap, unable to move, and he butchered me alive. Upon hearing these words, the navigator immediately became animated. Indeed, that night I too was ensnared by the engineer, only to meet my demise at his hands. The moment the navigator began to speak, the royal figure was visibly incensed. Silence. If it weren't for your delivery of such an abundance of supplies to the right second camp, we would not be facing such formidable challenges. I warned you repeatedly against going, yet you insisted, claiming your long legs would allow you to run swiftly. The navigator, feeling ashamed, lowered his head and began to poke at the ground with his 2 index fingers. But I did not intend for this to happen. The royal figure was poised to chastise further, yet the hunter intervened. Enough. Given the circumstances, we must prioritize repairing the ship, or it will surely sink. Chapter 28. Claiming the vessel. Meanwhile, Shen Xing did not rush to attack, but chose instead to continue fortifying his position. He crafted a total of 10 rounds of ammunition, 5 animal traps, and a pristine military knife. With this level of combat readiness, he could easily take on 10 adversaries, the only lament being the absence of a whetstone. Among the crew on the ship, it was ultimately decided that 2 individuals would remain to guard it. Thus, the cook and a navigator would maintain watch, while the 4 of us would venture to the left second camp in search of supplies. The royal figure voiced his agreement, and the hunter concurred, though the navigator appeared reluctant. but I only possess an axe, while the engineer is armed with a gun. The royal figure glared at the navigator. Are you not two in number? With your backs against the ship, is it not possible for you to keep watch? The navigator lowered his head and muttered, Is the cook even human? The cook remained silent. The hunter stepped forward once more, urging, Enough of this, let us hasten, otherwise the ship will sink. Naturally, they dared not venture towards the right camp, as Shen Xing had headed in that direction. From his vantage point atop the mountain, Shen Xing activated his clairvoyance and observed 4 individuals making their way toward the left camp. TSK, do 2 of them believe they can guard the ship? Without hesitation, Shen Xing unleashed a mist to obscure the vision of the good-hearted while concealing his own figure, stealthily approaching the vessel. Is there anything to eat? Inquired the cook. None, but there is a cup of tea left in the kitchen. It's the one he prepared, and the priest lost his life due to that very tea. That concoction has already claimed the priest. Why do you still hold on to it? Are you saving it for the new year? With that, the navigator seized the cup of tea and hurled it overboard from the deck. As he turned, he spotted Shen Xing climbing aboard. Hello there. Good heavens. The engineer is back. The engineer drew his axe and swung it at Shen Xing, who nimbly stepped back to evade the strike, then retaliated with a swift blade. The engineer, caught off guard, suffered 3 slashes for his trouble. Watch it. When the world has the cook perished? The engineer has boarded. Upon hearing this, the cook emerged from the captain's quarters wielding a kitchen knife. Where is he? Where is the engineer? Behind you. Shen Xing raised his hand and struck the chef's back with a knife, and the 3 of them began to frolic on the deck like a merry-go-round. Shen Xing dashed forward while the navigators pursued him from behind. Suddenly, Shen Xing executed a backward leap and tossed out a snare trap, ensnaring the navigator who was ahead. What on earth? Then, Shen Xing drew his firearm and swiftly shot, bringing down the navigator. Don't mind me, chef. Take him down. Shen Xing turned back, hoisted the navigator's body, and hurled it into the sea. No, big brother, spare me. At that moment, while throwing the navigator, the chef managed to land 2 strikes on Shen Xing. You enjoy ambushing from behind, don't you? Even the navigator's speed was hindered by Shen Xing's interference. What chance does a mere chef have? Shen Xing advanced, feigning an attack, but retreated a step instead. As the chef's knife descended, he seized the opportunity and struck with his military blade. After several exchanges, the chef's vitality plummeted below half, prompting him to flee. Spare my life, engineer brother. I will serve you like a beast of burden. The chef began to weave around like a snake, while Shen Xing unsheathed his firearm, loading bullets. Spare you? Was it not you who struck me first? Hearing the sound of bullets being loaded, the chef decisively abandoned ship and ran towards the left barracks. Brother, I was wrong. I don't have any revival coins. Shen Xing aimed his pistol at the chef, who was dodging below. Bang! What do I care if you have revival coins? A single shot felled the cook, and Shen Xing leapt from the vessel, approaching the fallen figure. Brother, please don't kill me. I cannot die. I have an elderly dependent above, and, before he could finish his plea, Shen Xing cast him into the sea. Having an elder to care for yet still operating a boat. How unfilial. Shen Xing rummaged through the cook's lifeless body, discovering nothing but a kitchen knife. He severed a piece of flesh and consumed it. What a miser. He then moved to the navigator's corpse, finding only an axe, which he took, and similarly feasted upon a portion of the flesh to enhance his hidden attributes. Another miser, not even comparable to the bounty I received initially. Meanwhile, the water within the ship had risen significantly. Only a third remained before it would sink. Shen Xing placed traps at the staircase leading to the shore, while the other side offered no footing, making ascent exceedingly difficult. Hey, what is happening on the ship? Shen Xing activated his X-ray vision and discovered the doctor and the royal had returned, undoubtedly alerted by the gunfire. The engineer is dead. Shen Xing concealed himself in the captain's quarters, altering his voice, while the royal, standing by the ship's edge, furrowed his brow, drawing his weapon and exchanging a glance with the doctor, who held a bow. Nodding slightly, the royal ascended the ship. Suddenly, he was ensnared by a bear trap. What? Another trap? Shen Xing continued to observe the 2 through his X-ray vision, and upon seeing the royal caught in the trap, summoned a wave of level 2 ghouls to confront the doctor below. Roar! Simultaneously, Shen Xing dashed out from the captain's quarters and fired a shot at the royal, only to retreat, rendering the shot ineffective. The engineer remained aboard the vessel, while the doctor gazed at the horde of ghouls advancing towards him. "He has summoned the ghouls," he exclaimed, preparing to climb back onto the ship. "Don't come up, there are traps." Shen Xing flung open the door, wielding an axe, and hurled it directly at the royal. Ah, Dravin. The royal felt a surge of dread as the axe hurtled towards him, instinctively stepping back. Realizing he could move, he leaped into the sea, narrowly evading the deadly weapon as it splashed into the water. This was the closest he had ever been to death. "Come help me," the doctor cried out, having exhausted his arrows while still besieged by an onslaught of ghouls. Observing the situation, Shen Xing made his way to the deck, loading bullets in his firearm. Bang! A shot felled the doctor, prompting Shen Xing to load another bullet swiftly. "I've been hit. Please save me." The ghouls relentlessly gnawed at the doctor, while the royal hoisted him up and fled. Yet the ghouls continued to hurl stones at the doctor. Shen Xing licked his left side, closed his left eye, and aimed with his right. Bang! A shot struck the doctor, depleting his health entirely, causing him to tumble from the royal's grasp. The royal intended to retrieve the arrows from the doctor, but upon witnessing Shen Xing loading his weapon once more, he turned and fled. The remaining 2 ghouls pursued him relentlessly. Shen Xing cheerfully approached the doctor's lifeless body, seizing the bow, while arrows lay scattered upon the corpses of nearby ghouls. Ah, delightful. He stripped a piece of flesh from the doctor, then turned to extract all the arrows from the ghouls before returning to the boat, waiting for them to deliver more. Upon returning to the cave of the left 2nd Battalion, Royal noticed the 2 ghouls trailing behind him and swiftly dispatched them with a cleaver. His health was running low, reduced to a mere third. At that moment, the hunter and the priest, returning with scrap metal and wooden planks, realized that only Royal was present. An unease began to settle in. Chapter 29. The soul gathering Pearl. The 3 of them huddled around a small stove in the tent of the left 2nd Battalion, which barely emitted any warmth. If what you say is true, then the navigator and the cook are certainly long gone. Royal's complexion was ashen, whether from the cold or from anger was uncertain. Damn his project. How could it be a ruse? The priest, perched at the edge, added, "Fortunately, he lured his teammate's bone dagger out at the beginning. Otherwise, if the opponent had unleashed their skills, we would have perished." Oomph. Royal snorted. "Do you truly believe his words? The captain is merely a fool acting like a wolf for the first time. Otherwise, we would have lost long ago." The hunter nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this fellow is quite formidable. I wonder how he executed that move, the Spirit Realm Clamp." The royal had never been subjected to such a tactic and remained unfazed. It was your ineptitude that allowed him to take advantage of the situation. Although this statement held some truth, one must still create something of value. The hunter cast a glance at the royal, too weary to engage in further debate. "Very well, let it be. After all, the ship is destined to sink, and we might as well cling to the meager consolation prize." "No." The royal slammed his fist onto the furnace. Hiss. Though the furnace was not particularly warm, it still radiated considerable heat. A true man, born of heaven and earth, should never languish beneath others. We are 6 in total, 12 lives, yet we are utterly powerless against a single engineer, who is even on the verge of sinking our vessel. Spare me the blame. The ship's impending demise is solely due to their failure to act as decent individuals. It was merely 2 barrels of explosives. Even in defeat, we must maintain our dignity. Indeed, the hunter was not without his temper. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the path of a hunter. Yet, we find ourselves unable to even board the ship. The priest doused the 2 of them with a bucket of cold water. Moreover, by the time we regain our composure, this ship will likely have already sunk to the depths. The royal inhaled deeply and spoke. "This opportunity shall be granted, but the engineer must perish once." Yes, the hunter also yearned to see the engineer meet his demise. It was simply humiliating for a hunter to be outmatched by an engineer. What good is the ship? Let's proceed. The priest ordered the burning of the boards, suggesting that the excess be fashioned into arrows for the hunter. The trio busied themselves at the workbench, diligently repairing everything that could be salvaged. The second royal firearm, originally belonging to the doctor, had been unearthed by the priest, and now only one final bullet remained. I still possess another bullet and 10 arrows, along with a military knife. As they assessed their dwindling supplies, the hunter turned to the royal figure with solemnity, stating, "Your shot is crucial. We are counting on you." The royal nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that if he missed, their chances of survival would be utterly diminished. Meanwhile, Shen Xing lounged comfortably in the captain's quarters, basking in the warmth of the fire. With a level 3 ghoul imminent, he feared the cold outside and opted to remain indoors. He retrieved a piece of raw meat, consuming it not only to restore his warmth, but also to alleviate his hunger. "Engineering, I know you are aboard. Come out." Suddenly, Shen Xing was jolted by a ruckus from outside the ship. He cautiously opened the door, but refrained from stepping out, choosing instead to conceal himself behind it. Indeed, he spotted the trio fully armed, standing on the shore, with the priest visibly trembling from the cold. "I refuse to come out. What can you do to me?" he scoffed. "It's freezing out there. Let them suffer in the cold for a while." The three exchanged glances, pondering their next course of action. "What shall we do?" "He refuses to descend. We must compel him to come down. He surely has set traps aboard." The pastor was so cold that he could barely hold onto his saber. "How shall we bring him down?" "Watch me." Royal stepped forward. "Engineer, you coward, if you have the guts, come down and face me in a true one-on-one battle." Shen Xing scoffed, as if it were a fair one-on-one. "If it weren't for the fact that I knew there were 3 of you, I might have fallen for your deceit. Sorry, but I simply lack the ability." "Royal, engineer, your victory is not honorable. You are no hero. What business is it of mine how I win? Only the victor is entitled to speak." "Engineer you." Just as Royal was about to continue, a ghoul's voice echoed, "Roar." The reason for wasting so much time with them was to wait for the cool-down period, seeing the ghouls rushing at him from both sides. Royal's face turned ashen. "Engineer, you lack martial ethics." Shen Xing withdrew his hands, warmed by the fire, and rubbed them together. Who is talking about martial ethics here?" Outside the ship, fierce battles raged, while inside, an air of tranquility prevailed. The three faced a wave of level 3 ghouls and clearly could not withstand the onslaught. Moreover, today was a stormy day, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Soon, the three fell to the ground, only to be torn apart by the ghouls. Damn engineer, have the courage to reveal your name." Shen Xing exited the captain's chamber, observing the 3 individuals below being torn apart by ghouls. "Listen well. I shall not change my name or my lineage. I am Luneng," he declared. "All right, I shall remember that." Bang! Shen Xing exhaled gently towards the smoking muzzle of his firearm. Such loquacity. Before long, both the hunter and the priest met a similar grisly fate. No explodes survive. The expedition ended in failure. "You have achieved victory. Would you like to settle?" "Yes, settle." Shen Xing was confident that this score would be exceptionally high. "The expedition concluded, and your rating is SSS. You have obtained the following items: Special Stew X10, Soul Gathering Orb X1, exclusive to SSS, Tier 3 Warship Upgrade Core X1, Fine Hat X1, Warship Upgrade Materials, Iron X100, Resurrection Coins X4. Among these, the 10 stews are a delightful addition, and the Tier 3 Warship Upgrade Core is particularly noteworthy. The stews are satisfactory, along with the upgrade materials and resurrection coins, all standard items. As for the Tier 3 Warship Upgrade Core, it remains uncertain what materials are required for the upgrade. Tier 3 Warship, Tier 3 Warship Upgrade Core 11, Warship Upgrade Materials, Iron 100-1000, Warship Upgrade Materials, Steel 0100. A message appeared before Shen Xing, revealing the staggering amount of iron needed. And steel. He had yet to even lay eyes on such a material. Shen Xing picked up the hat. It was a finely crafted green hat, aesthetically pleasing and capable of providing warmth, with an additional combat power of 10. Alas, it was green. Let whoever wishes to wear it do so, for I shall not adorn myself with it. He tossed it carelessly into the corner and subsequently picked up the necklace. The Soul Absorption Pearl, an extraordinary necklace that could absorb the souls of creatures within an hour of their demise. For each soul absorbed, one has combat power would increase by 1. Rarity, fine, upgradable. Combat power, 0-100. Shen Xing gazed at the necklace in his hand. The pearl no larger than his thumb, accompanied by a chain. The effect was promising. Each absorbed soul would bestow an increment of 1 combat power. Though the maximum was capped at 100, it could indeed be upgraded. Chapter 30. Monroe comes knocking fiddling with the soul absorption pearl necklace. He pondered whether the creatures he had slain aboard the revival could be counted. If not, then at present, this item seemed rather useless, merely aesthetically pleasing, devoid of any practical function. Oh well, never mind. I shall wear it for now. Regarding this reward, Shen Xing could only express mild satisfaction. However, it paled in comparison to the previous one's straightforwardness. He stored 10 jars of stewed meat into his spatial ring before exiting the worship space. Gurgle. A wave of hunger washed over him. How infuriating. Hadn't I consumed so much human flesh aboard the revival? The time aboard the Fuxing train is a ratio of 4:1 compared to reality, and naturally, energy consumption follows suit. Shen Xing emerged from his room, finding it devoid of any presence. Perhaps it was due to his previous slight towards Pei Mingwei that she had chosen to dismiss everyone, leaving even the cleaners absent. Shen Xing proceeded directly to Pei Qingfeng's residence, where Wang Yin stood at the entrance. "Mr. Shen," Wang Yin greeted, halting him. Shen Xing glanced at Wang Yin and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Wang Yin smiled. The young master is still on the Fuxing train and is not in his room at the moment. Shen Xing's expression twitched. His intention was never to seek out Pei Qingfeng, but rather to find something to eat. I'm hungry. Where can I find food?" Wang Yin pointed down a street. "Continue straight for 500 meters, then turn and walk another 400 meters. There is a restaurant. Simply charge it to the Pei family account." Without further ado, Shen Xing turned and departed. That Pei Mingwei is truly petty. Does she think she can confine me with this? A mere dream. Originally, Pei Mingwei had intended to keep Shen Xing under her control, but his rebellious nature prompted her to let him face some hardships instead. Just as Shen Xing left, Pei Mingwei emerged from Pei Qingfeng's room. "Miss, won't this truly push him to his limits?" Pei Mingwei smiled faintly, as if everything lay within her grasp. "Rest assured, we are merely adopting the demeanor appropriate for partners. Moreover, he has offended Meng Zhan and requires our protection. Thus he dares not sever ties with us." Wang Yin hesitated, yearning to interject that the man had offended the Meng family solely to defend the young master. Wasn't this an act of ingratitude? Pei Mingwei had committed no wrongdoing. Shen Xing was exceedingly significant, and it was imperative to keep him firmly under control. To that end, Pei Mingwei had even resorted to the wiles of beauty, yet regrettably, Shen Xing remained impervious to her charms. Wang Yin followed discreetly. "Should you encounter members of the Meng family, act decisively at a crucial moment. This way, he shall remember our kindness." Wang Yin felt that the young lady's actions were somewhat excessive. Indeed, Shen Xing proceeded in the direction indicated by Wang Yin, walking straight before turning a corner. It appears this stronghold shall not last long. Pei Mingwei is far too scheming. He was convinced that this was beyond Pei Qingfeng's influence. Initially, he had considered that if the Pei family could cooperate amicably, extending a helping hand would not be out of the question. However, it now seemed prudent to reconsider. Shen Xing had always preferred gentleness over harshness. If one played tricks, he would respond with a blade. Upon entering the restaurant, he was immediately approached by a server. "Esteemed guest, we offer roasted leg of lamb, grilled tenderloin, and roasted." The server rattled off a dozen names, all meat dishes. Shen Xing furrowed his brow. "Is there not a single vegetarian option?" The man waved his hand dismissively. "What are you talking about, guest? Vegetables are hardly something we can indulge in. They are reserved for the elite and the prominent families." Shen Xing was taken aback, realizing the extent of the monopoly at play. It seemed the Pei family had concealed many truths from him, selectively sharing only those matters that would incite his guilt, particularly those issues that positioned him against the other powerful families. Yet, from his conversation with Pei Mingwei the previous day, Shen Xing had already discerned that had it not been for his current value exceeding that of those families, he would have long been cast into the dungeons of the Meng family. After ordering a grilled leg of lamb, Shen Xing pondered when he might escape this fortress. A direct departure was certainly not an option. It would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation with the Pei family. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the street. A throng of people approached the restaurant where Shen Xing was seated. Leading them was Meng Luo, flanked by several familiar faces from his previous encounter in Pei Qingfeng's courtyard. Meng Luo, wielding a hammer, strode up to Shen Xing. "Ah, if it isn't the turtle who has been hiding away in the Pei household. What brings you out into the open? Let me guess, did you refuse to attend to Miss Pei's chambers and get expelled?" Laughter erupted around as a multitude of onlookers found amusement in the scene, causing many diners to hastily vacate the establishment. Meanwhile, both the proprietor and the individual from earlier had long since retreated. Shen Xing remained composed, sipping the water before him. Whose dog is taken out without a leash? Such a lack of decency. You. Meng Luo, filled with ire, brought his hammer crashing down onto the table beside Shen Xing, shattering it into fragments. Yet Shen Xing remained unfazed. Suddenly, Meng Luo seemed to have an epiphany, chuckling ominously. "Do you know why my father has refrained from pressuring Pei Qingtian these past few days? It is because Pei Mingwei has declared that once you become of no use, she will personally deliver you to the dungeons of the Meng family. Moreover, she has bestowed upon me a tome of skills as compensation." Shen Xing paused momentarily, then drained the last of his water. Regardless of the truth behind Meng Luo's words, he believed that when the time came, Pei Mingwei would indeed carry out her threat. With a swift motion, Shen Xing slapped Meng Luo, sending him flying mere centimeters away. "Are you unaware of your foul breath? How dare you come so close?" One of Meng Luo's teeth was dislodged in the process. Meng Yi, those closest, rushed to assist him. My tooth. Are you all blind? Get him." It is no wonder that Meng Luo dared to approach him with this group. It turns out they have all ascended to the first tier of extraordinary beings. However, the current Shen Xing is no longer the same individual who could merely wield a kitchen knife. He effortlessly executed a set of 24 forms of Tai Chi, sending the crowd tumbling in disarray. Shen Xing had initially intended to test his skills, but he was taken aback by the effectiveness of his actions. From a distance, Wang Yan observed with a complex expression as he gazed at Shen Xing's retreating figure. Shen Xing approached the cornered Meng Luo. "What are you planning to do? I warn you, if you dare to kill me, my father will not spare you." Meng Luo's words were riddled with trepidation, prompting Shen Xing to deliver a resounding slap to the other side of his face. "Constantly mentioning your father. Are you a colossal infant?" Subsequently, he kicked Meng Luo several times, at which point Wang Yan stepped forward to intervene. "Young Master Shen, that is enough. If you continue to beat him, you may leave him crippled, and the Pei family will not be able to protect you." Shen Xing turned his head, a half-smile gracing his lips as he regarded Wang Yan. "Your arrival, Team Leader Wang, is indeed most timely." With a swift kick, he rendered Monroe unconscious before turning away. Hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to produce a can of stewed meat and consume it before the eyes of the onlookers. Casting a glance at Monroe, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, he departed, determined to inform Pei Mingwei as swiftly as possible, for matters seemed to be veering towards an unfortunate turn. Chapter 31. Boarding again, Shen Xing returned to his quarters with a grim expression, contemplating how to extricate himself from this place. It was clear that a straightforward exit was out of the question. Moreover, his formidable strength would likely provoke similar incidents in any other fortress. Indeed, possessing such might could be a source of distress. "Miss, it is as such," he relayed. Pei Mingwei furrowed her brow slightly, realizing she needed to reassess Shen Xing. Arrange for someone to deliver meals to him daily, but ensure he does not perceive it as surveillance. He desires vegetables, does he not? Provide them. She understood Shen Xing's character all too well. He yearned for recognition, yet resisted any constraints on his freedom. "Miss, this matter seems more complex than anticipated," he cautioned. Pei Mingwei waved her hand dismissively. "Very well. Shen Xing is excessively self-assured, perhaps even arrogant. Simply ensure he does not remain out of your sight for too long. And do not let Qing Feng be informed." Understood, Mississippi. After Wang Yan's departure, Pei Mingwei cast her gaze towards Pei Qingfeng's residence. Everything was for the fortress, sacrificing one for the benefit of many. As Shen Xing pondered, Wang Yin entered the room accompanied by several individuals, bringing a plethora of food and an array of vegetables unseen in the past few days. Mr. Shen, all of this is freshly prepared. Do indulge while it is still warm. A cold smirk crept across Shen Xing's mind. It seemed he had underestimated Pei Mingwei. That previous demeanor was merely a fade, appearing innocuous and harmless. Could it be poisoned? Shen Xing's flippant remark caused the individuals arranging the dishes to freeze in their movements, unsure of how to proceed. Wang Yin chuckled lightly. Mr. Shen, you are being overly cautious. This is simply an apology directed at you. Once everything was arranged, Wang Yin waved his hand, and the others gradually exited. From now on, we shall deliver food to Mr. Shen daily. I kindly request that you fulfill your promise to the old master at the earliest. With that, Wang Yin took his leave. Shen Xing felt as though he had ingested something repugnant. The initial promise to pay Qingtian was made under the condition that territory would be allocated to him. Now, he found himself confined here, expected to continue honoring that promise. Truly, one must possess a thicker skin than a city wall. And Pei Qingfeng had yet to make an appearance. It was evident that his strength was still insufficient. Shen Xing refrained from touching the food laid before him. Whether it was poisoned was of little consequence, for he simply found it repulsive. Had he not revealed his extraordinary talents, perhaps the outcome would have been more favorable. But alas, there are no what-ifs. Human desires are akin to boulders rolling down a mountain. Once set in motion, they cannot be halted. The current demeanor of Pei Mingwei epitomizes this truth. Shen Xing produced a crystal core. Infinitaso, commence. No sooner had he logged in than he received 2 notifications. Zhongdan has added you as a friend. Do you accept? And the power of the bear has added you as a friend. Do you accept? Who are these individuals? They were none other than his fellow hunters, unexpectedly reaching out to him now. He accepted their requests. The avatars of the 2 ships appeared in Shen Xing's friends list, both depicted in gray, indicating their absence. Should their icons ever turn black, it would signify his obliteration. He must hasten to enhance his strength or acquire special items to escape the 39th fortress. He needed to plan ahead, even if Pei Qingfeng intended to protect him. What leverage did he possess? He utilized a resurrection token, logging into the revival. Time waits for no one. Welcome to the revival. Please wait for other crew members to log in. Shen Xing routinely activated the radio. Oh, is there a radio aboard the ship? How had he never noticed it before? Clearly, it lacked attention to detail. Malasia comradas y returnat. This time, I have employed a profession-specific scroll. What a coincidence. So have I. Shen Xing was suddenly seized by an ominous premonition. As anticipated, when everyone had gathered, it became apparent that they had all utilized their designated profession scrolls, leaving him with the sole option of a cook. It was perplexing. Although the profession scroll only required 10 crystal cores, where could one procure such an item? His ship's shop offered nothing of the sort. Just then, someone beside him rested a hand on his shoulder. Brother, focus on cooking well. As long as we're not starving 3 days out of 9, I'll ensure your victory. Shen Xing rolled his eyes in exasperation. This bunch may be inexperienced, but their pretentiousness was unbearable. He was curious if this royal faction would lose their firearms on the first day if they were not a pack of wolves. Hey, wolf brother, step aside. I'm not very skilled at this. To his astonishment, a girl appeared. Don't worry, I'll lead you to victory. Shen Xing rolled his eyes once more, muttering about these inept companions. As the expedition commenced, he learned his profession was that of a ship's cook, his identity that of a werewolf, and his teammate an engineer. What a predicament! Shen Xing felt disheartened. Again, he was a werewolf cook, with a teammate who undoubtedly intended to blow up the ship. Cole, Captain, set sail. Upon reaching the deck, Shen Xing noticed the surroundings were remarkably different. What's going on? Have we changed maps? Regardless, it mattered not. He disembarked and immediately dashed towards the first wolf den on the left, while the others proceeded towards the tents ahead, their initial instinct being to craft weapons. Upon entering the wolf den, Shen Xing refrained from examining the bones. What if a good soul happened to wander in? Instead, he set to work hauling coal. How? Suddenly, a ghostly scream startled Shen Xing. What on earth is a ghoul doing here? Fortunately, the ghoul's bites barely inflicted any damage. allowing him to dispatch it with a few swift strikes. After collecting 2 pieces of coal from the wolf den, Shen Xing turned to leave. He knew there were 2 more pieces of coal hidden behind the tent outside, so he stealthily made his way over. "Hey, navigator, leave me some scrap metal." After gathering the coal, Shen Xing continued forward, not even glancing at the supply box. He kept to the left, traversing through a rocky cavern until he reached a wooden cabin, where not far behind lay another sled of coal. Shen Xing now possessed 6 pieces of coal. Meanwhile, the hunter inside the cabin was preoccupied with crafting and was completely oblivious to Shen Xing's covert operation. Shen Xing slipped through the cabin and veered right, casually tossing half of his coal into the sea as he passed the shoreline. "Hey, hunter, what are you up to?" The captain's sister approached with a glimmering knife, her voice sweet. The hunter's heart soared at her presence. "Oh, captain's sister, you run so swiftly." "I'm making arrows." "All right then. Do you have any coal on you?" she inquired. "Indeed, I have 4 pieces. Why not give them to me? I'll take them back." "Sure thing." Without hesitation, the hunter agreed, and had it not been for Shen Xing's identity as a wolf, he might have doubted the camaraderie between the two. As Shen Xing was mining coal in the Central Bone Mountain, he was unexpectedly spotted by the captain. "Hey, you deadbeat. Why are you mining coal?" In the eyes of others, he is a hunter. Here, he is merely a wretched cook, solely because he lacks a designated professional scroll. Can a chef not mine coal? You, who do nothing but supervise, presume to judge? Shen Xing is not one to indulge her. He has been driven to the brink by the internet princess and the infuriating Fei Yangyang. Chapter 32, Falling You. The captain's sister did not expect Shen Xing to retort so boldly. "Of course I am here to mine coal. What are you, a mere cook, intend to do if you do not prepare the meat? Are you planning for us to dine on coal tonight?" After extracting 2 pieces of coal, Shen Xing moved forward. "What of it? Mind your own business." Shen Xing, disinterested in idle chatter, strode to the right. "You." Upon witnessing Shen Xing's escape, the captain's sister immediately brandished her military knife and pursued him. "Wretched cook, hand over the coal on your person, or I shall take action." The hunter was not far off. Engaging in conflict with her at this moment would not bode well for Shen Xing. "Do not rush. I still have 2 pieces of coal to mine, and I shall bring them to you, all right?" The captain's sister raised her chin haughtily. "Humph, that is more like it. But let me tell you." Whoosh. Just as Shen Xing opened the coal sled, an arrow struck him directly. Someone is shooting arrows." The captain's sister, startled, quickly retreated. Shen Xing turned to see that it was the hunter. "Captain's sister, step aside. This insufferable cook is surely a werewolf. He is stealing coal." With a swift motion, another arrow was loosed, prompting Shen Xing to decisively draw his bone dagger and retreat into the realm of spirit. It was evident that the captain had once again bungled the situation, otherwise they would not have been discovered. "Captain's sister, what kind of chef moves coal on a first day? Next time you encounter such a fool, just eliminate him." "Certainly, brother hunter, you are truly astute." This was the last dialogue Shen Xing heard. Damn it, women are nothing but trouble. Had he known, he would have simply dispatched her. And that insufferable hunter, instead of hunting bears, had taken on the role of a bodyguard. How revolting. Thankfully, he had pilfered a total of 8 pieces of coal from them. Shen Xing proceeded directly to the right of the tower, discarding all the coal he possessed into the sea. Beside him lay a sled filled with coal, which he promptly opened to empty its contents into the ocean. He then approached the wooden cabin on the left, where he found his teammates had already arrived. "Chef." The engineer's eyes lit up upon seeing Shen Xing. "Have you also been pursued?" It was evident that this individual had been chased to this very spot. "Engineer, do not blow up the boat. Just toss the coal." "Throwing coal? What does that mean?" Shen Xing was at a loss for words. "It means to discard all the coal, rendering it impossible for them to find any." The engineer's eyes sparkled with realization. "Excellent idea. This way, their vessel will be entirely incapacitated. Indeed, you go to the opposite side, and I shall remain here." "Understood." Uncertain of the reason, it seemed that the project became particularly exhilarated upon hearing the sound of coal. "There were 2 pieces of coal. As I took them away, I inadvertently shattered a wooden crate, acquiring 6 planks in the process." Just as Shen Xing was about to open another coal sled, whoosh, an arrow struck him. Initially, he had come in search of the project, But unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon an unforeseen gain. Turning his head, Shen Xing was astonished to find that it was Navigation, who had even taken up archery. "Why are you shooting at me, Navigation? I'm a good person," Shen Xing protested while evading, as the sky gradually darkened. "What nonsense! Which chef runs this far on their first day to haul coal?" Sighing deeply, Shen Xing dashed to the right. He never anticipated being exposed so early. He had hoped to concoct a pot of chicken soup for them. Whoosh! Navigation relentlessly pursued him, prompting Shen Xing to glance back. "You dare chase me, Navigation? My skills will be ready soon. Oomph! Just you wait. I shall deal with you when dawn breaks." At that moment, he had little ammunition left, and with the darkness closing in, should the opponent summon ghouls to bite him, he would be utterly defenseless. Noticing that Navigation had ceased the pursuit, Shen Xing made his way towards the wolf den on the right. "Ah, these players are becoming increasingly adept. I can no longer treat them like novices." Along the way, Shen Xing collected a considerable number of planks, and thus far they had not managed to acquire a single totem, instead busily engaged in hauling coal. Upon entering the tent of the wolf den, Shen Xing immediately began to strip the corpses. Inside, he discovered a piece of human flesh and a bone, just right for crafting a totem. At that moment, Shen Xing unexpectedly received a signal from the engineer. "I need help. I need help." Shen Xing quickly responded with a firm denial. How could one totem be sufficient for such a swift recovery? It was merely a ruse to mislead Navigation. Surely, the engineer hadn't fallen into the hands of well-meaning individuals, had he? After fashioning one totem, Shen Xing proceeded to strip a second corpse, uncovering once more a piece of human flesh and a bone. Splendid. That made 2 totems. He then approached the workstation, acquiring a piece of scrap metal within. Next, he placed the coal he had on him directly into the furnace and ignited it. By roasting the 2 pieces of meat, he could restore a greater portion of his vitality, and, astonishingly, a key materialized within the furnace. Excellent. There happened to be a safe within the tent. Upon opening the safe, he found an ice axe, 3 bullets, and a piece of animal hide. Goodness, this felt rather unfair. After collecting all the items, he noticed 2 skeletons outside the wolf den. Seizing the cover of night, Shen Xing pried them apart, ultimately obtaining 2 bones, a tendon, and yet another key, allowing him to create 2 additional totems. Surely, the engineer had not met his demise? The distance was too great. He could not hear the alarm of death. Upon activating his perception, he found no evidence of the project. Returning to his tent, he discovered that 2 pieces of meat were already roasted. He opened the medical kit at the entrance, revealing merely 6 herbs and a single key. Shen Xing was at a loss for words. He was no priest, so why did he possess so many keys? Poisoning the adversary would likely be futile, as they were well equipped. He could only brew 2 cups of tea to warm himself. Upon activating his perception again, he noticed someone had strayed from their group. At that moment, Shen Xing had just reached level 2 in his skills and summoned a wave of level 2 ghouls. He then departed from the wolf den, gathered a few planks, and made his way to the wooden house across from the wolf den. There he found 2 safes, astonishingly one of which had already been opened. Inside, there remained 5 gunpowder and a piece of animal hide. He used the key to unlock the other safe, which contained an ice axe, 5 gunpowder, and a vial of poison. Such fortune seemed to have been exhausted in acquiring the keys. At that moment, Shen Xing heard footsteps. Activating his perception, he discovered that the engineer was directly before him. "It's you. Where have you been?" the engineer exclaimed excitedly. "I went to gather coal. I had intended to blow up the ship last night, but they discovered me. Thankfully, you crafted the totem in time. Otherwise, I would have perished." Shen Xing tossed one of the ice axes to the engineer. "Be careful. They have numerous weapons. Here's an ice axe for you." "Oh, thank you," the engineer replied. Shen Xing opened a barrel of coal and tossed 2 pieces into the sea. "Chef, shall we continue to disperse the coal?" "Certainly, we must. If we only scatter half, it serves no purpose at all. We must proceed with the full measure." "How many levels of ghoul do you currently possess?" The engineer, engaged in his task of stripping flesh, replied, "I am on the verge of reaching level 2. Why do you ask?" Last night, his level 2 ghoul had called out to the hunter, and to his surprise, the opponent had not perished. Chapter 33. The hunter delivers. Shen Xing glanced over at the hunter-s location and noted that he was still alone. In that case, I shall enter the spirit realm and eliminate the hunter. You will ensure that all the coal here is dispersed. What? The engineer's face clearly displayed skepticism. Shouldn't we take a more cautious approach? Their equipment is formidable. I was pursued by that hunter all night. Shen Xing shook his head. Our professions inherently place us at a disadvantage. Just watch for my signal. When I indicate to commence the attack, you summon the ghoul to confront the hunter. The engineer remained apprehensive, fearing that should the chef falter, his own situation would become increasingly precarious. Nevertheless, he was about to voice his concerns when Shen Xing stepped aside and unlocked a safe with a key. There's no room for doubt. Wealth is often found in risk. This hunter dares to venture so far alone, presenting us with an opportunity. As long as you summon the correct entity, I assure you, I will defeat him. In the safe, there were only 3 items: a vial of antidote, a cup of tea, and a bottle of poison. It appeared that today, Shen Xing's fortune was decidedly unfavorable, compelling him to resort to violence and theft. Faced with Shen Xing's unwavering determination, the engineer had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, just be cautious. Shen Xing promptly consumed both the tea and the antidote to restore his condition. After all, who said antidotes were solely for counteracting poison? I am on my way. Prepare to unleash your skills. Shen Xing proceeded to the tower, where a hunter was busy skinning bear meat. The time to strike had arrived. The engineer maintained a watchful eye on Shen Xing through his ability, and upon detecting a signal, he summoned a ghoul to the hunter within the tower. Roar! The hunter, deeply engrossed in his task, remained oblivious to the ghoul that had been summoned to him, until it began charging in his direction. What the hell? Is that ghoul coming for me? As Shen Xing approached from behind the hunter, he manifested and struck with 2 ice axes aimed at the hunter's back. The moment these axes landed, the hunter collapsed. Oh no! What are you doing here, you dead chef? Shen Xing did not respond to the hunter's exclamation. Instead, he continued to strike the hunter with ice axes. So you fancy yourself a prince, do you? Utilizing the hunter's specified scroll makes you so impressive, does it? With the additional assault from the ghoul, the hunter's health was swiftly depleted. You insolent chef! If you have the audacity, then stay here and do not flee. These were the final, fierce words of the hunter before his demise. The ghoul, having lost its initial target, began to gnaw at Shen Xing. However, the damage inflicted by the ghoul upon the werewolf was minimal and was swiftly dealt with. The hunter's body lay entirely crushed beneath that of the ghoul, compelling Shen Xing to strip the flesh from the ghoul, fortuitously providing him a meal and, rather serendipitously, uncovering 2 tendons in the process. Upon the hunter's body, he discovered a pelt taken from a bear, an axe, a bow, 15 arrows, 15 wooden planks, and 2 traps. Indeed, the acquisition of lethal equipment was remarkably swift and, more importantly, it was all readily prepared for him. Turning back at the workbench, Shen Xing crafted a small bear backpack, thus expanding his carrying capacity by 2 slots. Moreover, he rummaged through a corpse within the tower and retrieved a bone, which he utilized to create a totem. Upon exiting, he discarded the ice axe, for in that moment, he had officially transitioned into the role of a hunter. Since hunters are known for their speed in butchering, it was time to prepare a meal. At that instant, the engineer unleashed a cloud of white mist, obstructing the vision of the good-hearted. This teammate was commendable, aware of when to deploy skills, albeit neglecting to create a totem. He opened a supply crate at the entrance, revealing merely 5 lead ingots. Quite satisfactory. Subsequently, he opened a coal sled, discarding the coal contained within. Next, he opened an adjacent supply crate, finding 3 scrap metals and 2 lead ingots. Close by, there was a small supply box, which yielded an additional 2 scrap metals and 1 lead ingot. This was indeed a fortunate haul. As dusk gradually descended, Shen Xing returned to his workstation and beheld the 10 pieces of gunpowder he had set aside for acquiring hunter equipment. These were all procured earlier. At that moment, it felt as though Providence was guiding him. Without hesitation, Shen Xing fashioned 6 nails from 3 scraps of iron and effortlessly crafted 3 barrels of coal. Alas, why'd I need to summon coal? He still required 5 more pieces of gunpowder. So Shen Xing ventured outside to mine for coal. Fortunately, there was an abundance of coal nearby, and along the way, he stumbled upon a supply box containing 2 additional scraps of iron. Activating his vision, Shen Xing sought to discern the movements of others. To his astonishment, there was indeed someone daring enough to be outside alone at this late hour. The figure was somewhat distant, preventing Shen Xing from discerning their identity, yet this did not hinder him from summoning a ghoul. Moreover, his engineering efforts proved fruitful, as he crafted 4 totems that afternoon. Upon summoning the ghoul, Shen Xing fervently signaled for an attack, and after a considerable wait, a second wail echoed through the air. After mining 4 pieces of coal, he returned directly to his workstation. 1 piece was promptly tossed into the adjacent furnace to be incinerated, while the remainder was processed into gunpowder. Just as Shen Xing was in the midst of crafting explosive barrels, the engineer unexpectedly approached. "Chef, you're impressive," he exclaimed. "Not too shabby yourself. Your cooperation was commendable." The engineer scratched his bald head, grinning. "Hee, I mined all the coal in this vicinity, and their ship hasn't even set sail today." Shen Xing continued to craft explosive barrels. "All right, see if there is any coal nearby. Toss it over here. I will create 3 explosive barrels to blow up the ship." The engineer's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's splendid. I still have lead ingots and gunpowder. Do you require any?" Shen Xing possessed sufficient materials to construct the 3 explosive barrels, which was ample for the task at hand. "Not for now. You may keep them." Any surplus scrap metal Shen Xing had was fashioned into arrows, totaling 20. "How much gunpowder do you have?" "I possess 4. What a stroke of luck." After completing the 3 explosive barrels, there remains precisely 1 unit of gunpowder. "Perfect. The workbench contains 1 unit of gunpowder and 4 wooden planks. You can craft another explosive barrel." "Excellent." Upon hearing this, the engineer's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Once you finish, we shall go after them." Ultimately, the hunter dared not seek vengeance against Shen Xing any further. He had but 1 life left and could not afford to be reckless. He chose to act alongside his companions instead. As dawn approached, the 3rd day had arrived. Not far from their departure point, Shen Xing spotted someone in the distance. Who else could it be but the hunter? He swiftly drew his bow and loosed an arrow. "The cook is here." As Shen Xing prepared to shoot again, he was suddenly struck by a gunshot, losing 3/4 of his health. Curses! Shen Xing had not anticipated that the opponent had opened an armory, acquiring weapons such as the smoothbore musket, colloquially known as the big gun. Without uttering a word, Shen Xing promptly activated the white mist and turned to flee, coincidentally colliding with the engineer. "Chef, the explosives are ready. Shall we blow up the ship?" "The plan has changed. We must retreat." "Huh?" The engineer, perplexed, nonetheless followed Shen Xing, Chapter 34. Another 2 firearms delivered, taking advantage of the white mist. The 2 stealthily evaded the crowd. Only when they were sure of their safety did the engineer inquire, "Why are we running? Do they fire the big guns?" "The big guns. Aren't those secured by 6 passwords?" Shen Xing had not anticipated that the adversary would arrive with heavy artillery at dawn on the 3rd day. It was no wonder there had been little activity the previous day. "Do you have a needle?" Shen Xing, gravely injured, could not approach to offer assistance. "No, I have already faced death once." It was no surprise that he had vanished for a time, leaving Shen Xing to scavenge for sustenance and gradually restore his health. The 2 took refuge in the tower. "What shall we do? They possess heavy artillery. We cannot contend with that." Shen Xing activated his vision, discovering that a hunter was pursuing them alone, perhaps emboldened by hitting Shen Xing with that previous shot, leading him to believe he was capable. "Engineer, what level is your skill?" "I am on the verge of reaching level 3, but I still require a brief cooldown." Now, they possess a total of 10 totems, and their energy replenishes at an astonishing rate. "Fear not, the hunter remains oblivious to your presence. We shall await his arrival." Shen Xing tossed a trap at the entrance, and then ascended the spiral staircase with the engineer concealing themselves. The 2 remained silent, listening as the hunter's footsteps drew ever closer. "That wretched cook, he runs so swiftly. If he were to slow down just a tad, I would put a bullet through him." However, just as he was about to enter the tower, he unexpectedly veered away, circling the structure instead. "We can wait no longer." The moment to strike has arrived. After signaling, Shen Xing summoned a horde of level 2 ghouls to confront the hunter, and shortly thereafter, the engineer called forth his level 3 ghouls. Goodness, 2 waves of ghouls. Could they all be summoned by me? Whoosh. Inside the tower, the duo heard the sound of the hunter loosing arrows, evidently having crafted a new bow. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Curse him! Upon hearing the gunfire, Shen Xing dashed out of the tower, only to find some ghouls assaulting him. Damn that cook! You dare remain here. With that, he readied another round. Shen Xing swiftly drew his bow and loosed an arrow at the hunter. At that moment, the engineer emerged as well, armed only with an axe, devoid of ranged weaponry. Engineer, hurl the axe at him. Huh, Draven. That strike, combined with Shen Xing's final arrow, sent the hunter crashing to the ground. I curse you, wretched cook. I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Where the hell are you guys? Come quickly and help me. However, no one heeded his cries, and the 2 individuals swiftly ended the hunter's final breath. Did they truly believe that wielding a formidable firearm rendered them invincible? Perhaps had he encountered others, he might have triumphed against 2 foes. Brother Chef, you take the large gun. I shall manage with a bow and arrow. The title the engineer used for Shen Xing had already transformed. All right, in this encounter, the hunter not only relinquished a powerful firearm, but also a military knife and a bow. Truly the third wolf. Shen Xing seized the gun and ammunition, leaving the remaining gear for the engineer, and allocated 10 arrows to him. You can take all the rest, along with those 10 arrows. Understood, Brother Chef. Returning to the workbench, Shen Xing fully repaired the durability of the firearm. Activating his vision, he discerned individuals in the house across the tower. It was now the 3rd day of daylight. The good people were undoubtedly frantically searching for coal, believing the hunter had already acquired the nitroglycerin. After all, with a large gun, a bow, and a military knife, how could the hunter possibly lose? Shen Xing unleashed a white mist, continuing to strip meat to restore his strength. Brother Chef, I see them, they are right across. Don't rush, let's wait for nightfall. We shall dance on the ship then, but for now, let us recover and gather more meat. As the sky gradually darkened, Shen Xing kept a vigilant watch over the good people's movements through his enhanced sight. Engineer, did you notice the 2 individuals on the left who are isolated? Let's go and eliminate them. Huh, my level 3 ghoul is almost ready, but that distance is rather excessive. Shen Xing turned his gaze towards the 2 individuals. Thus, I shall wield a powerful firearm, traverse the spirit realm, while you summon the ghouls, and then you shall approach. Very well, Chef, do exercise caution. At this moment, Shen Xing's health had been restored to 3/4. He would not be eliminated instantly. He initiated his journey through the spirit realm, while the engineer summoned ghouls directly towards the 2 figures. As Shen Xing drew nearer, he overheard their conversation. This is troubling. They are summoning ghouls again, and it is likely directed at us. It seems they possess numerous totems. Surely, the hunters have not bestowed upon them more? The ghouls raced towards the 2, and Shen Xing could only discern their positions through his enhanced sight. Once he observed their entanglement with the ghouls, he first confirmed their locations and then made a predictive strike. Bang! Goodness, that hurts. It's the powerful firearm. Shen Xing was uncertain whom he had struck, but as long as he hit something, that sufficed. If fallen, the firearm shot had depleted 3/4 of one individual's health, and combined with the ghoul's attacks, one fell to the ground. Shen Xing reloaded, activated his enhanced sight once more, and predicted again. Bang! Another shot found its mark. Please carry me to that bed over there. I fear I shall be thoroughly torn apart by the ghouls. I have fallen. Shen Xing lifted the firearm and gently blew on the muzzle. This hunter's firearm is truly remarkable. Then signal the engineer. Come to me. Come over here. The 2 fell to the ground, at the mercy of the ghoul's claws. Damn the hunter, foolishly equipped, nothing but a waste. Shen Xing did not even deign to end the lives of the 2. The presence of the ghoul sufficed, and he turned away, retreating into the wooden house behind him. Chef, I have arrived. Only then did the engineer make his tardy appearance, coinciding with the blaring of 2 alarms. Beep. Engineer, at the position in front of me, near the bear's corpse. The bodies of the 2 are there. Retrieve the heavy artillery and discard the rest of the equipment into the sea. Understood. This was his favorite task. Shen Xing approached the workbench, commencing repairs on the heavy artillery. Alas, the good people had now lost 2 more pieces of heavy artillery, totaling only 4, with 3 already claimed. How would they continue? Moreover, the 2 barrels of explosives remained unused. The hunter was dead, but the captain must perish as well. Both Fei Yangyang and Mei Yangyang had to meet their end. Shen Xing and his companion were not far from the good people's ship, yet the 5 remained aboard, too frightened to disembark. Once more, he activated his vision, preparing for another predictive strike. Bang! Remarkably, he was hit again. I curse your very existence. How could the werewolf reach me? He must be lurking near our ship, still possessing that vision. Let us not venture out yet. We shall wait until dawn. At daybreak, we will emerge together. For them, there is a piece of good news. The hunter has slain the bear at the tower. However, the bad news is that the hunter has dispatched 2 waves of formidable foes, rendering any further action impossible. Shen Xing and his companion have not yet finished gathering coal, as they were both discovered on the first day. Consequently, the progress of the good-hearted individuals sailing the ship is not slow, and they are not far from the foot of the mountain. Chapter 35. The Slaughter of the Ship. Noticing that the good-hearted individuals have retreated into the cabin, Shen Xing promptly returns to his workbench to repair his gun. At that moment, the engineer excitedly approaches. Chef, this victory is assured. Shen Xing shakes his head. Not necessarily. Tomorrow heralds the storm. Moreover, their ship has already reached the foot of the mountain, and they will undoubtedly ascend together to collect the glycerin. Huh? The engineer inquires, perplexed. Didn't I scatter all the coal? Where they find so much coal? After fixing his large gun, Shen Xing pulls out a piece of meat and begins to eat. We were discovered on the first day and subsequently driven here. There must still be plenty of coal ahead. I see. The engineer sheepishly scratches his head. Do they have surplus ammunition? Yes, indeed. I can spare you 2 rounds. Shen Xing contemplates the situation. Their opponents are all aboard the ship, and with a large gun, attacking the vessel poses a challenge. Chef, look. He follows the engineer's gaze and notices 2 individuals stealthily making their way toward the tower. Should we go confront them? Shen Xing turned to glance at the ship and was astonished to discover that there was indeed another person imprisoned within. Without hesitation, he declared, No, we shall not approach. Summon the ghoul to attack them, and then we shall board the vessel. The opposing party consisted of merely 5 individuals. At this moment, 2 had the audacity to emerge in search of glycerin, undoubtedly armed with formidable weapons, with 3 more remaining on the ship and 1 in confinement. Seizing the vessel would be a trivial task. With a resounding roar, 2 eerie calls echoed through the air, prompting Shen Xing to pivot and stride towards the ship as dawn began to break. It was a day marked by a fierce snowstorm, and the engineer trailed closely behind him. Let us refrain from speaking and quietly board the ship, he instructed. Agreed. As the 2 drew nearer to the ship, the 2 individuals aboard detected Shen Xing's approach. The cook and the engineer are coming. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprinted towards their comrades, who were occupied with the glycerin. In truth, upon hearing the ghastly cries, they had already prepared to advance in that direction, knowing that if they failed to intercept the ghoul, their chance would be lost. What about the ship? One inquired. Forget about the ship for now. Let us regroup with our allies, and we shall reclaim it later. Shen Xing, positioned on the ice surface at the rear left of the ship, drew forth his rifle, taking aim at the individuals beneath the tower, while making a slight prediction of their movements. Bang! He struck a target. The engineer, wielding a bow, exclaimed in admiration, Incredible! Fire again! Everyone, remain vigilant and do not stand still. The 2 werewolves are behind us. Shen Xing aimed directly at a figure on the icy surface ahead and fired a shot. It hurts! The captain's sister screamed. The engineer also drew his weapon, attempting to emulate Shen Xing's actions. Bang! Unfortunately, he missed. Through his vision, as he observed the converging quartet, Shen Xing fired again. Bang! A hit. Damn! How can this guy shoot so accurately? Quick, give me a shot. Shen Xing, utilizing his sight, noticed one of the adversaries fall and swiftly led the engineer back to the ship. Doctor, hurry, we must defend the vessel. Their route featured an icy surface, allowing for a quicker boarding, while Shen Xing and the engineer had to swim to reach the ship. The doctor was the first aboard. Royal, you take the single side door. I have locked the other two sides. Understood. This conversation was, of course, overheard by Shen Xing and the engineer. I got it, doctor. Thank you. Upon hearing the cook's voice, the doctor's expression darkened considerably. By the time Shen Xing and the engineer boarded, Royal and the doctor had completed the locking process. Naturally, Shen Xing did not use the single side door. Instead, he approached the double side door and forcefully broke it open. He was met face to face with Royal. Wielding a shovel, without hesitation, Shen Xing fired a shot at Royal, then dealt him 2 swift blows. The doctor, positioned nearby, shot arrows at Shen Xing. Target the cook. Target the cook. He is out of bullets. At this moment, Shen Xing was down to half health and began to grapple with the doctor, retreating into the ship's cabin, where he tossed his last clip around the corner. At this moment, the individual transporting glycerin up the mountain met his demise. Coincidentally, it was the ship's captain. Restricted by Shen Xing's animal trap, the doctor dared not approach directly. Seizing the opportunity while Shen Xing was momentarily absent, he dismantled the trap before resuming his pursuit. The deceased chef had lost all his blood. Indeed, Shen Xing's vitality was considerably diminished, reduced to merely 1/3. Upon opening the door, he stepped onto the deck, where the engineer had already readied a large firearm aimed at the entrance. The doctor, displaying his intelligence, refrained from advancing. If you do not come up, then I shall descend to find you, Shen Xing declared, drawing his bow, and, as he descended the staircase, he spotted the concealed doctor, swiftly dispatching him with 2 arrows. Oh dear. No, chef, your aim is remarkably precise. Are you a hunter? Typically, it is only somewhat accurate. Shen Xing then transported the fallen doctor to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the captain's sister, still imprisoned, vociferously interrogated, "Dead chef, from whom did you acquire that firearm?" Almost forgetting about the delightful little lamb, Shen Xing replied, "Your hunter brother gifted it to me." He then commenced his search for the key aboard the ship. Damn it, useless hunter. I told you he should not have been so well equipped. It's all that foolish woman, the captain, who insisted on defending him. The captain, his expression darkened, could only direct his fury towards Shen Xing. "Dead chef, I caution you, it would be wise to release me, revive my comrades, and assist us in escaping this vessel. Otherwise, be prepared for the vengeance of my brothers." Upon hearing these words, Shen Xing was both enraged and amused, truly a reflection of the charmingly naive Mei Yanyan. The engineer swung an axe twice against the captain's cell. "What kind of wretched creature are you, dreaming so grandly?" With this scolding, the captain's expression darkened further. If only her hunter brother were still around, she would not endure such humiliation. "You, what do you mean by that? Do you truly believe yourself to be a lost princess in this world?" At that moment, Shen Xing discovered a key and approached the cell. The engineer was taken aback. "Wait, chef, are you really going to rescue her?" Upon realizing that Shen Xing was indeed intent on saving her, the captain's confidence soared. "Oomph, you foolish chef. I must commend your perceptiveness. If you manage to free me and assist in transporting the glycerin to blow up the iceberg, I shall ensure that my brothers spare you. However, the engineer must perish for daring to insult me." At this juncture, the royal, lying on the ground, gathered some courage upon witnessing the chef's compliance. "Engineer, why are you still standing there? Hurry and take me back aboard." The engineer's face turned ashen. He had expected the chef to behave differently. Yet this was the unexpected outcome. Very well, since he had also earned this key through the chef's efforts, he might as well repay the favor. Just as the chef was about to lift the royal, Shen Xing finally spoke. "Where do you think you're going? Hurry and get your weapon ready." "Huh?" The 3 of them were momentarily taken aback, while only the doctor lying on the ground shook his head. A mere chef, armed with the prowess to vanquish us, would have little to fear from a few older brothers, wouldn't he? Moreover, are you truly related to me in a legitimate sense? Chapter 36. Shen Xing is too meticulous. Upon hearing Shen Xing's words, the captain's sister in the cell suddenly changed her expression. "What do you mean?" Shen Xing displayed an innocent smile as he gazed at the captain imprisoned within. "Cooking. Have you forgotten my profession? One chef alone is insufficient." Royal, lying on the ground, shivered inwardly, bewildered as to why he was suddenly dragged into this, especially when the doctor was already in the kitchen. Upon hearing Shen Xing's words, the engineer immediately brightened with glee. Aha, splendid. He aimed his firearm directly at the captain's position. Dead, chef. I warn you, you had better think this through. Panic washed over her as the engineer's dark barrel was pointed right at her. Chef, I won't make you move glycerin anymore. You needn't save me. Yet Shen Xing did not cease in his endeavor to unlock the cell door. Chef, dear chef, please spare me. I've made a grave mistake, I truly have. The captain's sister was on the verge of tears, her voice breaking, eliciting a moment of sympathy from the engineer, though his actions remained unwavering. In the instant the door swung open, the engineer fired a shot at the captain, while Shen Xing swiftly hurled an axe, striking the captain down. Time to prepare a grand feast. Shen Xing directly hoisted the captain and returned to the kitchen, unceremoniously tossing out the obstructive doctor. The kitchen brother realized that pleading for mercy was futile. The captain's sister resorted to seduction, causing the engineers outside to break out in goosebumps. To Shen Xing's dismay, he furrowed his brows in disgust. How revolting! With a swift, decisive stroke, he struck the captain. Cease your cries. Tonight's dinner is a certainty. Seeing that Shen Xing was impervious to reason, the captain unleashed another tirade. You shameless chef! Are you even a man? If you are a man, do not harm women. Shen Xing chuckled, finding the captain's words pretentious. Whether I am a man is not for you to concern yourself with. I only hope that when next we meet, you will still provide me with dinner. You. The captain attempted to retort, but Shen Xing swiftly extinguished her remaining vitality, then chopped her up and cast the pieces into the furnace. Brother chef, I have brought the royal as well. Very well, leave him be. Let's not let the doctor perish. We shall dine before continuing our journey. Understood. The engineer had never experienced such indulgence. Previously, he had either been pursued by noble hunters or frozen outside. The royal's face turned a deep shade of anger. One may kill a soldier, but one must not humiliate him. I shall remember this grudge, and if you possess any courage, reveal your name. Shen Xing struck the royal repeatedly, puzzled, and inquired, Is it customary for those who play as royals to take such delight in remembering others' names? Remember this well. I am Lu Neng. Once there was a royal family, sharing the same visage and circumstances. As the last remnants of royal blood were taken away, only the fallen doctor and Shen Xing remained aboard the vessel. Shen Xing began to prepare a meal, subsequently seeking a spot to place the 3 barrels of explosives he carried on the ship. Do not venture into the boiler room. I have placed the barrels there. The engineer, puzzled, inquired, Chef, it's all over. Why place the explosives? A glance at the engineer revealed a lack of attention to detail. Increase the score. The engineer clearly remained skeptical. Is that true? Can it really enhance the score? It was evident they possessed no understanding of how scores were obtained. So, Shen Xing decided to enlighten him. Indeed, it is possible to achieve a high score. One must engage in various tasks. Good people perform good deeds, while wolves commit malevolent acts. Tasks such as coal transport, navigation, and bear hunting all contribute to scoring. If it were anyone else, the engineer would have been doubtful. But this particular chef had already proven himself. Then I shall place mine as well. He too carried a barrel, which he similarly positioned in the boiler room, ensuring it would not affect them. Chef, do powerful professions like the royal and hunter easily garner high scores? Shen Xing shook his head. Not at all. The easiest way to achieve high scores is through the captain and engineer, provided you are a good person. Impossible. Suddenly, the fallen doctor spoke up, startling the engineer. Good heavens! Can the corpse refrain from speaking? It is truly terrifying. The engineer turned to Shen Xing and inquired, Chef, despite my continuous efforts, my high score remains a mere B. Shen Xing chuckled softly and replied, Well, you must have been shopping instead of hauling coal. The engineer's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. But chef, those individuals do nothing but chase werewolves with their weapons. Surely I cannot be the only one to bear the load. As an engineer, if you do not shoulder the burden, who will? It seemed makes sense. However, he could not stand to see them idling about. It was more unbearable than losing. Thus, it varies from person to person. Yet as long as everyone fulfills their respective roles without oversight, the werewolves would stand no chance. Had he not witnessed today how 2 werewolves tore through 6 opponents, he might have believed it, especially when there were formidable guns involved and all the royal hunters were on the side of good. But did we not eliminate all the good players today? The doctor lying on the ground felt inexplicably uneasy. We owe our thanks to the hunters, otherwise we would not have fared so easily. The doctor immediately began to curse. I knew it was that wretched hunter. Damn it. He kills a bear and thinks himself a hero, demanding this and that, only to turn around and perish. And that despicable captain, all he does is whine aboard the ship. Brother, I am hungry. Brother, could you fetch me a bow? Indeed, this statement holds true. Had it not been for these 2 individuals, Shen Xing would not have revealed himself on the first day, nor would he have altered his strategy. Well, the meal is ready. Engineering, remember to finish eating. Rest assured. Chef, I shall ensure I complete it. Shen Xing withdrew the braised meat from the stove and placed it before engineering. Do not eat too hastily. After finishing 1 can, take a moment to rest before continuing. Delicate, so exquisitely crafted. After pondering for a moment, engineering inquired, Chef, does this also enhance the score? Certainly. Otherwise, who would labor to prepare your meal for free? At this moment, a blizzard began to rage outside, and the temperature for the 2 plummeted rapidly. Chef, may I add you as a friend on my warship? When I find myself in dire straits, I shall seek refuge with you. Sure, my warship is named Infinite Assault. No sooner had Shen Xing spoken than the doctor succumbed to blood loss. No explorers survived. The expedition ended in failure. Your mission has succeeded. Would you like to settle? Yes, settle. In this game, he made no mistakes, and he knew the score would undoubtedly be high. The expedition has concluded, and your evaluation is SSS. You have received the following items. Special Braised Meat X10, Fortress Core Spell Array X1, SSS Exclusive, Superior Iron Shovel X1. Warship Upgrade Materials, Iron, X200, Fortress Construction Materials, Wood, X1000, Resurrection Tokens X4. As expected, Shen Xing's anticipation was met with the SSS rating, and he estimated that engineering's score must be no less than an A. 10 cans of braised meat, a standard supply, astonishingly contained 200 units. Construction materials for the fortress, a novel discovery. Chapter 37. Pei Mingyue has returned. Had those events not transpired, Shen Xing might have considered donating this item. However now, even if he were to discard it, he would never bestow it upon them. An exquisite iron shovel. How did it anticipate my intention to flee? Digging a tunnel indeed presents itself as a commendable strategy. Shen Xing gazed at the golden-hued tetrahedron. The Fortress Core Magic Array? What might this be? Is it an essential component for establishing a fortress? Fortress Core Magic Array. The fundamental item for fortress construction. Once the materials are gathered, a location may be selected for building the fortress. Goodness, such a thing exists. Does this mean he must assume the role of a manager? Initially, he contemplated escaping from Fortress 39 and relocating to another fortress, maintaining a low profile until his strength was sufficiently formidable. Now, he must revise his plans. Managing the construction of fortress is akin to erecting a city. He had previously engaged in a city-building game called Cities, Skylines, where, as a conscientious mayor, not a single unruly resident troubled his city. You have received a friend request from the Corp Speaks. Note, I was the engineer. Do you agree? Except, to his surprise, the engineer had sent the request so promptly. The Corp Speaks. Chef, how should I address you? I can't continually call you Chef, can I? My name is Sun Ding. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, my name is Shen Xing. The Corp Speaks. Sun Ding, very well. Xingge. By the way, which fortress are you currently in? Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, I am preparing to construct my own fortress. The Corp Speaks. Sun Ding. Impressive, exclaimed. When your fortress is completed, I shall come to seek refuge with you. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, excellent. A new member for the fortress. 1. His strength is not a primary concern. What matters most is character, and for now, Sun Ding seems acceptable. When the time arrived, Shen Xing logged out of Infinite Assault, taking nothing with him. Upon entering the dining hall, he noticed the table was already laden with food, still steaming. He had not touched the provisions from the previous day, and as for today, as offerings, just as Shen Xing pondered this, Pei Mingyue gracefully entered the room. He had just returned from the revival, and her arrival seemed rather coincidental. Could there be surveillance in the room? Shen Xing cast a wary glance around, observing his demeanor. Pei Mingyue smiled softly. Rest assured, Mr. Shun, there is nothing of the sort here. I merely happened to come by. Indeed, this was her second visit. Why not sit down and dine together? Pei Mingyue suggested, taking a seat first. Shen Xing glanced at her and followed suit, curious about the intentions of this woman who had come to seek him out once more. Shen Xing remained silent, directly commencing his meal. Pei Mingyue, noticing Shen Xing's disregard for her, felt a flicker of displeasure arise within her, yet she suppressed it. Her primary purpose for visiting today was to offer an apology to Mr. Shun. An apology? Did Miss Pei commit any egregious act? Shen Xing's tone had long since lost the courtesy it bore during their previous encounter. Pei Mingyue's heart tightened. As father predicted, this individual is indeed haughty and evidently perturbed. However, once your utility has waned, I shall return to settle matters with you, she thought with a smile. Of course, I am here to apologize for yesterday's incident. I had explicitly instructed Wang Yin to assist Mr. Shun immediately should he encounter provocation from a Meng family, yet he neglected his duties. Thankfully, Mr. Shun possesses extraordinary capabilities. This entire situation, she mused, was enough to leave anyone feeling at ease. Shen Xing cast a glance at Pei Mingyue before resuming his meal. He acknowledged that he had initially been beguiled by her appearance. The phrase large-chested yet brainless was not entirely accurate. It could only be said that he had been too superficial in his judgments and had underestimated human desires. Seeing Shen Xing's silence, Pei Mingyue pressed on. May I inquire how much braised meat you currently have? With the beast tide approaching, it would be prudent to make preparations early. Indeed, it had come. Shen Xing set down his chopsticks, gazing at Pei Mingyue with a smile. Miss Pei, you speak wisely, yet I wonder. What does Miss Pei intend to offer in exchange this time? Pei Mingyue was taken aback. Exchange? Having spoken to you in such kindly terms, should you not extend your hand first? Moreover, during our last encounter, I bestowed upon you a considerable number of crystal cores, a skill stone, and a precious spatial ring. Mr. Shun jested, remarking that what I offered during our previous meeting had already depleted the entirety of the Pei family's resources, leaving no further offerings to present. Pei Mingyue wore a smile on her face, yet inwardly, she began to curse Shen Xing. The insatiable little thief, indeed. Had all that previous demeanor been nothing but a facade? She recalled the first time she had met Shen Xing. Although he had gazed at her, he lacked the covetousness exhibited by others. In retrospect, it was merely a masterfully disguised act. Shen Xing shrugged his shoulders and remarked, with an air of resignation, that there was little he could do, for he was not a member of the Pei family, and thus found his efforts to be in vain. Pei Mingyue's mastery of facial expressions was nothing short of remarkable. Her performance was top tier. Even if she felt discomfort within, her smile remained genuine. Mr. Shun, I have yet to encounter someone who captivates my heart, but from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your extraordinary nature. At this juncture, Pei Mingyue lowered her head, shyly. If Mr. Shun holds any interest in me, perhaps those stews could serve as a betrothal gift. And after the beast tide has passed, we could hold a wedding. Shen Xing felt a tumult in his stomach. He had assumed that Pei Mingyue, as an indirect manager, would possess some semblance of integrity. Yet, it appeared that emerging unsullied from muddy waters was far more challenging than anticipated. Upon hearing Pei Mingyue's words, Shen Xing swiftly recoiled, crossing her arms defensively. Not only do you wish to exploit my possessions, but you also desire to take advantage of my body. No matter how skillfully Pei Mingyue feigned composure, Shen Xing's words struck a nerve at that moment. With a resounding clap, Pei Mingyue slammed her hands on the table, glaring fiercely at Shen Xing. Do not be so ungrateful. Are you truly that flustered? Shen Xing was confident that they would not dare to lay a finger on her, as they were uncertain of the extent of her resources, a matter crucial to the future of their stronghold. Noticing that Pei Mingyue had abandoned her pretense, Shen Xing straightened her posture and remarked with a smirk, Miss Pei, you have quite startled me. I am genuinely frightened. What a jest. Are you aware of Shen Xing's nickname during her university days? She was affectionately known as Electric Machine Lu Xiaowei. The campus belle personally delivered water to her, hoping to add her on WeChat, only to receive the reply, "Thank you for the water, but I shall not be adding you as a friend. Just because I accepted your water does not obligate me to add you as a friend. Regardless, I would receive it from someone else." Enraged, Pei Mingyue's chest heaved with indignation, providing Shen Xing with a rather delightful view. The reason she had refrained from looking earlier was due to her principles. But at this moment, why not indulge? Noticing Shen Xing's gaze, Pei Mingyue huffed coldly and turned on her heel, instructing Wang Yin outside, "Keep a close watch on him. Do not allow him to leave this house." Chapter 38. Escape. Shen Xing spat the morsel of meat back onto the table. It was only when the outside fell silent that he rose and retreated to his bedroom. This place was ill-suited for lingering. He must flee without delay. Perhaps by tomorrow that woman would change her mind, bringing along the old man Meng Zhan to hang him up and cast him into the water prison. At that juncture, despite his boundless potential, it would remain but potential. With a flick of his wrist, a shovel clattered to the ground. Bang! A peculiar sound resonated throughout the room, prompting Shen Xing to swiftly cover his ears and shut his eyes. After a considerable pause, sensing the absence of further noise, he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Phew! Fortunately, they seemed unconcerned. Outside, Wang Yin had already heard the commotion. Merely glancing back before dismissing it from his mind, Shen Xing picked up the shovel, noting its similarity to those found aboard the revival vessel. He was uncertain of its purpose. Holding the iron spade, he gently dug at the ground beneath him, only to find his foot sinking half a meter into the earth, causing him to lose his footing in an instant. Goodness! Suddenly stumbling, Shen Xing plopped onto the ground, feeling a considerable ache in his tailbone. My backside. Rubbing his rear while rising, he glanced at the half-meter deep pit created by a single thrust of the shovel, lost in contemplation. What on earth is this? A mere shovel can excavate so deeply. Is this a real-life rendition of Minecraft? However, a surge of joy coursed through Shen Xing's heart. This was indeed fortuitous for him. Did this not imply that he could unearth it tonight? Truly remarkable. The shovel was indeed of exquisite craftsmanship. Yet, it was only afternoon, and there was a modicum of commotion. He must await the stillness of the night to proceed. For now, Shen Xing simply laid down to rest. For the night would offer no slumber, such as the vitality of youth, able to fall asleep at a whim. Had Wang Yin entered to take a glance, he would have certainly noticed the pit that had formed in the bedroom. The afternoon passed in silence, and when Shen Xing awoke, the night had long settled. Goodness! He had overslept. It was just past midnight. Someone had indeed entered earlier to clear away the remnants of the meal, but they had not ventured into his chamber. Shen Xing stretched languidly. Time to commence. Calculating that he could dig half a meter with each scoop, he plunged the shovel down 20 times, feeling it sufficient. However, he found himself at an impasse when determining the direction to dig. Which way would yield the best results? Fate shall decide. Shen Xing tossed the crystal core that illuminated his path. The direction it indicated would be the one he would pursue. Yet, the crystal core was identical at both ends. No matter, this shall suffice. Perhaps you wonder where the earth excavated by the shovel has gone? It has been consumed by the shovel. With one hand holding the crystal core and the other wielding the shovel, Shen Xing relied on his second-tier extraordinary vision. The faint glow of the crystal was more than adequate. Thus, Shen Xing embarked on his excavation journey. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon he began to feel a hint of fatigue. Ever since he ascended to the second tier of extraordinary beings, he had not experienced such weariness in quite some time. Approximately 6 hours later, as dawn broke, Shen Xing contemplated his efforts. After digging for so long, surely it was enough? He began to dig at an angle upwards until a radiant light emerged. It worked. Shen Xing felt a surge of joy, but as he surfaced, he realized he had found himself in the depths of a forest. Goodness, I had no idea I had excavated so far. Shen Xing was oblivious to the several pairs of eyes fixated on him. Shen Xing. Boom! Shen Xing's body stiffened, his mind racing with expletives. Upon turning around, he discovered a small team of 6 facing him, alongside a formidable beast, a moose. These individuals seemed vaguely familiar. They were none other than the group that had accompanied Shen Xing to Fortress 39. The leader among them was none other than Huang Shaofa. "Do you recognize me?" Shen Xing inquired, furrowing his brow at them. Huang Shaofa, startled, took a step back. "And no, I do not." He dared not offend Shen Xing, for he had witnessed him being respectfully escorted into the inner city. "Do not recognize me? Yet you can call my name?" he roared. Just then, the moose, feeling neglected, could no longer contain its frustration. The majestic elk measured a staggering 3 meters in length, and despite Huang Shaofa and his companions wrestling with it for an entire hour, they could not inflict even a scratch upon its formidable hide. A glint of determination flickered in Shen Xing's eyes as a finely crafted military knife materialized in his hand. With a swift whoosh, a blade of energy sliced through the air, cleaving the elk and the tree behind it in half. "How dare this mere beast display such audacity before me?" Huang Shaofa was taken aback, realizing with astonishment that in just a few days, Shen Xing had developed such prowess. He felt immensely relieved that he had refrained from confronting Shen Xing. As Shen Xing turned his gaze towards him, Huang Shaofa instinctively retreated in fright. Should anyone inquire whether they had encountered him, do you know what to reply? Huang Shaofa nodded vigorously, declaring, "Never seen him, no knowledge of him." Satisfied, Shen Xing departed, noting that this forest was not the one he had originally ventured into, but rather the one across from it. With his current strength, he could retreat unscathed, provided he did not encounter any high-tier extraordinary beasts. After walking for a considerable time, Shen Xing ascended a giant tree, affording him a view of Fort 39, neither too large nor too small. "Pei Mingwei, I have etched this grudge into my memory. One day, I shall make her pay." For now, however, he sought a temporary stronghold, choosing not to head to the next fortress. Yet, he realized he lacked sufficient materials to construct his own fortress. It was at noon, shortly after Shen Xing's departure, that Wang Yin began to sense something amiss. It was too quiet. Had he inadvertently stepped into the revival? 2 days ago, Wang Yin had also entered the revival after Shen Xing, instinctively making his way to the room. Upon discovering the hole in the bedroom, his mind momentarily flared with alarm. "Intruder!" he shouted as a figure rushed in. "Team leader, what's the matter? Gather the brothers immediately and send someone to inform the young lady that Shen Xing is in trouble." At that moment, Shen Xing was soaring high in the sky, free as a bird and plunging into the vast sea, leaping like a fish. He had stumbled upon a cave, more accurately a wolf's den, where a family of 3 had met their demise at the hands of Shen Xing's 3 swift strikes. Conveniently, sustenance was now at hand. Shen Xing surveyed the cave, noting it offered decent shelter from the elements. He mused over the possibility of being surprised by a wolf in the dead of night, yet he dismissed the thought. After all, he had usurped their territory and claimed their flesh, and now they would not even be allowed to retaliate. Enough of this. I must return to the revival. Time is of the essence. He produced a crystal core and smashed it against the ground. Infinite assault. Launch. Shen Xing felt immensely grateful for acquiring such a bounty of crystal cores from Pei Mingwei. At least for the foreseeable future, he would not find himself lacking in resources. As he entered Infinite Assault, a message arrived. "Dan Zhonghao, Pan Zhongdanbro, are you still at Fortress 39? We're preparing to seek refuge with you." Chapter 39, The Huntress. Shen Xing did not expect such a person to speak. He vaguely recalled that this individual was also involved in engineering, and there was another person in the same fortress as him. Could it be that there had been some upheaval in his fortress as well? Infinite attack. Shen Xing, I have departed and am preparing to construct my fortress independently. Having sent this message, Shen Xing ceased to concern himself with the matter, as the other party should be aboard the revival. By the way, I wonder how my soul gathering pearl is faring. Soul gathering pearl. A unique necklace capable of absorbing the souls of living beings within 1 hour of their death. For each soul absorbed, combat power increases by 1. Grade, excellent, upgradable, combat power, 7100. Astonishingly, it has increased by 7 levels. It seems that the souls of those slain aboard the revival also count. And could the additional level be attributed to the deer he just dispatched? It seems likely. Without hesitation, Shen Xing produced a revival coin and utilized it. Now he possessed 10 revival coins. He was hardly lacking in this regard. Welcome to the revival. Please await the arrival of other crew members. Shen Xing routinely activated the radio, and a lively melody filled the air. Oh, there's actually music? A female voice emerged, and she approached Shen Xing, gazing intently at the radio. How had he never noticed this before? Suddenly, Shen Xing's mood soured. Could this possibly be yet another princess? It was simply discovered in this manner. After speaking, he distanced himself from her. The girl was momentarily taken aback, yet she did not dwell on it. Until their professions were confirmed, all crew members appeared as stick figures. Soon, everyone had gathered. Brothers, is there anyone who hasn't used a profession designation scroll? Of course, everyone has used it. No one would be unable to afford that, right? Shen Xing remained silent in the corner, feeling once again isolated. The expedition began, and his identity was revealed as an engineer. Damn it, just as I thought, and a good one at that. He will surely be overworked, shoveling coal, steering the ship, cooking, battling werewolves. He has to do it all. Such is the allure of the baby ship. Hunters, head to the right. The voice he heard was, astonishingly, that of the girl from before. Wow, girl. So, she's playing a hunter. Can she manage? The hunter replied coldly, just mind your own business. Shen Xing was surprised to discover that the speaker was indeed a girl, and a hunter at that. She likely wasn't a princess. Press C to submit coal. Press C to submit coal. Shen Xing spoke up again, and the hunter turned to glance at him, clearly recognizing his voice. Press C to submit coal? What is that? Indeed, this was not merely a game. However, everyone understood the necessity of submitting coal to expedite their development, and thus chose to comply. Shen Xing began picking up the coal from the table one by one. Wait, there are only 7 pieces of coal. We are short. Only 7. Someone hasn't submitted. At that moment, some individuals leapt directly into the sea to swim across. The boiler room was ignited, and Shen Xing was the last to ascend to the deck. He turned to glance at the captain, who was already prepared to set sail. What a seemingly good person, due to Shen Xing's late descent. He ventured to the right side, where many items had already vanished. Most importantly, he was curious to ascertain whether this hunter was skilled or merely a wolf in disguise. If it were the latter, he would switch his profession to that of a hunter. As he walked along, he observed a chef skinning seal meat, and for the time being, he affixed a label of goodwill to him. Upon reaching the wooden bridge, he encountered a skeleton. Remarkably, it had not been disturbed. Could it be that the right side was inhabited entirely by good souls? Shen Xing promptly opened the skeleton, revealing a tendon, a bone, and a weapons cache code. 2 to 6. He then proceeded to the supply box nearby, opened the coal sled, and obtained 2 pieces of coal. At that moment, a wolf unexpectedly pursued him, leaving Shen Xing perplexed. Had not the hunter traversed the right side? Why had not a single wolf been slain? Forced to defend himself, Shen Xing struck down the wolf with 3 axe blows, sustaining a bite in the process. He then skinned the wolf, acquiring another tendon, and decided to keep the 3 pieces of meat, just in case this chef turned out to be a villain. He certainly could not allow himself to go hungry. Nearby was a supply box, which Shen Xing initially presumed to be empty. However, upon opening it, he was astonished to find 5 pieces of scrap metal, 2 lead ingots, and a key. Whom could he turn to for an explanation? Regrettably, the backpack was full, and Shen Xing promptly discarded a bone he had on him, an action witnessed by the approaching cook. Engineer, what are you throwing away? Shen Xing retrieved the key from the supply box. A bone. Why discard the bone? Shen Xing was at a loss for words. Aren't you keeping it for the werewolves? Oh, with that, the cook resumed butchering the remaining seal. If a skilled royal or hunter were to witness Shen Xing scavenging bones, regardless of his intentions, they would undoubtedly eliminate him. Along the way, he picked up some wooden planks, intending to craft another coal barrel. Upon reaching the tent, Shen Xing noticed only the cook, who was also rummaging through the supply box. Never mind, perhaps it is best to avoid such aggression. Is the hunter around? Do you have any animal hides? The hunter was busy crafting something within the tent. Upon hearing Shen Xing's voice, he rolled his eyes, initially ignoring him, prompting Shen Xing to adopt a similarly aloof demeanor. No, Shen Xing was unconcerned, merely curious about the hunter's presence. Seizing the opportunity while the hunter was engaged with the supply box, Shen Xing approached the workbench and discovered a piece of scrap iron, which he fashioned into nails. This would conveniently enable him to create a coal barrel. He then opened the adjacent safe with the key, finding an ice axe, an opium tincture, and 3 bullets. He discreetly concealed the 3 bullets in a corner of the tent, transforming the opium tincture into a needle, just in case he encountered trouble when entering the wolf den. As Bing Axe prepared to venture into the wolf den to gather coal, he was taken aback to find the cook still rummaging through the supply box. At that moment, 2 wolves charged out from the den. "The wolves are here, brother engineer. Lend me a hand." Shen Xing decided to place his trust, albeit cautiously, in the cook, as he had not previously meddled with bones or corpses. Together, they swiftly dispatched the wolves. Shen Xing immediately began to skin the carcass, for he needed only 1 more animal hide to craft a small bear backpack. "Engineer, are you planning to make a backpack?" "Indeed. The larger the backpack, the more coal we can carry. Perhaps we should first make a backpack for the hunter." Shen Xing shot an incredulous glance at the cook, who scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty. "I don't trust that hunter. She doesn't seem like a good person." At that moment, the hunter was nearby, scavenging, and she turned to glare at Shen Xing. "I can hear you." Unfazed, Shen Xing replied, "I was indeed speaking to you." As he continued to skin the wolf, he discovered only 1 tendon. "Cook, do you have any?" "Oh, no. I have one." After a 3rd attempt at skinning, he finally extracted an animal hide. Shen Xing promptly discarded the wooden board he had been carrying and secured the hide. In the distance, the hunter snorted disdainfully. "Oomph. This young lady will hunt her own bear for a backpack. Well said. A daughter must be strong and self-reliant." Chapter 40. Sailing at the speed of light, Shen Xing did not rush into the wolf den to collect coal. Instead, he returned to the camp to craft a backpack. Coincidentally, he brushed past a hunter who shot him a fierce glare. "I haven't provoked her, have I?" At this time, the sky was gradually darkening, and Shen Xing found it perplexing that no one had perished. The werewolves had not even unleashed a single skill. Could they all be hidden wolves? After completing the backpack, Shen Xing noticed that the hunter had yet to slay the bear. "Chef, do you have any spare tendons?" Yes. There's some in this wolf's carcass." That was clearly retrieved by Shen Xing himself. As he passed the wolf den, he glanced at the hunter. "It's getting dark. You still haven't killed the bear. Why do you care?" TSK, I don't want to cross paths with you." "Engineer, hurry over. I've opened the coal sled for you." To Shen Xing's surprise, the chef was quite adept at managing affairs. He deserved a commendation. Upon entering, Shen Xing realized he had indeed opened a coal sled. The commendation was promptly rescinded. He took all the coal, totaling 10 pieces. He could not afford to die. Hastily, he exited the wolf den, only to find the hunter and chef still waiting for him at the camp. "Wait, aren't you two returning to the ship? Are you planning to make a totem?" The chef was busy at the workbench, crafting something. "I'm making a weapon. It will be ready shortly." The hunter cast a cold glance at Shen Xing. "It's dark now. We might not find a ship and could freeze to death on the way back. Are you responsible for that?" "Practice makes perfect." With no choice but to turn away, Shen Xing noted that although these 2 had not acted against him, at least one of them was a good person. Not long after he departed, the voice of a hunter reached his ears. "Are you seeking death by venturing out now?" Shen Xing could hardly be bothered to respond. Would he willingly offer himself up? What a joke. Upon reaching the icy surface, he estimated the position of the boat. Hey, where's the boat?" He called out several times before receiving an answer. "The boat is over here." At that moment, 3 individuals had already returned to the vessel, and the captain was preparing to set sail. "Who has come back?" Shen Xing inquired while climbing the ladder onto the boat. "I'm the engineer, and I brought back 10 pieces of coal." Excellent. Now we have 3 good people aboard." Shen Xing made his way to the boiler room, where he happened upon the priest emerging from within, uncertain whether he had been adding coal or packing gunpowder. "Captain, you may continue steering the boat. I will add the coal piece by piece." "No problem." Shen Xing was pleasantly surprised that a good person was actually performing tasks, which meant he would not have to exert himself so much. He stationed himself beside the boiler, occasionally adding a piece of coal. "Be cautious of that cook and the hunter. When I returned, I saw them in the right camp, and they have yet to come back. It's possible the hunter has summoned the cook to create a totem. All right. With only the 4 of them aboard, they sailed through the night, steering the vessel directly towards the vicinity of the central island. Hey, priest, come help me steer the boat. I'm feeling quite cold. As soon as the priest took the helm, he soon collided with the shore. Creak, come, someone, help me stoke the coal. I will navigate the vessel. The captain arrived at the boiler room, and Shen Xing tossed the 2 coal buckets from his shoulders onto the ground. The priest, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "You take over. I'm not very adept at this." Shen Xing could navigate this map with his eyes closed. The ship has struck. Hurry and repair it, or we shall progress at a sluggish pace. At that moment, the doctor was busy crafting nails. I am in the midst of repairs. Do not rush me. Presently, aboard the vessel were Shen Xing, the doctor, the priest, and the captain, while the royal and navigator had yet to return. The hunter and cook were in the right camp, and the 2 wolves were certainly lurking among these individuals. Captain, do not incinerate my coal buckets. I still need to transport coal. Very well. I will place the buckets in the boiler room. Come retrieve them yourself. Understood. As dawn gradually broke, Shen Xing expertly piloted the ship past the central island. At that moment, he spotted the royal emerging from a cave in the left section of the 1-5 camp. The ship was perfectly positioned there. Who is steering the vessel? The royal climbed aboard. I am navigating the ship, Shen Xing replied. The royal approached him. Engineer good. Do you have any iron? Upon hearing the royal's query, Shen Xing began to comprehend. Yes, why do you ask? I have something valuable for you. The royal figure approached Shen Xing and casually tossed something onto the ground. It was indeed firearm components. This royal iron is commendable. My engineering skills have proven fruitful. Shen Xing declared, rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. However, as he gathered the firearm parts, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Why is there still so much coal? Captain, did you add all the coal? Yes, didn't you say to add it all at once? You were supposed to add it piece by piece, and you truly did add it all at once. The royal figure retrieved 2 more pieces of coal from his person and tossed them onto the ground. I've placed the coal here for you. Just add it directly. I am navigating the ship. He had already claimed the captain's score, but out of gratitude for the firearm, he chose not to seize Shen Xing's score. By the way, that cook and hunter pose significant issues. You all should be cautious. At that moment, the cook finally returned. I'm back. You are sailing the ship rather swiftly. Indeed, it has been quite fast, Shen Xing replied. He had steered the vessel throughout the night without a single collision, bringing the ship directly to the location of the derelict vessel by the 2nd day. The coal has finally burned out. Shen Xing proceeded to the workbench to craft a firearm, but unfortunately, the concealed bullets were too distant. He then made his way to the boiler room to retrieve his 2 barrels and continued moving coal. At last, early on the 2nd day, the werewolves unleashed their first mist. Regrettably, their ship had nearly reached the foot of the mountain. Look, even a good person can accomplish a task so effortlessly. What relevance do the werewolves have here? Cook, do you have any meat? I'm on the brink of starvation. Uncertain who uttered the words, Shen Xing promptly retreated. Meat? Toss me a piece of coal, and I shall prepare a stew for you. You dare to cook, but Shen Xing would not dare to eat. He made his way directly to the 2nd right camp, and just as he approached the tent, ready to gather coal, a chilling scream pierced the air. Roar! Surely, that cannot be me making such a sound? Shen Xing hastily returned to the tent, leaning against the canvas, and retrieved his axe. Indeed, soon enough, a ghoul charged at him. With 3 swift strikes of his axe, Shen Xing dispatched the ghoul, no longer needing to worry about ambush from behind. Having sustained a loss of half his health, he promptly administered a shot to himself. A level 1 ghoul? Has it truly been a day? The werewolves cannot possibly have so few totems. Pondering this, and feeling hunger pangs, he began to consume the flesh of the ghoul, surprisingly uncovering a key in the process. Could this ghoul be a summon from the hunter? With this thought, Shen Xing proceeded toward the 1st right camp, administering another shot to himself, and his health quickly replenished. Along the way, he collected some wooden planks. Upon arriving at the 1st right camp, he found no sign of the hunter. However, the medical supplies had all been pilfered. Regardless, he returned to the tent to retrieve the bullets he had stashed away, making his journey worthwhile. He then ventured to another tent, igniting a fire to roast his meat. Is the cook's meal truly fit for human consumption? During this time, he also rummaged through some refuse, uncovering several scraps of iron and lead ingots. The corpse within this tent has not yet been looted. Shen Xing directly tore open the package and roasted the meat to eat. By the time he completed this task, the sky had already darkened. On the following day, Shen Xing spent half the time navigating the boat and the other half strolling through the streets. After enjoying a buffet meal, he was no longer hungry and took the key to a safe beside the tent across from him. Upon opening it, he discovered a cup of tea, 5 pieces of gunpowder, and an oil lamp. Perfectly equipped, the gunpowder could be used to craft bullets, the tea was ready to be consumed, and the oil lamp would illuminate his path back to the boat. Woohoo! Time to take off. Shen Xing had no intention of returning just yet. Instead, he headed back to the workstation in the tent. At that moment, he heard footsteps. Who could it be? A figure wielding a machete appeared. It's me, the priest. It was the priest. Shen Xing had thought a werewolf was seeking him out. Are you the one who brought back 10 pieces of coal? Shen Xing appreciated the priestess' inquiry. Yes, that would be me. Turning away, he began crafting bullets, quickly amassing 10 rounds, wealthier than even the royals. Engineer, do you need an ice axe? I have one. What about wood? I have that too. Now, Shen Xing's combat capabilities were at their peak. If only he could acquire a sharpening stone, it would be even better. With the oil lamp in hand, Shen Xing dug out all the coal outside the tent. Wandering during the day and working at night, wasn't that the perfect arrangement? Shen Xing, holding a lantern, approached the base of the wolf camp. Should I venture up to take a look? The werewolves have not unleashed their abilities lately. If both are present, victory is not guaranteed. But what is there to fear? If it comes to worst, I'll simply surrender. With an ice axe in hand, he stealthily ascended. Oh, no one is here? Where could they have gone? Shen Xing boldly entered the wolf camp, ignited some wooden planks, and began to roast the flesh of the 2 corpses within. Although he had died not long ago, could he not let the meat roast unattended? He then excavated coal from nearby until he could carry no more, consuming the roasted meat before returning to the ship. On the eve of a snowstorm, at last, the 3rd day had arrived. Surprisingly, during his absence, the ship had only moved a short distance forward. Without him, this crew would inevitably fall apart. Suddenly, a ghostly wail echoed. Roar! As Shen Xing made his way back to the ship, he scanned his surroundings but failed to spot the ghoul charging towards him. Surely, it was not calling for me. The werewolves must not be in the second camp, right? He glanced upwards at the mountain. Or perhaps it was summoning the hunter. That hunter has yet to return. Hello, is the priest aboard the ship? From a distance, Shen Xing called out, only to hear the priest's voice in response. I'll tell you, Captain, regardless, Engineer Tai and I have been diligently hauling back coal. After a few more calls, the priest finally responded. Hey, I'm here, what is up? Come, bring the coal aboard the ship. I shall assist the hunter. Shen Xing approached the vessel's edge and tossed the 8 pieces of coal to the priest before turning to head towards the right rear. There lay a path leading directly up the mountain, requiring only an ice axe. No problem. The priest, carrying the coal back to the ship, once again showcased it to the captain. You see, Captain, we are indeed good people. To Shen Xing, the royals were undoubtedly benevolent as well. Not merely due to the presence of that firearm. Heaving and puffing while climbing, upon reaching the first tier, he was met by a wolf awaiting him. Shen Xing, disinterested in dispatching it, swiftly ascended to the second tier. Though he received a bite, the urgency of the situation was paramount. While climbing, Shen Xing could overhear the conversations of those aboard the ship, as the distance was not great. Moments ago, some had inquired, is there food, chef? I'm starving. The next instant, it transformed into cries of help. There's a wolf on the ship. Having ascended halfway, Shen Xing immediately turned back. Wolves aboard the ship? As he sprinted back, he pondered aloud. A death alarm blared ominously. From afar, Shen Xing observed someone being unceremoniously tossed into the sea. Wolves on the ship. 2 wolves are present. Who are the wolves? The captain. The priest answered from his cell. Who else? The navigator. As Shen Xing descended, he immediately spotted the navigator licking a package by the ship's edge. Without hesitation, he took aim and fired. Bang! A direct hit. The navigator quickly adopted a serpentine maneuver and dashed towards the ship. Shen Xing fired again, but this time the navigator evaded the shot. Shen Xing moved closer to the vessel and noticed the navigator scrambling up the stairs. He raised his weapon and fired once more. Bang! Another hit. The navigator plummeted into the sea, meeting his demise. Upon reaching the ship's side, Shen Xing examined the navigator's lifeless body and was astonished to discover a large firearm. Forget the small pistol. He discarded it into the ocean and seized the larger weapon, boarding the ship with determination. Chef, the captain is engaged in combat with you. Stop dawdling. I cannot match his strength. Even if you cannot, you must try. With a large gun in hand, Shen Xing ascended the ship and witnessed the captain clashing with the chef. Without hesitation, he took a shot, eliminating the captain's adversary. The chef let out a sigh of relief. Ah, your timing is impeccable, engineer. The ship is taking on water due to an explosion from the werewolves. You must prepare a meal quickly. It has been 3 days without food. Indeed, the werewolf chef did not suffer from hunger for 9 meals in 3 days. Such is the plight of a good-hearted chef. Engineer, do you have the key? Please, save me. The priest pleaded from his cell, but he truly had no key. He had previously opened the safe. No, wait until I repair the ship, and then I shall fetch it for you. Shen Xing tirelessly patched 6 holes before finally restoring the vessel. But navigator, what were you doing out there just now? Shall we not find solace aboard the vessel together? I shall venture forth to eliminate the priest, and then, subsequently, I shall be apprehended and taken away by Shen Xing, who arrives with 2 shots. The 2 werewolves in the prison surprisingly began to strategize. The priest spoke, "You cannot prevail. There are only the 2 of us guarding the ship, and you cannot defeat us." The werewolves fell into silence, and the navigator shifted the topic. "Captain, why do you consistently assist those good souls in navigating the ship? And at such a swift pace? It is not I who steers the vessel." The captain protested, wronged. He had merely piloted it for a brief period on the first day, primarily to conceal his identity, while the majority of the journey had been under Shen Xing's command. That was all my brother in engineering. He navigates both swiftly and steadily. Shen Xing, having explored the ship, finally unearthed a key and liberated the priest. You too. Wait until your skills have improved before emerging. Shen Xing approached the workstation and crafted 2 animal traps, setting off into the mountains under the cover of night. For he could not wait for the cook's meal. One could only wonder about the situation of the 3 on the mountain. They could not have possibly failed to hunt even a bear. From the daylight of yesterday to the night of today, how much time has elapsed? Tomorrow heralds the stormy day, yet the glycerin remains untransported. Chapter 42. This grievance shall be avenged. However, before ascending the mountain, some preparations must be made. Walking along the right side of the boat, I came across an abandoned tent, within which lay a medical kit that Shen Xing promptly opened. To his disappointment, it contained only herbs alongside a backpack. To his surprise, he discovered 2 bullets. Along the way, Shen Xing collected wooden planks and some stones. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a chilling wail echoed through the air. Roar! Shen Xing hastily constructed a campfire on the spot. Surely, that sound could not be directed at me. As the flames flickered to life, he spotted a ghoul sprinting towards him, and indeed, it was after him, ensuring his teammates on the mountain were safe. Furthermore, it was likely that the creature had only recently escaped from imprisonment, meaning its energy could not have replenished so swiftly. Most likely, it was merely a level 1 ghoul. Just as Shen Xing had surmised, for ghouls approached, and he realized he was famished. He promptly skinned one of the ghouls and placed the flesh over the fire to roast. Then, he grasped a rifle, continuously surveying his surroundings. Ah, this rifle is truly magnificent. I wonder when I shall receive one of my own. As he roasted the meat and savored his meal, dawn finally broke. Upon reaching the mid-slope, Shen Xing spotted the royal, the doctor, and the hunter descending with glycerin. Not bad. If the 3 of them failed to carry it down, they would be nothing short of helpless. Who goes there? It is I, the engineer. The hunter glanced at Shen Xing and remarked, "Why are you loitering here instead of hauling coal?" The woman is still intent on addressing that matter with him. "I am here to ascertain whether you are all perished on the mountain." "You." The doctor with the glycerin spoke up. Well, the hunter is quite formidable. Had it not been for his bear hunting, we wouldn't have been able to relocate so swiftly. Shen Xing rolled his eyes in silence. Merely a bear hunt. And yet the ghouls of the werewolves hailed him as their champion. By the way, engineer, what is the situation aboard the ship? The royal inquired. The navigator and the captain were werewolves. I dispatched them both. And with that, he brandished his large firearm. The royal's eyes sparkled with intrigue. My goodness, quite impressive. It was worth my while to bestow a gun upon you the next day, and now you possess a large weapon as well. The hunter scoffed. Humph. What use is a gun? Just then, the chilling wails echoed once more. Ghouls came rushing from both the mountain's summit and its base. Good heavens! They are after me. Please assist me. The doctor, clutching the glycerin, began to flee, and Shen Xing noticed the glycerin starting to emit smoke. Don't run. The glycerin is about to explode. With that, he shot down a ghoul. He had plenty of ammunition, completely unperturbed by waste. Upon hearing Shen Xing's warning about the glycerin's imminent explosion, the doctor froze in place. Shen Xing took down a ghoul with a single shot, while the hunter could only fire one arrow at a time. All right, take it slow. Do not run too swiftly. The hunter gazed at Shen Xing with curiosity. How did you know the glycerin was about to explode? They could not see the progress bar indicating the impending detonation of the glycerin. Shen Xing was merely speculating. But can't you see the smoke from the glycerin? Just as the two were about to engage in a quarrel, the royal intervened to separate them. Oh, come now, let's not bicker. We are teammates, after all. Let's not let such trivial matters disrupt our harmony. Shen Xing cast a glance at the hunter before turning to collect coal. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. While Shen Xing was busy gathering coal, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. The hunter's companion had shot him with an arrow and fled. You little rascal. In a swift motion, Shen Xing drew his firearm, aiming at the fleeing hunter. The royal stepped in front of him. Let go, my friend. A gentleman does not engage in conflict with a lady, as you just said. Shen Xing reluctantly holstered his weapon. The vendetta for the injury he sustained would not be forgotten. He turned to continue gathering coal. Deciding to refrain from involving himself in the matter of blowing up the iceberg, the ship was unmanned, and they had yet to reach the foot of the iceberg. He needed to return to steer the vessel. Just as he was making his way back to the ship, it unexpectedly started to move. To the left. To the left. Steady now. The priest was at the helm, while the cook directed from the bow. Good heavens! Shen Xing stayed close to the right side of the ship as it moved forward, when suddenly he spotted someone ascending the staircase. The captain had boarded the ship. Shen Xing drew his firearm and fired a shot at the captain, who was ascending the stairs. The chef rushed over, seizing the opportunity to strike the captain repeatedly as he boarded the vessel. Left with no choice, the captain leaped overboard, ultimately falling into the sea where he drowned. At that moment, Shen Xing also boarded the ship, while the royal made his entrance from the opposite side. To his astonishment, it was not navigation they were engaged in. Two werewolves had infiltrated the ship, intent on commandeering it, yet they lacked the strength to succeed. One shot was all it took to eliminate them. Fueled by determination, Shen Xing made his way to the boiler room, where the royal had just added 2 blocks of coal and was attempting to ignite the fire. Shen Xing approached, depositing his own coal into the furnace, and then removed the coal the royal had placed, replacing it with his own, thereby claiming it as his. Upon reaching the deck, he called out, "Come on, priest, let me take the helm." His motivation extended beyond merely enhancing his score. He was the most skilled navigator, adept at steering swiftly and steadily. A thunderous explosion resonated as an iceberg was obliterated, and at that moment, the hunter climbed aboard. Why is the engineer piloting? Do you even know how to navigate? The woman was clearly intent on undermining him. Then you take the wheel, Shen Xing declared. The hunter seized the wheel without hesitation. Just watch. However, Shen Xing had no time to observe. He swiftly ascended the rigging. In that fleeting moment, the hunter turned to find the engineer had vanished. Where on earth is the engineer? The pastor approached the hunter and spoke. Dear hunter, you seem to have misunderstood our esteemed engineer. He navigates the vessel with remarkable steadiness. Not once did he collide throughout the night. It was at that moment that the hunter realized he had been deceived. Then why is he not the one steering the ship? Why must I take the helm? Meanwhile, Shen Xing was scaling the mast. Below, The royal figure interjected, "Chef, how could you possibly be a decent person? Why then have you not prepared any stew? I am on the brink of starvation. It has been 4 days without a single morsel of stew." The chef, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "I did prepare some. It's merely that you did not partake. Do you have any stew left? There is 1 can remaining. Hand it over. I am famished." At that moment, Shen Xing, perched atop the mast, drew a large firearm and aimed it at the hunter below. Bang! The shot rang out, causing the hunter to lose 3/4 of his health. "We are under attack." Several individuals instantly became alert, and the hunter distanced himself from the helm. Haven't all the werewolves perished? Indeed. The hunter's expression darkened as he recalled the missing engineer, gritting his teeth and muttering, "It must be that wretched engineer." Huh? The royal figure began to piece things together. "Ahem, may I inquire what transpired between you two?" Just then, Shen Xing took aim once more at the hunter below, wielding a mighty axe that descended from above. Whack! It struck the hunter down. Shen Xing leapt directly from the mast into the sea, swiftly scaling the vessel and concealing himself upon the staircase. It came from above. Upon hearing this, Shen Xing nearly stifled a gasp. Chapter 43. Departure from the wolf's den. Noticing someone ascending the staircase in search of him, he finally emerged from his hiding place on the ship, feigning surprise. "Oh, what is this? Aren't all the werewolves dead?" The hunter, slowly attempting to return to his bed for some rest, growled, "I know you're behind this, engineer. Just you wait." Shen Xing retrieved a wooden plank from his backpack. "This is unjust. I merely went down to gather fuel. Perhaps it is you who has committed too many misdeeds, and the heavens are punishing you." The royal turned to glance at Shen Xing, then at the hunter resting on the bed, ultimately shaking his head in resignation before walking away. Shen Xing cast every burnable item into the boiler and then proceeded to navigate the ship, all the while picking up his axe. Just as the vessel was about to enter open waters, the hunter finally regained consciousness and immediately sought out Shen Xing, approaching him from behind. She drew her bow. Shen Xing relinquished the steering wheel, evading the arrow with a deft maneuver. "What do you intend to do?" He swiftly unsheathed his axe, striking at the hunter. Undeterred, the hunter also brandished her axe, ready to clash with Shen Xing. But who was Shen Xing? The king of close combat. The hunter was abruptly pulled, feeling somewhat numb, and was struck by 3 axes from Shen Xing without landing a single hit. Realizing he was no match, he decisively turned and fled. "Why are you running? Come and fight." At that moment, the hunter finally understood why Shen Xing was able to defend the ship. As he distanced himself from Shen Xing and turned to check his position, he was suddenly met by a flying axe. "Ah, Draven." An ear-piercing scream shattered the silence. The ship had entered open waters. The expedition was a success. That final flying axe struck the hunter, but it had no significant effect, and Shen Xing chose to leave. Settlement. Expedition successful. Your score is SS. You have received the following rewards: Special Stewed Meat X5, Fortress Construction Blueprint X1, SS Exclusive, Beacon X1, Warship Upgrade Materials, Iron, X100, Fortress Construction Materials, Wood, X500, Revival Coins, X2. Only SS level? Shen Xing mused, feeling that he had accomplished quite a bit in this round. Hence his score did not meet his expectations. Stewed meat, yet again. He promptly grabbed a can to eat, while the rest were merely common items. He then picked up the blueprint radiating golden light. Fortress Construction Blueprint? Upon reviewing it, Shen Xing exclaimed, "I can build it." No wonder he couldn't construct it with just the core. It turned out a blueprint was necessary. Blueprints for fortress construction. Select a site with favorable geomancy and embark on your journey of fortress building. Materials: Core Fortress Array, 11. Beacon, 11. Wood, 150, 010, 000. Area, 200 square meters. There are 2 methods for constructing a fortress. One resembles the labor-intensive approach of Fortress Number 39, typically requiring the collaboration of numerous individuals, much like the various families within Fortress Number 39. The second method involves the use of construction blueprints, which are often stringent. Merely acquiring the core array is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Generally, smaller fortresses are built using the first method. It appears that my journey in fortress construction is becoming increasingly arduous, particularly due to the substantial material requirements. At this moment, Shen Xing received a message alert. Dan Zhonghao, Pan Zhongdan brother, have you also been coerced into paying protection fees by those within the fortress? The management of our fortress is truly inhumane. Many extraordinary items obtained from the revival have been seized. Shen Xing frowned. It was shocking to learn of such occurrences. The true intentions behind their fortress construction were becoming all too clear. Shen Xing chose not to respond, as he was still wandering in the wilderness. Meanwhile, within Fortress No. 39, Pei Mingwei was exceedingly irate. Have you not found it yet? Wang Yin lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. And no. We followed the tunnel and discovered we had already reached the wilderness. Bang! Pei Mingwei hurled the cup in her hand to the ground. Hurry and search. The living must be seen, and the dead must be found. Her expression darkened. She had anticipated that Shen Xing would remain compliant, but to her surprise, he had dug a tunnel and escaped. What troubled her even more was Shen Xing's potential. It could be said they had become adversaries. If he truly chose to lurk in the shadows, the fate of Fortress 39 was bleak. No, she had to consult her father. Meanwhile, Pei Qingfeng remained enraptured by the revival, having learned some techniques from Shen Xing, yet he still failed to become an extraordinary being. On the other hand, Shen Xing had returned to reality. There was movement. As soon as he landed, he grasped his military knife, and suddenly, a shadow lunged at him. Shen Xing leaped backward, narrowly evading the attack. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a wolf king. Indeed, the cave he had occupied was the territory of this wild wolf king, which had been peacefully sleeping until the unexpected presence of a human triggered its territorial instincts. The wolf king bared its teeth at Shen Xing, yet, wary of the weapon in his hand, it circled around him. Shen Xing, however, felt a surge of joy. Just as he was hungry, the creature had delivered itself right to his doorstep. Perhaps understanding his thoughts, the wolf king's eyes flashed with ferocity, and it swiftly lunged at Shen Xing to bite. Shen Xing shook his head. TSK, too slow. With a slight sidestep, he evaded the pounce of the wolf king, effortlessly plunging his blade backward, piercing directly through the creature's skull. A howl was stifled before it could escape his lips, and the beast met its end. The soul-gathering orb's level increased by 1. At his current second-tier strength, encountering wild beasts posed no challenge, unless faced with those of colossal size or extraordinary ferocity, those he needed to be cautious of. Approaching the carcass of the wolf king, he extracted the crystal core from its head, surprisingly larger than the ordinary ones. He stowed the core in his spatial ring and proceeded to process the body, slicing off enough meat for his sustenance before departing. As for the cave, he had no intention of lingering. The stench of blood would surely attract other ferocious creatures, a complication he wished to avoid. Upon leaving the cave, he sought a more level area to kindle a fire and roast some meat, only to spot smoke curling from distance. Recklessness. He swiftly distanced himself from that location, for did they truly believe that extraordinary beings were invincible? This time, he ventured northward and stumbled upon a river, teeming with fish that appeared to swim through the air. The water was astonishingly clear. Was it not said to be entirely polluted? In truth, many creatures have been affected by pollution, growing to monstrous sizes and exhibiting aggression, compounded by the emergence of extraordinary beasts that continually encroached upon humanity's habitat. Conversely, the wilderness, devoid of human activity, had thrived. Perhaps one could say that, in the absence of mankind, they had returned to a more natural state. Chapter 44. The Savage with Trepidation. Shen Xing approached the water's edge, uncertain of its potability. He cupped the liquid in his hands and took a gentle sip, his eyes illuminating with astonishment. To his delight, it was remarkably sweet. Suddenly, he felt something gnawing at his foot. Looking down, he was startled to find the very fish he had observed earlier, now exhibiting a ferocity with teeth as sharp as fangs. Shen Xing seized the fish, which thrashed violently in his grasp, nearly biting his nose. What sort of fish is this? A dogfish? With a decisive motion, he slammed the creature against a rock, rendering it unconscious. He pondered its flavor as he kindled a fire, skewering the fish and some wolf meat to roast. His gaze wandered along the river, tracing its origin. He resolved to venture in that direction, hoping to discover a more suitable location to establish a stronghold. Shen Xing took a moment to wash his face, the aroma of grilling meat wafting through the air. Ah, the fragrance is delightful, fresh from the hunt. Just as he lifted the roasted meat, ready to indulge, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. Who goes there? Grasping the military knife, Shen Xing nervously cast his gaze towards the distant thicket. The instinctual fear of the unknown gripped him, as it does for many. He was no exception. Suddenly, a head emerged from the foliage, its nose twitching before its eyes gleamed with interest, fixating on the roasted meat in Shen Xing's hand. A wild man? Frowning, Shen Xing scrutinized the figure of a child, appearing no older than 13 or 14, adorned only in leaves. The child watched the meat intently, squatting at a distance, saliva pooling in anticipation. Shen Xing shifted the roasted meat to one side, his gaze following suit. He then moved it to the other side, and the child mirrored his actions with unwavering focus. Do you wish to have this? The wild child nodded fervently. Shen Xing tossed the meat towards him, and with remarkable agility, the child lunged forth, catching the morsel with both hands and devouring it in mere bites. Just as Shen Xing prepared to indulge in his own meal, he felt a fervent gaze upon the meat in his possession. No, I haven't eaten yet. It seemed to resonate with the wild child, who immediately turned and dashed back into the forest. Did he truly understand? Dismissing the wild child, Shen Xing commenced his meal, deciding to consume half of the fish first. Suddenly, a 1.5-meter-long rabbit carcass thudded to the ground before him. Startled, Shen Xing nearly choked as the wild child smiled at him, though his sharp teeth betrayed a more sinister edge. Do you wish for me to roast the meat for you? The wild man nodded fervently. Very well, watch closely. I shall only teach you this once. Shen Xing produced a small knife and, with dexterous precision, skinned the hair by the riverbank. He then skewered it onto a wooden stick and placed it directly over the fire to roast. Shen Xing cast a proud glance at the wild man. Have you learned? The wild man blinked his large eyes, curiously observing Shen Xing. Shen Xing found it peculiar, though the wild man was covered in dirt. His eyes were strikingly large and remarkably clean. Perhaps I should help him with a bath? After a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. The wild man had likely grown accustomed to a life of raw flesh, yet he wondered how he would fare after tasting cooked food. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasted rabbit wafted through the air, instantly capturing the wild man's attention, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Just as he lunged forward, Shen Xing swiftly pulled him back. It's not ready yet. The wild man turned to Shen Xing, an expression of lingering resentment in his eyes. Shen Xing offered him the remaining half of the fish. Enough, enough, stop staring. Here, this is for you, all right? The wild man snatched the roasted fish from Shen Xing's hands, devouring it in mere bites, seemingly unbothered by the bones. Shen Xing examined the wild man's face, then pried his mouth open. What kind of mouth is this? Don't the bones get stuck in your throat? With a sudden snap, the wild man bit down on Shen Xing's hand. Hey, what are you doing? You ungrateful wretch. After a brief interlude, the roasted rabbit was finally ready. Shen Xing helped himself to a small leg, discarding the remainder to the wild man. Here you go, you ravenous soul. The wild man gleamed with excitement as he seized the entire roasted rabbit and began to devour it. Observing the wild man consume the meat with such fervor, Shen Xing couldn't help but chuckle. You little rascal, have you never eaten before? Cough. As the wild man chewed, he bared his teeth at Shen Xing. What are you staring at? Shen Xing playfully jabbed at him, prompting the wild man to lunge towards him as if to bite, but after glancing at the unfinished roasted meat in his grasp, he instead shifted his bottom and diligently continued his meal. Once satiated, Shen Xing prepared to set off on his journey, patting the wild man's tousled hair. Little wild man. Until we meet again. Shen Xing made his way to the riverbank, following the current upstream. Where might this river lead? Anywhere is fine, as long as there are no fortresses. After walking for a while, Shen Xing heard rustling sound behind him, and indeed, it was the wild man emerging from the forest once more. Little wild man, why are you following me? The wild man simply gazed at Shen Xing, sitting at a distance like a little dog. As Shen Xing continued onward and glanced back, the wild man maintained the same distance behind him. Seriously, why are you following me? I cannot take you with me. The afternoon swiftly passed, and Shen Xing walked alongside the riverbank for quite some time without reaching its end. Meanwhile, the wild child persistently trailed Shen Xing, seemingly having taken a liking to him. Little wildling, Shen Xing said, I must inform you that if you choose to accompany me, you shall be expected to work. Otherwise, there will be no sustenance. Though this young wildling appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, falling within the realm of child labor. Shen Xing operated under a different ethos where all labor was voluntary. Yeah, the wildling finally uttered his first word. Although Shen Xing could not comprehend it, the smile on his face indicated his consent. How peculiar, Shen Xing mused. Why does your voice sound so delicate, akin to that of a maiden? Yeah? The wildling tilted his head, gazing at Shen Xing with curiosity. No matter, let us proceed. Shen Xing needed to locate a place to rest before nightfall. He certainly did not wish to wander aimlessly. Just before darkness enveloped the land, he discovered a cave. While it was not particularly spacious, it provided sufficient shelter from the wind and rain. Tonight, we shall feast on some stew. It seems that a trip to the revival is off the table for now. Shen Xing produced 2 jars of stew, one for himself and the other placed before the wildling. Eat up. Yeah. The wildling devoured the contents in an instant, then cast a longing glance at the stew in Shen Xing's hand. I cannot share any more with you. Shen Xing's decision to offer him braised meat stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether he could transcend into an extraordinary being. Logically speaking, he too was human. Consuming the braised meat could very well lead to his transformation into an extraordinary entity. Chapter 45. Establishing the fortress after indulging in the braised meat. The wild man soon succumbed to drowsiness, curling up into a ball and falling asleep beside him. Ah, you possess quite the fortitude, managing to sleep under such circumstances. Meanwhile, Shen Xing contemplated his future plans. His foremost intention was to select a location to construct a fortress. He had no aspirations of building something grand, as he did not intend to accommodate a multitude of individuals. Lost in thought, Shen Xing eventually drifted off to sleep as well. Upon awakening, he felt a peculiar sensation, as if someone were licking his face. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the wild man's somewhat grimy visage. Ugh, what are you doing? The wild man, brimming with excitement, bounded around in circles before leaping high into the air, returning to Shen Xing's side, clearly eager to showcase his newfound abilities. Ah, you truly succeeded. Very well, you shall be the inaugural member of my fortress. The wild man joyfully spun in place, and then pointed to his enormous mouth, indicating his hunger. Hungry? So early in the morning, where am I to procure food for you? Then, to Shen Xing's astonishment, the wild man produced a 1-meter-long lamb from who knows where, looking at Shen Xing with a proud expression. Oh, you certainly know how to hunt for lambs. Very well, just wait. Shen Xing dragged the lamb to the riverside and began to clean it, despite having stated previously that he would only teach once. He now found himself assuming the role of chef. The two of them kindled a fire, and soon the lamb was roasting. Shen Xing consumed merely a third of the entire sheep, while the remainder was devoured by the wild man. How could such a small stomach accommodate so much? Shen Xing pondered aloud. The wild man looked at him in confusion, leaving Shen Xing with the distinct impression that he had adopted a gluttonous companion. The two set off upstream once more, with the wild man frequently darting into the forest, returning each time with peculiar items in hand. At last, Shen Xing caught sight of a magnificent waterfall in the distance. At last we've arrived, he exclaimed. Before them lay a rather attractive small plain, expansive enough and blessed with a flowing river. Indeed, this location is quite suitable for establishing a stronghold. Shen Xing retrieved the fortress core and construction blueprints. And, to his astonishment, a construction interface reminiscent of an online game materialized before him. It turned out to be a fingertip construction system, which made the task all the more effortless. He merely needed to supply the materials for the construction to commence. As he adjusted the construction site on the luminous screen before him, he noted that the required area was merely 200 square meters, prompting him to position it as centrally as possible. Insufficient materials. Cette construction commence. The screen queried, leaving Shen Xing perplexed. Can construction begin with insufficient materials? Let's give it a try. In his hand, the core of the fortress and the construction blueprint had vanished, replaced by a luminous screen before Shen Xing, which displayed his stronghold and allowed for its management. How reminiscent of a video game. Before long, a house began to materialize around Shen Xing, emerging as if crafted by a 3D printer. After 10 minutes, the control room was completed, but construction halted due to insufficient materials. A wooden cottage appeared, encircling Shen Xing and the control screen. What remarkable speed! This house could serve as a temporary refuge. Shen Xing stepped outside, and just as a wild man emerged from the forest, he beheld the structure Shen Xing had built. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he circled the cottage. Wow, impressive, isn't it? This will be our sleeping quarters from now on, meaning we no longer have to wander aimlessly. The wild man exclaimed, jumping with joy. Having always traversed on hands and feet, his leap was surprisingly high. Suddenly, a fearsome roar echoed from outside the house, prompting both individuals to dash out. They were met with the menacing gaze of a 5-meter-tall tiger, fixated on them. Shen Xing murmured in disbelief. How could there be a tiger on the plains? Beside Shen Xing stood the wild man, equally baring his teeth at the ferocious tiger, as if poised to sink his fangs into it at any moment. The tiger, in turn, was quite vexed. After merely venturing out for a hunt, he returned to find his territory invaded. With a resounding roar, the tiger expressed its displeasure, saliva dripping to the ground, as if to warn Shen Xing and his companion that this was its domain. Shen Xing, armed with a military knife, cast a cold glance at the tiger, which was several times his size. What are you barking for? Keep it up, and I'll turn your tail into a drink. Though he had no intention of consuming alcohol, nor did he possess any. Perhaps understanding Shen Xing's provocation, the tiger roared once more and charged at him with astonishing speed, unmatched by any beast Shen Xing had encountered before. Alas, had it been a truly extraordinary beast, Shen Xing might have felt a twinge of trepidation. The wild man was about to leap into the fray to grapple with the tiger, but Shen Xing seized him and tossed him aside, then lunged toward the tiger. As he approached, he executed a swift maneuver, bending low and gliding under the tiger, simultaneously slashing the military knife across the creature's belly. With a deft flick, the blood on the knife vanished almost entirely. Such a mere beast dared not cause any trouble. The tiger collapsed to the ground, and the wild man glanced from the fallen creature to Shen Xing in astonishment. Dragging the tiger's carcass to the riverbank, Shen Xing discarded some unwanted items into the water, allowing them to drift downstream. There would surely be something to consume. As he busied himself with his tasks, he surveyed the surroundings. This place could indeed accommodate an artificial lake, perfect for raising fish, and the land opposite the base could be cultivated. Was he truly under the illusion that he was here on holiday? Unbeknownst to Shen Xing, upon the completion of his first fortress, ferocious beasts would soon besiege him. After disposing of the tiger's carcass, he sliced a small portion into appropriately sized pieces, intending to leave the remainder untouched, as it would not spoil for a day. He kindled a campfire to roast the meat. Alas, how he wished for a proper kitchen. While Shen Xing prepared the fire for cooking, the wild man obediently sat nearby. Every time food appears, your eyes light up, Shen Xing remarked. The wild man did not contest this. Ever since he had tasted cooked food, he had no desire to return to raw fare, which was precisely why he chose to follow Shen Xing. Seizing the moment, Shen Xing prepared more to roast, as he planned to make a trip to the revival ship later, which would take an entire day. Thus, he resolved to prepare enough food for the little wild man for the day. I've roasted a generous portion for you. Don't devour it all at once. I must step out for a while, but I'll return tomorrow. Just stay put and don't wander off, understood? The wild man, with his mouth smeared in grease, raised his hand in response. After finishing his meal, Shen Xing approached the riverbank, shedding his clothes to prepare for a bath. The little wild man curiously followed, particularly intrigued by Shen Xing's intimate form. What are you staring at? Don't you have one of your own? Shen Xing entered the water, and to be honest, the sensation was truly delightful. The wild man beside him was enjoying roasted meat, merely observing. Shen Xing waved at him, inviting, "Come on over, let me wash you off." Upon understanding Shen Xing's words, the wild man turned and walked away. Chapter 46. Becoming a student, a little proud one. Others long for my assistance, but have yet to seize the opportunity. Shen Xing quickly washed up and returned to his room, the wild man trailing behind. Don't wander off, he cautioned, before shattering a crystal core in his hand. Infinite assault. Logging in. As Shen Xing entered, a notification chimed in. An unknown entity had sent him a friend request with a note. Dead engineer, just you wait. Would you like to accept? What? Shen Xing was taken aback to discover that the individual had sent him a friend request. It was undoubtedly the female hunter he had previously dealt with. How did she know about me? And why add me as a friend? Accept. Shen Xing confirmed the request. The other party was currently offline. So he sent a message. If you're inexperienced, practice more. The past is the past, and the present is now. Do not treat bygone days as eternal. If you have the ability, come and strike me. With that, he used a revival token and logged into the resurrection. Login successful. Please wait for other crew members to log in. Shen Xing was the first to arrive, sensing something amiss. He approached the radio and turned it on. Hey, I'm back. I have arrived as well. Soon, everyone will be present. Is there anyone among us who has not utilized the designated profession scroll? Shen Xing. The expedition commences. Your profession is engineer. Your identity is werewolf. Your companion is cook. Please sabotage the expedition. The good news is, I am finally not the cook this time. The bad news is the cook is my ally. Brothers, gather the coal. Gather the coal. I am the engineer. Let us transport the coal swiftly. Why should we hand it over to you? What if you turn out to be a nefarious entity? Shen Xing was speechless. How had they all become so cautious? My friends, our foundation lies in trust. Trust me, I will steer the ship to the central island on the first day. The others exchanged glances, sensing the engineer's sincerity. And indeed, each moment spent gathering coal felt like a waste of time. Very well. Until the werewolf's identity is revealed, we should not harbor suspicions against one another. Shen Xing picked up the coal that everyone had discarded, counting only 6 pieces. Alas, we are short by 1 piece. I believe I saw the hunter fail to contribute. At that moment, the hunter had already leaped into the sea. Engineer, do not frame me. I have contributed. Shen Xing merely spoke in jest, seeking a pretext to reduce his coal contribution. The coal for the first day must be contributed. The amount, whether more or less, shall be determined by the werewolf themselves. How shall we proceed in this route? I wonder if this cook will attempt to disrupt the totem? Captain, set sail. Upon completing the coal delivery, Shen Xing promptly leapt from the vessel and made his way to the left, where he fortuitously encountered the royal engineer rummaging through a derelict ship. Why aren't you over there moving coal? Shen Xing remarked nonchalantly as he passed the royal. There is coal on the right as well, and quite a bit of it. The royal, issuing a threat, retorted, Fine, but should you dare to tamper with the supply crates, I shall not hesitate to shoot you. All right, royal, you're quite the blusterer. I'll just relieve you of your firearm later. Why shouldn't I inspect the supply crates? Don't I need scrap iron to craft coal barrels? I intend to make 3 of them. Upon hearing this, the royal seemed to concede the logic behind Shen Xing's reasoning. Very well. But if I do not see those 3 coal barrels when the time comes, you shall be in trouble. Indeed, every armed royal seems to possess such bravado. Shen Xing mused, trailing a few paces behind the royal. At that moment, the doctor appeared alongside them as they approached the wooden bridge. Upon opening a supply crate, Shen Xing discovered it had already been rifled through, clearly by the royal who had gone ahead. The doctor proceeded along the shoreline while Shen Xing ascended the wooden bridge, arriving at a pair of grave mounds, where he shattered some timber to collect the planks. Just then, the priest approached. Engineer, what do you intend to do with all those planks? Shen Xing, while gathering the wood, calmly replied, I'm crafting coal barrels. I need to make 3. It was the priest's first encounter with such a diligent engineer. Here, he said, I have a piece of coal to spare for you. Ah, splendide, Shen Xing exclaimed, appreciating the priest's generosity. Upon arriving at the right camp, Shen Xing observed the royal figure emerging from the first tent, making his way towards the tent equipped with a workbench. Casually opening a supply box, he discovered it completely devoid of contents. I require lead ingots. Do you possess any surplus? Shen Xing arrived a moment too late, as the supply boxes had largely been depleted by the royal and the medic. I have some. Come here, take them, the medic said, stepping before Shen Xing and directly tossing him 4 lead ingots, having overheard Shen Xing's earlier mention of crafting 3 coal barrels. Royal, do you have any extra scrap iron? I need it for nails. Noticing Shen Xing's intent to forge nails, which indicated the creation of coal barrels, the medic's demeanor softened somewhat. Yes, I will place it at the workbench for you. Very well. I shall directly construct 3 coal barrels to transport coal back home. Rest assured. All right, I shall trust you this once. After completing 2 coal barrels, Shen Xing made his way towards the wolf den, only to find the medic already inside. Quashing his hopes of secretly crafting a totem, the chef has yet to create a single totem. He must still be preparing meals for the kind-hearted. The medic assisted Shen Xing in dispatching the wolves before exiting. You can transport the coal. I shall take my leave. In name, he was there to oversee the project, but in truth, he was merely acting as a supervisor. As Shen Xing loaded all the coal and stepped out of the wolf den, he encountered the priest once more. Project, can you still carry coal? I can. Hand it over to me. The priest cast aside 2 pieces of coal, and indeed, Shen Xing found himself unable to carry any more. He decided to discard 10 wooden planks and take the coal instead, which he had originally intended for crafting a totem. Just as he was preparing to hasten back to the ship to create a barrel of explosives, he heard voices behind him. Royal, you should escort the engineer back. He is covered in coal. Understood. As Royal emerged, he encountered Shen Xing. Engineer, hand me one of your coal barrels. I can carry it. You can have one. I have ample space in my backpack. Shen Xing was a loss for words. These individuals had truly different levels of capability. He tossed a coal barrel to Royal and said, in that case, I shall craft something first. Please leave someone to protect me. This time, Shen Xing proactively requested someone to stay and watch over him. Royal, you should return with the coal. I will finish my work and come back with the priest. Very well. Royal took a barrel of coal and returned to the ship, while the priest also needed to create a few items. Shen Xing proceeded to manufacture 6 gunpowder units, opting not to make a barrel of explosives. Ah, there are 2 tendons. I shall take those. The priest, seeing that the engineer had gathered so much coal, had no choice but to comply. Then I shall give them to you. Do you have any animal hides? No, but I'll find some shortly. The time spent crafting the 6 units of gunpowder was brief, yet darkness had already descended. Let us go. Priest, the night has fallen. As the 2 individuals traversed the path back to the ship, Shen Xing provocatively remarked, didn't the royal bring back a barrel of coal? Why is the ship not being set in motion? I am right behind you. Chapter 47. The explosive furnace. Suddenly, the voice of the royal echoed, prompting Shen Xing to turn around and indeed spot the royal behind the priest. Didn't you take a barrel of coal? Why aren't you returning to set sail? The royal toyed with the gun in his hand. Well, I certainly must keep an eye on you. What if you intend to deceive the priest, eliminate him, and abscond with our coal? All right, you seem to have thought this through. The trio made their way back to the ship in darkness. On this first day, aside from the morning's voyage, the ship had remained idle. Why is the ship set sail at all? The captain couldn't possibly be a wolf, could he? Shen Xing began to steer the thoughts of the 2. How could you tell? The priest queried, walking alongside Shen Xing. Clearly, the ship hasn't moved. I was on the right side moving coal, so the captain must have gone to the left side. There are at least 2 pieces of coal right at the mouth of the wolf's den. It's unlikely that they are completely unable to set sail. The royal and the priest exchanged glances, finding Shen Xing's reasoning compelling. Hey, where is the ship? Right here, right here. The royal interjected once more. Engineer, don't rush to add more coal. First, burn a couple of wooden planks to deceive the werewolves with white mist. How intriguing. It seems the royal possesses quite the cunning strategy. Indeed, royal, from whom did you learn this? Is it not merely a matter of having hands? What a fine sentiment. Indeed, surprisingly, Shen Xing's werewolf companion has yet to return this evening, and the number of totems continues to rise. This cook is rather capable. He knows how to place totems. After burning 2 pieces of wood and waiting for considerable time, silence prevailed. Royal spoke again. It appears to be 2 foolish wolves, incapable of utilizing their skills. Let us burn some coal and set sail. Shen Xing replied. So, you're openly insulting me, are you? Very well. I shall burn it all. He tossed every coal barrel he possessed into the fire, just as the priest approached. Engineer, there is an animal hide in that workbench. Ah, splendid, thank you. Shen Xing took the animal hide and stealthily made his way to the captain's quarters, where he placed the 6 gunpowder canisters from his inventory into the boiler. Once the gunpowder reaches a certain temperature, it will undoubtedly explode the furnace, consuming all remaining coal, regardless of how much is left. After depositing the coal barrels, Shen Xing promptly vacated the boiler room to establish an alibi for himself. He then approached the workbench to craft a backpack, quietly awaiting the explosion of the gunpowder. Just as Royal had placed all his coal into the furnace, a sudden bang echoed. Huh? What has happened? Why did the furnace explode all of a sudden? Royal's expression was one of utter confusion, while Shen Xing continued his task of crafting a backpack. What on earth is going on? The Royal immediately seized Shen Xing. What did you put in the boiler? Shen Xing, feeling helpless, raised his hands. Brother, I was merely crafting a backpack. Besides, didn't you just lock the door? He added, I wonder if you were alone in the boiler room and it exploded. Did you not place something there? The Royal's face flushed, and he stammered you. Shen Xing exited the boiler room. Keep an eye on this Royal. I certainly will not place my trust in him again. The priest stepped forward once more. All right, let us not quarrel. Perhaps the werewolf secretly placed something during the day. Yes, I still have 2 pieces of coal. Let us proceed. The captain returned at an unknown moment, and after everyone stoked the coals once more, Shen Xing quietly approached the captain's quarters and unleashed the white mist skill. The werewolf has activated the white mist. What shall we do now? Should we continue? We might collide with another vessel. It's all right. If we collide, we can repair it. Let us continue. We cannot waste any more coal. I shall take the helm. Shen Xing volunteered, but someone else claimed the responsibility of steering the ship, so Shen Xing yielded. Subsequently, he began to wander the ship, inspecting the workbench and the floor, picking up various items. At that moment, someone exclaimed, Who the hell is steering the ship? We're headed straight for the shore. Shen Xing hastily distanced himself from the situation. It wasn't me. I did not steer the ship. As the crowd gathered on the deck, they discovered that no one was at the helm. Hadn't someone just claimed to be in charge of the vessel? Where had they gone? By this time, dawn had broken, and the royal crew and hunters had long since departed. Suddenly, the navigator spoke up. I believe I saw the hunters steering the ship earlier. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Xing remarked, That hunter is a wolf. He has been at the helm all night without a moment's pause. He added another piece to his narrative. Stepping onto the deck, he declared, Allow me to take the wheel. He deliberately reduced the speed to the utmost minimum, intending to deplete the coal reserves of the good-natured crew. As soon as he disembarked, Shen Xing utilized the telescope he had pilfered from the workstation to observe the others, discovering that they were all engaged in bear hunting on the central island. He promptly veered to the left, stealthily collecting 2 skeletal remains from the ground. After gathering some wooden planks, he ventured into the wolf's den. To his surprise, he found a totem within the cave. It appeared that his teammates had constructed it on the first day. Originally, there had been 2 totems, but one had been dismantled. Inside the cave, Shen Xing erected 2 additional totems. Curious, he noted that the coal within the wolf's den had vanished. It must have been taken by the captain. Upon opening the skeletal remains, it was discovered that they had been previously tampered with, revealing a concealed key within. Arriving at the ammunition box, 3 canisters of gunpowder lay outside it. Further, another safe was unlocked, yielding a piece of coal, a vial of antidote, and 3 bullets. Shen Xing exited to the left of the wolf den and proceeded to the first left camp, releasing a cloud of white mist. What on earth are my teammates doing? We've crafted 2 totems on the first day, yet they are not utilizing their skills. Upon reaching the tent, Shen Xing moved the corpse aside and consumed the flesh, uncovering 2 bones in the process. A ghostly wail echoed ominously. What could have transpired? Had a teammate been captured? Shen Xing then rifled through the supply box at the first left camp, acquiring several scrap metals and lead ingots, just as the white mist dissipated. To his dismay, he realized that all of his totems had vanished. A quick glance back into the wolf den revealed 2 individuals lurking inside. This was troubling. Fortunately, Shen Xing had swiftly exited from the left side of the wolf den and returned to the ship from the central island. At that moment, the royal also emerged from the wolf den, standing on the ship with a gun trained on Shen Xing. Engineer, where have you been? I want to head to gather coal. Shen Xing replied, producing a piece of coal as evidence. The royal, albeit reluctantly, accepted Shen Xing's explanation. Fine, that chef is a wolf. Eliminate him on sight. How could the chef possibly be a wolf? Shen Xing continued to feign ignorance. The chef had not returned since he exited, and moreover, we had ventured only to the right. The left side harbored totems crafted by the chef. It seemed the royal had mistaken the totems constructed by Shen Xing on the left as the chef's handiwork. Then why did you just point a gun at me? The royal displayed no sense of wrongdoing in his actions. You vanished in an instant. I assumed the totem in the wolf den was your creation. Very well. You possess a firearm. You must be quite impressive. Shen Xing had not incinerated that piece of coal. Instead, he approached the workbench and directly fashioned it into gunpowder. Chapter 48. Blow one up, eliminate one. At that moment, Shen Xing remained oblivious to his teammates' actions outside. There were no totems in sight. By the way, I suspect there is something amiss with this hunter. Yesterday, he ignited coal, claiming he was operating the boat, yet it remained utterly still. I was the one who navigated us here. The hunter's voice drifted lazily. I have slain all the bears. Now I am the wolf, am I not? So, what is the situation with the boat? The hunter displayed a blatant disregard for the situation. Then go ahead and kill me. With such a declaration, any further suspicion would surely expose Shen Xing. Shall we ignite coal to set the boat in motion? The royal spoke once more. You should first burn 2 more wooden planks. The royal faction seemingly harbors intentions of deception, and thus Shen Xing reluctantly acquiesces to their demands, well aware that they possess a substantial quantity of coal. After consuming 2 wooden planks, Shen Xing discreetly releases a cloud of white mist within the boiler room, prompting the royal to eagerly descend from the workstation. See, I told you. Shen Xing inwardly rolls his eyes, merely wishing to exclaim, Indeed, indeed. After a while, as the mist dissipates, the royal enters the boiler room to commence the burning of coal. Wait a moment, I shall step outside. Shen Xing returns to the captain's quarters, and once the boiler is fully ignited, he surreptitiously places 5 explosives into the pipeline before quietly exiting the vessel. The day before the snowstorm. This marks the 3rd day, and having played the role of a shadowy wolf for 2 days, Shen Xing realizes that if he does not flee soon, he shall be lost. Meanwhile, the ship remains near the central island, and the cook has finally created 2 more totems. Approaching the derelict ship, Shen Xing activates his clairvoyance and, to his surprise, spots an individual traversing the left side of Camp 1. He decides to reward this solitary figure with a level 2 ghoul. Upon arriving at the derelict vessel, Shen Xing discovered that the small supply crates remained unopened, and the medical bag was still intact. Regrettably, within the medical bag, he could only find 4 herbs and a key, alongside the means to craft another explosive barrel. The ship had barely set sail when another furnace exploded. This time, Shen Xing had no intention of returning. As he ventured to the right, en route to the second camp, he stumbled upon 2 more bones. Just as he was preparing to construct a totem within the ice fortress, he noticed an approaching figure. Without hesitation, Shen Xing unleashed a cloud of white mist and made his way to the second camp. He collected all the coal surrounding the tents before returning to continue his work on the explosive barrel. Brother, I have arrived. At last, he laid eyes on the chef. Brother, let me tell you, I just went back and poisoned them. Impressive. Burn a piece of wood. It's a bit chilly. The chef was still buzzing with excitement. I just saw that pre-spewing green ball while searching for herbs. Haha. They have no idea that I discarded all the herbs. So, you've been erecting 4 totems over 3 days just to execute this scheme? All right, impressive. I am crafting explosive barrels. Soon, I shall detonate the ship. Fine. I will go hunt. In other words, he would be wandering about. Shen Xing also opened the medical bag at the entrance, finding more herbs inside, perfect for concocting a vial of poison. He planned to poison them once more. By this time, it was already the 3rd night. The good-hearted ship remained anchored at the island, and Shen Xing was uncertain of their activities. He had merely detonated a couple of furnaces and pilfered some of their belongings. He had yet to unleash any real violence. Upon returning to the ship, I discovered that it was entirely deserted. Without hesitation, Shen Xing ignited 2 barrels of explosives and hurled them into the captain's quarters. "Who has returned?" the priest inquired from his cell. "It's me, the engineer," Shen Xing replied. The priest, filled with indignation, retorted, Well, the engineer dares to come back. Why would Ti return? Where are the others? They went after you. You blew up 2 furnaces, and now there's no coal left. They've lost their will to continue." The priest continued, "The crown has decreed that the ship is yours, but you, engineer, must die." "Oh, quite audacious, aren't we?" Shen Xing remarked as he entered the kitchen, where he found several pieces of meat. He sprinkled poison upon the meat and then approached the cell door. "How did you meet your demise, priest?" The mention of this ignited the priest's fury. "I was roasting by the fire at the left camp when suddenly I was beset by a horde of ghouls. 2nd level, no less. Curse their existence. Isn't that precisely the horde summoned by Shen Xing? How unfortunate. Why didn't they come to your aid? They had no key. Even the werewolves wouldn't emerge. All my keys have been used on the safes. Not to worry, I possess a key. I shall rescue you." The priest was taken aback. Could he truly be so benevolent? Really? Shen Xing proceeded to unlock the priestess' cell door. "Thank you, engineer. Though you are a werewolf, you are a good person. No need for thanks. Simply relinquish your life to me." Shen Xing swung his axe directly at the priest, sensing something was amiss as the priest hastily fled. "What a predicament!" Shen Xing exclaimed, chasing the priest aboard the ship, who was shouting in desperation, "Help! The engineer is on the ship." The priest dashed into the captain's quarters and locked the door behind him. "What's going on aboard the ship?" the doctor inquired upon his return, standing at the side of the vessel. "The engineer is here. He rescued me and now seeks to end my life." Noticing the countdown on the explosives he had placed in the captain's quarters nearing its conclusion, Shen Xing swiftly distanced himself from the door. With a thunderous boom, the first barrel detonated, sending the priest flying, while the second barrel obliterated him, leaving no time for a final utterance. "Hey, priest, what is happening?" Shen Xing concealed himself on the deck, awaiting the doctor's boarding. He then launched a flying axe. Good heavens! The strike was formidable, and Shen Xing seized the axe, pursuing the doctor. Only then did the doctor sheath his bow and draw a cleaver to engage Shen Xing in combat. Realizing his health was depleting rapidly, the doctor leapt overboard in a bid for escape. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Xing hurled another axe, striking the airborne doctor, who subsequently plunged into the sea, succumbing to drowning. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from a distance, striking Shen Xing and reducing his health by half. Originally, a few members of the royal family returned from the 2nd left camp. A hunter shot an arrow, but unfortunately, it missed its mark. At that moment, the royal family reloaded their weapons, and Shen Xing swiftly activated his ethereal traversal to escape, given the overwhelming number of adversaries and the loss of his axe. Further confrontation would be futile. He fled into the spirit realm, prompting pursuit. Shen Xing descended from the right side of the ship and made his way to the 2nd left camp, a location that would undoubtedly not anticipate his arrival. He gathered 2 wooden planks to warm himself by the fire while employing his enhanced vision to observe the few individuals aboard the ship. "Eat up once finished. We shall be on our journey." Shen Xing crafted another axe at his workstation and then followed a narrow path to the ice fortress ahead, only to find that all the supply crates had been looted, leaving nothing for him, not even a single lead ingot. At that moment, the benevolent faction finally set sail, coinciding with the onset of the blizzard. In truth, as long as Shen Xing refrained from recklessness, victory was assured. However, Shen Xing was not one to shy away from audacity, especially since his enemies had openly declared their intent to kill him. He felt compelled to respond in kind. He resolved to eliminate at least one member of the royal family. Shen Xing transformed all his gathered resources into axes and, fortunately, had pilfered several items from the ship, enabling him to forge 5 axes in total. Chapter 49. The Gluttonous Wild Man as Shen Xing sat by the fire in the 2nd left camp. He patiently awaited the arrival of the benevolent ship. "Follow me. He must be here." While warming himself in the tent, Shen Xing suddenly heard voices. Upon activating his enhanced vision, he discovered that members of the royal family, accompanied by two individuals, were approaching, while one remained on the ship. At this moment, Shen Xing's level 3 ghoul had already been summoned, and he promptly signaled the chef to commence the attack. The time for assault had arrived. With a chilling howl, Shen Xing summoned ghouls to confront the three approaching figures. Two waves of level 3 ghouls. How could they possibly withstand such an onslaught? Retreat! Retreat! Let us first board the ship to evade the ghouls. However, Shen Xing had no intention of letting them escape easily. He pursued them relentlessly, observing as they fought off the ghouls while retreating. He raised his hand and unleashed a flying axe. By the heavens, is that engineering? A flying axe failed to fell the royal, so he decided to launch another. Huh, Draven, I've fallen. Quickly carry me to the ship. The captain stepped forward to bear the royal, yet the ghouls continued to gnaw at him. Navigator, quickly assist the captain in dispatching the ghouls. I am attacking. Stop your incessant shouting. Shen Xing followed the trio, hurling another flying axe, which also brought down the captain. I have fallen too. Only the navigator remained, wielding a military knife, yet he was no match for the ghouls. At the first sight of Shen Xing, the barely breathing royal uttered, "Well done, engineer. This time I have met my end, but next time I shall have my revenge." Shen Xing paid no heed to the trio being torn apart by the ghouls. Instead, he directly boarded the ship. The hunter had not set sail. Rather, he was warming himself in the captain's quarters. Who has returned? The hunter did not venture outside, merely inquiring, "It is simply too cold out there. I am a navigator." Shen Xing spoke in a strained voice, yet the hunter did not inquire further. "Enough, engineer. Cease your pretense. I am aware it is you." Shen Xing approached the captain's quarters with an axe in hand, joining the hunter by the fire. "You must have eliminated all three of them, correct?" Shen Xing gazed intently at the hunter. "Why did you not accompany them outside?" The hunter scoffed derisively. "Those three mindless fools. Today marks a blizzard. They would have lost all warmth in no time and might have perished before even locating you. Besides, it has been ages since you unleashed your skills. They must all have transformed into level 3 ghouls by now." Shen Xing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the astute analysis. Yet the conclusion remained unchanged. They still had to die. Indeed, quite accurate, but ultimately, you must perish. The hunter smiled faintly. "Did you not notice I made no attempt to resist?" Without hesitation, Shen Xing struck the hunter down. At that moment, the hunter spoke once more. "May I add you as a friend on my warship?" Infinite assault. Upon uttering this, Shen Xing drained the hunter's last vestige of health. No exploder survive. The expedition ended in failure. Task completed. Shall we proceed with the settlement? Settlement. Your rating for this session is S. Only an S? Despite Shen Xing's mishaps with the furnace, the chef accomplished much as well. You have received the following items. Special Stewed Meat X1. Level 3 Warship Upgrade Material Exchange Blueprint. S-Class Exclusive. Revival Coin X1. Upon encountering only 3 items, Shen Xing could not help but furrow his brow. Is this all there is? After all, it is an S rank rating. He promptly picked up the Radiant Blueprint. Blueprint for upgrading a Tier 3 warship. Upon use, it grants all materials necessary for upgrading a Tier 3 warship. All materials? Does that mean the items I already possess remain mine? He decided to use it to ascertain whether it would merely supplement the materials he lacked. Shen Xing activated the blueprint. Usage successful. You have obtained 1 Tier 3 warship upgrade core, 1,000 units of upgrade material, iron, and 100 units of upgrade material, steel, which have been deposited into the warship's storage. Shen Xing's eyes gleamed with delight. It provided him with every material he needed, which was exceedingly gratifying. Detected that the materials for warship advancement are sufficient. Shall we proceed with the advancement? Certainly. Why would one refrain from advancing? Especially when one could save it for a future occasion. Furthermore, Shen Xing's soul gathering orb had increased by another 6 layers. The warship was advancing, and upon completion, the shop trading post and auction house would be unlocked. Remaining time, 7:59:59. Shen Xing was familiar with the shop, yet he was curious about what other treasures it might hold. A trading post? An auction house? Could it be that free trading is permitted here? This truly feels like a gaming world. You have received a friend request. Note, I'm the previous hunter. Would you like to accept? Accept. Shen Xing constructs his own fortress, resolute in his decision to not harbor idlers. However, he remains open to recruiting capable, extraordinary individuals. Dorj, Sujingda engineer. Why is your warship only at the 2nd tier? Infinite assault. Shen Xing, I'm upgrading to the 3rd tier. Ah, so Sujingda has already achieved the 3rd tier. It is indeed surprising that such a formidable engineer remains at the 2nd tier. Dorj, Sujingda, which fortress are you in? Infinite assault. Shen Xing, I am not within a fortress. Sujingda is taken aback. If he is not in a fortress, does that imply? Dorj, Sujingda, are you also in the wilderness? Shen Xing sees the message and wonders, what do you mean by also? Could it be that he is in the wilderness as well? Infinite assault. Shen Xing, no, I am in my own constructed fortress. Sujingda is momentarily stunned, then realizes that if someone is so adept at engineering, constructing a fortress should not pose much of a challenge. Go, Su Zhen. Engineer, you are truly impressive. I must take my leave now. I need to find another location. With that, Sujingda's avatar turns gray, leaving Shen Xing surprised. He had expected the other party to express a desire to visit his fortress. How intriguing. He shall temporarily consider him for recruitment. Shen Xing then glances at his other friends online, noting that only one remains active. The female hunter who had added him anonymously last time. This seal is sick. Bali Shou Yue, you better be ready. For the next time we are on the same ship, I will make you regret it. What a ridiculous ID. This seal is sick. It seems you're the one who is unwell. Shen Xing departed from the warship, aware that ascending to the next level would require time. He seized the opportunity to venture outside and ascertain the condition of the little wild man. Upon his emergence, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of roasted meat. How could there be the scent of barbecued delicacies? The provisions I left should suffice for only a day. Stepping outside, he beheld the wild man, drooling as he cooked meat over the flames. Furthermore, the remnants of the meat Shen Xing had left behind were alarmingly scant. Approaching, Shen Xing settled beside the wild man. You have actually learned to wield fire, but your appetite is quite insatiable. Observing that less than a quarter of the tiger meat remained, Shen Xing pondered that he might soon find himself financially burdened by this gluttonous companion. Yeah, the wild man, having comprehended Shen Xing's disparaging remarks, shot him an exasperated glance before redirecting his attention to the roasting meat. Chapter 50. Instant auction. Shen Xing scrutinized the foliage that adorned the wild man's form. Once we acquire clothing, I shall give this fellow a proper bath. Judging by his appearance, he has likely never experienced such cleanliness. Yeah? Noticing Shen Xing's unwavering gaze, the wild man tilted his head in inquiry. My little wild man, since you have chosen to accompany me, how about I bestow upon you a name? Yeah. Remarkably, the little wild man nodded in agreement this time. Very well then, you shall adopt my surname, and from this day forth, you shall be known as Shen Ming. Henceforth, you are my brother, and I shall look out for you. Yeah. Shen Ming squatted on the ground, clapping his hands and bouncing with excitement. Shen Xing pressed down on his head, smiling. All right, your barbecue is ready. In an instant, Shen Ming dashed towards his barbecue, his eyes fixated solely on the food. Truly a glutton, Shen Xing couldn't help but shake his head. Rising to his feet, Shen Xing prepared to scout the surrounding environment, seeking any other wild beasts. Don't wander off. I'll take a look around. Shen Ming, with his mouth full of grease and stuffed with food, was too preoccupied to respond to Shen Xing armed with a machete. Shen Xing patrolled the vicinity, discovering that there were indeed no fierce beasts present. This is strange. In any wilderness, there would invariably be some sort of wildlife, even if it were merely timid rabbits. Yet here, apart from that formidable tiger, there seemed to be no other creatures. Unbeknownst to Shen Xing, that tiger, as the sovereign of this territory, had long since consumed most of the local fauna. In a way, this was fortunate, as it meant that hunting would require venturing further afield. Upon returning to the shelter, Shen Ming had already collapsed on the ground, soundly asleep, gazing up at the sky. What a pig, eats and then sleeps. Shen Xing carried him inside, though there was still no bed. Why is this kid's body so soft? It seems I'll need to train him more. Shen Xing leaned against the wall, beginning to rest himself, for there was little else he could do at that moment. As he closed his eyes and then opened them again, Shen Ming was once more licking his face, prompting Shen Xing to disdainfully wipe away the drool. Shen Ming, I warn you, do not lick me again. It's all your saliva. Arriving at the riverside, Shen Xing splashed his face with the water, and by now, the sky had fully darkened, though the moon shone exceptionally bright. At the same time, countless stars twinkled in the heavens, occasionally flickering. Shen Xing lay directly on the ground, gazing up at the starry sky. Ah, it's been ages since I last admired the stars. Shen Ming joined Shen Xing, mimicking his position, lying on the ground and reaching out to grasp the stars above. Shen Xing turned his head and glanced at the grinning Shen Ming, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Having someone to share this moment with feels rather delightful. Even if this were merely a game world, he accepted it wholeheartedly. The following morning, upon awakening, Shen Xing was greeted only by the sound of flowing water and the piercing sunlight. Where on earth am I? Shen Xing mused, having not slept so comfortably in a long time. During his time in Fortress 39, he had never experienced such deep slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he failed to notice Shen Ming beside him. Shen Ming? Shen Ming? Has he run off into the forest again? Shen Xing rose to wash his face. Yikes! Upon turning around, Shen Ming was seen grinning while seated beside a pile of extinguished campfire, next to a wild deer that was twice his size. He gestured towards the campfire, urging Shen Xing to ignite it. Shen Xing chuckled helplessly. This fellow seemed to think of nothing but feasting, though he was adept at hunting for himself. Approaching the campfire, Shen Xing retrieved an iron rod and a small knife, swiftly igniting the dry grass with a few deft motions. You go fetch some firewood. I shall take care of this deer. With a gleeful shout, Shen Ming dashed into the distant forest. Surely, this deer would suffice for a day's sustenance. Once Shen Xing had processed the wild deer, he set it upon 2 wooden sticks, preparing to roast it whole. Alas, there were no seasonings to enhance the flavor. Shen Ming, however, seemed indifferent to the lack of spices, fixated on the roasting deer, salivating. Shen Xing consumed but 1 leg of the deer, leaving the remainder entirely for Shen Ming. I shall step away for a moment. Do not wander too far. With a spirited shout, Shen Xing was unconcerned for Shen Ming's safety. After all, he was now considered an extraordinary being, having previously thrived in the wilderness, and even more so now. He produced a crystal core and shattered it. Infinite Assault, launch. Returning to Infinite Assault, Shen Xing noted that the warship had significantly expanded, now constructed of iron rather than wood. Infinite Assault, I am here, Captain. This was the control core of Shen Xing's warship. He opened a shop. Mall. Welcome to the Revival Mall, where goods will be updated weekly. Revival coins. 33. 10 crystal cores each. Profession-specific scroll. 33. 10 crystal cores each. Friend edition scroll. 55. 10 crystal cores each. Faced with these scan offerings, Shen Xing fell into silence. What a remarkable revival mall. He closed the window and turned to the trading market. Trading market. Anyone can engage in free trade. Unrestricted by time or location. Service fee. 10. The trading market offers a plethora of items, including the 3 available in the mall, albeit at inflated prices, starting at a minimum of 20 crystal cores, plus the service fee borne by the seller. For Shen Xing, everything here felt like a luxury. Though he possessed several hundred crystal cores, they seemed utterly insufficient in this context. He decided to peruse the auction house. The auction house had fewer items, primarily consisting of various equipment, with a notable abundance of ordinary extraordinary gear. Shen Xing surmised that this must be the easiest type of equipment to acquire. He did possess a fine shovel, but he intended to keep it, as it might prove useful in the future. Besides, it was his savior. Suddenly, Shen Xing clapped his hands. Right? Did I not have fine hat? How should I list that hat? After some exploration, Shen Xing finally succeeded. The hat vanished directly from his warship, and an additional item appeared in the auction house's equipment section. Refined hat, a piece that can provide warmth. Grade, refined combat power. 20 Shen Xing set an auction duration of 1 hour, eagerly anticipating how many crystal cores he could procure once the time elapsed. He picked up an extra 3rd-tier warship upgrade core, feeling somewhat conflicted. Surely, this item could also be sold? Yet, why was it absent from the auction house? As he prepared to list it, he received a notification. The item falls under the precious category. Would he like to initiate an instant auction? Instant auction? What is that? An instant auction sends a message to all online participants, inviting them to join and complete the transaction on the spot. However, Shen Xing felt apprehensive. Would this not expose his identity? He could not afford to take risks at this moment. The auction process consists solely of virtual imagery, devoid of personal identification issues. Shen Xing relaxed. Why hadn't he been informed earlier? Chapter 51. Transaction completed. If that is the case, Shen Xing had no qualms. Let us proceed. The instant auction is preparing to commence. Please note that a service fee of 10 of the transaction amount will be charged upon completion. Shen Xing felt speechless. Why did this seem so familiar? All participants in this auction, as long as they are aboard their vessels, can receive information about the items and place bids. Shen Xing was also curious to discover the true value of this item. A starting bid? Perhaps 10 crystal cores would be reasonable. Many individuals, upon seeing this price, could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood, realizing that the seller was a novice. They would undoubtedly have clamored to add him as a friend for a private purchase had they known his identity. Before long, Shen Xing observed the price soaring past 1,000 crystal cores, his eyes widening in astonishment. What on earth? Is this item truly worth so much? Its value is indisputable. It has the potential to elevate a vessel to the 3rd tier. Achieving such an upgrade is either a testament to skill or sheer luck, as many are already at their peak after reaching the 2nd tier. Once a vessel ascends to the 3rd tier, one gains the ability to purchase items from the shop that are limited each week, which can then be resold at a premium. As these goods are perpetually in high demand, each voyage consumes 1 resurrection coin and 1 profession designation ticket. 321 crystal cores. 439 crystal cores. Gradually, when the price reached 1,800 crystal cores, bidding had nearly ceased, until in the final second before time expired, it surged to 2,000 crystal cores. Goodness, such a sum? Ultimately, Shen Xing managed to secure only 1,800 crystal cores, and as he watched 200 crystal cores vanish, a pang of anguish struck him. This is outrageous. Such a ripoff. At this moment, the equipment that Shen Xing had listed for sale was successfully sold for a staggering 200 crystal cores, yielding him a net profit of 180 cores. Who would have thought that such an item could fetch such a price? It appears someone has been quite gullible. Now, with a substantial fortune at his disposal and the additional crystal cores acquired from Pei Mingwei, Shen Xing found himself in possession of a remarkable total of 2,476 crystal cores. If he were to use them solely for voyages, he could embark on 476 journeys. You have received a friend request with the note, I am investment promotion number 38. I have just purchased your equipment. May I be accepted? Purchasing my equipment? ISNT instant auction, supposed to be anonymous? Accepted. Shen Xing was also curious to understand the situation. Investment promotion number 38. By Balai. Hello, sir. I am the one who just acquired your exquisite equipment. Shen Xing was momentarily taken aback. Could this name belong to the infamous Piangu? It seemed to belong to the individual who had just purchased his green hat. Infinite offense. Shen Xing, is there something you wish to discuss? Investment promotion, no. 38 by Balai. Indeed, sir. We, at Investment Promotion, are the largest trading platform for the revival. The purpose of this communication is to propose a long-term collaboration. If you have any items you wish to sell, we can handle the transactions for you, charging only a 5 service fee. Should you choose not to utilize the official channels of the Revival Mall and prefer direct transactions, we will only charge 5 crystal cores per transaction, although the security of such dealings may be debatable. Infinite offense. Shen Xing, how can you be so certain that I possess numerous items? Investment promotion, no. 38 by Baolai Trust. Sir, you have engaged in but a single transaction and yet procured exquisite equipment. I surmise you must undoubtedly be a master. Of course, forging a friendship is also welcome. The items in my possession are quite comprehensive, catering to various needs. Various needs, you say? What about dolls? No. I, Shen Xing, am not that sort of person. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, very well. Should there be more to uncover, I shall seek you out. Shen Xing did not fully place his trust in him. He wished to ascertain the truth of the other party's claims. Since he asserted that they were the largest trading platform, it was reasonable to assume many were aware of their existence. Shen Xing promptly utilized a revival coin. Having arrived, he felt compelled to make the most of it. Logging in, a swirl of motion, and Shen Xing found himself aboard ship. This time, he was not the first aboard, which was indeed a positive sign. Following the usual protocol, he switched on the radio, and a curious individual approached him. There, SA radio here. How did you discover it, my friend? It was simply sitting here, was it not easily noticeable? The individual awkwardly scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, how did I not notice it before? Hey, I have arrived, brothers. Before long, everyone was present. Is there anyone who has not utilized their profession-specific scroll? I have not, replied the person next to Shen Xing, who had just spoken to him. Nor have I. To Shen Xing's surprise, only one person had utilized the profession-specific scroll, and it was the very individual who had inquired earlier. Another royal. No witties. I'm a level 5 royal. So just follow my command, and victory is assured. How splendid. The individual beside Shen Xing clapped in response, but he was the only one to do so. The expedition commenced, and your role is that of a hunter, while your identity is that of a werewolf, and your ally is a priest. Please dismantle the expedition. Shen Xing felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was exhilarating once more, possessing a formidable profession and being a wolf. Coal. He promptly discarded a piece of coal from his possession, not particularly concerned about it. He needed to venture out swiftly to develop, and then seek opportunities to eliminate opponents. The royal spoke again. Engineer, you better not bring back any explosive barrels, or I shall shoot you down. Royal, do not slander me. I'm a good person. Werewolves always claim to be good. The royal and Shen Xing leapt from the ship, surprisingly quicker than Shen Xing royal. Why are you running so fast? Are you a wolf? The royal glanced back at Shen Xing. Is running fast indicative of being a wolf? Shen Xing continued, of course. Are you in a hurry to craft bullets and then eliminate me? Shen Xing walked alongside royal, veering to the right. I am indeed a good person. However, the hunter, should not you go left to slay the bear? Shen Xing boldly declared. A mere bear is nothing. I shall leave it to you. I will ascend the mountain, and you shall witness me demolishing the iceberg by tomorrow. The royal scrutinized Shen Xing with suspicion. Can you truly manage that? Just don't get crushed by the bear. As the two traversed the path, they gathered some wooden planks. The man insisted, I cannot refuse, but do refrain from touching the bones in my sight. Should I witness such an act, I shall swiftly put an arrow through your head. Rest assured, I shan't even lay a finger on the corpse. As long as you detonate the mountain tomorrow, I shall hand you the gun, he replied. Shen Xing silently scoffed, thinking to himself that he would retrieve it on his own later. Upon passing a lifeboat, Shen Xing opened it to find merely 3 wooden planks. Approaching a wooden bridge, the royal made his way towards a backpack, while Shen Xing directed himself toward a nearby supply box. If there are arrows in that backpack, kindly share. You may keep the bullets for yourself. Agreed. Shen Xing opened the supply box, discovering 4 lead ingots and 3 scraps of iron. An admirable haul. Suddenly, a foolish wolf descended from above, attempting to bite him. Lacking close combat weaponry, Shen Xing swiftly retrieved a trap and shot the wolf with an arrow, commencing the process of skinning it. There are no arrows in the backpack. Are you all right? I am fine. If there are none, so be it. Shen Xing proceeded to skin the wolf, acquiring 3 pieces of meat and 1 animal hide, consuming the raw meat immediately. At this moment, Royal had already advanced ahead, and as Shen Xing passed 2 burial mounds, he glanced back to see the priest approaching with a shovel, intent on digging up graves. He refrained from engaging with the priest, fearing that someone might overhear their conversation. Upon reaching the camp, Royal was rummaging through an ammunition box while Shen Xing deftly bypassed him to open the medical kit. Hunter, did you not mention ascending the mountain? My health has deteriorated. I will first craft a needle. That will suffice. The doctor's bag contains 4 herbs and 1 tincture of opium, but Shen Xing's current backpack cannot accommodate them. So he must store the scrap metal and lead ingots, taking out the herbs and the tincture. He then begins to explore the nearby skeletal remains, discovering another tincture of opium and a bone within. Upon entering the tent, he encounters two corpses. Shen Xing starts to search one of them, finding only a piece of meat, which he consumes without hesitation. He is eager to find two tendons. At that moment, the doctor passes overhead from the tent, evidently having just examined the bones. "Royal, do you have any tendons?" Shen Xing inquires of Royal, who is busy at the workbench. "No, I haven't even touched the corpses." Following the direction of the wolf den, the doctor prepares to enter it. "Do you have any tendons?" "No, I have only found bones." It is reasonable for the doctor to examine a small number of bones for crafting arrows. "Very well, I shall go and hunt the wolves within." Shen Xing first shoots one wolf with 3 arrows, retrieving his arrows from the carcass before dispatching another wolf. "Wow, your archery skills are impressive." "Just average." Shen Xing strips the first wolf's carcass, uncovering another piece of animal hide, then proceeds to the second wolf's remains. "Doctor, wait a moment. I'm going to hunt a bear. Please inform them upon your return." "All right, take care, my brother." At this moment, Shen Xing had already become a good person in the eyes of the doctor. The doctor was not examining bones, but rather moving coal. After much effort, he finally uncovered a tendon from the corpse of the second wolf. Unfortunately, his backpack was insufficient, prompting Shen Xing to discard the herbs. Approaching the doctor, Shen Xing pried open the skeleton, only to find yet another solitary bone within. The doctor had begun to exit the wolf den, having not yet finished transporting all the coal inside. Stealthily, Shen Xing made his way behind a stone pillar, contemplating the creation of a totem. "Royal, there is still coal inside. I have not finished moving it," he mused. "Very well, I shall retrieve it." Reluctantly, Shen Xing abandoned this thought and turned to leave. As he passed Royal, he inquired, "Royal, do you possess a tendon?" No, you have asked me 800 times already," Royal replied. Departing the wolf den, Shen Xing noted that Royal was occupied at the workbench, making it impossible for him to intrude without facing dire consequences. Upon reaching the entrance, he found no one around. And at that moment, the boat began to move, undoubtedly due to the good person on the left transporting the coal back. He swiftly activated the white mist skill. Indeed, after a brief period, a collision occurred. Initially, Shen Xing had intended to linger longer in the right one camp, seeking an opportunity to eliminate Royal. However, the presence of a doctor thwarted his plans. Moreover, he was merely one tendon short of crafting a small bear backpack, which left him feeling quite unsettled. Shen Xing then proceeded towards the right 2 camp, where he encountered a wolf and, with 3 arrows, swiftly brought it down, finally obtaining the second tendon. As dusk descended, Shen Xing made his way to the 2nd Right Battalion to craft a backpack. He placed the lead ingots and wooden planks onto the workbench. Surely, the priest wouldn't retreat to the ship as a hidden wolf? Upon opening the adjacent workbench, a key materialized conveniently beside a safe. To his astonishment, the safe contained a coal barrel, a trap, 5 gunpowder units, and a key. In an instant, Shen Xing's thoughts crystallized. The incessant killing was hardly enjoyable. He rummaged through a tent, uncovering a corpse that yielded a bone, a piece of meat, and a tendon. Shen Xing sighed, lamenting the irony of scarcity turning into abundance. He consumed the meat directly and commenced crafting a barrel of explosives. Next, he opened 2 medical kits at the entrance, acquiring 10 herbs and yet another key, though he regrettably found no opium tincture. Approaching the supply crate, he discovered 4 scrap metals and 2 lead ingots, opting to take the scrap metal while leaving the ingots for later. After burning 2 wooden planks to stave off the chill, Shen Xing first fashioned 4 nails, followed by a coal barrel. At this juncture, he noticed that his teammate had finally crafted the first totem. He transported the coal surrounding the tent back to his workspace and began producing gunpowder. Meanwhile, the good-natured player had set sail once more, nearing the central island. Shen Xing promptly unleashed a white mist, and sure enough, after 5 seconds, a collision ensued. It seemed they relished sailing at night. He called for his bouncing bomb to be ready. Shen Xing crafted 2 explosive barrels and then fashioned an ice axe, only to discover another supply crate outside containing 5 scrap metals. Casting aside a few arrows seems futile. Returning to the workbench, I crafted 2 needles and fashioned the remainder into traps, discarding the bough there as well. I gather my key, herbs, wooden planks, and bones. The following day dawned quietly. My teammate's totem had been dismantled, though it remained unclear whether it had been discovered. Shen Xing made his way to the ice fortress behind the right second camp, where he found bones nearby, acquiring another bone and a tendon. In the ice fortress, he constructed a totem, occasionally glancing through his perspective to check for approaching figures. The benevolent boat had arrived at the central island, and Shen Xing traversed the ice to the wrecked ship, discovering that the bears still roamed unscathed. Had they abandoned the resources of the central island? No one was in sight, allowing Shen Xing to search the wreck for another bone, then head to the furnace to burn 2 wooden planks, commencing the creation of poison. He concocted 2 vials of poison and applied it to the needles he had crafted, ultimately preparing a cup of tea. Meanwhile, the benevolent crew continued their sailing, seemingly relinquishing the resources of the central island with commendable caution. Shen Xing procured another bone and released a white mist, stealthily approaching the boat. He feigned nonchalance as he boarded. "Hey, brothers. I am a hunter. I've returned after slaying a bear on mountain. Do you know who the wolf is?" "The hunter is impressive," they replied. "I knew your archery skills would ensure your survival." The doctor began, as Shen Xing had initially informed them of his intention to ascend the mountain to hunt bears. No one doubted him. "All right, the captain is a wolf. Is the royal not on the ship?" "No, he has gone out." Shen Xing had originally intended to ask the royal to surrender his weapon. "Fine. I have returned from bear hunting. There must be something to eat, right?" Shen Xing reiterated that he had indeed returned from hunting bears. After all, the good people would not possess the ability to see through him, and they were unaware of whether he had truly hunted or not. Chapter 53. The ship is sinking upon boarding. Shen Xing discovered that the doors had been securely locked, with only one door ajar. "Why have you locked the doors?" "The werewolf is shrouded in fog. We fear they might seize the opportunity to board." Shen Xing placed a trap by one of the locked doors, which was fortuitously overheard by the engineer. "Wait a moment. Hunter, why are you setting a trap? Did you not express concern about the werewolf boarding? Is there a problem with me placing a trap at this locked door?" The engineer scrutinized Shen Xing. "Good people do not set traps on a ship." "You are quite suspicious, Hunter." The doctor approached. "That cannot be. Did the hunter not claim he hunted a bear? Furthermore, I was alone with him in the right wolf den, and he even assisted me in slaying a wolf. Did you bring back coal?" Shen Xing's temper flared. "Are you deaf? I went bear hunting." The engineer reluctantly departed, while the doctor smiled at Shen Xing. "Do not take it to heart. The engineer is a good man. He carried all this coal." "It's nothing," Shen Xing replied, feigning anger, for he knew that loudness equated to righteousness. Approaching the workbench, he discovered 6 pieces of scrap metal and promptly embraced his role as a scavenger, commencing the creation of traps. He fashioned 10 traps to keep at his side. At that moment, only the doctor remained aboard to steer the vessel, as everyone else had disembarked and the captain's whereabouts were unknown, regarded by them as a wolf. "Or the cook. Is he also a wolf?" Shen Xing pondered. Unbeknownst to him, the cook had not returned. With determination, Shen Xing made his way to the boiler room, igniting 2 explosive devices and casting them within. He then set 2 traps at the entrance and scattered several more throughout the cabin, particularly placing 2 at every door, including the kitchen. Suddenly, a voice echoed from below deck. "Someone is blowing up the ship." It was now dark, and Shen Xing paused, realizing the bombs he had set had yet to detonate. "No, I collided with the ship," the doctor clarified. "Ah, I see," Shen Xing responded, moving to stand behind the doctor. "Why are you the one steering the ship?" "The captain turned out to be a wolf and fled, leaving me no choice but to take the helm," the doctor explained. "Very well, I shall go out now." Under the cover of night, Shen Xing stealthily administered a dose to the doctor and slipped away. Upon disembarking, he encountered the returning royal and navigator to his left. Suddenly, a sound echoed as someone aboard stepped on one of the traps Shen Xing had set. Had the hunter struck? Indeed, they had, as Shen Xing brandished a poison needle. Royal executed a nimble leap, narrowly evading the attack, forcing Shen Xing to redirect his aim towards the unsuspecting navigator behind. "The hunter has poisoned me." "The hunter is a wolf." Shen Xing swiftly turned and traversed into the spiritual realm, arriving at the right second camp, where the opposing forces were numerous and clustered by the ship, rendering confrontation unwise. Another sound echoed as yet another individual fell victim to Shen Xing's cleverly placed traps. Good, good, he mused, noting the 10 traps and 2 barrels of explosives aboard, along with 2 poison needles he had deployed. Let's see how you proceed. After wandering in the right second camp for a spell, Shen Xing made his way to the foot of the wolf camp's mountain. He opened the coal sled and took 2 pieces of coal from within, using his ice axe to ascend directly into the wolf camp. Upon reaching the summit, he was greeted once more by the disconcerting sound of a trap being triggered. Entering the wolf camp, he discovered supply boxes within and promptly opened the first one. Yet again, he triggered another trap. Ha ha! This bunch of fools has triggered 4 of my traps already. Inside the supply box lay 3 pieces of scrap metal and 2 lead ingots. He then shattered a nearby wooden crate, resulting in the construction of 2 totems. Alas! Another trap was triggered. Ha ha, this is delightful. Upon opening the ammunition box, one discovers a lead ingot and 2 units of gunpowder. Subsequently, a safe is unlocked, revealing a cup of tea, a snare trap, and an oil lamp. The tea is consumed immediately to restore warmth, followed by igniting the stove, after which the nearby corpse is stripped, yielding an opium tincture and a piece of meat, which is then roasted and consumed. At the workbench, Shen Xing crafts a needle. Alas, another unfortunate soul is ensnared. Shen Xing finds himself on the verge of exasperation. Do they truly lack awareness? In truth, they never anticipated the presence of such an abundance of snares aboard the vessel. Within the tent lies another safe, and fortuitously, Shen Xing possesses a key. Upon unlocking it, he discovers an ice axe, 5 units of gunpowder, and yet another snare trap, thus acquiring 2 additional traps. On the eve of the snowstorm, the 3rd day has arrived. The good ship has accumulated quite a bit of water, and repairs are yet to be completed. Shen Xing ventures outside to gather coal. Surely, this vessel cannot be doomed to sink. However, he finds himself short of planks to construct a coal barrel and sets out to search for more. Encountering 3 wolves, he deftly traps one with a snare and dispatches it with the ice axe. As the ship grows increasingly crimson, Shen Xing releases a mist. The good souls outside must be frantically seeking scrap metal. Nonetheless, he currently possesses 8 totems, allowing for rapid energy recovery. His teammate, the priest, continues to craft totems. Though they have yet to meet, he proves to be quite resourceful. Surely, he cannot still be feigning benevolence? After completing 2 barrels of explosives, Shen Xing sets forth once more, laden with his newfound treasures. As soon as he descended the mountain, Shen Xing's abilities were restored, allowing him to traverse directly to the side of the ship. On board, there was but a single individual engaged in repairing the vessel. While still within the spirit realm, Shen Xing observed that a barrel of explosives had been affixed to the ship. To his astonishment, this teammate had also crafted an explosive device. Upon reaching the deck, Shen Xing ignited the barrel and placed it on board, while the individual repairing the ship remained utterly oblivious to his presence. Shen Xing concealed himself within the captain's quarters, anticipating the explosion of the barrel. Damn it, these fools only know how to blow up ships, leaving me with unfinished repairs. No sooner had he uttered these words than a resounding explosion echoed. Forget it, I'm done fixing this ship. Shen Xing chuckled to himself, reveling in the chaos. He climbed up to the lookout tower and called out, Hey, brothers, is your ship about to sink? I thought it was a submarine. The engineer emerged from a hold. Who is speaking? The engineer scoured the ship, searching from bow to stern, yet found no one. It is I, the hunter, returned from slaying bears. Upon hearing the hunter's voice, the engineer grew frantic. You and your damn bears. The moment you placed traps on the ship, I knew you were no good. That fool of a doctor kept defending you, only to be poisoned to death in the end. All of his opium tincture was converted into needles, rendering him incapable of creating an antidote. Oh, do refrain from such talk. He is indeed my comrade. I knew that fool was a wolf. If the doctor is also a wolf, then what of the captain? And the vanished chef? How many wolves are there, truly? The corners of Shen Xing's mouth nearly curled into a smile. It was rather amusing to play with these baby busses. He was not here to fish, but merely to blast the ship and inject some poison. At that moment, perched in the lookout, Shen Xing utilized his vision to spot individuals in the second company and summoned a wave of level 1 ghouls. The engineer was still scouring the ship for traces of Shen Xing. Chapter 54. The ship has sunk. Hunter, where are you? If you have the guts, come out and duel with me. The engineer was yet to relinquish his search for Shen Xing. You're looking for me? Find me, and I'll let you have your way. At that juncture, others returned, and Shen Xing perceived through his vision that his comrades were swimming alongside the ship. What was happening? Engineer, what nonsense are you up to? The ship is still not repaired. I'm just trying to patch it up, but damn it. 3 barrels of explosives have blown up again. The navigator sighed in exasperation. I brought back scrap metal and wooden planks. Let us fix the ship first. Damn. I'll take on the role of a wolf too and blow up the ship. The engineer declared indignantly, having toiled hard to transport coal, only to find the ship on the brink of ruin. Brother, don't bother repairing it. Your ship is nearly submerged. The navigator was taken aback. How is it that I hear the hunter's voice? Is he on the ship? I don't know. I've searched the entire vessel and found nothing. Unless he's in the sky. The navigator decided to disregard it. Forget him. Let us prioritize repairing the ship. Shen Xing exhibited little interest in the sunken vessel. However, through the power of perception, he discerned that the royal was alone in the tent of the 2nd Battalion. Approaching to confiscate weapons was no trouble at all. He activated his ethereal passage, leaping from the lookout tower and stealthily approaching the royal from behind, who was engrossed in his workbench. To his astonishment, this hunter was adept at evasion. Shen Xing materialized unexpectedly behind the royal and struck him with his ice axe. What the hell? An ambush! The royal drew his firearm, aiming directly at Shen Xing, who deftly maneuvered to the side, closing in on the royal with another strike of the ice axe. Bang! The royal fired a blank at point-blank range. What? He missed? This is utterly ridiculous. Shen Xing pressed in close, swinging his ice axe at the royal. By the time the royal reacted and unsheathed his axe for a counterattack, it was already too late. Shen Xing's blow landed, and the royal immediately begged for mercy. Brother Hunter, spare me. I must return to repair the ship. Shen Xing deposited the royal onto the hammock within the tent, then seized the bullets the royal had been crafting at the workbench. The royal exhaled a sigh of relief. Brother Hunter, you are truly a good person. Rest assured, I concede. Once I rise, I will shoot you down. After gathering his belongings, Shen Xing brandished the ice axe towards the royal resting on the hammock. Hey, brother, did you not promise to spare me? Who agreed to that? Upon finishing his words, another icy axe struck the royal figure, and at that moment, footsteps approached from outside. Hurry, the hunter is here. He is in the tent. After shouting, the royal figure fell lifeless. Shen Xing administered a shot to himself, then seized a firearm from the royal's corpse and loaded it. Through his X-ray vision, he spotted the navigator accompanied by the doctor approaching. He concealed himself within the tent, and as the two drew near, he abruptly emerged, firing a shot at them. It mattered not whom he hit, merely hitting was sufficient. What the hell? He has a gun. After firing, Shen Xing fled. Pursue him. He is out of bullets. The furious doctor exclaimed, that despicable hunter dares to treat me like livestock. Stand still. You should be more concerned. Your ship is nearly sinking. What good is chasing me? Upon hearing this, the navigator's anger flared even more. How dare you speak? You've blasted so many holes. We have no iron left to repair the ship. As Shen Xing ran, he reloaded his weapon, occasionally glancing back with his X-ray vision. Is your royal still imprisoned? Aren't you going to rescue him? Rescue? The ship is on the brink of sinking. First, I'll deal with you. This retort came from the doctor, revealing his deep-seated fury towards Shen Xing. Oh, come now. I at least brought down a bear for you. Upon hearing this, the navigator, incensed, hurled the axe he was wielding towards Shen Xing. You took down a mere bear. I was nearly sent flying by it. Shen Xing could no longer contain himself, and actually approached to take a look. Picking up the axe discarded by the navigator, he declared, I warn you, if you pursue me any further, I shall not hold back. Not hold back? What can you possibly do? We have 2 of us. Shen Xing signaled his companion. The time for attack had arrived. With a sudden, chilling scream, both the navigator and the doctor were momentarily stunned. That couldn't possibly be us, could it? At that moment, Shen Xing had been chased outside, standing upon the icy surface and gazing at the two who had halted. Why have you stopped pursuing? Come on. Just then, ghouls surged from both sides toward the navigator and the doctor. The priest had surprisingly summoned a wave of level 3 ghouls. Quick, attack the ghouls. First, give me an injection. The doctor administered a shot to the navigator, then to himself, before beginning to fend off the ghouls. Shen Xing summoned yet another wave of level 1 ghouls. Roar. Oh no, more are coming. My health is running low. Running low? That is splendid. Shen Xing promptly drew his gun and aimed it at the two. Bang! A shot struck the navigator. Aha! Ive fallen. Hurry, carry me. The doctor hoisted the navigator onto his back and dashed back the way they came, with relentless ghouls nipping at their heels. I'm not going to last much longer. Sighing, the navigator remarked, forget it, just drop me and run for your life. Without a moment's hesitation, the doctor discarded the navigation device and allowed himself to be torn apart by the ghoul, administering a shot to himself in preparation for a hasty escape. Shen Xing had long since loaded his weapon and swiftly shot the doctor down. Hunter, how dare you? Shen Xing could hardly be bothered to search the bags of the two. Instead, he returned to the ship where the crew had already rescued the royal. There's still a leak. We must find it quickly. Water in the cabin had risen nearly to their necks. How could they possibly locate the source of the leak now? On the deck, Shen Xing utilized his keen vision to observe the two struggling in the water. Stop searching. You won't find it. Damn it. Another hunter. Upon hearing Shen Xing's voice, the royal was incensed and brandished a shovel, the only weapon he had discovered on the ship. Did you kill them all? If you are referring to the doctor and the navigator, their bodies should be quite cold by now. Damn you. The royal charged at Shen Xing with the shovel, to which Shen Xing raised his weapon and fired at him. What? My gun. Shen Xing continued to reload. Your gun? This is my gun. As Shen Xing retreated while loading his weapon, he was struck twice by the royal forces. Soon after, he fired a shot that felled one of them, shouldered the body, and cast it into the sea. Meanwhile, the engineer was still searching for the final breach in the ship as darkness began to descend. Stop searching, engineer. Let us return by submarine, Shen Xing declared. Just wait. I shall certainly find it. A short while later, the engineer exclaimed with excitement, Haha, I've located the last flaw. Just as he prepared to make repairs, the game concluded. The ship sank, and the expedition ended in failure. Tonight, the engineer would likely find little solace in sleep. Chapter 55, Manual of the Revival Mission Accomplished. Please select equipment, settlement, or material settlement. Shen Xing was taken aback. How could the first upgrade to a Tier 3 warship be so different? This prompt was quite clear. One option pertained to materials while the other concerned equipment. My fortress construction still requires numerous materials for equipment. That exquisite military knife will suffice for the time being. Material settlement. The settlement commenced, and your score is SSS. This was within Shen Xing's expectations, given his rampant destruction. You have acquired the following items. Construction materials wood X10 000, construction materials cement X1 000, construction materials iron X1 000, blueprints for a 3-story villa SSS exclusive X1, revival coins X4. Is that all? Shen Xing felt a sense of numbness wash over him. Although the items provided were plentiful, they somehow appeared rather mundane. Moreover, what on earth was this blueprint for a 3-story villa? Did they really think they were on vacation? 3-story villa construction blueprint. Upon usage, it consumes materials to generate a unique architectural structure. Quality, perfect, common, fine, rare, excellent, perfect, epic, legendary, ancient, immortal, divine. Materials required: cement 1,000, iron 1,000, steel 1,000, wood 5,000, special building certification core 1. Area 200 square meters. Puffed. Shen Xing coughed out a mouthful of blood. What was this nonsense that required such an immense quantity of materials? And what exactly was this special building certification core? Furthermore, with an area of merely 200 square meters, it was worth noting that his current fortress also occupied that same space. Clearly, this item would not be of any immediate use. He had sufficient wood. Should he venture out and construct a fortress directly? Seeing his friend investment promotion number 38 online, Shen Xing promptly sent a message. Unlimited assault. Shen Xing, is there a manual or some guidelines regarding the revival number? Investment promotion number 38 by Baolai. Indeed, there are 10,001 principles published by investment promotion concerning the revival number. Good heavens, they are starting to self-promote. Are they? Unlimited assault. Shen Xing, how many crystal cores? Investment promotion no. 38 by Baolai, 25 crystal cores, fixed price. Shen Xing had anticipated a gift from the other party, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, do you have any clothing? Investment promotion number 38 by Baolai. Yes. Do you need men's or women's? Infinite assault. Shen Xing, men's, suitable for a child around 1 meter 50 tall, preferably durable. I would like 2 sets. Investment promotion number 38 by Baolai. Never mind. These clothes are worth only 5 crystal cores at most, so I'll give them to you as a gesture of friendship. The transaction was completed, with Shen Xing paying a total of 30 crystal cores, 5 of which were for service fees. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, thank you. Every bit saved counts. After completing the payment, a package materialized in Shen Xing's battleship. My goodness, such speed, it's faster than express delivery. Upon opening it, he discovered a book and 2 sets of clothing, including pants and shoes. One set was black and the other white. His own attire was somewhat tattered. The book, titled The 10,001 Principles of Revival, couldn't possibly contain 10,001 rules, could it? Weighing the book in his hands, he noted its substantial heft. Upon flipping to the table of contents, which spanned several pages, he confirmed the existence of 10,001 principles. The first principle introduced careers, but Shen Xing had no time to delve into details. He scrolled through the contents and found a section titled Important Considerations for Fortress Construction. It advised that one must ensure sufficient strength before embarking on fortress construction. Otherwise, the fortress painstakingly built would be annihilated by ferocious beasts. Shen Xing was taken aback, relieved that he had not succumbed to a sense of complacency. The construction of a primary fortress demanded the defense against approximately 100 ferocious beasts and one extraordinary beast for it to be deemed successful. While he was not overly concerned about the ordinary beasts, the extraordinary one was still an unknown adversary to him. So what? It was merely one extraordinary beast, after all. He would face it head-on. He stowed the book into his ring and proceeded to transport all the timber from the warship. Whoosh! As Shen Xing stepped through a door, 10,000 units of wood were neatly stacked outside. In the control center, he clicked to continue construction. This time, the materials were not only sufficient but also in surplus. The primary fortress was under construction, with a remaining time of 11:59. It would take a total of 12 hours, which meant that beasts would begin to assault him after that duration. The timber was being consumed continuously, and the surrounding fence emerged as if through 3D printing. At that moment, Shen Ming, who was in the forest, heard the commotion. Perking up his ears, he dragged his prey back home. From a distance, he spotted Shen Xing standing at the doorway, observing everything. Eagerly, Shen Ming let out a joyful cry and discarded his catch at the entrance, sprinting towards Shen Xing. However, as he neared, he halted, opting to walk upright to Shen Xing instead of using all fours. Shen Xing was momentarily taken aback, watching as Shen Ming wobbled his way to him. Eagerly, he exclaimed once more. Shen Xing smiled with a sense of relief. You truly are remarkable. You learned to walk in just one day. Shen Ming circled around a couple of times, until the grumbling of his stomach compelled him to hastily return. Dragging his catch inside, Shen Xing couldn't help but facepalm. He was still the same glutton, despite having left behind a sizable roasted deer just yesterday. It seemed he couldn't even last a day without hunger. I really wonder what you have inside you. Your digestive capabilities are astonishing. Though he teased, Shen Xing proceeded to prepare the prey that Shen Ming had brought back, while Shen Ming stood by, his gaze fixed intently on his catch. Suddenly, sounds emerged from the surroundings, and a wooden fence materialized. Oh! Shen Ming pointed at the newly appeared posts, looking quizzically at Shen Xing. Upon glancing up, Shen Xing extracted the intestines from the prey and tossed them into the river. That is a fence. With it in place, those ferocious beasts won't be able to enter. Shen Ming inspected the fence. At just over 3 meters high, it could deter those wild creatures, but it would hardly restrain him. Before long, Shen Xing set the prey over the fire, the fat sizzling and dripping. Ah, how I wish for a proper kitchen. It would spare us from such meager meals. Having grown weary of roasted meat day in and day out, Shen Xing found little appeal in it. As for stewed meat, it was effective only for ordinary folk, and hardly compared to the roasted delicacies before him. Shen Ming's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the roasting meat. All he cared for was to eat, regardless of what it was. Since he had tasted roasted meat, he felt nauseated every time he encountered raw meat. Now, he would rather endure hunger and await Shen Xing's return to prepare roasted meat for him. Chapter 56. Where is your precious item? There are 12 hours remaining until the completion of the first-level fortress, during which Shen Xing needed to rest adequately. The two were enjoying roasted meat when Shen Xing glanced at Shen Ming. Later, let's give this fellow a bath. His hair has become a tangled mess. Eek! Sensing Shen Xing's gaze, Shen Ming tilted his head to look back at him. It's fine, just eat quickly. Shen Xing brandished a small knife in his hand. With this tool, I shouldn't accidentally shave his head, right? If Shen Ming knew Shen Xing's intentions, he would surely deliver a severe kick to him. Upon reaching the waterfall, Shen Xing first shed his clothes and washed himself thoroughly. Before long, Shen Ming approached as well. Eek! Finished eating? Come here, I'll give you a bath. Eek! Shen Ming shook his head, attempting to flee, but he was no match for Shen Xing's speed. In an instant, Shen Xing leaped forward, effortlessly reached Shen Ming, lifted him, and tossed him into the small pond. Why are you running? Look how dirty you are. If you don't wash up, you'll be covered in grime. Eek! In the water barely half a meter deep, Shen Ming began to flounder, even choking on the water. Goodness, a land duck! Shen Xing hurriedly shook the bird and descended to retrieve him. Coughing, Shen Xing peeled the leaves off his body, simultaneously lamenting, I truly cannot believe it. The water is even lower than you, yet you managed to choke on it. As Shen Xing stripped Shen Ming of all the leaves, he suddenly froze, feeling an unusual chill in the breeze that swept the shore. Where is your? Shen Xing gazed at Shen Ming in terror, then quickly covered himself and fled. Oh, what? Is it normal for adults to be so strange? Shen Ming, experiencing water for the first time and recovering from the earlier choking, began to frolic in the water. Clumps of hair, once neatly arranged, now unraveled in the water, causing the previously crystal-clear liquid to become murky as it flowed downstream. Back in her room, Shen Xing's heart raced uncontrollably. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? No, I have done nothing. With a firm slap to her own face, Shen Xing pondered, is this not a dream? Ah, how embarrassing. How could that boy be so oblivious? Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself, calm down, she is still just a child. As her brother, it is only natural for me to help my sister bathe. After a lengthy session of self-psychological intervention, she was jolted back to reality by Shen Ming's exclamation. Shen Xing suddenly realized her own state of undress and hurriedly retrieved one of the 2 outfits she had purchased. But which one should she wear? Forget it. That fellow loves to roam about, clad in a black outfit that is somewhat resistant to dirt. After changing her attire, Shen Xing once again approached the waterfall, shielding her eyes with her hand. What are you doing? Shen Ming called out, extending her hand. Eek, eek. It seemed to convey, you've ruined my clothes, and now I have nothing to wear. Shen Xing stealthily placed the black garment a short distance from Shen Ming and swiftly turned away. This is clothing you should wear yourself. Despite having acquired knowledge from numerous teachers, such as Sanshang Yuya, Shen Xing was still a child, a fledgling, inevitably feeling a bit flustered. Sighing, Shen Xing wore a face of dismay. Despite being the younger sibling, a simple bath had transformed Shen Ming into a sister, leaving Shen Xing at a loss. Eek! Shen Ming tugged at the clothing, grasping Shen Xing's hand, as if to say, I cannot wear it. You! Turning her head, Shen Xing noticed that Shen Ming had yet to don her clothes and quickly averted her gaze. Why haven't you put on your top yet? Clearly, Shen Xing had forgotten that her companion was merely a wildling accustomed to living in the wilderness, unaccustomed to such garments. Eek! Shen Ming handed the clothing back to Shen Xing, who smacked her forehead in realization. She distinctly remembered intending to dress her before the bath. But upon discovering she was a girl, panic ensued. "All right, I shall help you dress." Shen Xing feigned calmness, meticulously draping the clothing over Shen Ming's form. His gaze lingered on her for but a fleeting moment before swiftly averting. It took considerable effort to assist Shen Ming in donning the attire. "They are all done." Shen Ming took a few tentative steps, her excitement palpable. Observing her, Shen Xing noted that clad in this outfit, she bore no distinction from a boy. Despite her tender age of 13 or 14, years of malnutrition had stunted her development. "Shen Ming, come here." Hearing Shen Xing's call from a distance, Shen Ming awkwardly scurried over, using both hands and feet. Shen Xing immediately halted her. "Stop. Approach in that manner. You are forbidden to crawl like an animal." From this moment forth, he intended to correct Shen Ming's instinctual behaviors. Shen Ming exerted great effort to return, grappling not only with the unfamiliarity of walking, but also the shoes upon her feet. Subsequently, Shen Xing instructed her on basic matters, such as the proper way to use the restroom and how to dress and undress. Initially, he had anticipated spending significant time teaching her. Yet perhaps due to her extraordinary nature, Shen Ming grasped the lessons with remarkable swiftness. Observing her disheveled hair, matted and unkempt, he remarked, "Allow me to assist you with your hair." "Eek!" Shen Ming nodded, finding her hair quite bothersome. Previously, it had been a mere mass atop her head, not affecting her much. However, now it frequently obstructed her vision. Shen Xing took decisive action, trimming away the unruly clumps and cutting her long locks into a shorter style, albeit with a somewhat haphazard appearance, reminiscent of a dog-esque chew. Feeling the newfound lightness atop her head, Shen Ming tossed her hair back, allowing Shen Xing to finally discern the girl's face, which bore several faint scars, only visible upon closer inspection. Nevertheless, this young girl possessed an appealing countenance, reminiscent of a celebrity from Shen Xing's previous life, Zhao Jinmai. Shen Xing grasped her hand, rolling up her sleeves, and indeed, both arms were adorned with various scars, with one finger even missing its nail. These were remnants of past injuries, but now she had transformed into an extraordinary being, impervious to the threats posed by ordinary beasts. "Shen Ming, you must remember that as a human, you ought to live like one." "Eek," Shen Ming responded, though it was unclear what she was saying. In merely an hour, Shen Xing's emotions had undergone a profound transformation. Once at ease in her company, he now found himself feeling awkward upon realizing she was a girl. Shen Ming distanced herself from Shen Xing, taking measured steps around the vicinity, evidently comprehending Shen Xing's earlier words. The first step in a person's journey begins with mastering the art of walking. Shen Xing observed her, oblivious to the affectionate smile that graced his face. In his past life, he had only a younger brother, with whom he frequently clashed, often pleading with his parents for a sister, only to be met with his father's reprimanding slap. Then, Shen Xing lost track of when he had fallen asleep. Chapter 57. The beast approaches in this slumber. Shen Xing slept profoundly. Suddenly, he was awakened by Shen Ming's gentle shakes. What is it?" he stammered, as Shen Ming pointed anxiously toward the railing outside, where 10 wild wolves loomed, hesitating. "Goodness, they have arrived already?" Yet, upon glancing at the time, Shen Xing realized there was still half an hour remaining, allowing him to exhale in relief. He had feared they had already been overrun. Stretching languidly, he felt none of the dizzying rush of blood to the head that used to plague him. He was no longer the fragile homebody who could fracture a bone simply by walking or dislocate a jaw with a hearty laugh. "Shen Ming, it's time to eat." Shen Xing produced 2 jars of stewed meat, leaving no time to prepare grilled meat. Upon seeing the stewed meat, Shen Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The last time she had consumed this delicacy, gifted by Shen Xing, her strength had notably increased, allowing her to triumph over anyone in the forest each day. However, given Shen Ming's hearty appetite, 1 jar of stewed meat would scarcely suffice. She required at least 2. With a hopeful expression akin to that of a hungry puppy, Shen Ming gazed up at Shen Xing. All right, but indulging too much in this could upset your stomach. You must engage in some physical activity later to aid digestion. With a swift motion, a military knife appeared in Shen Xing's hand, slicing through the air with a formidable presence. Shen Ming watched with curiosity as Shen Xing wielded the blade. Gently, Shen Xing placed a hand on Shen Ming's head. In the future, I shall procure some equipment for you as well. A chorus of howls erupted from the wolf pack outside, accompanied by the rustling of the surrounding forest as weaker beasts fled in terror. Shen Xing cast a cold glance toward the encroaching wolves, howling in the dead of night. Did they truly believe themselves to be the cunning gray wolf? Gripping the military knife, Shen Xing approached the enclosure, noting that perhaps the countdown had yet to conclude. As the wolves refrained from launching an attack, with one hand firmly on the knife, a surge of blade energy began to coalesce. Against the wind, one strike. With a swift motion, a crescent-shaped wave of blade energy sliced through the air toward the wolf pack, causing them to scatter. 5 wolves, caught off guard, met their demise, cleaved asunder. As Shen Xing had anticipated a greater challenge. It is no wonder that characters in anime often exclaim a phrase when unleashing their skills. What I initially perceived as mere adolescent bravado has proven to genuinely enhance their combat prowess. The more enraged they become, the mightier their abilities. Who am I? The remaining 5 wolves, incensed by such provocation, charged menacingly towards Shen Xing. As long as I treat this as a game, I fear nothing. Frostblade slash. With a casual swing of my sword, I cleaved through one wolf, severing the head of another in swift succession. Gale slash. Regardless of the technique, as long as it is executed, it is deemed effective. In an instant, 10 wolves lay lifeless, and I sensed a faint energy infiltrating the necklace resting upon my chest. Alas, they are but ordinary wild wolves, destined to be roasted for sustenance. Crystal Core 10. Dragging a wolf behind me, I entered the fortress, at which point a voice resonated. The construction of the level 1 fortress is complete, and an announcement will be made by the revival. Please bestow a name upon your fortress. What is this? An announcement? Does that mean I will be exposed once more? Nevertheless, exposure is inevitable. I must hasten to elevate my strength before the next crisis. Let me name the Alliance of Saviors. The Alliance of Saviors has been completed. Prepare to withstand the impending onslaught of ferocious beasts. As for the announcement, it is not audible on the revival, and the specific content remains unheard. Major congratulations. Infinite Assault has successfully established Level 1 Fortress, the Alliance of Saviors. All are encouraged to seek it out and join. The broadcast did not specify the exact coordinates of the Shunstar Fortress, and most people merely exclaimed in awe. For those fortunate enough to receive the announcement of the Fuxing train were destined to become the architects of super fortresses. Much like the existing super fortresses of today, they too were constructed using blueprints for fortress building. However, Shen Xing's friend was left agape, unable to close his mouth for quite some time. Mianwile Xiyongyang, aboard his own warship and preparing to set sail, was stunned by this announcement. No way. He actually went ahead and built a fortress. Of course, Pei Qingfeng was also among the first to learn of this news. He had been at sea for several days. Goodness, my brother is truly remarkable, constructing his own fortress. But then a thought struck him. Wait a minute, isn't Brother Shen in our fortress? How could he build one on his own? Realizing something was amiss, Pei Qingfeng hurriedly departed from his warship. On the other side, Shen Xing was roasting the well-prepared wolf meat over the fire, occasionally glancing at the commotion outside the enclosure. No new pack of wolves had yet arrived. Once the meat was ready, Shen Xing tore off a leg of the wolf. All right, the rest is all yours. Shen Ming promptly seized the entire piece of wolf meat and began to gnaw on it, while Shen Xing shook his head, saying, "You must be a famished ghost reincarnated." Shen Xing numbly consumed the roasted meat, devoid of any taste. Ah, if only there was some lettuce. Shen Xing continued to yearn for the days when he could relish a bite of roasted meat alongside a bite of fresh greens. As Shen Xing was immersed in the reverie of his past life, an incongruous shout shattered the tranquility. I loathe being disturbed, particularly when I am engrossed in my studies at 11 o'clock at night. With a swift motion, the military knife was drawn, heading towards a fence. Shen Ming merely cast a glance before continuing to savor her meat. It was not that she was unwilling to assist, but rather that she could not allow the barbecue to grow cold. With a blade slicing through the wind, I strike. A minute later, the corpses of 10 more wild wolves lay at his feet, and Shen Xing felt his combat prowess elevate further. Crystal Core 10. In the ensuing moments, waves of wild wolves continued to approach, each wave comprising 10 beasts, and the fence endured considerable damage. However, Shen Xing's soul-gathering pearl reached full capacity, and he sensed that his strength had doubled compared to before. Outside, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of wild wolves, and Shen Xing only extracted the crystal cores from their skulls. They were all rather feeble. Could they not have come together? After tidying the blood from his body, Shen Xing was surprised to find that his attire bore no trace of blood. He poured a handful of water onto his clothing, only to discover it absorbed entirely. And upon pouring it out, not a single drop remained. This fabric is impressive. That individual certainly possesses remarkable items. Indeed, the 2 outfits worn by Shen Xing are extraordinary gear, albeit devoid of any attribute enhancements, rendering them as ordinary equipment. At this moment, Shen Ming had finally satiated her hunger. She gently patted her unresponsive belly and then approached the waterfall to take a generous sip of water. "You, my friend, will eventually become a lazy pig," she exclaimed. Pouting her lips, Shen Ming raised her brows, furrowing her brow in indignation as she cast an annoyed glance at Shen Xing. Fully aware that Shen Xing was undoubtedly criticizing her. During their time in the forest, Shen Ming had frequently interacted with humans, some of whom had sought to capture her. "All right, enough about you," Shen Xing retorted as she returned to the fire. Just then, a furious voice resonated through the air. Roar. Chapter 58. The Beaten Wolf King. Shen Xing's gaze sharpened, piercing through the enclosure at a wolf that was surprisingly smaller than the average wild wolf. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, emitting a low growl, clearly filled with rage. Approaching the enclosure, she stood face to face with the creature. Is this the extraordinary beast? Why does it appear diminutive? She pondered. Could it be true that the essence is concentrated? The Wolf King circled around Shen Xing, moving slowly. It did not rush to attack, seemingly searching for Shen Xing's vulnerabilities. Witnessing a mere beast display such caution, Shen Xing felt a surge of gravity in her heart. A mere creature displays such prudence. Could it have attained wisdom? Indeed, as Shen Xing had surmised, the extraordinary beasts possess a certain degree of intelligence. The higher their level, the more akin they are to humans. One must not engage in a stalemate with them. Shen Xing extended his middle finger, a gesture of camaraderie among international friends. "Were you hesitating for, whelp?" he taunted. In response to Shen Xing's provocation, the Wolf King emitted a low growl, shedding its restraint. With a swift motion, the Wolf King charged forth, its form growing larger in Shen Xing's sight. Instinctively, Shen Xing leaned back just in time to evade the strike. Suddenly lunging forward, he created distance between himself and the Wolf King, which scrutinized him with an equally discerning gaze. Shen Xing felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased beating, only to resume its rhythm in this tense moment, his breath becoming labored. Why? Why is this merely a first-tier extraordinary beast, so remarkably swift? Had it not been for the power boost from the soul-gathering orb, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to that attack. Abruptly, the Wolf King surged towards him once more, leaving a phantom in its wake. Drawing from his earlier experience, Shen Xing anticipated the assault, dodging with precision and striking the Wolf King's back with his military knife, only to find it akin to striking a steel plate. It merely left a shallow scratch. Shen Xing's pupils constricted. What a dire predicament! If he could not even breach its defenses and face such speed, a single hit would surely spell his demise. The game may be replayed, but life cannot. In the moment when Shen Xing was lost in thought, the Wolf King lunged at him once more. As he gazed at the suddenly enlarged figure before him, Shen Xing had no time to defend himself. Thud! Instinctively, he crossed his arms to shield himself, yet the anticipated attack never came. What was happening? Lifting his head, he discovered that the Wolf King was not in front of him. Rather, it had been sent flying several dozen meters away, ultimately crashing into a tree. Yay! Shen Ming clapped her hands and trotted over to Shen Xing. At that moment, Shen Xing felt as if his mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. Had he truly been rescued by this little one? He glanced back at the dazed Wolf King, still reeling from the impact of the stones, and uncertainly asked, "Did you do that?" Even though the evidence lay before him, Shen Xing still found it hard to believe that he, a second-tier extraordinary being, was utterly powerless against the creature, while Shen Ming seemed to toy with it, as if it were a mere plaything. What then did that make him? Roaring softly, the Wolf King shook its head and glared at Shen Ming, resembling a predator fixated on its prey. In the next instant, Shen Ming made an exceedingly rude gesture. "Yay!" Shen Xing could only shake his head in disbelief. This girl truly seemed to master everything she encountered. With a snarl, the Wolf King gathered a glowing orb of energy in its mouth and hurled it at the two. Upon seeing this, Shen Xing swiftly tackled Shen Ming to the ground. Realizing that the Wolf King could indeed wield skills, Shen Ming shook her head, dislodging the debris from her hair. "Yay!" She revealed her sharp, tiger-like teeth. Whoosh! In the next moment, she appeared before the Wolf King. Before the Wolf King could react, Shen Ming delivered a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground, shattering stones in the process. This blow left the Wolf King dazed and seeing stars. In the following instant, Shen Ming seized the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King, in agony, thrashed violently, crashing against the massive trees and stones in a desperate attempt to dislodge Shen Ming. Shen Xing watched this battle, which she could not intervene in, her expression turning bitter. How had she managed to survive under this creature's reign for the past 2 days? To be honest, a significant portion of her survival could be attributed to the roasted meat. Yet even without it, Shen Ming would not have taken her life. He held no appetite for human flesh, as he found it sour and foul. After a prolonged struggle, the Wolf King finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, blood-drained and lifeless. Only then did Shen Ming release his grip, letting out a satisfied belch. With that, he turned and entered the fortress, heading straight to his room to sleep. Shen Xing felt a chill run down her spine. Has he truly drained it dry? A vampire, but don't vampires fear the sun? Casting a glance at the now deflated corpse of the Wolf King, she dragged it into the fortress and approached the stream. There, she made an incision in its throat and discovered a blue crystal core nestled within its skull. A blue crystal core? Could it be that crystal cores are categorized by levels? Indeed, the cores of ordinary beasts are predominantly white, whereas the cores of extraordinary beasts vary in color according to their ranks. Common, white, excellent, blue, rare, green, exceptional, cyan, epic, purple, legendary, gold, ancient, pink, immortal, black, and divine red. It is not merely a matter of hierarchy. Take, for instance, the Wolf King before me, which, despite being a first-tier extraordinary beast, is classified as an excellent-tier extraordinary beast. As I held the core up to the moonlight, I witnessed the entire moon transform into a splendid shade of blue, the core itself exuding an unparalleled clarity. What a pristine core! The revival vessel requires only a single ordinary core, so this unique core must undoubtedly possess extraordinary properties. I carefully stowed the core into my spatial ring and proceeded to skin the entire wolf. I pondered whether this pelt could be sold. I planned to inquire with the individual designated as 38 once I boarded the revival vessel. Subsequently, I methodically processed the wolf, discarding any unwanted remains directly into the river to be swept away. Unbeknownst to me, this action would sustain numerous fish downstream. Let the cooking commence. I shall heat the oil and prepare the Wolf King's meat. I longed for a pot. Roasting the Wolf King's meat would surely yield a different flavor. I could distinctly sense the aroma wafting on the breeze, even transcending the 100-meter waterfall. What could possibly emit such a delightful fragrance? To my astonishment, above the 100-meter waterfall lay an entirely different realm. Yet no path led to this mountain, for it was entirely comprised of sheer cliffs. Overhead, it resembled a broken sword thrust into the earth. A diminutive bird descended, drawn by a tantalizing aroma. Its wings were a harmonious blend of azure on the inside and verdant on the outside, with a cerulean crown atop its head. Beneath its eyes, hues of crimson, violet, blush, and indigo were arranged in a dazzling yet understated display. Everything appeared so effortlessly natural. Chirping, Shen Xing, fixated on the roasted meat, could not help but salivate when suddenly a call pierced the air. He turned to find a peculiar bird perched not far away, equally captivated by the roasted meat of the Wolf King. What a beautiful creature! Shen Xing's face brightened as he approached stealthily. Chapter 59. Setting sail again. The bird was of medium size, roughly the dimensions of Shen Xing's head. As Shen Xing drew near, the bird merely hopped lightly to the side of the roasted wolf meat, snatched a hind leg, and flew away. How audacious! It had come to steal my food and had the audacity to feign innocence. Clearly, it was no ordinary bird. Just as the bird was departing, it circled back, releasing a droplet of waste that landed squarely atop Shen Xing's head. Drat! Shen Xing hurriedly rinsed it off in the stream. To pilfer my meat and then insult me so brazenly. Woe betide you if I catch you, for I shall roast you in retribution. These words fell upon the ears of the bird, which gazed at Shen Xing with a glimmer of malice in its eyes. After finishing her bath, Shen Xing returned to the fire and discovered that the Wolf King's meat had become somewhat charred. Hastily extinguishing the campfire, she carried the entire Wolf King's meat into her room to prevent any further theft. Oh, what a delightful aroma! She tore off another hind leg, reserving the remainder for the slumbering Shen Ming as a reward for his valiant efforts. Ordinarily, no matter how deeply he slept, the scent of roasted meat would awaken Shen Ming. However, today he remained undisturbed, which struck Shen Xing as peculiar. Had it not been for her labored breathing, she might have suspected he had succumbed. After savoring the Wolf King's meat, a comforting warmth enveloped her, and she retrieved a common crystal core. Infinite assault, engage! Upon entering her battleship space, a faint glow emanated from Shen Ming. As soon as she stepped inside, several messages appeared. The corpse speaks. Sun Ding Wao, Brother Xing. You've built a fortress. Impressive. If I ever find myself in dire straits, I'll come to seek refuge with you. Just don't turn me away. Shen Xing could only vaguely recall this individual. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, we shall see when that time comes. Dorg, Su Jingda, I thought you were struggling in the wilderness like me, but I never imagined you had constructed a fortress. Remarkable. Thumbs up. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, it's nothing extraordinary. At present, Shen Xing does not entertain the notion of recruiting members. He deems it necessary to possess a means to impose constraints upon others before contemplating such an endeavor. The ailing seal, Bailey Shoyua, remarked, Can you truly establish a fortress? Shen Xing recalled this woman, the huntress he had previously encountered, although he had never bothered to learn her name, Bailey Shoyua. Infinite onslaught. Shen Xing responded, Do not be enamored with me. I am merely a legend. He also pondered the news concerning Pei Qingfeng. Qingfeng no, Pei Qingfeng, inquired Brother Shen. How was it that you have ventured out to construct a fortress? Given his tone, it seemed he remained unaware of the rift between Shen Xing and his sister and the others. Shen Xing chose not to address this matter. Then there was number 38. Investment recruitment number 38 by Bao Lai. Exclaimed, Brother, you are remarkably formidable. I knew my judgment would never be mistaken. A string of flattery made even a usually unassuming Shen Xing feel a tad embarrassed. Infinite onslaught. Shen Xing asked, May I inquire about the purpose of the extraordinary crystal core? The manual provided only a superficial mention of its utility, lacking any detailed exposition. Investment recruitment now. 38 by Bao Lai. Elucidated from existing channels, there are two primary functions. It can be used for trade, exchanging one for 100 to acquire the next tier of crystal cores. Additionally, the revival occasionally opens a special marketplace where one can only use extraordinary crystal cores for transactions. Beyond that, I'm not yet aware of other uses. A special marketplace? Shen Xing contemplated while stroking his chin. It appears that this object indeed possesses a unique utility. Otherwise, these individuals would not be so secretive about it. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, thank you. Immediately, Shen Xing utilized a revival token. Revival ship, commence landing. The vessel was in the process of landing. The crew was requested to await the arrival of others. Am I the first again? Shen Xing felt apprehensive, fearing he might once more be relegated to the remaining professions. He routinely activated the radio, anticipating the arrival of his companions. "Hello, hello, hello, brothers, I have arrived." This opening line was a staple, yet it was never uttered by the same individual. Where could this be procured in bulk? Shen Xing pondered with intrigue. Soon, everyone had gathered. "Brothers, I have utilized the captain's designated scroll, so rest assured to entrust the ship to me." What a coincidence! I too have employed the engineer's designated scroll. Someone inquired with confusion. Wasn't it the case that everyone used to play as royal hunters? What has caused this shift in allegiance? Brother, you simply do not understand. As captain and engineer, one only needs to steer the ship and stoke the coal to attain a commendable score. The expedition commenced. Your profession is doctor, and your teammates are Royal Marines. Please proceed to dismantle the expedition. Shen Xing discovered that the probability of him being a werewolf was exceedingly high. Could it be due to the fact that I did not use a designated scroll? His teammate was royal, and in the realm of the doctor profession, which is often a free-spirited role, one typically gravitates towards the derelict ships in the central island. However, Shen Xing chose not to accompany Royal to the right side. Instead, he ventured directly to the left, passing the first abandoned camp, where he discovered a medical bag. Inside, he found 4 herbs and a tincture of opium, quite satisfactory, as the tincture was a valuable find. Subsequently, he opened in nearby skeletal remains, acquiring a bone and the code to an armory, 1 to 6. Shen Xing promptly took possession of it, as he had no intention of leaving anything of worth for the virtuous. Continuing onward, he encountered yet another skeleton, this time yielding a tendon, unfortunate as he found no bones. At that moment, the priest, wielding a shovel, passed by. "Doctor, why are you rummaging for bones instead of checking the medical bag?" Shen Xing replied nonchalantly, "I am collecting bones to craft a bow. Should the hunter prove to be a wolf, I shall hunt the bear." The priest offered no response and proceeded to excavate a nearby officer's grave. Shen Xing, in plain sight, opened the skeletons on either side of him. Strange, where the tendons? He mused, though in truth he had already acquired some. Seizing the opportunity to gather 2 additional bones. Adhering closely to the wall, he glanced back at the priest, who remained motionless and discreetly discarded the bones to conceal them, feigning ignorance of their presence on his person. Upon reaching the lifeboat, he discovered yet another set of skeletal remains nearby, which yielded 1 bone, 1 tendon, and a key. Now, this is indeed fortuitous. Shen Xing did not touch the lifeboat. Instead, he opened another skeletal remains and obtained an additional bone. Upon arriving at Camp 1, he occasionally glanced back to survey the surroundings. It struck him as peculiar that no one approached from the left. Could it be that the hunter intended to ascend the mountain alone from the right? Along the way, he collected some wooden planks and arrived outside the tent, where he proceeded to unlock the safe. Inside, he discovered 1 coal barrel, 1 tincture of opium, and 1 animal trap. A surge of joy filled him. Yet he was no benevolent soul. Why was there no animal hide? He had initially expected to retrieve a hide, which would have allowed him to craft a small bear backpack immediately. Lighting the stove inside the tent, he restored the temperature and found a key within. Utilizing the herbs he carried, Shen Xing concocted a vial of poison and then applied it to his 3 tinctures of opium. Chapter 60. The master of toxicity, Shen Xing, began with 1 tincture of opium, and with the 2 he had acquired, he possessed a total of 3. Seizing the moment, Shen Xing ventured outside and opened a supply crate, acquiring 2 pieces of scrap iron. With no one approaching from the left, he took command of the situation, pouring a vial of poison onto the needle he had at the outset, subsequently crafting another vial of poison. At this juncture, Shen Xing yearned for a piece of animal hide, but his backpack lacked space. Upon reaching the tent's exterior, he encountered a wolf, which he swiftly dispatched with a few strikes, only to find he had obtained merely a single tendon. Using his enhanced vision, he peered into the wolf den. Discovering it was unoccupied, he boldly entered, eliminating 2 wolves. Stealthily maneuvering to a shadowy corner, where visibility was nearly non-existent, he constructed 3 totems, utilizing them for the time being. Next, he opened a safe, revealing a needle, a barrel of explosives, and a lump of coal. Overwhelmed with joy, Shen Xing discarded 2 wooden boards and a bone from his inventory, realizing he needed just one more wooden board to forge another totem. Unfortunately, the wolf den yielded no such materials. Finally, he began to skin the wolf, yielding 2 more tendons. Shen Xing felt a sense of numbness, as if ensnared in a trap of sorts. Reluctantly, he decided to take 2 pieces of coal with him and released a white mist, returning to Camp 1 on the right. By this time, the first day had succumbed to darkness. Why was there no one approaching from the left? Why were the coals from the wolf den left untouched? Had they already discerned that he was a wolf? It defied logic. Upon returning to the tent, feeling a slight chill, Shen Xing pushed aside 2 corpses to procure 2 pieces of meat, which he consumed without hesitation. He then extracted 3 lumps of coal from the coal barrel to concoct gunpowder. Fortuitously, he ended up with 2 barrels of explosives and subsequently crafted 2 poison needles. Time was of the essence, leaving no opportunity for further creations, especially with 2 explosive barrels at hand and a fine needle reserved for himself. Just then he heard voices indeed. The ship of the good people had arrived at the central island, not far from his tent. To his astonishment, the progress was remarkably swift. Having completed his tasks, Shen Xing emerged from the tent, and it was already the following morning. He approached the vessel. "Hey, can you hear me? The royal is a wolf." Shen Xing boldly declared the identity of the royal. The captain, wielding a military blade, was aboard the ship, surrounded by a thick fog. A white mist released by Shen Xing's werewolf allies. They had accumulated 5 totems by now. "Brother, how is my ship faring?" "Fast and steady." Indeed, it was impressively swift. They had reached the central island by the 2nd morning. "Not bad at all. Do you have any animal pelts?" "None." Upon boarding, Shen Xing's first order of business was to search for pelts, but he found none. Instead, he discovered 2 tendons at the workbench. He took the tendons with him and placed his toxic opium tincture onto the workbench. Venturing into the kitchen, he found the captain preparing a meal. "Whose meat is this that has been brought back?" Uncertain of what to consume, Shen Xing stealthily approached him, administering a lethal injection before retreating from the kitchen. Uncertain indeed. It must be the cook. On board, there was solely the captain. Shen Xing activated his X-ray vision and discovered that the good man was still positioned at the rear of the vessel. Seizing the opportunity amidst the dense fog, Shen Xing made his way to the bow and ignited a barrel of explosives, placing it at the forefront of the ship. "Doctor, do you possess any antidote?" Shen Xing then ventured into the captain's quarters, igniting another barrel of explosives and tossing it inside. Yes. I have only opium tincture, situated on the workbench. If poisoned, you shall concoct the antidote yourself." "Very well. I shall retrieve it. I wouldn't want it to be stolen by a wolf later." "How to put it?" The captain appeared somewhat naive. Having completed his tasks, Shen Xing quietly leapt from the ship, returning to the left one camp. "Goodness, it's toxic." Inside the tent, upon hearing the captain's remark, Shen Xing was uncertain whether to laugh. "Chef, this pot is rather large. You better brace yourself." "Who instructed you, chef, on your first day, not to prepare any meals and to leave the meat on the ship?" Boom! While Shen Xing was warming himself by the fire in the tent, he heard the sound of the ship exploding. At that moment, he also heard 2 voices. "Who goes there?" Upon investigation, he discovered it was the navigator and the engineer. The navigator turned to Shen Xing and inquired, "Doctor, what brings you here?" "I was on the right side, but that royal with the gun drove me over here. He must surely be a wolf." Upon hearing these words, the 2 individuals believed to some extent, for they had long suspected the royal to be a wolf. "Our ship has been blown up. It must surely be the royal's doing. What are you 2 doing here? Surely, it is not the wolf come to slay me?" Shen Xing feigned fear and distanced himself from the 2. The engineer spoke up. "We have come to gather coal. The navigator is here to protect me." "Protecting while gathering coal? What manner of game is this?" "Ah, indeed, the royal is certainly no good person." The navigator chimed in, "Yes, he is a werewolf." Subsequently, the 3 prepared to board the ship, only to discover that there was no ice on either side, leaving them with no choice but to swim to the vessel. Who is piloting this ship? This position makes boarding exceedingly difficult. Upon reaching the cabin, the navigator shouted for the 2 to repair the ship. "Repair the ship? How can we set sail without repairs?" At that moment, the captain's voice echoed from the brig. "Damn it, the doctor has injected me." Shen Xing immediately retorted. I did not inject you. You clearly consumed the poisoned meat yourself. At this juncture, they caught sight of the engineer at the workbench, who was directly administering a needle. The cook's voice then emerged from the kitchen. What poisoned meat? We all consumed it. Only the captain has been poisoned. Meanwhile, Shen Xing's act of injecting the engineer was witnessed by the navigator, who was salvaging wood to repair the ship. Oh dear, the doctor has injected someone. The doctor is a wolf. The navigator struck Shen Xing with a wooden plank, and in response, Shen Xing swiftly plunged the last poison needle into the navigator, making a hasty escape into the spiritual realm. The doctor, having fled into the spiritual realm, had administered injections to both me and the engineer. Is there an antidote? Shen Xing traversed the spiritual realm and arrived at Camp 2, where his wolf-like teammates had already erected 7 totems outside. Shattering a wooden crate, Shen Xing picked up a plank and muttered softly, Who the hell is the wolf here? Just because we enter the spiritual realm makes us wolves? He then approached a coal sled, only to discover it was ajar. Huh, why is the coal here opened? Just as he was about to enter the tent, a voice emanated from within. Stay away from me. What the hell? Who's that? Who's inside? I warn you, stay away. Shen Xing quickly retreated from the tent and focused his gaze, astonished to find it was the priest. How'd he end up here the next day? Priest, what are you doing here? Shen Xing had been preoccupied with the situation by the ship and had failed to notice another person here. I'm a bit cold. I came to warm myself by the fire. Goodness, if Shen Xing weren't aware of who his teammate was, he might have thought he was the wolf. All right. I want to come in. The priest seemed to have not returned home the previous night, thus unaware of who the wolf was. But how did you end up so far away? As Shen Xing contemplated opening an ammunition box outside the door, the sudden crack of a gunshot startled him, leading him to mistakenly believe that the priest had shot at him. Chapter 61. 2 barrels, 12 holes. Bang! The gunfire startled Shen Xing, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Yet upon realizing he was unharmed, he peered into the tent. What was happening? To his surprise, he found a royal reloading ammunition, while the priest lay writhing on the ground. What a kill! Shen Xing hastily moved forward and finished off the priest. The priest was quite plump, possessing a firearm, a bullet, a coal bucket, and a sharpened shovel. A sharpened shovel? What a waste! Since the royal already had a gun, this one naturally belonged to Shen Xing, brother. What brings you here so suddenly? You startled me, Shen Xing remarked. The royal replied, I saw you here and initially thought you had come to eliminate him. But when I noticed you had yet to make a move, I ventured over. Shen Xing entered the tent and began to search the corpse. I only have a kitchen knife. I just boarded the ship after blowing up 2 barrels of explosives and piercing 3 poisonous needles. It's quite impressive. I managed to take down that hunter headed for the mountains. Well, that means this benevolent act has concluded. Now it's time for our moment of wisdom. Shen Xing gathered 2 pieces of coal to create gunpowder, preparing to craft another barrel of explosives. By the way, brother, do you have any animal pelts? I've taken down 4 wolves and have yet to collect a single pelt. I don't have any either. Shen Xing placed his belongings on the workbench, clutching yet another key, and resolved to search for any animal pelts that might remain. As he traversed the mountain path, he stumbled upon an unopened skeleton. Tendon X1, Bone X1. He promptly crafted a totem on the spot. Although it resembled a street lamp, the good folks likely dared not venture this way. Brother, I'll gather some wood and head right, he declared. All right. The 2 of them flanked the area, thoroughly monopolizing the resources on either side. How could the good people proceed under such circumstances? The royals certainly displayed a flair for strategy. Shattering a wooden crate, Shen Xing unleashed a second-level mist. It was now the second day at dawn. The good people's vessel had been repaired and was setting sail. He picked up a plank, then opened a coal sled, retrieving 2 pieces of coal, followed by an ammunition box containing 4 gunpowder and 2 lead ingots. After some contemplation, Shen Xing discarded the tendon and opted for the 2 lead ingots instead. At that moment, the royals were still scavenging nearby for planks. They must realize you're a wolf by now, don't you think? They definitely know. I eliminated the hunter on the first day, and he would have surely reported back. As dusk fell, Shen Xing retraced his steps, discarding the excess planks and taking with him the 4 pieces of gunpowder. Even now, He had yet to craft his bear backpack, which left Shen Xing feeling quite vexed. Returning to the workstation, Shen Xing first crafted 6 bullets for himself. He then retrieved a coal barrel from the priest, which contained 3 pieces of coal, and proceeded to create another explosive barrel. With 5 remaining gunpowder, he stripped the flesh from the priest and consumed it, enhancing his hidden attributes. At this moment, he noticed that several totems were missing. Evidently, someone had dismantled the streetlight he had constructed on the right side. Indeed, several individuals were present on that side. Shen Xing swiftly entered the spirit realm and returned to the location where he had previously hidden the bones, replenishing his totems to 11. Who would have anticipated that he would return to the rear to reconstruct the totems? Upon reaching the central island, Shen Xing initially intended to search for any leftover scraps, only to discover that the 2 small supply crates had remained unopened. Alas, he decided to abandon his backpack. Shen Xing discarded his 4 tendons, taking instead 2 lead ingots and 1 scrap iron. The day before the blizzard, it was now the 3rd day, and the benevolent ship had already passed the central island. Peering through the fog, he was astonished to find that the ship was entirely unoccupied. At that moment, his ability to traverse the spirit realm was restored. He seamlessly boarded the ship, which had been enveloped in a veil of white mist by the royal forces. Shen Xing closed and locked all the doors on the vessel, then returned to the workstation, where he found 10 lead ingots, 2 tendons, and 1 bone. Were there 2 more tendons? Did I not just pilfer 2 tendons moments ago? Shen Xing fashioned nails from a piece of scrap metal, subsequently crafting a coal barrel, and then an explosives barrel. At that moment, voices echoed from the side of the ship. A thick fog descended, obscuring all visibility, which was exceedingly vexing. Thankfully, no ghouls had been summoned. As the 2 boarded the vessel, one inquired, "Who is crafting something aboard?" "It was a werewolf." "Return quickly. The werewolf has boarded." Shen Xing ignited both explosives barrels and hurled them into the gaming room before retreating to the captain's quarters. "Come back. There's a wolf on the ship." Upon hearing this, the good souls nearby hurried back. "Wait, why is the ship surrounded by water? Who is steering this vessel?" A chilling announcement of death resonated, as Shen Xing, armed, concealed himself beside a cabinet. Boom! The explosives detonated, leaving 12 gaping holes from the 2 barrels. At that moment, Shen Xing heard someone pounding on the door. He readied his firearm, and at the instant the door burst open, he fired a shot that struck the intruder. What a coincidence! It was the priest. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the priest drew his own weapon and shot Shen Xing hastily. Shen Xing sought refuge in the boiler room. How is it that this priest possesses a firearm? What extraordinary luck does he have? Shen Xing activated his clairvoyance and discerned a good soul imprisoned, with 2 more on the deck. Just then, the spirit realm stabilized, and Shen Xing made a swift escape into the ethereal plane. The royal had just administered a dose of poison to me, but fortunately, I had the antidote and had already neutralized it. Alas, the doctor has fled into the spirit realm. Upon spotting a fleeting shadow, the man on the deck exclaimed. Just after departing the ship, I encountered the royal near the derelict vessel. I had just detonated 2 barrels of explosives when I was struck by a bullet from the priest. "Do you have any needles? You a doctor? Are inquiring if the royal has needles? Are you unwell?" "No, I just administered one to a good person." Shen Xing promptly made his way to the right side of the 2. 5 camp, followed closely by the royal. Upon opening a supply crate, it was clear that it had already been rifled through, revealing only 2 lead ingots. As he opened a nearby medical bag, he lamented the meager contents of merely 6 herbs. The medical bag remained untouched, yet I took a bullet. "Do you possess any opium tincture?" Shen Xing himself had not come across any opium tincture, while the royal was rummaging through another. "I found one. I've also been shot, so I'll give it to you first. You seem to be in rather fine condition. I'm heading to Wolf Camp. I left some opium tincture there." "Very well. I must say, the royal is remarkably composed this time." Shen Xing released a mist and proceeded to the right second camp. Such is the advantage of plentiful totems. Skills are simply inexhaustible. The supply crates here were entirely empty, yet there was an open coal sled containing 2 pieces of coal. Regrettably, Shen Xing could only carry 1. However, I cannot leave any for the good people, so I discarded one and took the other. Upon reaching the tent, he promptly tossed the coal inside to fuel the fire. To his surprise, there was even a trap for catching beasts. Do they truly believe this could ensnare me? How naive. At that moment, Shen Xing heard voices coming from the nearby boat. Navigator, do you have the key? Help. Remarkably, this person was still incarcerated. Chapter 62. Do you think you are a winter swimming freak, pigeon? I'm looking for it. Don't rush. Shen Xing opened the workstation and discovered 2 wooden planks for stones and 2 lead ingots, likely left by a hunter, next to the corpse of the hunter himself. Within the hunter's backpack, there lay a tendon, truly abundant. After stripping 2 pieces of meat from the hunter, Shen Xing consumed them to gradually restore health, then proceeded to open the adjacent safe, which had already been breached. Inside were 10 herbs, an oil lamp, and a key, presumably hastily stored by the hunter before he met his demise at the hands of the royal. At that moment, the sky darkened once again, marking the end of the 3rd day. Shen Xing retrieved the oil lamp and the key, contemplating a search in the innermost part of the tent for any hidden items, as those unable to carry their belongings often preferred to conceal them behind the hammock. Suddenly, without warning, Shen Xing was ensnared by a bear trap, leaving only a trace of blood. What? Their essay trap too? Could it be set by the royal? Shen Xing ignited the oil lamp and discovered a bear trap positioned before him. Without hesitation, he tossed a wooden plank to trigger the trap. At that moment, voices emanated from the nearby good person's boat, gradually fading into the distance, rendering Shen Xing unable to discern their words. Upon reaching the rear of the hammock, he found nothing. Discarding the oil lamp, he retrieved 10 herbs from the safe, adding them to his original 6, totaling 16 herbs. He could concoct tea to restore his body temperature or brew poison to ensnare the good person. Upon his return to the 5 camp, Shen Xing utilized the key he possessed to unlock the safe. Inside, he found a needle, an opium tincture, and a cup of tea, quite fortuitous. As Shen Xing was not in optimal condition, he immediately administered the needle to himself. After all, encountering a good person could prove perilous. As for the tea, he decided to retain it for now, given that his body temperature was quite elevated, and even at night, he experienced only a minor decrease. At this juncture, the good person's boat had been repaired, a testament to their efficiency. Indeed, they were no longer mere novices. Had this been 2 days prior, the vessel would likely have sunk by now. Shen Xing remained at the rear of the boat, passing by his skeletal remains, from which he acquired a bone, allowing him to craft another totem, bringing his total to 12. Remarkably, the good person exhibited exceptional speed in repairing their vessel. Shen Xing arrived at the derelict ship, tossed a wooden plank into the furnace, and brewed himself a cup of tea before concocting a poison. Within the confines of the vessel lay 2 corpses. Shen Xing pried open one, retrieving a piece of flesh and a bone, while the other had already been stripped by someone else. He then crafted another totem beside the furnace, bringing the total to 13. With 4 vials of poison prepared, Shen Xing stepped out of the ship only to notice an isolated figure to his left, promptly summoning a level 3 ghoul to engage him. Shortly thereafter, the royal summoned ghouls as well, albeit with a slight delay likely due to positioning. On the left side of the derelict ship, Shen Xing unearthed 2 more skeletons, one of which surprisingly possessed 2 bones. With a wooden crate nearby, he crafted 3 additional totems. Remarkable. When had he become so affluent? As he fashioned the totems, Shen Xing began to reflect. This little bear backpack was nothing but a trap, wasting his time. Activating his vision, he discerned a throng of good souls ascending the mountain, leaving only 1 person aboard the ship. He swiftly traversed into the spirit realm and, as the ethereal moment concluded, boarded the ship and secured the door behind him. Suddenly, he heard a voice emanating from the side of the vessel. "I'm an engineer. I'll go move some coal," the voice said, while the individual to the left had already been beset by 2 waves of ghouls, presumably leading to their demise. Shen Xing entered the kitchen, only to find a stout man in white butchering meat, and the corpse on the floor was his own. Bang! Shen Xing directly fired a shot at the chef who was busy preparing meat. The chef, struck by the bullet, immediately fled through the door. Shen Xing retrieved the sharpened spatula and struck the chef on the forehead. Help! Help! The chef sprinted away with remarkable speed, soon disappearing from sight. Shen Xing relocked the door and returned to the kitchen, sprinkling poison on 2 pieces of roasted meat and 2 pieces of raw meat. Help! Help! The doctor is on the ship. He shot me. The chef lamented. So the doctor is pilfering, is he? There's nothing to be done. We'll deal with him shortly. Upon activating his ability to see through walls, Shen Xing noticed that both the engineer and the hunter had returned. At that moment, his skills were ready again, and he unleashed a cloud of white mist. Damn, this guy locked the door. The hunter attempted to enter through a door that had previously been damaged by the priest, pushing it open effortlessly. It's open. It's open. Shen Xing concealed himself in the kitchen, emerging at the corner near the cell. With a white mist deployed, visibility aboard the ship was significantly diminished. He kept a watchful eye on the hunter through his ability, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As soon as the hunter revealed himself, Shen Xing fired a shot. The hunter was struck just as he peeked out, and Shen Xing quickly retreated, astonished that the hunter had been taken down with a single bullet. Meanwhile, the engineer was still attempting to breach another door lock. It's open. It's open. Brother, don't keep opening it. I've been shot down. Help me. Seeing the situation, Shen Xing directly hoisted the hunter and made his way to the deck, fully aware that he intended to cast him into the sea. Brother, spare me. I have no life left. Ah, sparing is simply out of the question. Where is everyone? Where are they? The engineer frantically searched the ship for Shen Xing as the hunter's voice faded into silence. Damn, so hefty. It was then that Shen Xing discovered the hunter's corpse contained a backpack holding a bow, 3 arrows, a rifle, 7 bullets, 2 traps, and a kitchen knife. Shen Xing was momentarily overwhelmed by the bounty, unsure of what to select, but the coldness of the sea was pressing. He felt his body temperature plummet rapidly, and he had no time to discard the hunter's firearm into the ocean. He needed to reach the shore quickly, yet the dense fog obscured his vision. As he swam, something felt amiss. Where was the ice? At that moment, Shen Xing's temperature reached its limit, and lingering in the frigid waters for even a second would cost him dearly in health. Hurry, almost there. However, just as Shen Xing was about to reach the shore, his health depleted entirely. He never imagined that one day he would succumb to the cold. Who died? Who died? The engineer, still aboard the ship, immediately inquired upon hearing the death notification. Shen Xing, with a strained voice, replied, It's me. The hunter is dead. The hunter had long since passed, his body still warm. The engineer initially mistook the figure at the prison door for a hunter, only to discover it was the doctor. With a swift swing of an axe, he struck the prison door, exclaiming, It's you, doctor. You truly deserve this for your penchant for injecting poison. Without another glance, he turned away, for he too was a victim of those very toxins. In the confines of his cell, Shen Xing gave himself a resounding slap. He gathered his gear and prepared to depart, all the while lamenting the absurdity of his predicament, his adversary seemingly luxuriating in the sea. The white mist truly obscured his vision, causing Shen Xing to overlook the distance from the shore and the ice when he cast the hunter into the sea. Chapter 63. A shot for each child. This marks Shen Xing's first significant blunder. After all, to err is human, and even the steed may stumble. The engineer, opting not to venture out again, took to guarding the ship with his axe, feeling a tinge of boredom as he waited. Doctor, when do you plan to make your escape? Shen Xing, maintaining his perceptive gaze on the outside world, replied, Let us hold off a moment. It's rather chilly outside. The engineer approached Shen Xing's cell door, knocking impatiently. Who is your teammate? Have I not already informed you? It's Royal. Why is your teammate Royal so timid? I hardly ever see him. Well, ever since Royal ascended the mountain, he has done nothing at all. Even now, while the others are gathering glycerin, not a soul has dared to intervene. It seems my teammate is utterly finished. With that, Shen Xing fabricated yet another falsehood, relishing the irony. Serves him right. Who instructed you to engage in such reckless actions, both stabbing and sabotaging vessels? You deserve your fate. As for you, should they return from their assault on the iceberg, and you still remain, we shall execute you. What a farce. Once he departs, do you truly believe he can still bomb the iceberg? When the time comes, Shen Xing will directly traverse the spiritual realm to escape, arriving at the site of his own corpse. Only then does he realize he has abandoned the hunter at the lower rear of the ship, where not a single patch of ice exists. Even boarding from this spot would cost him dearly. He swiftly retrieves his equipment, only to discover that the adversary has acquired nitroglycerin. Shen Xing activates his X-ray vision and observes several individuals atop the mountain, one of whom is carrying the nitroglycerin as they exit a cave. Given that his teammates have not unleashed their abilities for quite some time, they must have summoned a level 3 ghoul by now. Moreover, they still possess 16 totems. As the third night descends, the absence of a fire outside results in a level 2 temperature drop, causing the temperature to plummet rapidly. Shen Xing activates his X-ray vision again and spots the engineer standing on the deck, observing the mountain situation through binoculars. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. Shen Xing pulls out his rifle and fires a shot at the engineer. To his astonishment, the engineer loses 3/4 of his health in an instant, quickly retreating into the ship. Seizing this moment, Shen Xing climbs aboard, only to hear another gunshot ring out. Bang! What on earth? When did the royal forces board the ship as well? The royal descended directly from the summit of the spiritual realm and leaped onto the vessel, fortuitously encountering Shen Xing, who had just shot the engineer, leaving him gravely wounded. As the engineer locked himself in the captain's quarters, the moment the spiritual realm concluded, a single shot brought him down. One cannot deny the synergy at play here. Royal, why not summon a level 3 ghoul? Royal seized the formidable firearm from the engineer's body. Both individuals aboard, the engineer and the hunter, were utterly lifeless. As for the chef who had fled initially, he was presently on the mountain with the good people. I had intended to call for assistance, but upon witnessing your assault on the ship, I decided to come directly. Shen Xing gave him a thumbs up. Splendid timing. Surely, the good people on the mountain possess formidable weaponry, and a wave of level 3 ghouls would pose no threat to them. It would be more prudent to seize the ship instead. I still have 3 barrels of explosives. Shen Xing was at a loss for words. It was quite a feat for such a dashing figure to start with a firearm, yet be tasked with using explosives to blow up the ship. He removed 2 pieces of flesh from the engineer and returned to the workbench to repair his weapon. Let us blow up the captain's quarters. Royal ignited the barrels of explosives and tossed them into the captain's quarters before closing the door. By the way, doctor, I just saw you in the prison. How did you meet your demise? Shen Xing hesitated, his expression unwavering as he explained. I initially thought there was only a chef aboard, so I intended to come up and eliminate him. Unexpectedly, the hunter and engineer returned. Both were armed with formidable firearms. I managed to evade one shot, but was struck by another, rendering me unable to prevail. You are truly remarkable. Bang! 3 barrels of explosives detonated, creating 9 gaping holes. The only 3 survivors were huddled around a fire atop the mountain. The ship has exploded. It seems something has gone amiss on board. The cook, clutching a bottle of glycerin, remarked, I was just expelled by the doctor, but the engineer and the hunter possess formidable firearms. They should be capable of overcoming this situation. The navigator furrowed his brow and replied, there is another possibility. The royal might have boarded as well. Did you not notice that when we were transporting glycerin to combat the bears, the enemy did not even summon a ghoul? The captain, wielding a cutlass, bore a troubled expression. Indeed, they must have taken control of the ship. The engineer and the hunter are likely dead, leaving only the 3 of us. Moreover, it seems they possess numerous totems and skills that enhance their abilities rapidly. After a thorough analysis, the trio concluded that their chances of victory were less than 10%, unless the werewolves turned on each other and eliminated their own comrades. Shen Xing, holding a telescope salvaged from the engineer's corpse, gazed at the 3 individuals roasting meat on the mountain. They have yet to descend. What level are your ghouls? The royal, munching on roasted meat, approached with a piece in hand. I'm at level 2. Very well. They favor prolonging the encounter. We shall await the 3rd level of ghouls. Shen Xing turned his head, only to see the royal, brow slightly furrowed. That roasted meat is not from the kitchen, is it? Indeed. There were others who had already cooked it. There's still 2 pieces remaining. Would you like one? Shen Xing turned away. I'm not hungry. He refrained from informing the royal, as the 3 individuals atop the mountain began their descent, igniting a campfire midway down. They have arrived. The royal, armed with a formidable firearm, aimed at the group. No rush. Let us wait until they descend a little further. On this day of the blizzard, at last, the sky brightened, revealing the three completely exposed on the ship within the sight of two others. Call upon the ghouls. Ugh. The moment he spoke, the royal expelled a noxious green liquid from his mouth. Damn it. The meat is poisoned. That accursed chef. Roar. Two chilling cries echoed as waves of third-tier ghouls surged from both the mountain's summit and base, encircling the trio. Chef, secure the glycerin. Your life depends on it. For it must not be discarded. Should he relinquish the glycerin, Shen Xing would undoubtedly detonate it, sealing their fates. As he watched the ghouls rush from both ends, the chef cowered in the corner. Damn it, wretched chef, how dare you poison me? Perish. Bang. The royal fired a shot. A hit. The royal exclaimed joyously, only to realize he had struck a ghoul positioned before the chef. Bang. Another shot rang out, striking the chef instead. I've been shot. Someone on the ship is attacking me. The navigator promptly administered a shot to the chef. Do not panic. The injection is underway. However, in the distance, the ghoul relentlessly pelted him with stones, causing his health to plummet rapidly. Aha, Ive Fallen. The navigator and the captain were engaged in combat with the ghoul. But suddenly the chef collapsed. There was no time to attend to the chef, as the navigator scooped up the glycerin and fled, intent on detonating the iceberg. At that moment, a voice from the royal side echoed nearby. Damn it, I've fallen too. The poison runs too deep. Bang! Another shot rang out from Shen Xing, striking the navigator directly. Ive Fallen. Quickly, Captain, the glycerin. The captain, who had been cradling the chef, immediately abandoned him, leaving him to be torn apart by the remaining ghoul. Chapter 64. Fortress Upgrade. Captain, don't abandon me. I'm on the brink of death. The navigator lamented, frustration evident in his voice. If you die, then so be it. If you don't retrieve the glycerin, we will all perish. Just as the captain was about to grasp the glycerin, Shen Xing mercilessly fired a shot at it. Bang! The sound of the shattering glycerin bottle echoed ominously, causing the navigator's pupils to constrict. Captain, run! The glycerin is about to explode. The captain immediately fled, hoisting the incapacitated navigator, the sounds behind them resembling a death knell. Two death notifications rang out, announcing the simultaneous demise of the royal and the chef. Dead chef, you go up the mountain. But why did you poison the meat in the kitchen? I didn't. The chef protested innocently, shaking his head in the cell. Bang! The captain, burdened with navigation, ultimately could not escape the blast radius of the glycerin explosion. The bodies of the two were shattered into countless pieces. No adventurer survived, and the expedition ended in failure. Your mission has concluded. Please select material settlement or equipment settlement. Material settlement. Shen Xing fled without a backward glance. The world is vast, and we may meet again by fate. Settlement completed. Your score for this endeavor is S. Is that only an S? Is it because I died once? Not just that. You also killed a teammate. You have received the following items. Building materials wood, X10,000. Building materials stone, X10,000. Building materials plastic, X1,000. Universal power generator blueprint X1. Resurrection coin X1. Such an abundance of materials. Shen Xing picked up the blueprint. Universal power generator blueprint. Upon use, it can consume materials to generate a special engine capable of producing power from any item without the need for wiring. Rarity. Rare, common, fine, rare, superior, perfect, epic, legendary. Ancient, immortal, divine gift. Materials. Iron 100, plastic 100, steel 100, alloy 500, special construction certification core 1, area occupied 10 square meters. A generator? Why is it filled with useless items? Shen Xing was at a loss for words. Regardless of whether this contraption was functional, he pondered the purpose of such electricity. Suddenly, a blueprint of the villa he last acquired flashed through Shen Xing's mind. Could this possibly provide energy for that structure? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. However, the materials were insufficient. Just as Shen Xing contemplated inquiring with the investment promotion representative, he noticed an unread message. This peculiar seal, Bailey show you call that being fat, and yet you're still panting? I roll. JPG. Shen Xing merely shook his head, unwilling to engage further with such a person, and chose to read the message without responding. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, do you know what the core certification for special buildings is? The reply came almost instantaneously. Investment promotion number 38 by Baolai. Oh, you mean that thing? It's required during the construction process when acquiring architectural blueprints from the Fuxing Heo. Very few actually need it, as obtaining blueprints from the Fuxing Heo is akin to climbing a mountain. Shen Xing's brow furrowed slightly. Did that mean the two he obtained were possibly counterfeit? Infinite assault. Shen Xing, do you have any of those? How many crystal cores for one? Investment promotion, no. 38 by Baolai. Actually, I have two that I collected out of curiosity. They've been sitting in my possession for several years. If you want them, I can let them go for 10 crystal cores each. How surprisingly affordable. Shen Xing was taken aback. Despite having launched numerous ships, he had never obtained any, assuming them to be exceedingly rare. In truth, it was because only a handful of individuals managed to acquire blueprint from the Fuxing Heo, hence their lack of value. Shen Xing glanced at the materials he needed, realizing he was still short on steel and that upgrading the fortress to level 2 would subsequently require more wood. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, do you have any materials left? 38. Generally, we have all the basic materials such as timber, stone, cement, and iron in ample supply, while rare materials are comparatively scarce. After some contemplation, continued to inquire. Is there a list available? Asking one by one seems rather tedious. It would be far more efficient to have a comprehensive panel for clarity. 38. Certainly, you can find it at www.zsyz. One did 38. Simply click the link to view it. S. eyes widened as he discovered something astonishing. What is this? Are there programmers involved? Welcome to the global chain mall of where everything you desire is at your fingertips. If you can conceive it, we can procure it. Purchase your equipment and engage in investment. Earn 28,000 from an initial investment of 30,000. Building materials. Timber 1,000 units for 1 crystal core. Building materials. Stone 1,000 units for 1 crystal core. Building materials. Iron 1,000 units for 1 crystal core. Perused dozens of pages without reaching the end. Besides materials, there were also equipment, food, beast carcasses, and even slaves. Remarkably, there was a search function. Promptly searched for the term alloy, which yielded but a single line. Building materials. Alloy 1 unit for 1 crystal core. Immediately chose to exit. This is far too exorbitant, simply unaffordable. Surely steel cannot be that costly. Building materials, steel 10 units per crystal core. Fortunately, this falls within Shen Xing's acceptable range. Ultimately, Shen Xing procured 10,000 units of timber, 100 units of steel, and those 2 certified cores, totaling 40 crystal cores. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, this is all I shall purchase. Investment promotion number 38 by Baolai. Very well. We welcome your next visit. Shen Xing made a total payment of 45 crystal cores. This is exceedingly profit-driven. Subsequently, Shen Xing reflected that the materials he acquired were hardly worth a few crystal cores. The true value resided in the blueprints. In the future, it would be prudent to purchase materials, while selling a single piece of equipment would suffice. Exiting the warship and returning to the wooden cabin, he discovered the surroundings devoid of any presence. The roasted werewolf left for Shen Ming had long since vanished. This fellow, surely he hasn't wandered into the forest to bully the beasts again? Ever since witnessing Shen Ming slay a formidable beast with his bare teeth, Shen Xing found no cause for concern regarding her. Upon opening the control panel, indeed, there was a green upward arrow. The fortress can be upgraded. Shall it be upgraded? Upgrade initiated. Timber minus 10,000. Stone minus 10,000. As the upgrade of the secondary fortress commenced, the remaining time displayed 11:59. Another 12 hours loomed ahead, and Shen Xing was uncertain if fierce beasts would once again descend upon him. This upgrade permitted the fortress's territory to expand from a mere 200 square meters to a generous 400 square meters. ample enough to accommodate Shen Xing's villa. He was also curious to discover what merited such a high rarity for that 3-story villa. At that moment, Shen Xing heard a commotion beyond the fence. Chapter 65. Make haste to board the ship. Bang! The lifeless body of a wild wolf plummeted from above, followed by Shen Ming leaping in from outside the enclosure. Startled by Shen Xing's dark silhouette at the door, Shen Ming took a step back and patted his chest in relief. What on earth were you doing out there at this late hour? Shen Ming dragged the carcass of the wolf towards Shen Xing. With a series of gestures and sounds, Shen Xing gleaned a semblance of understanding. Did you not already provide a roasted wolf king's meat? Is that not sufficient? Shen Xing had merely consumed a leg of the wolf, and it felt quite stuffed. Shen Ming, with a pitiful expression, gestured insistently. Sighing deeply, Shen Xing took the wolf's body to the riverbank for disposal. If only there were a tool that could cook automatically. Roasting meat every day can become rather tiresome. Look, it hasn't been long before you cry fatigue. Indeed, men are all the same. Just as the grilling commenced, that peculiar bird returned, alighting not far from the two. Chirp! Shen Xing turned to gaze at it. You again. Last time, you snatched a roasted wolf leg from me. This time, are you here to pilfer once more? Hearing of its intent to steal food, Shen Ming bared her sharp teeth, glaring at the bird, which was no larger than her head. However, the bird merely extracted 2 fruits from beneath its wings. What is this? You can't possibly think that 2 fruits could substitute for our meat, can you? Shen Ming, cautious, approached and picked up the 2 fruits from the ground, offering them to Shen Xing remarkably. The bird examined Shen Ming with inquisitive eyes. It placed the fruits before its nose and sniffed. They smelled quite delightful. Could these be for seasoning? Chirp! Shen Xing was astonished to see the bird nodding. This creature is certainly extraordinary. Gently cracking open the fruits, a green liquid oozed out. Though unappealing in appearance, it exuded an even more enticing aroma. Shen Xing drizzled the green juice over the roasted wolf meat, instantly amplifying its fragrance, tantalizing Shen Xing's taste buds and prompting a copious flow of saliva. Shen Ming, unable to contain herself, let drool spill onto the ground. Slap! A light smack landed on Shen Ming's head. What are you doing? It's merely a piece of roasted wolf meat. After speaking, he swallowed the saliva in his mouth, while a nearby bird looked at him with disdain. Finally, the roasted wolf meat turned a delicious golden brown, arousing great appetite. As Shen Xing tore off a piece of wolf leg, the bird swooped down and snatched it away, departing without a backward glance. How rude. A simple thank you would suffice. Shen Xing then tore off another leg and generously offered the remaining portions to Shen Ming. As he took a delicate bite, Shen Xing was struck by the realization that everything he had eaten before tasted like mere wood. Was that fruit truly so extraordinary? The bird perched on a distant tree, also feasting on the roasted meat. Indeed, it was our sacred fruit. Remarkably, it could even speak. After finishing the roasted wolf meat, Shen Xing felt overwhelmingly drowsy, unaware that as he slumbered, his entire being emanated a peculiar radiance. When Shen Xing awoke once more, it was already midday. His fortress had completed its upgrade. The area had expanded, and the barriers of his territory transformed into stone, accompanied by several wooden traps. Had the upgrade been finalized? He surveyed the new fortress, noting that aside from a wooden house, it was merely a larger area. In that case, let's construct this 3-story villa. Entering the wooden cabin, he opened the control panel. 3-story villa construction blueprint. Would you like to use it? Yes. Cement, 1,000. Iron, 100. Steel, 100. Wood, 5,000. Core for special building certification, 1. Under construction, remaining time, 23:59, 59. How could it take so long? Shen Xing did not anticipate that while upgrading the fortress would merely take 12 hours, this villa would require a full 24 hours. The fortress ascended rather swiftly. It was indeed time to enhance one's own capabilities. First, he decided to inquire if number 38 had any skills available for purchase. He took out a crystal core and shattered it without a second thought, showing no concern for the absent Shen Ming. Infinite Assault. Logging in. Welcome to Infinite Assault. Shen Xing promptly contacted his friend at number 38. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing "Do you have any skills for sale?" The response came back in an instant, as if the other party were perpetually online. Investment attraction number 38 by Balai, yes, but they are all rather mundane skills, such as construction, hunting, and pickpocketing, among others. Shen Xing felt somewhat speechless. Was this truly considered a skill? Yet, it was indeed through these very skills that self-built fortresses could attain such fortitude. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, are there no extraordinary skills available? Investment attraction number 38 by Balai, I understand what you mean. Those special skills are exceedingly rare. When they do appear, they are snatched up in an instant, typically auctioned off for thousands or even tens of thousands of crystal cores. Shen Xing had initially thought that skills would hold significant value, but he never expected them to be this valuable. Thus, acquiring that skill stone from Pei Mingyue is a tremendous gain. Skill stones are typically only affixed to weapons for use. If the skill is known, its value is determined accordingly, while a random skill stone's worth is contingent upon its grade. For instance, the exquisite random skill stone that Shen Xing obtained last time was valued between 800 to 1,000 crystal cores. It appears that prioritizing equipment is indeed the wiser choice. Materials only serve to squander time. He has no desire to toil away like a laborer, earning merely a handful of crystal cores for arduous voyages. Checking his personal panel. Name, Shen Xing. Status, healthy combat power, 300, second tier transcendent, special skill, none. A combat power of 300? It has been a while since he last checked, and, to his astonishment, his combat power has risen to 300. He is merely 700 away from ascending to the third-tier powerhouse. At that point, he shall no longer fear that old Koot Mengjian. The soul-gathering orb has augmented his combat power by 100, and his own contribution is at most a little over 100. Even with the enhancement from that exquisite military knife, it should not reach 300. Indeed, his rapid ascent to 300 combat power can be attributed to the Wolf King's roasted meat he consumed and the special fruit from last night. Never mind, he thought. It is better to seize the moment and embark on his voyage. Once those individuals locate this place, he must possess sufficient force to subdue them. Vessel revival. Set sail. As the login process unfolds, the anticipation builds among the crew awaiting their arrival. Shen Xing is the first to step into the cabin. Alas, he is left with the remaining professions to choose from. He turns on the radio, biding time for the others to join him. The reason Shen Xing refrains from utilizing the designated scrolls is twofold. They are exorbitantly priced, and the probability of becoming a werewolf is significantly heightened without them. Yet, becoming a werewolf offers a greater chance of attaining high scores. Chapter 66, Royal Enforcement. Before long, the other 7 members have boarded the vessel. Hey, how's it going, brothers? I'm back. Shen Xing rolls his eyes, pondering when hey became a species in itself. Fine, we acknowledge your novice status. Just focus on hauling coal. With a mere phrase, the individual is branded as weak. If you have the gift of gab, why not say a bit more? Not my friend, I haven't provoked you, have I? Nor have I offended any of you. Another voice interjects. All right, we haven't even set sail yet, and we're already at each other's throats. Isn't that merely providing warmth to the werewolves? For this round, I'll take on the role of the chef. I promise you 3 hearty meals a day. You dare to designate yourself as the chef? Fortunately, I am a captain. Brother, I am the engineer. If I'm a good guy, I'll haul coal. If I'm a werewolf, I'll blow up the ship. Simple as that. Listening to everyone proclaim their designated roles, Shen Xing is astonished to find that a prestigious position as a royal has been left for him. Such an elite profession, and yet no one desires it. One individual cast a somewhat gleeful glance at Shen Xing. Brother, it appears you have become a member of the Royal Marine Corps. May fortune be on your side, for the werewolves will undoubtedly be the first to come and seize your weapon. Shen Xing shook his head, pondering the possibility that he might himself be a wolf. The expedition commenced. Your profession is that of a Royal Marine, your identity is that of a werewolf, and your ally is an engineer. Please sabotage the expedition. It was indeed the fellow who had mentioned blowing up the ship. Brothers, gather the coal, gather the coal. I am the engineer. Captain, please set sail immediately. Shen Xing tossed the coal onto the table and departed. Just as everyone leapt off the ship and moved forward, The vessel came to a halt upon reaching the ice. Damn, could this engineer truly be a fool? The good people have scarcely moved away, and he dares to cause a ruckus? Shen Xing proceeded to the left, where the doctor was also situated, opting not to contest the right side with the navigator and the hunter. What's going on? Why has the ship stopped? Return. The two individuals on the right, holding pieces of wood, prepared to return to the ship, when suddenly the vessel resumed its course. As Shen Xing bent down to pick up wood, the doctor nearby also intended to return to the ship to assess the situation. What is happening on the ship? I am not certain. It appears the captain ignited the boiler with a piece of coal himself. Oh, I see. Then there is no cause for concern. At this revelation, everyone decided against returning to the ship, and Shen Xing felt a surge of anxiety for that foolish engineer. The doctor walked ahead, not touching two of the three skeletal remains, while Shen Xing boldly approached to examine them, undeterred by the absence of others in the vicinity. He acquired 2 keys, 2 bones and 1 tendon. Was he playing as a priest or a royal? The priest had ventured to the right at the start, where 2 officer graves awaited excavation. Yet here lay only one. At that moment, engineering and navigation arrived from behind. Royal, why are you still here? Was there not an incident on the ship? I am merely assessing the situation. Oh, very well. There seems to be an issue with engineering. I must oversee him. The group gathered near the lifeboats, and Shen Xing directly examined the 2 skeletal remains. I'll be at left camp 1. Call me if needed. I'm short 1 tendon, though the royal was armed. Crafting another bow seemed quite reasonable. Upon uncovering the 2 skeletal remains, he discovered an additional key and 2 more bones. If he was indeed a good man, how could he possibly lose? With determination, Shen Xing opened the safe outside the tent. Inside, he found a whetstone, a lump of coal, 3 bullets, and an animal hide. Shen Xing stealthily approached the 2 skeletal remains along the shore, ultimately procuring another tendon, bringing his total bones to 6. The little bear backpack was complete. This time, Shen Xing's fortune was remarkably favorable, sparing him the need to waste time crafting bullets. Suddenly, a wolf lunged at him, yet he was unarmed for close combat. Bang! A single shot rang out, startling the navigator who was diligently crafting items at the workbench. Grasping the axe he had just forged, he ventured outside. What on earth? Why the gunfire? A wolf appeared, and I dispatched it with a single shot. The navigator returned to the workbench, his wariness towards Shen Xing diminishing somewhat. Upon reaching the supply box, Shen Xing discovered it was utterly empty. The navigator must have stealthily taken the bones he had pilfered moments earlier. As Shen Xing approached the workbench, the navigator promptly withdrew, seeking to avoid any entanglement with the royal faction. Such vigilance. Shen Xing mused. He transformed a piece of coal into gunpowder and then proceeded towards the wolf den, just as the navigator emerged after looting the supply box above. Peering through the veil of perception, he was astonished to find a captain wielding a military knife within the wolf den, quietly scavenging for bones. How fortunate, for he had unwittingly provided Shen Xing with a legitimate reason to act. Bang! Without hesitation, he fired a shot. So, the captain was rummaging for bones, was he? Attempting to craft a totem, perhaps? The captain, struck by the bullet, began to reposition himself. Am I not allowed to examine tendons? What business do you have with tendons? Captain? Noticing Shen Xing reloading, the captain advanced with his knife, landing only 2 slashes before Shen Xing fired again. The captain was swiftly brought down. You're a wolf, aren't you? At last, the captain grasped the situation. Nay, you're the wolf, caught in the act of scavenging bones. Shen Xing, lacking close combat skills, could only strike the captain with punch after punch. At that moment, the doctor unexpectedly appeared behind him, handing over 2 kitchen knives. Doctor, why are you attacking me? Are you his werewolf ally? Shen Xing retreated, attempting to deceive him with words. I'm a good person. Werewolves claim to be good too. If you're a good person, then why are you attacking me? The doctor relentlessly pursued Shen Xing, who, devoid of close combat capabilities and with only 1 bullet remaining, had to resort to evasion. Why are you killing for no reason? Faced with the doctor's inquiry, Shen Xing had his justification ready. He was probing bones. The captain entered the werewolf den without moving coal. Obviously, I had to eliminate him. At this point, Shen Xing had been driven out of the werewolf den. and the doctor returned inside. "Captain, are you all right?" The doctor was not entirely convinced by Shen Xing's claims. "I am fine. There is a bed inside where I can recuperate." The doctor carried the captain to a bed in a dark corner for rest. "What are you doing probing bones?" Shen Xing had loaded his last bullet, activated his vision, and quietly returned to the werewolf den. "I'm crafting a bow. The military knife is for close combat. But one must have a ranged weapon, right?" The doctor still leaned more towards believing the captain's words, especially since he had navigated the ship quite well on the first day. "Well, given this, it seems the Royal One might indeed be a werewolf." Shen Xing stealthily approached the wolf den and spotted the doctor hiding behind a stone pillar. Without hesitation, he fired a shot that struck the doctor. Alas, he had returned. Truly a wolf. Shen Xing swiftly wielded a wooden plank against him, while the doctor, armed only with a kitchen knife and wounded from the bullet, was left with merely half his life. As long as he kept the doctor at bay, he could bludgeon him to death with the wood. Lacking even a melee weapon, what could the doctor possibly use to contend with him? The doctor exuded confidence, yet Shen Xing excelled in evasion. Once the wooden plank was exhausted, he still had bones at his disposal. With a resounding crack, a bone struck the doctor, sending him sprawling to the ground. Alas, unable to reach him, "Brother, have you survived?" Chapter 67. The royal worth. At that moment, the captain was still fast asleep, utilizing his ability to see through walls. Shen Xing observed the captain recovering on the bed in the darkness. "I was so close to healing." With a swift motion, Shen Xing struck the captain repeatedly with the bone until he ultimately succumbed. The doctor was crawling on the ground, letting out a cry. The captain was covered in soot, along with a military knife, which Shen Xing promptly seized. He then employed a whetstone on the knife, transforming it into the endless blade. As he noticed the doctor creeping over, seeking to rest on the bed, Shen Xing decisively slashed at him. "Why do you force my hand? I do not wish to kill you. I was wrong. Brother, spare me, spare me. Not a chance." As two ominous death announcements echoed through the air, the sky darkened, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of twilight. His comrades had quietly crafted a totem, undoubtedly in secrecy. They had scattered all 6 pieces of coal from the captain. To his astonishment, the doctor possessed merely a cup of tea and a vial of antidote. Was this truly their attempt to assist? Did they genuinely believe that wielding a kitchen knife rendered them invincible? With a swift motion, he sent the knife flying, subsequently disassembling bones to acquire 2 more, totaling 7 bones in his possession. Shen Xing inspected the coal sledge, discovering it entirely devoid of its contents. He still held 2 keys, which he promptly used to unlock a nearby safe. Inside, he found a whetstone, a vial of poison, and 3 bullets. Remarkably, while the whetstone had previously evaded him, it now lay before him, ripe for the taking. He resolved to bring it along for his teammates. Shattering a wooden crate within, Shen Xing crafted 3 totems on the spot. Ultimately, he stripped the flesh from both individuals, consuming it to enhance his hidden attributes. Having completed his tasks, Shen Xing exited the wolf den, now ushering in the dawn of a new day. At this moment, the good-hearted individual's vessel had reached the central island. Yet they dared to approach. Activating his clairvoyance, he discerned figures lurking outside, prompting him to summon a horde of level 2 ghouls. Returning to Camp 1, he noted that the good-hearted ship had sailed past the island, while the summoned ghouls advanced towards it. He first returned to his workstation to repair his equipment. Meanwhile, on the island, 2 individuals were scavenging for supplies. Shen Xing took aim at one of them from ashore. Bang! A direct hit. What the hell? Someone is shooting at me. It's the royalists. Subsequently, the 2 individuals began to maneuver with serpentine agility, maintaining a considerable distance between them. Shen Xing fired a shot, instantly enveloping the area in a shroud of mist. What on earth is this engineer doing? My attack signals are nearly worn out, yet he hasn't summoned any ghouls. Apart from crafting a totem on the first day, the engineer has been utterly inactive. The ship remains unscathed. Could he genuinely believe himself to be a paragon of virtue? Otherwise, how could the vessel move so swiftly? Shen Xing resolved to investigate the central island. Since the engineer was unwilling to take action, he would have to intervene himself. The ice had been compromised by the passage of the ship, and the only way for Shen Xing to proceed was to swim across. However, as soon as he stepped onto the ice, he spotted the navigator clutching a piece of wood. In an instant, Shen Xing drew his gun with remarkable speed. Bang! The navigator turned and fled. Goodness, that scoundrel from the royal faction is still around. Realizing he was cornered, the navigator hastily discarded all his supplies into the sea. He might be willing to go without, but he would not allow the royal faction to prosper. A swift slash struck the navigator, startling him. Ouch, that hurts! Help! The royal is attacking me. The second strike landed squarely, and Shen Xing promptly tossed him into the sea, leaving the navigator with only a telescope. Blast it! He even had the forethought to jettison supplies into the ocean. After tearing off a piece of meat from the navigation, I approached the derelict ship and discovered a wooden crate, which I promptly shattered. Coupled with some timber I had gathered, I immediately crafted a totem on the spot. To my astonishment, I managed to produce 7 totems, although one had been dismantled by a benevolent stranger, most likely the work of an engineer. I intended to search the central island for any leftover resources when suddenly an arrow struck the ground beside me. Turning around, I realized a hunter was aiming arrows at me from the shore. What audacity does this hunter possess to pursue me? I maneuvered like a serpent, making my way toward the right camp, but the distance proved too great, prompting the hunter to abandon the chase and head to the left camp instead. I decided to reward him with a wave of level 2 ghouls, summoning a horde of level 2 ghouls toward the hunter at the left camp. I then made my way to the right camp to collect some timber. At last, the engineer had caught up, directly summoning ghouls, though I was uncertain whether they were directed at the hunter. In a supply box, I found 2 remaining lead ingots, just enough to craft 2 rounds of ammunition since I also had 2 units of gunpowder. I discovered one last key, which I used to unlock a nearby safe. Inside, I found TX1, Opium Tincture X1, and Antidote X1, all rather useless items. At that moment, a figure approached the tent. Hello there, brother. Who else could it be but the engineer? Where have you been? Helping the good folks move coal? The engineer responded with a wry smile. Well, the navigator and the hunter have been watching me closely. I couldn't do anything at all. So, how did you manage to come out now? The engineer chuckled softly. As they burned a considerable amount of coal, I discreetly added a few explosives, information I had painstakingly acquired. Soon, their ship would be obliterated. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the vessel of the good ones exploded near the second camp. I also reinforced my position outside by adding 2 more totems. They now possessed 9 totems, a significant number indeed. Here, take this sharpening stone. The engineer's eyes sparkled with delight as he promptly picked it up to enhance his axe. I am currently crafting explosive barrels. I shall return to detonate their ship shortly. As night fell the following evening, Shen Xing sipped his tea and peered through his vantage point. To the left of the first camp, there were 2 individuals, one of whom was fast asleep. It was evident that one was a hunter, and with 2 waves of specters, he would surely be unable to withstand the onslaught. Very well, I shall proceed to the left. Upon entering the spirit realm to the left, the captain stood vigil beside the hunter. Hunter, if you require assistance, call for me. I shall investigate the wolf's den. He must possess a totem. All right, but hey, behind you. The moment Shen Xing revealed himself, the resting hunter caught sight of him. The captain turned around, only to find Shen Xing brandishing a firearm. Bang! A shot struck the captain, who, clutching a steel trap, promptly tossed it at Shen Xing's feet, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile. Excellent trap. Quickly, let us make our escape. At this moment, the captain found himself with but a single life remaining. Should he perish once more, it would be his end. Nevertheless, the captain displayed remarkable bravery, wielding a piece of wood to strike at Shen Xing, reminiscent of how Shen Xing had assaulted the doctor on his first day. Witnessing the captain's valiant actions, the hunter, resting on the bed, could not help but commend him. Impressive, splendid, strike him. Ha! Who would have thought that our captain could be so skilled? As Shen Xing's health gradually dwindled, the captain ran out of wooden projectiles. Shen Xing, having freed himself from the trap, approached the captain directly and felled him with 2 swift strikes. What? Just 2 strikes, and he is down? How could you possibly be so well prepared? Shen Xing hastily delivered a few more blows to the captain, ensuring he would no longer pose a threat. Release me, Captain. I'm getting up. Let me explain. At this moment, Shen Xing was left with but a sliver of health and turned to face the hunter. Chapter 68. The Invincible Glycerin Formation. The hunter had yet to rise, yet Shen Xing still aimed his strikes in his direction. Should the hunter regain his footing, it would spell doom for Shen Xing. Hey, brother, I was just joking, just teasing you. If you enjoy deception, then you shall meet your end. With that, Shen Xing delivered 3 decisive blows, ending the hunter's life. Oh dear. He then turned back and dealt with the captain, who lay nearby. The captain possessed a single lead ingot and a piece of scrap metal. In contrast, the hunter bore a bow, albeit without arrows, an ice axe, 3 pieces of roasted meat, a coal barrel, 2 traps, and a key. How splendid. The meat is already cooked for me. Shen Xing consumed the antidote, thus restoring a portion of his health, and directly devoured the roasted meat, harboring no belief that it could be poisonous. Had he not ingested a bottle of opium tincture while being trapped, he would likely have perished. He stripped the hunter of all possessions, discarding the ice axe, and consumed another piece of flesh. Returning to the workbench, he restored the durability of his equipment. However, the medical kit at the entrance had vanished, and Shen Xing was left with no choice but to feast upon the scattered ghoul meat to gradually regain vitality. He had intended to utilize the coal from the coal barrel to manufacture gunpowder, only to discover its complete absence. Where had the hunter's coal disappeared to? Not a single piece remained. He fashioned a bear trap from the scrap metal and procured some additional meat, while also scavenging a few arrows from the ghouls. Setting off with the hunter's bow. The day before the snowstorm, the 3rd day had arrived, and the good man had once again set sail. Shen Xing unleashed the white mist, but shortly thereafter, the vessel came to a halt. It was yet another ruse involving the mist. Shen Xing stealthily approached the ship and activated his vision, revealing that the good men were not far from the ship's edge. With this knowledge, he resolved to drive them back aboard. Shen Xing summoned a level 2 ghoul. Upon hearing the sound, the good men promptly retreated from the 2nd Battalion to the ship. However, this time, Shen Xing refrained from issuing an attack signal, while the engineer summoned a wave of ghouls. What was his intention in calling forth the ghouls? At this moment, the number of totems increased by 1. Shen Xing arrived at an ice fortress, where he discovered a backpack. Upon opening it, he was pleasantly surprised to find 2 rounds of ammunition, just as he had run out. Once the good man boarded the ship, the ghoul lost his target and could only turn back to bite Shen Xing. Fortunately, the ghoul's bites inflicted minimal damage on the werewolf. How foolish they are! The good man continued sailing towards the base of the iceberg, and at that moment, the engineer finally released a cloud of white mist. Upon reaching Camp 2, Shen Xing found the safe in the tent still unopened. He promptly used the key he had obtained from the hunter to unlock it. Inside, he discovered 1 ice axe, 3 rounds of ammunition, and 1 animal hide. It appeared that the revival had recognized his need for ammunition and was generously supplying him. After repairing his equipment, Shen Xing, armed with the ice axe, traversed into the spirit realm and arrived at the cliffside, where he could use the ice axe to scale the mountain directly. Typically, the good hunters ascended from this very spot. Now that the good men had reached the foot of the mountain, a decisive battle awaited them at the summit. Fortunately, he had already eliminated a few adversaries, and the captain had met his demise. Upon activating his vision, he noticed that the good men had yet to ascend the mountain, and a brilliant idea struck him. Why not create a glycerin trap? After Shen Xing moved a glycerin and concealed it in the dark recesses of the cave, he activated his vision to observe the movements of the good players, noting that they had yet to engage the bear. As he prepared to relocate a 2nd glycerin, the engineer summoned a ghoul directly. Upon completing the 2nd glycerin, Shen Xing also intended to summon a ghoul, only to realize that the good players still had not initiated their attack on the bear. What could this operation possibly entail? Shouldn't they summon the ghouls once the bear was engaged? Shen Xing had no choice but to continue arranging his glycerin setup. After placing the 3rd glycerin, he once again monitored the good players' actions, only to find that they remained inactive against the bear. Thus, he proceeded to position the 4th glycerin. At this juncture, he observed that the good players had finally approached, preparing to lure the bear. Shen Xing watched intently until the good players had successfully attracted the bear's ire, at which point he summoned a level 3 ghoul. Seizing the moment, he moved 2 more glycerins and ventured outside to gather a few stones. On the day of the blizzard, it was the final opportunity for the good players. They needed to act swiftly. The wave of ghouls alongside the first bear posed little challenge, as Shen Xing took cover at the cave's entrance with a glycerin, waiting for the good players to confront the second bear. Be cautious, everyone. I have a gun. I shall take the first shot at this bear. With a resounding bang, the shot echoed as the bear of the mountain's summit charged down toward the group below. Block it in. Strike it with stones. Shen Xing quietly cradled the glycerin as he emerged, only to witness a bear being sent flying by a powerful blow, while the priest was propelled from the slope to the mountain summit, landing directly before Shen Xing. As he appeared behind the priest, who was hurling stones at the bear, he was startled by the sudden sight. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, striking Shen Xing and causing him to jump in surprise. So precise? In truth, the shot was aimed at the bear from below, but it had veered off course and struck Shen Xing instead. "I hit the royal," one of the men shouted excitedly. Shen Xing promptly tossed the glycerin beside the priest and shattered it, prompting the priest to hastily retreat. "Run. The glycerin is going to explode." There was no time to flee, so Shen Xing resorted to spiritual traversal, returning to the cave just in time to evade the blast. "Quick, quick, quick! I still have hope. Carry me to sleep." Within an icy fortress outside, a bed awaited. Shen Xing laid out all the animal traps he had on him, placing them in the dark recesses of the cave. He maintained a watchful eye on the good man through his enhanced vision. How could he possibly have survived the blast? The good man had already dispatched the bear and was approaching the cave, prompting Shen Xing to hide at a safe distance. Suddenly, he heard a crunch. "Oh no, there are traps. Help!" The hunter found himself ensnared, unable to move. Shen Xing swiftly drew his bow and shot the glycerin he had strategically placed earlier, then turned away without a glance back. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Bang! The first glycerin explosion sent the hunter tumbling to the ground. Help! Wasn't the royal dead? How is there still glycerin? No wonder the hunter dared to charge him recklessly. He must have thought he was deceased. Boom! The second glycerin detonated, silencing the hunter's voice, followed swiftly by the third and fourth explosions. It's uncertain how many innocent lives were claimed. The teammates had placed explosive barrels, and the engineer finally boarded the ship, setting down more explosives. Shen Xing began to transport glycerin once again when he overheard 2 voices at the cave entrance. This time, they're truly dead. Let us go in and retrieve the glycerin. Clutching the glycerin, Shen Xing initially moved at a cautious pace, but upon spotting the 2 figures, he hastened his steps. Wait, there are still people inside. The chef led the way, with the priest closely behind. Upon seeing Shen Xing running towards them with the glycerin, the priest's scalp tingled in alarm. "Run! It's the royal!" Shen Xing erupted into laughter, sounding almost deranged. "Ha ha ha! Don't run. Let us return to the ship together." Help!" The chef turned back, hurling stones at Shen Xing. In the moment before the glycerin was about to explode, Shen Xing flung it away, causing it to detonate amidst the 3 of them. Chapter 69, Professional Certification Beep. The announcement of death echoed repeatedly, and Shen Xing met the same fate. Returning to his cell, "I cannot believe there's so much glycerin." Shen Xing peered through the veil of perception and noticed the cook and the priest imprisoned in the cell opposite him. "Are there still good souls remaining?" he inquired. "Is there anyone else aboard the ship?" The cook shouted from within his confinement. "Yes, I remain on the vessel," he responded. The doctor appeared to be searching for something aboard. The priest, somewhat irked, retorted, "Why are you still on the ship? A blizzard is upon us. If you do not retrieve the glycerin soon, we shall all perish from the cold. I just saw a werewolf board the ship, so I returned to shoot it dead. I'll see if I can find a key to free you." It seemed the engineer had caused the ship to explode during the game. And when had he stealthily met his demise without Shen Xing noticing? There was no sign of him in the cell. After a thorough search, the doctor could not locate the key. "Do not bother rescuing us. Hurry and fetch the glycerin." Very well, he conceded. A good soul fetching the glycerin now would surely be too late. Not only is it bitterly cold outside, but once his skill is ready, he can simply exit to the spirit realm to confront him. Royal, I am aware of your presence. You are utterly deranged, the priest exclaimed through gritted teeth, while the cook lamented beside him. Indeed, my head was blown off. I fared worse. Having been obliterated twice, my remains scattered. Shen Xing pondered, considering that if the good soul had been more vigilant, allowing just one person to enter, such tragic losses might have been averted. What could be worse? Only 3 or 4 of you have perished. In the illustrious realm of Versailles, only 4 noble souls ascended the mountain. Royal, your actions were excessively ruthless. On the very first day, you claimed the lives of 2 of our companions, leaving the captain with no experience whatsoever. Shen Xing, however, would not accept this fate. He had previously vanquished hunters in the past, and would have refrained from pursuing had his adversary chosen to flee. To his astonishment, the hunter dared to retaliate. This matter surely warrants inquiry among the hunters, for he pursued me with nothing but a bow and arrow, whilst I am a grand commander. Indeed, unless the hunter is Shen Xing, whose archery skills are formidable, Royal would surely meet his demise. The priest sighed, lamenting, "Oh, Royal, you have grown too corpulent in your wolfish endeavors. I too shall embody Royal in my next endeavor, for playing as a priest is merely supportive, and equipping them only leads to ruin. I shall abandon the role of a cook. It brings me no joy, as it solely consists of preparing meals." To which one might ask, what else could a cook aspire to if not the culinary arts? Poisoning, perhaps? Shen Xing maintained his vigilant oversight of the external circumstances, while the doctor diligently gathered stones and wood to ascend the mountain, for he must kindle a fire lest he succumb to the cold. As the spirit realm flourished, Shen Xing swiftly made his ascent. Farewell. The doctor ignited 2 campfires within the cave while transporting glycerin. Shen Xing, stationed at the cave's entrance, stumbled upon a shattered corpse. Retrieving a firearm and subsequently acquiring his endless treasures. Clink, clink. At that moment, the doctor emerged from the cave, cradling the glycerin, only to be met with a shadowy figure. By heavens, Royal, I shall confront you. The doctor, clutching the glycerin, charged towards Shen Xing, intent on a mutual demise. But Shen Xing raised his hand and fired a shot, swiftly bringing the doctor to his knees with a couple of swift strikes. Damn, did you just emerge? Where did you acquire such an array of equipment? Of course I scavenged it. Shen Xing hefted the doctor's lifeless body and exited the cave. Royal brother, spare me. I surrender. I have forsaken the light for the shadows. Upon reaching the precipice, Shen Xing unceremoniously hurled him down. Ah, you have forsaken the light. How am I to attain my score now? With no explorer surviving, the expedition has failed. In this instance, Shen Xing relished the thrill of the hunt. The royal faction was simply formidable. Please choose material settlement or equipment settlement. Equipment settlement. Shen Xing would not be deceived again. Only a fool would opt for materials. Settlement complete. Your score for this session is SSS. You have obtained the following items: Special Stewed Meat X4, Resurrection Coins X4, Combat Power Detection Goggles X1, Pathfinder Profession Certificate SSS Exclusive, Silver-Plated Boots X1, and Removable Skill Stone Blink. Upon witnessing the bounty he had acquired, Shen Xing felt as if his breath had been momentarily stolen. Such generosity was overwhelming. Shen Xing first grasped the monocle. Combat Power Detection Goggles, capable of piercing through all disguises and assessing combat strength, while simultaneously analyzing the weaknesses of foes. Rank, Exceptional. Combat Power, 0 what? Is this not Vegeta's goggles? How could they be pilfered? Shen Xing equipped them without hesitation, finding them rather stylish. As the analysis commenced, Tier 3 Battleship, Combat Power, 300. This was Shen Xing's combat prowess. This contraption was exhilarating. No longer would he fear ambush. If outmatched, he would simply flee. Board Silver Boots, a pair of aesthetically pleasing marten boots that enhance your movement speed upon wearing. Quality, Fine, Power 10. They're merely a fine pair of boots, lacking the superiority of the earlier goggles, which are of exceptional grade equipment, despite not augmenting combat power. Removable Skill Stone, Blink can be embedded in any fine-grade equipment or above, granting the skill blink once embedded. Quality, epic. Power, 0. Epic? Is it truly epic? Is it merely due to the phrase removable? Shen Xing discovered that blink could be examined in detail. Blink, an active skill that allows the user to teleport a certain distance in any direction from their center, with the teleport distance doubling with the grade of the embedded equipment. The distance for fine grade is 1 meter, and a cooldown time of 5 minutes. What a miraculous skill. Often, a mere meter can be life-saving or lethal, and it increases exponentially with the grade of the equipment. Goodness, how many crystal cores could be earned if this were to be sold? If Shen Xing dared to sell it, he could start at a minimum of 100,000 crystal cores, but he would never sell. Directly equipping that skill stone onto the silver boots instantly granted an additional skill. Blink. Ultimately, Blink grasped a radiant golden blueprint. Navigator's Profession Certificate. Upon usage, one may become a navigator with foundational combat power doubled, transforming into a great leader. Loyalty. A loyalty contract may be established, 0-10. The navigator's subordinates must exhibit complete loyalty. Any hint of disloyalty may result in the contract being torn asunder, leading to the annihilation of the traitor, with the number of contracts allowed increasing with rank. Awaiting unlock. Restrictions. Possession of one's own fortress. Is this how it works? Whatever Shen Xing lacks, you simply provide, correct? The corners of Shen Xing's mouth nearly twisted into a smile. As if all the marvelous treasures from the previous 2 rounds had converged here, he already possessed a fortress. He departed from the battleship, clutching his profession certificate. Upon his arrival, he found himself within an expansive residence. Where's this? It was none other than his 3-story villa. Master, welcome home. A virtual figure materialized before Shen Xing, its appearance identical to his own. Who are you? The sudden emergence of this apparition startled Shen Xing. Greetings, Master. I am your intelligent butler, responsible for the daily management of your villa. Shen Xing regarded it with curiosity. An intelligent butler? He had no recollection of purchasing such a device. Could have been a complimentary gift with the villa? Chapitre 70, Danger. 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 Where did you come from? Shen Xing hesitantly inquired, for this world was steeped in enigma, and he was uncertain whether it was an electronic spy. I was born with the construction of your villa. This villa, now, serves as the nerve center of the entire fortress. Upon uttering these words, a vast luminous screen materialized before Shen Xing, vividly displaying the location of the fortress and its surrounding environment, allowing him to drag and designate construction sites as if he were engaged in a simulation game. What capabilities do you possess? The virtual being placed its hands gently on its abdomen. Master, I shall act solely according to your directives. In your absence from the fortress, I will merely maintain its daily operations. In other words, you possess the highest authority. Shen Xing comprehended that while the elements of the fortress were indeed manipulable, they adhered to his commands, and any construction-related orders would require his own input. Master, there is one more matter. Your fortress is currently linked to the battleship space. As long as you're not aboard the Revival, I can establish communication with you. A slight frown creased Shen Xing's brow. Are you a product of the Revival? Indeed. Master, everything is a result of the Revival. As Shen Xing pondered this statement, he contemplated, everything? Does that include those extraordinary beasts? He regarded the virtual entity before him. What is your name? Master, I have just come into existence and do not yet possess a name. Please bestow one upon me. Shen Xing found himself in a state of contemplation, ultimately deciding to name it the Savior. Coincidentally, his fortress was also known as the Alliance of Saviors. What about the little girl within the fortress? Master, she has departed to the forest. Shen Xing nodded, aware that she must be hungry again. What amenities does this villa offer? The Savior unveiled a 3D model, systematically presenting it before Shen Xing. Master. The first floor is designated as the training area, equipped with numerous training apparatuses, in addition to a simulated training room. The second floor serves as the reception area, where you can entertain friends. It also houses the kitchen and dining room, featuring the most advanced universal cooking station. Simply insert the raw ingredients, and exquisite meals will materialize. Shen Xing's eyes sparkled. Did this mean he would no longer need to consume barbecued meat? The third floor is a relaxation zone, primarily consisting of several rooms, including waterbed rooms, massage rooms. And stop. Please deactivate that so-called pleasure room. Do I really need that? Furthermore, there's a child present. What if she inadvertently stumbles in? That would be highly inappropriate. Understood. Master, it has been deactivated. Shen Xing stroked his chin, pondering. I wonder if there are dolls or similar props inside. Ahem. Are those even permitted for use? Master, none of those are permissible. Shen Xing fell silent, his teeth chattering. Then why are you sharing this information with me? Master, within your warehouse lies a blueprint for the universal engine. Once constructed, it shall be operational. It was only then that Shen Xing recalled her blueprint. Yet the alloy required was exceedingly costly. Oh dear. Shen Ming hurried over, tugging at Shen Xing, urging her to descend, as he was indeed eager to prepare the barbecue. The savior also materialized as a phantom downstairs. Oh dear. Upon encountering the sudden apparition, Shen Ming instantly reverted to his primal instincts, crouching on the ground and baring his teeth at it. All is well. It is merely an illusion. Savior, from this moment forth, her words shall resonate as my own, and any desire she expresses must be fulfilled. Very well, master. Though she may not speak, her body language conveys much. Shen Xing swiftly processed the prey that Shen Ming had brought back, preparing it for grilling, before retrieving that occupational certificate. I wonder if this certificate will attract ferocious beasts? It will, master. The savior approached Shen Xing, casting a glance at the certificate in her hand. This is one of the rarest products of the revival. A job transfer certificate. Upon successful transfer, one gains formidable abilities, yet the process is fraught with peril. Shen Xing did not observe any mention of danger inscribed upon this document. Given the current combat prowess of the master, the chance of success is merely 10. 10? So low. Shen Xing hesitated, for she was not inclined to squander her efforts. Do you know what will transpire upon its use? The savior shook his head, aware yet unable to speak, lest he be obliterated by the revival. Thus, he resigned himself to silence. Shen Xing, fortunate to have an assistant, was reluctant to lose him, especially since it was the revival that had granted him this ally, dispelling his initial doubts. Before him lay two paths. One was to embark on the job transition mission immediately, while the other was to enhance the fortress, steadily augmenting his combat prowess until reaching the third tier, before undertaking the transition. He resolved to seize the moment. Fortune favors the bold. After much contemplation, Shen Xing decided against hesitation. If he lacked even this modicum of courage, what claim could he have to be a navigator? He might as well remain here to cultivate the land. The conditions for initiating the job transition were met. Should he proceed? Yes. The blueprint in his hand gradually faded away. Please eliminate the first-tier extraordinary beast, Python King, excellent, which shall appear in half an hour. Please eliminate the second-tier extraordinary beast, Alien Golden Sun Chicken, excellent, which will arrive in 1 hour. Oh, the horror! When he first beheld the first-tier extraordinary beast, Shen Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon the revelation of the second-tier extraordinary beast, he felt as though someone had tightened a noose around his throat. He could barely vanquish the first-tier beast, and now another from the second tier was approaching. Was this not an invitation to his demise? Alas, he had been too rash. With a heavy sigh, Shen Xing lamented, initially believing that with Shen Ming by his side, the first-tier extraordinary beast would pose no challenge. Shen Ming pointed at his roasted meat, swallowing hard. Shen Xing cast a glance at him, and then at the roasting delicacy. It's not ready yet. We must wait a little longer. Suddenly, a chirping sound interrupted them. The little bird had returned, producing 2 fruits once more. Shen Xing offered a wry smile. You're back again, just like Shen Ming, a true glutton. However, this may very well be our last meal today. Shen Ming tilted his head towards Shen Xing, and the bird mimicked his gaze, its eyes glinting with an eerie light. Although Shen Xing wished to maintain a cheerful demeanor, the disparity in their strengths was undeniably daunting. No worries, rest assured. Since we are here, we shall make the best of it. Moping is not my style. As he cracked open the fruits, their juices dripped onto the roasting meat, quickly enveloping the air with an enticing aroma. Where's the savior? The unreliable virtual entity had mysteriously vanished, a consequence of the villa's energy being depleted, rendering it incapable of sustaining its virtual form. Come, let us savor the roasted meat. With the impending battle looming, Shen Xing found himself consuming more than usual. He certainly did not wish to meet a fate of starvation. The king of pythons has arrived outside the fortress. Please proceed to eliminate it. What perfect timing! With a swift motion, he drew his military knife, donned his silver boots, and stepped towards the enclosure. Shun Ming, it's time to get to work. How dare you act so brazenly when you can't even contend with a second-tier beast as a mere first-tier creature? Chapter 71. The creation of a universal generator. I am eager to discover what manner of creature dares to intrude upon our mealtime. Beside Shen Xing, Shun Ming shared the same indignation, while the bird merely cast a glance at the retreating figures of the two and proceeded to indulge itself before the roasted meat. As Shen Xing wielded his military knife and stepped outside, he was met with the sight of a 10-meter-long colossal python, its body adorned with golden patterns. He halted in his tracks. By heavens, a golden python! The python king flicked its forked tongue, its vertical pupils fixated upon Shen Xing. He could not allow it to ensnare him. With determination, Shen Xing charged forward, yet the python king remained motionless, its gaze unyielding. As Shen Xing entered its attack range, the immense tail came crashing down towards him. In a flash, Shen Xing did not hold back, instantly reappearing before the python king, striking at the snake's vital spot. This is an immutable truth of the ages. With a swift slash against the wind, the python king had never regarded Shen Xing as a serious threat, but this sudden turn of events startled it. It coiled its massive body in a frenzy, intent on ensnaring Shen Xing completely. The blade struck firmly at the python king's vital point, yet it only left a minor wound. The weapon proved inadequate, though one might easily dispatch ferocious beasts. Confronting a creature of exceptional caliber rendered even the skin unscathed. Had the adversary been merely an ordinary-level extraordinary beast, Shen Xing would not have found it so arduous to breach its defenses. Bang! At that moment, Shun Ming descended from the heavens, delivering a punch that embedded the head of the python king into the earth. Shen Xing staggered back, while Shen Ming grew even more ferocious. Seizing the opportunity as the python king was disoriented, Shen Xing rushed forward and plunged a blade into its right eye. The sudden agony drove the python king into a frenzy, thrashing its body wildly. Shen Xing barely had time to withdraw his military knife. Undoubtedly, this strike inflicted significant damage upon the python king, even impairing its vision. Shen Ming advanced once more, gripping the python king's tail. Alas, it took both hands to encircle it, yet this diminutive figure managed to spin the python king around, smashing it back and forth. Witnessing this spectacle, Shen Xing felt a mix of sorrow and amusement. Despite his arduous efforts to enhance his combat prowess, he realized that others could achieve results with far greater ease. Bang! With one final blow, the python king was smashed against a massive boulder and lost consciousness. Shen Xing hurriedly retrieved his military knife and pierced it through the python king's eye into its brain. Task complete. The python king has been slain. From the brain of the python king, Shen Xing acquired a blue crystal core. Oh my! Shen Ming trotted over, hands on hips, seemingly seeking praise. You are truly remarkable. For that, I shall reward you with a feast of roasted snake. Shen Xing reached out to drag the python king's carcass, though somewhat heavy. He was indeed a second-tier extraordinary being. Why are you still here? Upon returning to the fortress, she discovered that the bird was still there. The bird once again retrieved a fruit from beneath its wing. Arriving at the riverbank, Shen Xing first skinned the python king from head to tail. This hide should fetch a considerable sum in crystal cores, right? Not to mention the hide of the wolf king from last time. She found a snake gall on the python king, no larger than her thumb. Truly, essence is found in concentration. This substance was likely unappetizing to them, so she would dispose of it herself. She swallowed it whole, an intense bitterness instantly flooding her senses, forcing herself not to gag. Goodness, why is this so bitter? Previously, She had watched them eat with smiles. The Python King yielded an abundance of meat, so Shen Xing sliced it into several portions, igniting 2 campfires, one for each of them. To ensure fairness, there was the snake whip. Her eyes brightened as she severed it, measuring an impressive 50 centimeters in length. Sitting by the campfire, she cracked open the fruit and sprinkled it over the snake meat, particularly lavishing it on the snake whip. Yikes! Shinming pointed at the snake whip, inquiring. Oh, that's not tasty. Just enjoy the roasted snake meat before you. A hint of disdain flickered in the peculiar bird's eyes, as it certainly looked down upon such fare. Shen Xing had only carved away a third of the entire snake, leaving the remainder for tomorrow's meal. Sigh, if only she had a cooking station. Such delicacies need not be wasted in this manner. It is imperative to extract the generator. O Savior! A shadowy figure manifested before Shen Xing. I am here, Master. Where have you been? Master, I require energy to function. I was just basking in the sun. Shen Xing nodded. This was quite reasonable. You mentioned that you could directly connect to my worship space, which means I can conduct transactions directly. Certainly, Master. A luminous screen appeared before Shen Xing, mirroring the interior of his worship space. The bird observed Shen Xing's actions, wearing a contemplative expression. Shen Xing sought out number 38. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, do you accept the pelts of ferocious beasts? Investment Recruitment 38, by Baolai, of course, but we only accept the pelts of extraordinary beasts. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, then take a look at these 2 items and provide an estimate. Wild Wolf King Pelt. JPG, Python King Pelt. JPG, Investment Recruitment 38 by Baolai. My dear fellow, these are pelts from extraordinary beasts. You actually managed to slay 2 extraordinary beasts, and they are of exceptional quality, with the pelts remaining remarkably intact. In his eyes, Shen Xing must possess at least a 3rd-tier strength. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, enough talk. How much? Investment Recruitment 38 by Baolai Brother. Let me not undervalue you. For the Wolf King Pelt, I offer 200 crystal cores, and for the Python King Pelt, 500 crystal cores. The Python King's pelt is surprisingly valued so highly. This is merely raw material. If crafted into equipment, the price would at least triple. Of course, Bai Baolai did not deceive him, and the price was even somewhat higher than usual. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, certainly. Procure for me 100 units of steel and 500 units of alloy. The remaining materials can be exchanged with crystal cores. He now only lacked these 2 materials to construct the engine, and for just these 2, he required 510 crystal cores. Investment Attraction number 38 by Baolai. All right, my friend. May our collaboration be fruitful. Soon, Bai Baolai successfully traded the items, which included not only the materials, but also 185 crystal cores, 5 of which were deducted as a transaction fee. They never offered free shipping. Savior, we now have sufficient materials to construct the generator. Yes, Master. The scene transitioned to the construction interface, where Shen Xing found a suitable spot on the 1st floor to place the engine and selected to build. The materials were directly deducted from the battleship's inventory. The omnipotent generator was under construction, with a remaining time of 5:59. It would take 6 hours, necessitating a patient wait. At that moment, the aroma of grilled snake meat wafted through the air. Shen Xing picked up the snake whip and took a gentle bite, snapping it with a crisp sound. He completely forgot the formidable 2nd-tier extraordinary beast he was about to confront. Chapter 72. Did he just adopt a chicken as a pet? Savior, is there a refrigerator in the villa? The virtual figure paused momentarily. Master, what is a refrigerator? Oh, it is a device that can freeze items, allowing these meats to be stored for an extended period. Shen Xing altered his phrasing, and the Savior immediately comprehended. Some masters possess a freezing chamber on the 2nd floor, capable of preserving items indefinitely without decay. Shen Xing was somewhat skeptical. Indefinitely? Is that true? Indeed, Master. The Savior projected an image before Shen Xing, revealing such a room. Regrettably, it lacked a power source and was merely an ordinary space. Nevertheless, having such a room suffices. At least the beast meat shall not go to waste. By the way, little bird, when you come to share a meal in the future, bring along more of these fruits. We will have a cooking station and shall no longer rely solely on roasted meat. The bird's eyes brightened, interpreting his words as a promise of more delectable offerings to come. However, the sacred fruits were already scarce, and if they pilfered more, they would surely be discovered. Suddenly, it seemed to recall something and nodded vigorously at Shen Xing. Ah, it can comprehend human speech. Shen Ming, you shall now have a gluttonous companion. At that moment, Shen Ming was relishing the flavors of the snake meat, which evidently suited his palate far better. Tier 2 extraordinary beast, the demon gold sun chicken, has arrived outside the fortress. Please proceed to eliminate it. Oh dear, I nearly forgot about that. He set aside the unfinished snake meat, pulling Shen Ming along as they set off. Hey, Shen Ming protested, reaching for his roasted meat as he was dragged away. We'll return to eat. No one will steal it. Upon reaching the fortress exterior, they encountered a purple chicken standing over a meter tall, its comb astonishingly golden. It merely stood there, instilling a substantial sense of pressure upon Shen Xing. Thud. Is this what a second-tier extraordinary beast looks like? Indeed, its aura is palpably formidable. Shen Ming fixed her gaze upon it, seemingly sensing the impending danger. Cackle! It cried out. With wings flapping, it soared towards the two. Goodness, what a lack of courtesy! Shen Xing awkwardly dodged, yet the fence suffered damage. Curse it, I shall fight back. In a flash, he appeared at the neck of the otherworldly golden sun chicken. With the wind at his back, he executed a decisive slash. The gathered blade's aura struck the neck of the otherworldly golden sun chicken, which, without even attempting to evade, absorbed Shen Xing's attack without losing a single feather. Cackle! The otherworldly golden sun chicken instantly retaliated, its sharp beak poised to strike Shen Xing. This is bad. Shen Xing instinctively crossed his arms to shield against the blow, but the strike never landed. Looking up, he was astonished to see the otherworldly golden sun chicken kneeling directly before him, its entire head pressed against the ground. Shen Ming approached, perplexed, and gently kicked the prostrate otherworldly golden sun chicken with her petite foot. Oh dear! Shen Xing shrugged his shoulders. I have no idea what is going on. Beep. The otherworldly golden sun chicken voluntarily offers to enter into a slave pet contract with you, binding it to eternal loyalty. Do you consent? Huh? Shen Xing's mouth gaped in astonishment. Could there be a formidable expert nearby? However, the thought of keeping a chicken as a pet seemed rather embarrassing. Yet if he refused, it might perish. Gritting his teeth, Shen Xing reluctantly acquiesced. Agreed. A crimson hexagram formation materialized beneath him and the chicken, followed by a mark appearing on the head of the extraordinary demon, the golden sun chicken. At last, it no longer had to crouch. Cluck! Shen Xing understood. It was calling him its master. He symbolically patted its head. Very well, from now on, you shall be named Little Jean, and you must protect this home. Cluck! Upon returning to the fortress, Shen Ming's gaze remained fixated on the chicken, even wiping away drool. Little Jean sensed a chill within, not from the oppressive aura that had compelled its submission earlier. Mission accomplished. A voice resonated in Shen Xing's mind. Suddenly, his muscles swelled, and he was overcome by a sensation akin to impending explosion. An excruciating pain jolted him, reminiscent of his first experience with the enhancement needle. Yeah. Shen Ming rushed to Shen Xing's side, only to be instinctively pushed away. Shen Xing felt an intense heat coursing through his body, as if he were melting, prompting him to leap into the river, a massive plume of white mist erupting around him. Yeah, Shen Ming called out anxiously from the riverbank, while Little Jean approached the edge, curious to see if its newly acquired master had met his demise. Chirp! The peculiar bird approached Shen Ming, seemingly offering her comfort. Coo! Upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the bird's bloodline, Xiao Jin promptly fled. Eek! Cheep! Thus, Shen Ming began to communicate with it, though the content of their exchange remained elusive. Suddenly, the bird fixed its gaze on the hidden Xiao Jin with a fierce stare. Cheep! Only then did Xiao Jin cautiously draw near, still somewhat apprehensive. Coo! After a while, Xiao Jin ventured into the river, retrieving Shen Xing, who had lost consciousness and was nearly swept away by the current. Eek! Shen Ming gently tapped Shen Xing, yet received no response. Nevertheless, everything returned to normal. Cheap. The peculiar bird was the first to return to the roasting site, indulging in the unfinished snake meat left by Shen Xing. A flicker of hesitation crossed Shen Ming's eyes. But after a brief moment, she too returned to her side of the roast and began to eat. Xiao Jin glanced at the motionless Shen Xing on the ground, then at the distant figures feasting, and slowly approached. Upon opening her eyes again, Shen Xing felt as though all her bones were about to disintegrate. Ouch! Why does it hurt so much? The surroundings were somewhat dim, yet the villa in the distance shone brightly. The power is back. Just as she attempted to move, her bones creaked ominously. Oh no, they can't possibly be dancing on me, can they? And they didn't even bother to carry me inside. How heartless. After lying there for quite some time, Shen Xing gradually regained some strength and slowly rose to his feet. The savior. Whoosh! A phantom appeared before Shen Xing Master. You have awakened. Where are they? They're dining on the second floor. Shen Xing fell silent, feeling that no one truly cared about his well-being. His primary function seemed to be cooking. Just as he sank into his thoughts, a figure dashed out. Eek! She carried a plate in her hands, piled high with slices of snake meat, seemingly pan-fried. Is this for me? Eek! Shen Ming nodded cheerfully, picking up a nearby fork to spear a piece. The delectable flavor cascaded down his throat, invigorating his entire being, and Shen Xing felt his strength returning. At that moment, the bird and Xiao Jin also emerged. Shen Ming produced 2 fruit shells, gesturing toward the bird and then to the plate of meat. Are you saying this can save me? Eek eek. Shen Ming nodded vigorously. The savior then stepped forward, stating, Master, they have been learning how to use the cooking station to prepare this meal. It has the ability to restore your health. Instantly, tears welled up in Shen Xing's eyes, but he refrained from letting them fall. He gently patted Shen Ming's head and smiled, saying, Thank you all. Now, let us return so that I can prepare something delicious for you. Chapter 73. The princess boards the ship. The reason for not relocating Shen Xing back to the room was the peculiar bird that intervened. The sudden surge of power had inflicted considerable harm on Shen Xing's body. Acting hastily could potentially cause him further injury. Upon returning to the second floor, which was brightly illuminated, he gazed at the overhead light fixture. Savior, from whence does this electric lamp originate? Master, this is a luminescent device that transforms the energy generated by the universal generator into light. Did he truly believe him to be a fool? This was clearly a mere electric lamp. He chose not to debate with the savior and turned to look at Shen Ming. Shen Ming, where's the remaining snake meat? Shen Ming shook his head, gesturing towards the plate of meat in Shen Xing's hands. Oh, is it all here? Shen Xing questioned, perplexed by the meat he held, for he distinctly remembered there being a substantial portion left. Master, the cooking station is capable of compressing all the energy from the ingredients. This plate of meat encompasses all the energy of the remaining snake meat. Aha, that explained why he felt satiated after just a single bite. In that case, let us all partake in the meal together. Arriving at the dining room, Shen Xing placed the snake meat upon the table and subsequently retrieved 4 cans of stewed meat. Little Jean was quite reserved, only daring to eat after Shen Xing served it to him. As he sensed his strength gradually returning, it felt akin to a parched pond being replenished with water. I wonder how formidable my combat power is now. After consuming a couple of bites, Shen Xing found himself unable to eat any further. I shall retire for a while. You may amuse yourselves. Now, the fortress has gained 2 additional non-human members, alleviating Shen Ming's boredom. Reclining on his grand bed, he extracted a crystal core and crushed it. Infinite Assault commencing landing. Welcome aboard the Infinite Assault. Please check your personal panel. Name, Shen Xing. Status, recovery from injuries. Profession, Navigator, level 1, combat power, 900, second tier extraordinary, special skill, loyalty, 0-10. Upon witnessing his formidable combat power of 900, Shen Xing's pupils constricted. 900? How did my combat power suddenly reach 900? This remarkable change was attributed to the fruit brought by that bird. Although his class change had successfully doubled his foundational power, the fruit had bestowed him an additional 100 combat points. I must strive to break through to the 3rd tier as soon as possible. At that moment, Shen Xing received a private message. Zong dun, bun zong dun boss. Old Bear and I can't hold out at Fortress 45 any longer. Since you've established a fortress, may we seek refuge with you? Why is he suddenly messaging me? Shen Xing only recalled encountering these two individuals in a game. Infinite assault, Shen Xing sure. But you must sign a loyalty contract with me before coming. Betrayal would result in death. He does not accept just anyone, only materials for upgrading the fortress. And some individuals tend to respond more swiftly. Pan Zhongdan, let us deliberate on this matter. They reside in Fortress number 45, where they are required to submit half of their acquired resources daily. Failure to comply results in expulsion from the fortress. At this moment, Shen Xing noticed someone online. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, are you still in the wilderness? The corpse speaks. Sunding? Quite the act. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, would you consider joining my fortress? After a considerable pause, the other party finally replied. The corpse speaks. Sunding, how many people are there in your fortress? Infinite assault. Shen Xing, to be precise, I am the sole worker. The corpse speaks. Sunding, you expect me to come and work for you? Infinite assault. Shen Xing, so, will you come? The other party fell into contemplation, clearly in a dilemma. The corpse speaks. Sunding, what is my daily wage? Infinite assault. Shen Xing, there is no wage. In fact, you would need to contribute materials to upgrade the fortress. Even capitalists would weep at such a scenario. However, upon Shen Xing sending a blueprint of his villa, Sunding immediately responded. The corpse speaks. Sunding, I will come. Send me the coordinates. He must believe this is his residence, but it is the boss's villa, and the employee dormitory has yet to be constructed. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, do not be hasty. I do not accept just anyone. You must sign a loyalty contract with me first. Once again, silence enveloped the conversation. This was a contract of servitude, once signed, unless Shen Xing acquiesced. There would be no escape. The corpse spoke. Sunding, allow me a moment to ponder. Shen Xing remained silent, for he was not particularly invested in the matter. After all, he was in no rush. After utilizing a revival token, Shen Xing logged into the resurrection, seeking a leisurely game. Logging in, please await the arrival of other crew members. Am I the first again? He turned on the radio, anticipating the other's arrival. Where is that music coming from? Upon hearing the sound, Shen Xing furrowed his brow. Another girl? I hope she is not a princess. Noticing Shen Xing's persistent silence, the girl angrily approached him. Are you mute or something? At that moment, others began to materialize, one of whom excitedly approached the girl. Yao Yao, is it you? Upon hearing the voice, the girl instantly responded in a flirtatious tone. Is that you, Brother Ling Feng? Yes, it's me. I can't believe we're actually in the same game. That's wonderful, Brother Ling Feng. You have to let me win this round. Absolutely. Regardless of my identity, I guarantee your victory. The rest of the group exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Hey, buddy, who do you think you are? Is the resurrection your family business? The girl immediately pouted, forming a tiny tear. Brother Ling Feng, he is bullying me. Huh? Whose tea has spilled over here? Never mind, just ignore that rustic fellow. The person referred to as Brother Ling Feng turned to face the group, shielding the girl behind him. Allow me to inform you. I am a physician, and should you continue to prattle, you shall receive not even a single needle. Indeed, the physician's needle is of utmost importance, often capable of saving lives. Enough, enough. We haven't even set off yet, and already there's infighting. How are we to proceed? The girl once more took center stage. She merely wishes to secure a victory. Why must you treat my brother Ling Feng this way? My brother Ling Feng is a level 5 doctor. The man named Ling Feng could not help but puff out his chest. Quite right, I am indeed a level 5 doctor. Well acquainted with this map. If you wish to win, you must heed our guidance and grant us the best resources. A few among them began to waver. After all, they had come here to win, hadn't they? What if they had to endure a little discomfort? No problem, as long as we can secure a victory. Yet, one individual remained unconvinced. You had better pray that neither of you is a werewolf, or that I am not one. The girl hid behind Ling Feng. Ling Feng, you are rather intimidating. Fear not, Yao Yao. Rest assured, this time victory is yours. He then cast a fierce glare at the individual. This time, you shall not lay your hands on a single needle. Chapter 74. Do not strike my Ling Feng. Shen Xing remained silent throughout. Yet his thoughts were surprisingly in harmony with that individual. As the expedition commenced, your vocation was that of a hunter, your identity that of a werewolf, and your companion, the ship's cook. Together, embark upon the mission to sabotage the expedition. Shen Xing bore no particular grievances against women. Rather, he held equal disdain for every princess at the helm of the ship. You wish for everything with a mere utterance. Why not establish your own planet to inhabit? Alas, Brother Ling Feng, though I'm the captain this time, I lack the skill to navigate the vessel. Fear not, for I shall play the role of the good guy this time. You steer the ship, and I shall reward you with an extra needle later. But I must transport coal. Cannot you ferry the coal, and then set sail? Shen Xing grew weary of their bickering, discarding the coal and departing. This scene caught the attention of the captain once more. What is the matter with you, hunter? You were silent when questioned earlier, and now you display contempt towards whom? At this moment, Shen Xing had already leaped into the sea, intent on rapid development and subsequent slaughter. He veered to the right, seeking an opportunity to seize the royal firearm. Along the way, he gathered essential timber, then opened a backpack at the wooden bridge, acquiring 2 rounds of ammunition. As he opened a supply box, a deep voice resonated beside him. Hunter, what are your thoughts? Shen Xing promptly halted his actions, recognizing the cook, and resumed his search of the supply box. Hold on, you should craft a totem. Understood. Shen Xing discerned that the cook was indeed the same person who had just issued threats to them. What a twist of fate. Upon opening the supply chest, he discovered 3 pieces of scrap metal. As he crossed the bridge, he noticed the priest digging a grave. Shen Xing walked past him, breaking somewhat along the way, startling himself momentarily. It's nothing. Please continue with your work, he reassured the priest. In total, Shen Xing collected 20 pieces of wood and passed by a lifeboat just as the royal approached from the shore. Hunter, do you require my assistance in battling a bear? He inquired. The lifeboat contained 1 piece of wood, 1 scrap metal, and 1 nail, but Shen Xing decided against taking the nail. It's all up to you. If you wish to engage, then do so. If not, there is no pressure, he stated. This sentiment brought joy to the royal, who considered himself a good person. In this context, Shen Xing was also perceived as a good person, and should they indeed confront a bear, they would undoubtedly be heroes. Seizing the opportunity while the royal was rummaging through the supply chest, Shen Xing swiftly entered the tent. He tossed a piece of wood into the furnace to ignite a fire for warmth, and then began crafting arrows. All right, I understand. I shall make barrels and transport coal. Alas, having to placate a princess is quite the burden. Otherwise, I might find myself in dire straits. He mused. Do not enter just yet, otherwise, it may lead to a confrontation with a wolf. Shen Xing applied pressure on the royal, confident that a true good person would refrain from entering. After all, one must consider that the hunter might indeed be a wolf, and the royal had only 1 bullet. Once spent, it would be game over. After Shen Xing crafted 10 arrows and turned to survey the scene, he noticed that the chef and the priest had arrived, followed closely by the captain and the doctor. Hastily, he stepped outside the tent and rummaged through 2 supply crates, acquiring 5 pieces of scrap iron. Why were there 6 individuals approaching from the right? Were they neglecting the coal on the left? The captain approached, brandishing a military knife. Are you questioning us? He asked. The doctor joined him, wielding a kitchen knife. Hunter, I warn you, mind your own business. We have already dispatched an engineer to the left. Otherwise, you won't even get a pin. The captain interjected, Brother Ling Feng. He has so blatantly disregarded us, and you still wish to provide him with a pin? Then, as Yao Yao advised, I shall not give it, Shen Xing replied, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over him. It was simply too nauseating. However, the number of people on the right was overwhelming. Although the chef was present, the absence of a totem rendered action difficult. Upon returning to the tent, Shen Xing found both the priest and the chef utilizing the workbench. Such harmony? Chef, why aren't you butchering the meat? What are you doing at the workbench? The priest raised his doubts once more, to which the chef clarified, I am crafting an axe. The kitchen knife's attack power is far too low. After the chef produced an axe, he exited the tent, leaving the priest without further suspicion. Shen Xing had no choice but to continue crafting arrows. With 6 individuals on the right, at least 4 were good people, which allowed the priest to freely use the workbench in Shen Xing's presence. Goodness, so many people. Having replenished his arrow supply to 20, he picked up the discarded kitchen knife from the workbench. The doctor, after rifling through his medical bag, encountered the chef. "What are you doing loitering around, you deadbeat chef? Hurry back and prepare the meal, or believe me, I shall cleave you." With that, he brandished his kitchen knife as the captain approached, wielding his military blade, indeed, dawdling about. "You must be a wolf in disguise." The chef held back his frustration but remained immobile, knowing he could not prevail in a confrontation. "I still need 3 pieces of meat. I shall hunt another wolf and then return to cook." The priest emerged from the tent, frowning as he remarked, "But I distinctly saw you gather numerous bones. Surely that suffices for the meal. Do you wish to feast on lewd meat on the very first day?" the chef retorted. The captain interjected vehemently, "You worthless chef! There is plenty of beast meat available. Why resort to lewd meat? Thus, I reiterate, I require 3 more pieces of meat." The trio ceased their interrogation of a chef, who gestured toward a spot not far from the tent. "There lies a wolf. I shall dispatch it and return to prepare the meal. Off I go." The 3 began to scavenge supplies in the right camp as Shen Xing exited the tent, encountering the priest. "Hunter, have you finished your arrows? Are you not going to hunt the bear?" "Oh, I have only 10 arrows, which is insufficient. The wood has been seized by the royal forces." At this moment, the royal was nowhere to be found, leaving them no choice but to have him carry the pot for now. "You must hurry," someone urged. "The bear werewolf will undoubtedly summon ghouls soon, and we can still assist you here." The captain approached, brandishing his saber. "Indeed, you seem to be dawdling. You wouldn't happen to be a wolf as well, would you?" Shen Xing disregarded him and headed towards the direction where the cook was battling the wolves, where graves and wood were present. Upon seeing the cook, Shen Xing feigned surprise. "Cook, why are you still here? Shouldn't you be preparing a grand feast instead of digging for bones? You must be a wolf." Shen Xing's voice was loud enough for the 3 in the tent to hear. "Huh, these 2 have engaged. It would be best if they fought. Let them remain imprisoned, and we shall never release them." Shen Xing turned to glance at the others, then picked up 10 pieces of wood and quietly approached the cook. "Prepare to freeze," he whispered. "Summon the ghouls. You call the captain, and I will call the doctor." "All right." A flicker of reluctance crossed the cook's eyes. "Roar." 2 ghostly cries echoed as Shen Xing, bow in hand, advanced towards the 3. "Not good. The werewolf has summoned ghouls. It seems the royal is busy hauling coal in the wolf's den. We must go rescue him." Just as the 3 exited the tent, ghouls charged at them, both being mere level 1 ghouls. "Ah, ghoul is coming for me. Brother Lingfeng, save me." "It's all right, Yao Yao, you go hide in the tent." Shen Xing emerged from the tent, unleashing a flurry of arrows aimed at the doctor. "The hunter is targeting me, and the hunter is a wolf." Inside the tent, the captain clutched his military knife, hesitating to assist against the ghouls. "You dead hunter, you shall not harm my brother Lingfeng." Chapter 75. The Steed of Exceptional Firearms. Shen Xing grappled with the doctor, who possessed a bow and arrows. Observing this, the priest brandished his own improvised military knife and charged at Shen Xing. A ghoul is biting me." The captain, concealed within the tent, was not spared from the ghoul's onslaught, while the doctor himself was ensnared by the creature, desperately evading Shen Xing's arrows. "Priest, hurry and assist the captain." Left with no choice, the priest pivoted to re-enter the tent. "Use your knife to slay them." Frustrated by the captain's stunned demeanor, the priest exclaimed in exasperation, "What a peculiar situation this is." At that moment, the cook arrived, delivering a blow with his axe upon the doctor. And there's another wolf. The doctor finally reacted. Though the ghouls had been vanquished, he collapsed to the ground. "You dead cook, indeed you are a wolf." The cook merely struck once more, bringing the doctor down. "Huh, even if I am not a wolf, you shall not prevail." "Very well, you dead cook, wait for me." They prepared to return the lifeless doctor home, as the 2 remaining individuals from the tent followed suit. Dead cook, you dare to kill my brother. I will fight you to the end." Shen Xing swiftly hurled a bear trap, ensnaring the captain, and then aimed his bow at him. "Em trapped. Priest, hurry and save me." The priest muttered under his breath, "Fool." He decisively turned and fled, for he still possessed the key. If he perished as well, their hopes would be utterly dashed. The captain fell to the ground, and Shen Xing promptly unzipped the doctor's backpack. Inside were 2 needles, 2 vials of antidote, 1 tincture of opium, 1 tendon, a key, and 2 pieces of roasted meat. Shen Xing immediately utilized 1 needle and consumed all the drinkable antidotes, refusing to leave anything behind. Upon inspecting the captain's corpse, he discovered a tendon and a piece of animal hide. Evidently, the doctor had brought this tendon along. Hurry! Loot the bags. He seized the captain's military knife, leaving the remaining items for the chef to handle, as he needed to craft a small bear backpack first. As Shen Xing was engaged in crafting the backpack, the royal returned from the wolf den. Hey, what's the situation? Are there any survivors? The royal is still alive. Yes, it's just me and the chef. The captain and doctor were both wolves. I was about to confront a bear when they unleashed the ghouls upon me. But thankfully the chef was there. Otherwise, I would have surely perished. The chef echoed from a short distance. Indeed, who would have thought these 2 scoundrels were so treacherous? Now they are without a totem. They are bound to rot in prison. The royal entered the tent and began utilizing the workbench. Then let us simply transport coal and set sail. I shall first craft a backpack. At this moment, Shen Xing had completed his preparations and, while utilizing the workstation at the royal camp, casually tossed a trap at the feet of the royal figure. What does this mean? Without hesitation, Shen Xing swiftly shot him down with an arrow. My apologies, mate, but I am a wolf, he exclaimed. You've deceived me from day to night, you hunter. With that, he brutally dispatched the royal, discovering yet another small bear backpack within his belongings, still uncrafted. Additionally, he found a vial of antidote, a bottle of opium tincture, and a key. Chef, there's a backpack on the royal's corpse in the tent. You can make use of it. Excellent. He skinned a piece of meat from the royal's body and took his firearm, noting its substantial heft. Exiting, he peered through the fog to observe the movements of the good people. The night had fallen, and they surely would not dare to venture out. They actually have the audacity to set sail at night. Shen Xing unleashed a cloud of white mist. To the left, the engineer and navigator were busy transporting coal. The ship had already passed the central island. Gathering some wood, Shen Xing first erected a totem inside the tent. Within the tent, a safe had been opened, revealing an oil lamp still remaining inside. Chef, let us venture to the wolf den. All right, brother. The chef was still engaged at the workstation, seemingly indecisive about his tasks. The royal emerged from the wolf den without having moved any coal, implying that the coal must still be present. The next day approached. As dawn broke, Shen Xing had just opened a skeletal remains, preparing to create a totem when the cook entered the scene. The cook also began crafting a totem beside him. Shen Xing turned to glance and was astonished to discover someone daring enough to approach. Cook, someone is coming. Summon the ghoul. Although they were relatively close to their ship, that was no justification for anyone to venture alone into the right camp. With a roar, the ghoul's cry resonated, causing the individual to immediately turn back. Sprinting toward the vessel. Having just emerged from the wolf den, Shen Xing had intended to call forth the ghoul as well, but that person was already far ahead. Coincidentally, it was none other than the captain. Ling Feng Gij, save me. They unleashed the ghouls to bite me again. Yao Yao, quickly board the ship. Shen Xing drew his gun, taking aim at the distant captain. Move. An empty shot rang out. After reloading, he aimed once more at the captain. No movement. Another empty shot. What a magnificent steed, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day. Do not second-guess the bronze positioning. Damn it. Can't you just move a little? As soon as the captain boarded the ship, the doctor administered an injection. We all have but one life. Do not run about recklessly. Just move the coal. Understood, Ling Feng Gij. With a pitiful expression that was hard to resist, the doctor was completely swayed by it. Shen Xing rummaged through his backpack in the ice fortress on the right side of the ship, overhearing their conversation clearly. Even the details of how to reward the doctor later at night. EW, how disgusting. He retrieved a piece of roasted meat and 2 arrows from his backpack. It was broad daylight, and neither Shen Xing nor his companion had released the white mist, boldly revealing themselves. Who is speaking? The ship's doctor felt a twinge of annoyance. Their conversation was supposed to be private, yet someone had overheard them. It's the hunter. He's over there. I saw him. Shen Xing did not even glance back at them, occasionally turning to pick up pieces of wood from the ground. What can you do if you see me? Come and kill me. Whoosh! An arrow landed beside Shen Xing's foot. Is that all? The doctor's pride was wounded. He fired several arrows, all of which missed. As Shen Xing bent down to pick up a piece of wood, bang, he lost 3/4 of his health in an instant, prompting him to activate his spirit realm walk. Damn it, it's only the second day, and the armory is already open? Arriving at the right second camp, Shen Xing swiftly administered a shot to himself after exiting the spirit realm, then opened a safe. Gunpowder X5, Ice Axe X1, Key X1. If you have the guts, don't run away. These were the words Shen Xing had heard before entering the spirit realm. Damn it, I must confiscate that big gun. The doctor's syringe was indeed of excellent quality, allowing Shen Xing to recover his health entirely. Let's head to the wolf camp. Just in time, he retrieved an ice axe, which enabled him to scale the wolf camp directly. At the entrance of the camp, another safe awaited him. Gun parts X1, coal X1, animal trap X1. Let us set it aside for now and see if my teammates will require it later. I shall place my belongings into the workbench and convert the coal I acquired into gunpowder. It is rather chilly. I shall warm myself by the fire for a while. I will toss 2 pieces of wood into the furnace to ignite it, then proceed to open another nearby safe. Inside, I find 1 T1 antidote and 5 units of gunpowder. What a fortune I seem to have. Chapter 76. I am but a step away from offering you my undergarments. At present, Shen Xing possesses neither bullets nor arrows. Upon venturing outside, he opens an ammunition box. Inside, there's 1 unit of gunpowder, 1 lead ingot, and a key. While the abundance of keys is commendable, how can one dare to offer merely a single unit of gunpowder? He opens another supply crate, discovering 3 lead ingots and 2 pieces of scrap iron. Shen Xing promptly takes the lead ingots and returns to the workbench to craft some bullets. What is the cook doing? Is he not creating totems? Surely, he would not cast the bones into the sea. At this moment, the good man embarks once more. Shen Xing moves aside 2 corpses within the tent, each bearing a piece of meat and a bone. Notably, one of the corpses contains a bottle of opium tincture and a key. There is an abundance of items, far more than he can utilize. Shen Xing muses that though he plays the role of a hunter, at his core, he is akin to a priest, having crafted 2 additional totems. His teammates finally augment their collection by 2 more. Peering through his perspective, he observes a solitary enemy and promptly summons a wave of second-level ghouls. Shen Xing diligently forges 8 bullets and approaches another safe beside the supply box. Inside, he discovers 1 needle, 1 bottle of opium tincture, and 1 unit of poison. Regrettably, the task proved unattainable. Shen Xing tossed the key aside, deeming it of no further use, having consumed the antidote moments ago. He decided to set the poison aside for the time being, pondering the necessity of a second assault later. He reached for the nearby medical kit, and, at that moment, his teammate successfully summoned a ghoul. Unfortunately, the medical kit contained only herbs, prompting him to retrieve the 2 scraps of iron left in the supply box. The chef replenished the ghoul, and that individual was unlikely to survive. Returning to the workbench, he crafted arrows. Indeed, it was not long before the individual succumbed, and Shen Xing was able to hear the commotion because the vessel of the Good Samaritans had arrived at the second camp, not far from the foot of the mountain. By now, night had fallen, and the second day passed without any significant actions. There remained an untouched supply box at the entrance of the wolf camp, yielding 5 scraps of iron and 1 lead ingot. Shen Xing felt quite satisfied with this acquisition. The lead ingot was unnecessary, as he already possessed 8 bullets. He took the scraps of iron back to the workbench, crafting another needle, and left the remaining items there. At this point, Shen Xing was fully equipped. Without hesitation, he decided to venture onto the ship in the spirit realm. Acting on impulse, he activated the spirit realm, traversing directly from the wolf camp to the entrance of the glycerin cave, then leaping down. He had anticipated a smooth landing on the ship, but instead, he ricocheted off, causing him to tumble into the water. What a disaster, I've fallen, he exclaimed. Now, should he attempt to board the ship again, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Good Samaritans. He had no choice but to enter the left barracks and place 2 pieces of wood onto the fire. As he was warming himself, Shen Xing noticed a signal from his teammate. Activating his perspective, he saw his companion being pursued by well-meaning individuals. How could he be chased at this moment? My spiritual realm has yet to recover. He pushed aside a corpse within the tent, obtained a piece of meat, and placed it directly into the furnace. He also retrieved a bone to craft another totem. Now they possessed 9 totems. Their skills were regenerating rapidly. Before long, the cook met his demise, and Shen Xing kept a vigilant watch through his perspective. However, in the next instant, he witnessed the cook emerging from the prison, albeit with 2 assailants in pursuit, intent on striking him down. Shen Xing exited the tent and encountered the fleeing cook. What happened? Are you injured? Damn it. They attempted to open the prison door to kill me. I have but a sliver of health left. Without hesitation, Shen Xing administered a healing injection to the cook, and they retreated back to the tent. I've given you a shot. There's roasted meat in the furnace for you to eat. All right. Fortunately, the cook was swift, and the doctor and captain lacked sufficient skills, allowing him to escape. He pried open another corpse and obtained a bone along with another piece of meat. How long until your spiritual realm cooldown is over? About 10 seconds. Why do you ask? Shen Xing activated his perspective once more and was astonished to see someone daringly isolated ahead. There's an individual alone at the foot of the iceberg on the left. Let us go and eliminate him. But I have no equipment, the chef exclaimed, just having emerged from prison with only a few pieces of wood he had scavenged. Can you shoot? Shen Xing asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Of course, I'm quite adept with firearms, he replied confidently. Shen Xing tossed him a gun along with 5 rounds of ammunition. I hope your words hold true. Follow me. The day before the blizzard dawned bright. It was already the 3rd day. The good man's ship was nearing the foot of the iceberg, a remarkable feat considering there were 2 deadweights aboard. Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. With few arrows at his disposal, Shen Xing gathered some stones and activated his enhanced vision, realizing that their adversaries were no longer just one. Navigating through the mountain crevices, they arrived at an ice fortress and ignited a campfire. Silence. We shall wait for them to disperse before we strike. He erected a totem in their midst, retrieving 2 arrows from his backpack. Activating his enhanced vision once more, he observed the good man taking aim at the first bear, the foremost figure having just released an arrow that struck the beast. In response, Shen Xing summoned a ghoul. Ghoul, target the one who shot the bear. However, the good-hearted individuals proved to be quite astute, opting to abandon their pursuit of the bear and retreat to their vessel. The first person to confront the bear even leapt from halfway up the slope, tumbling down, yet fortuitously, someone was there to catch him, allowing him to return to the boat. The bear, too, approached the good-hearted soul ship. The ghouls, having lost their objective, turned their attention to Shen Xing and his companion. What foolish creatures these ghouls were, just as inept as those in the game, unable to board a ship. Are you hungry? If so, feast upon the flesh of the ghouls. Excellent. The bear, having lost its target, swiftly made its way back up the slope. Shen Xing activated his perspective ability, observing the movements of the good-hearted individuals. There is no need for haste. We shall seize the ship when they ascend the mountain. Very well, your word is law. As they rummaged through the ice fortress, uncovering a skeleton, they discovered another bone, prompting the creation of a totem. The 2 warmed themselves by the fire while keeping an eye on their adversaries outside. Noticing that many had ventured up the mountain while only one remained on the ship, they deduced that the 2 had summoned ghouls earlier, intending to transport glycerin down the mountain today. Thus, chef, they have all gone to confront the bear. When the time comes, I will ascend and deal with them while you occupy the ship. Does that sound feasible? But I'm only a half-elf. Shen Xing fell silent, having brought only 2 needles with him, one of which he had just used. In response, Shen Xing reluctantly administered the second needle into his companion's arm and tossed him a military knife. This should suffice, don't you think? No doubt. I shall seize the ship. This teammate, Shen Xing, had nothing left to say. He had already given him his weapon, needles, and even a military knife, leaving himself with merely a bow, 7 arrows, an ice axe, and 4 stones. If this was insufficient, he could only conclude that it was a misguided investment. I'm leaving. You manage it yourself. The cook's spirit surged with determination. All right, go ahead, rest assured. Glancing at the equipment in his hands, the cook felt a warmth in his heart. Was this the sensation of being trusted? Just as the good man was ascending the mountain to confront the second bear, Shen Xing instantly traversed into the glycerin cave. Chapter 77. I shall not spare anyone's face today. If Shen Xing were to hear this, he might very well be driven to despair. Aside from those two incompetent fools, the rest of the team was indeed competent, merely pushing the boat without being reckless. Although they had initially taken down 3 opponents, it rendered them more cautious, ensuring they seldom ventured alone. Upon entering the glycerin cave, Shen Xing first relocated a glycerin canister, concealing it in the shadows. Activating his clairvoyance, he observed the good man engaging the second bear, prompting him to retrieve a second canister. Upon finishing, he noticed someone approaching the cave entrance, but it was merely one individual. Shen Xing concealed himself behind the glycerin box, continuously monitoring the intruder with his clairvoyance until the individual drew near the second canister. He swiftly released an arrow, igniting the glycerin. Boom! The glycerin, initially concealed in the shadows, failed to detonate, lying a considerable distance away. The individual had left no final words before being obliterated, his body shattered into fragments. Within him remained 2 pieces of coal, which Shen Xing promptly seized. As he prepared to retrieve another glycerin, he overheard voices from the entrance. The hunter is inside. I heard the explosion of the glycerin. Perhaps we should not enter? No. What will happen to the glycerin if we don't go in? Let us proceed together. Thus, the trio ventured inside. Shen Xing resolutely abandoned the idea of taking another glycerin, activating his primary ethereal journey to return to the location of his first glycerin, where the good person lacked the ability to see through. Only by venturing into the darkness could they uncover the glycerin. At that moment, a teammate summoned a ghoul, and the 3 individuals carrying glycerin immediately shielded their companion. Shen Xing, clutching the glycerin, charged toward them, running too swiftly while holding the glycerin wrist, causing an explosion. It's the hunter. He still possesses glycerin. Quickly, let us eliminate him. The trio felt a chill run down their spines. If they perished, it would indeed be their end. Shen Xing had initially charged out with the intention of mutual destruction, as his ethereal journey was still on cooldown, rendering escape impossible. Come, let us embrace annihilation together. Shen Xing twisted his body to evade the arrows, yet a large bullet struck him nonetheless. However, it was too late, as the glycerin had already been detonated. Another bullet hit Shen Xing, causing him to fall to the ground. But the countdown to the explosion had already begun. Boom! The initial explosion was followed by another resounding blast. The chilling announcement of death echoed, and Shen Xing found himself back in his cell, accompanied by the navigator and the engineer, both of whom possessed 2 lives. The unfortunate individual who had been blown to bits earlier was undoubtedly the priest. Previously, when the priest had found himself isolated, he had been summoned by the 2 to meet his demise at the hands of a ghoul. Hunter, you are truly deranged to choose mutual destruction with us. At that moment, other voices emerged from the ship. Dead chef, I warn you, you better hurry and get us to bed to rest. My father is the cousin of the manager of Fortress 99's second aunt's godmother's nephew. Indeed, dead chef. If you do not lay me and Ling Feng Guga down for a rest soon, you can expect a bounty on your head. Listening to this exchange, Shen Xing realized that the chef must have succeeded. Chef, do you have the key? I'm locked in the cell. The chef, who had been on the deck disposing of the bodies of the doctor and the captain, immediately approached the cell door upon hearing Shen Xing's words. Yes, I shall rescue you, my esteemed hunter brother. How did you meet your end? I annihilated all those who ascended the mountain with explosives. On the other side of the cell, both the navigator and the engineer wore grim expressions. What? You 2 useless fools. Didn't you bring 3 powerful firearms? And yet you were taken down by a mere hunter? The engineer's anger flared instantly. What are you barking about? If it weren't for you and that wretched woman idling on the ship, we wouldn't be in such dire straits. Indeed, you 2 calamities ought to be bound and silenced, lest you wreak havoc upon others. Meanwhile, the captain had taken advantage of the cook rescuing Shen Xing to stealthily climb into the captain's quarters and begin his recovery. Wah, Ling Feng, they are insulting me. The doctor lay on the ground, fury flashing in his eyes. Navigator, engineer, I have already mentioned my father's identity. If you two show him a modicum of respect and apologize to Yao Yao now, I might consider not pursuing you. Show your father respect? What is he to me? I will not extend courtesy to anyone today. The engineer retorted angrily at the doctor, having toiled tirelessly to transport coal and navigate the ship, only to receive a mere needle in return. At that moment, Shen Xing was rescued from the cell by the cook. Brother, you are incredible. You single-handedly defeated them. You were not too shabby yourself, successfully commandeering the ship. Shen Xing praised the cook, and as they stepped onto the deck, they found only the doctor lying there. Where is that wretched captain? Shen Xing discerned the situation at a glance, and promptly made his way to the captain's quarters, brandishing a bone knife and mercilessly plunging it into the slumbering captain. Ah, save me. Hunter Gidge, grant me mercy. I do not wish to perish. Yao Yao, do not plead with him. After all, there are resurrection tokens. He won't truly die. After dispatching the captain, the two returned to the deck. Chef, let us play ball. Huh? Where's the ball? Is this not it? Shen Xing pointed to the doctor lying on the ground, and the two began tossing the doctor back and forth across the deck. Each time he fumbled, the body would thud against the deck, leaving a pool of blood in its wake. In contrast to princesses, Shen Xing harbored a greater disdain for these so-called knights who possessed no skills, solely burdening their teammates while contributing nothing, always assuming entitlement. Disgusting. If Shen Xing were to embody the role of a good person, his first defeat might be imminent, for he would take action. Ultimately, the doctor could no longer endure the humiliation and chose to end his own life. With no explorers surviving, the expedition came to a close. The good man's ship arrived at the foot of the iceberg on the third day, only to be annihilated on that very same day. Please select material settlement or equipment settlement. Equipment settlement. The settlement was completed, and your score is SSS. You have received the following items: Special Stewed Meat X4, Resurrection Tokens X4, Space Ring X1, Liquid Sword Blank, exclusive to SSS, Sharp Fong Spike X1. Shen Xing furrowed his brow slightly. Why is there so little? Has the flow been restricted? He picked up the ring, which gleamed in silver, its intricate design far more exquisite than that of his previous one. The Spatial Ring, a ring possessing a unique space, capable of binding with the user's warship. Rank, exceptional. Space, 10 cubic meters. How astonishing. This was entirely beyond Shen Xing's expectations, being a full 10 times the capacity of his original ring. Moreover, it was of exceptional quality. He recalled how Pei Mingyue had reluctantly given it to him, and now he effortlessly acquired a ring with 10 cubic meters of space. With this ring, he could carry numerous items with him. Shen Xing promptly chose to bind it with his warship, of course, necessitating the unbinding of the previous ring. Chapter 78. The Blade Without Edge and Truth. Spatial rings have always been valuable yet scarce, given their extraordinary nature. Shen Xing then picked up the iron fangs. Sharp Fong, a special equipment that, when used, can be affixed to the teeth, enhancing bite force without altering appearance. Rank Rare. Skill, Bite. This equipment surely could not have been custom-made for Shen Ming, could it? In any case, he had no need for it. Liquid Sword Core unlocks form upon merging with any weapon, simultaneously acquiring its skills. Rank, None. Advances upon merging with a weapon. Combat Power, 10. Shen Xing scratched his head. Merging with any weapon? Could it be that the higher the rank of the weapon fused, the greater the combat power of this weapon? Then why not simply use that higher-ranked weapon directly? However, this is exclusive to SSS. It certainly cannot be so straightforward. Advancement after merging weapons? Could it be that one can continually progress? The more Shen Xing contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Would he not possess a magnificent artifact in the future? He accessed the link previously sent by Bao Lai and searched for sword-type weapons. Since it was a sword mold, unlocking the sword form was essential. In the future, should he venture forth with a sword at his side, he, Shen Xing, would truly be a hero. The mere thought brought him joy. Yet, upon viewing those weapons, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. The price range for ordinary grade weapons stood at 999 crystal cores, while exquisite grade weapons range from 1,000 to 49.99 crystal cores. In any case, he simply could not afford them. Goodness, this is exorbitantly priced, considering his exquisite military knife, which could scarcely breach the defenses of a first-tier extraordinary beast. How could these be any better? Thus, he sent a message to Bai Baolai. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, are you there? Investment Attraction number 38, by Baolai, yes. What can I do for you, esteemed one? Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, I have 2 exquisite pieces of equipment to sell. Could you provide an estimate? Exquisite military knife. JPG. Exquisite iron shovel. JPG. Investment Attraction number 38, by Baolai. Esteemed one, are you truly selling such fine equipment? Bai Baolai was referring to the military knife, which possessed a skill. Among exquisite grade equipment, it was truly exceptional. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, yes, if I were not selling, would I seek you out? Investment Promotion, no. 38, Bai Baolai, all right. Since you hold me in such esteem, I shall offer you the highest price, for 999 crystal cores for the sword and 2,000 crystal cores for the shovel. What do you think? Incredibly high for the shovel. In truth, it was merely the upper limit of its grade pricing. Thus, Bai Baolai had increased the price slightly. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, very well. Please gather all the swords that can be purchased with these crystal cores for me. I am too weary to sift through numerous weapon storages. It overwhelms my eyes. Investment Promotion number 38, Bai Baolai, understood. Please hold on. Typically, the weapons listed for sale are of the ordinary variety, lacking any special skills, much like the sword Shen Xing had recently received, which would be auctioned at a later time. Before long, Bai Baolai sent over a selection to Shen Xing, comprising 5 swords, the highest grade being merely rare. Shen Xing frowned slightly. This was not what he desired. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, are there no others? The response from the other side was delayed, as if contemplating a decision. Investment Promotion number 38, Bai Baolai, there is. Let us consider it an investment. This individual shall undoubtedly be remarkable in the future. Shen Xing received a screenshot. Useless sword. A sword of extraordinary uniqueness. Unusable by ordinary individuals. Grade. Exceptional combat power. 500 skill. Unknown. Usable by individuals with special professions. To his astonishment, it was of exceptional grade. And it possesses a skill? This can certainly be deemed exceptional. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, this is precisely what I desire. How many crystal cores? Investment Promotion number 38, by Baolai, brother. This is my prized possession. I shall part with it for just $69.99. In the future, should anything remarkable arise, do keep me in mind. Weapons of extraordinary caliber typically commence at a minimum of 10,000 crystal cores, even if this sword bears considerable limitations. Indeed, this limitation is quite fatal. The strong cannot wield it, while the weak are unable to use it. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, very well. Let us proceed with the transaction. In the future, I shall seek you out for anything valuable. Investment Promotion number 38, Bai Baolai, agreed, brother. Shen Xing exchanged his general's blade and shovel with Bai Baolai, who in turn presented him with the sword. Just as Shen Xing was about to pay the 5 crystal cores transaction fee, he received a notification. The other party has already paid. Shen Xing chuckled. This lad is not too shabby. Grasping the seemingly useless sword, he felt it lacked any utility. He then retrieved his liquid sword embryo. Detection has identified a compatible weapon. Shall we proceed with the fusion? Fusion. A burst of radiance illuminated the surroundings as the 2 items melded into one. Unnamed. The dreams of youth, the exhilaration of embarking on a journey. If these 2 precious qualities are not sufficiently sharp, let courage serve as the supplement. Grade. Exceptional. Advances after fusing with an epic weapon. Combat power. 600 skill. I possess a small sword upon striking a target. A small sword may be embedded within the enemy, which can be detonated to inflict damage. After gathering 99 small swords within the enemy, a direct execution may be performed. Not only as Shen Xing surmised, but the subsequent integration of weapons could continue, an ability that is undeniably extraordinary. He can even bestow names upon his equipment. Since you were just deemed useless, now in my possession, you have found some purpose. Thus, I shall name you Wufeng. With this sword in hand, Shen Xing's overall combat power far exceeds 1,000. Although he possesses the strength of a third-tier transcendent, he remains a second-tier transcendent. At last, he has acquired the capability for self-preservation. Let's examine what materials are required for the fortress upgrade. Currently, it is a level 2 fortress, and to advance to level 3, 20,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 20,000 units of cement, and 5,000 units of iron are necessary. Cement is somewhat more expensive, as one crystal core can only procure 100 units. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, bring me another 20,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 20,000 units of cement, and 5,000 units of iron. Investment attraction number 38 by Baolai. All right, brother, that totals 245 crystal cores. From now on, I will cover all your transaction fees. Shen Xing merely smiled, for since he had offered so generously, he would not decline. One who does not seize a bargain is a fool. After completing all tasks, Shen Xing departed from the warship, returning to lie on his bed. Savior, Master, I am here. The Savior appeared before Shen Xing. The materials for the fortress upgrade are sufficient. Let us proceed. However, the Savior shook his head. No, Master. The fortress's level is determined by your tier. You are currently a second-tier transcendent. Thus, the fortress can ascend to a maximum of level 2. Shen Xing did not expect such a limitation. Did this mean his purchase was in vain? Not quite, for whether early or late, a purchase was inevitable. What about Shun Ming and the others? Master, they have entered the forest. Chapter 79. Am I eating hot pot in the apocalypse? Upon arriving outside the villa, Shen Xing drew his unsheathed sword, scrutinizing it closely. Subtle, yet profound. Elegant. Master, the energy for the generator is insufficient. Oh no, what's happening? Where did the energy for the past 2 days come from? He recalled not having added anything to it. Master, previously we disposed of some wolf carcasses outside, but they lacked crystal cores, so the energy harvested was minimal. Consuming it for 2 days has reached its limit. Shen Xing stroked his chin, deep in thought. Savior, what would you suggest placing in the generator for the best cost-effectiveness? Master, I believe that inserting crystal cores would yield the greatest value. A single core can power the generator for an entire day, regardless of the number of devices in use. Crystal cores. Shen Xing hesitated. Although he possessed over 2,000, he was reluctant to spend even 10 cores on a designated profession scroll. There is one more matter, Master. A beast tide will strike in half a month. It would be prudent to upgrade the fortress to level 3 during this period. This also implies that my own strength must reach tier 3. Is that so? I understand. Shen Xing retrieved 100 crystal cores and cast them into the generator, finding the notion of adding them one by one each day rather tiresome. Suddenly, the hunting trio returned, one of them shouldering a prize. Shen Xing smiled at Shen Ming and affectionately ruffled her hair. You're back, he exclaimed. Shen Ming nodded in response, while Xiao Jin stood by her side, accompanied by that peculiar bird. Shen Xing chuckled in resignation. Why are you still here? Do you truly consider this place an animal rescue station? The bird disdainfully turned its head away. Shen Ming gestured animatedly, though he was not a deity. Thanks to the pact with Xiao Jin, he could comprehend her thoughts. Are you suggesting that your home lies just beyond this mountain? How fortuitous. It seems we are neighbors. Shen Xing glanced at the bird. In that case, how about I bestow a name upon you? The bird shook its head in refusal. What did it say? Shen Xing turned to Xiao Jin. Ah, so your name is Shueling, then produced several fruits and even some leaves from beneath its wings. How delightful. Surely, these are mere seasonings? The bird puffed up with pride, declaring that these were items it had pilfered, or rather, brought from its home. Approaching the cooking station, it was inaugural experience. Ah, their essay hot pot mode. Let us give it a try. Placed all 3 pieces of prey along with the special seasonings into the pot, and a countdown appeared on the screen. At last, a chime signaled that it was ready. Upon opening, discovered trays of neatly sliced meat and a pot base, all exuding an enticing aroma. Rescuer, from where did you acquire all this knowledge? Master, it is not my learning. It is a gift from the Fuxing train. brought the pot base to the dining table, followed by the trays of meat, with assisting in the process. Rescuer, do you have long chopsticks? Please provide me with a pair. How could one indulge in hot pot without long chopsticks? Where's the switch? Search around the table for a long time, but found nothing. After all, it didn't even have a plug. Master, it is already heating. You merely need to instruct me. Before long, the broth in the pot began to boil, and placed as much meat as possible into it, considering the appetites of 4. This is remarkably convenient. If only Earth possessed such technology, would we not alleviate global warming? Eek, chirp, cluck. The 3 distinct heads turned towards, their expressions filled with confusion. It's nothing at all. After a brief simmer, picked up a slice of meat, its appearance tantalizing. Upon tasting, the sensation was singular, smooth and tender. A wave of warmth cascaded from his mouth, spreading throughout the entire body. Delicious, absolutely delightful. The base of this pot exudes a rich, savory aroma, as there are no spicy peppers among the seasonings. Oh my! With a playful shake of Shen Ming's arm, she expressed her impatience, for she struggled to wield chopsticks and could only manage a fork with great difficulty. All right, don't rush, there's plenty for everyone. Shen Xing ladled the meat from the pot into 3 separate plates, one for each person. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they immediately dug in, tilting their heads back to reveal expressions of sheer enjoyment. Shen Xing, meanwhile, continued to add more meat to the pot. Days like this were infinitely more comfortable than Shen Xing's former life as a reclusive homebody, if it weren't for the impending beast tide. One might truly believe they were on vacation. After only a few bites, Shen Xing felt full, having consumed compressed meat that was undeniably rich in energy. Not to mention the numerous fruits brought by Shui Ling that enhanced their combat prowess. I am stuffed. Yet, the others were still eager for more. Shen Xing, resembling a dedicated server, continued to serve them meat. Once the meal concluded, they looked forward to enjoying it again the next day. Is there anyone to wash the dishes? Savior? Indeed, my master. The tables sank, and the pots and plates vanished, leaving the group reclining in their chairs, immobile, having feasted to their heart's content. The joy of finishing a meal without the burden of washing dishes was simply exhilarating. Shui Ling, next time you come, remember to bring some vegetables. Indulging solely in meat is not conducive to digestion. A glimmer flickered in Shui Ling's eyes, as if her father owned a vegetable garden. Shen Xing resolved to take a day of respite before boarding the ship. After all, even the laborers are entitled to a day off each week. With his performance consistently stellar, what harm could a single day of rest do? As the day passed, upon awakening once more, Shen Xing felt his strength augmented yet again. Could it possibly be attributed to the meat? Savior, do those ingredients truly enhance combat prowess? Master, the increase in power from those ingredients is negligible, as they are not the flesh of extraordinary beasts. However, those unique fruits can indeed bolster one's strength. So, it is. Shui Ling must be no ordinary bird. Perhaps I shall have the opportunity to ascend the mountain and investigate. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Shen Ming had already returned with the day's spoils, awaiting Shen Xing's culinary expertise. Yet, today, Shui Ling was absent. Stop looking at me like that. Your dedicated chef has arrived, Shen Xing declared. Today, he opted for pan-seared steaks. While hot pot is delectable, it cannot be indulged in daily. He would partake in it again after returning from the revival expressed tomorrow. Without Shui Ling's fruits, the flavors were indeed lacking compared to before, yet still superior to grilled meat. All right, you may amuse yourselves. I have matters to attend to. With a cheer, Shen Ming, accompanied by little Jean, once again plunged into the forest. Infinite assault land. As soon as he landed, Shen Xing received a message. The corpse speaks. Sunding, I accept your terms. A slight smile graced Shen Xing's lips. The first true member of the fortress was about to join. Infinite assault. Shen Xing, very well. You have come to this location to find me. 3378 45818. The coordinates provided by Shen Xing do not point to the fortress itself, but rather to a cave approximately 10 kilometers away, a cave he once inhabited, known as the Wolf Den. Chapter 80. Another captain's sister? After replying to Sunding's message and utilizing a resurrection token, Shen Xing directly logged into the revival. He truly relishes the experience of sailing. You have successfully logged in. Please await the arrival of other crew members. Indeed, he was the first once again. Shen Xing had grown accustomed to this, yet it also explained why he often assumed the role of the wolf. He turned on the radio, anticipating the arrival of others. The first individual to arrive, upon hearing the music, merely cast a curious glance at Shen Xing, without delving further into inquiries. Hey, brothers, I am back again. The Hey family may arrive fashionably late, but we shall never be absent. Brothers, is there a designated hunter? That cursed hunter's role. Whoever wishes to play it may do so. I certainly shall not. Indeed, the moment one engages a bear, they are branded as a ghoul, never to survive the first day. Shen Xing thought he misheard. How could such a formidable profession as the hunter go unclaimed? In my view, the captain and engineer are the most likely to achieve high scores, but the captain's role is rather dull, revolving solely around sailing, hence I opted for engineering. The expedition commenced. Your profession is hunter, your identity is werewolf, your teammate is the captain. Please wreak havoc upon the expedition. Indeed, it is once again a wolf. Shen Xing is uncertain if this is a bug, but he certainly wouldn't divulge it. Brothers, gather coal, gather coal. Shen Xing ventured to the right, collecting wood along the way, and as he passed a lifeboat, the royal happened to stroll by. Inside the lifeboat, there lay one scrap metal, one piece of wood, and 3 nails, which Shen Xing was too indifferent to collect. The royal hastened towards the backpack by the wooden bridge, while Shen Xing approached the supply box. Royal, my good brother, does the backpack contain arrows? No, it only holds a bullet and a piece of roasted meat. Shen Xing opened the supply box, only to find 5 scraps of metal and 1 lead ingot inside. Do not deceive me. I am preparing to hunt a bear. That is certainly not the case. We are brothers. Shen Xing stepped atop the supply box, leaping up directly, while the royal, traversing below, encountered that very wolf. He struck at the wolf with the piece of wood, but the creature deftly sidestepped. By heavens, this wolf actually possesses agility. The royal opted not to fire his weapon, resulting in the wolf sinking its teeth into him several times. Shen Xing, running ahead, opened another supply box, acquiring 2 more scraps of metal and a key, and after smashing a wooden crate, he had collected a total of 18 pieces of wood along his journey. The doctor was rummaging through the medical bag at the tent entrance. Doctor, you wouldn't suddenly charge in to attack me, would you? Shen Xing applied pressure on the doctor, yet he swiftly entered the tent to craft arrows at the workbench. Brother, I have already taken control of the medical bag. Rest assured, I am a good person. That may not necessarily be the case. What if you intend to concoct poison? 6. I shall take my leave now. If the royal family should slay me, do not call upon me for salvation. Shen Xing, with 8 pieces of scrap metal, forged a total of 16 arrows, culminating in 20 arrows. At that moment, a voice emanated from outside the tent. Hello, is the royal family present? I'm here, what is it? Gulme. I shall provide you with 2 bullets. You are a wolf, do not slay me. Direct your attacks elsewhere. The royal had never entered the tent, for Shen Xing still resided within. It was evident that the one possessing 2 bullets at the onset must undoubtedly be the priest. Shen Xing utilized the key to unlock the adjacent safe. Inside, he discovered 1 firearm component, 1 animal hide, and 1 piece of coal. Shen Xing inwardly reveled, having remarkably unlocked a weapon from the very first safe. He could only utter one assessment. The game is over. Brother, I too yearn to be a wolf. Rest assured, I shall not squander your 2 bullets. Watch closely tonight, for I am the royal, 3 barrels, and 8 coals. Shen Xing promptly tossed the piece of coal into the furnace to ignite it. At that moment, the priest entered, heading straight for the safe. Brother priest, do you have any tendons? Upon noticing the safe had already been breached, the priest exited the tent. I possess no tendons. Shen Xing sensed that he was about to be ensnared in yet another trap. Upon arriving outside the tent, Shen Xing discovered an untouched supply crate. Upon opening it, he found 3 pieces of scrap metal, prompting him to return to the tent to craft a firearm. However, both workbenches were occupied. Hurry up, brothers. We must expedite our progress. I need to create a barrel, The priest was utilizing one workbench, while Shen Xing worked on another barrel. Seizing the opportunity while the royal was out gathering materials, Shen Xing began crafting the gun. Yet, before he could finish, the royal returned. Quickly, Hunter! My barrel is still on the workbench. Oh, very well. Shen Xing completed the gun, but did not display it. He exited the tent where the doctor awaited. With 3 good souls present, he hesitated to take action. Activating his vision, he noticed the captain approaching with a military knife. Brothers, I wish to craft a backpack. Let me see if this corpse has any tendons. Under the watchful eyes of others, Shen Xing felt the need to justify his intentions to avoid being labeled a wolf. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, I have tendons. It was the captain speaking. Shen Xing was taken aback, astonished that the captain was a woman, momentarily rendered speechless. The captain's displeased voice echoed from outside the tent. Who needs tendons? Oh, it's me, Hunter. Thank you. They're your feet. Shen Xing let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the captain was quite astute, opting not to hand over the item directly, but rather to perform a little act before doing so. He pushed aside 2 corpses, one of which contained merely a piece of flesh and a bone, which he chose not to take. The other corpse held a bone, a piece of meat, an opium tincture, and the code to an armory. The royal and the priest were already preparing to enter the wolf's den. The captain approached, promising a fine treasure. What is it? Shen Xing tossed the gun to the captain. Although it contained only a single bullet, the captain said nothing and simply picked up the weapon. Upon returning to the workbench, Shen Xing noticed that the royal and the priest had reached the entrance of the wolf's den. He adjusted his backpack and then fashioned a needle from the opium tincture and the remaining scrap metal from the gun-making process. Bang! At the sound of the gunshot, Shen Xing peered into the den while cautiously advancing. Do you need assistance? Why did you fire? It's nothing, just shooting a wolf. Ah, understood, I'll gather some wood. The priest, having secured the coal, ventured out first. Brother, I shall wait for you outside. After collecting the wood, Shen Xing turned to leave as well. All right, I will skin the wolf meat and see if I can fashion a backpack. Do you need my help? I'm a hunter, and I can skin meat swiftly. Certainly. Thank you very much. As Shen Xing gradually approached the royal figure, he glanced back to ensure the priest was no longer in sight. Only then did he stealthily position himself behind the royal, tossing a bear trap at his feet. With a satisfying snap, the trap successfully ensnared the royal in place, prompting Shen Xing to commence his archery. Goodness, an ambush! Help! The hunter is a wolf. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for anyone to hear his cries for assistance. The royal drew his weapon and fired a shot at Shen Xing, who, indifferent to evasion, allowed himself to be struck down. Is this how you assist me, hunter? With nightfall upon us, I shall guide you home. There's nothing amiss in that, is there? My gratitude is due. Chapter 81. A harmonious collaboration within the royal's corpse backpack. There lay a gun, 3 bullets, 7 pieces of wood, 2 barrels, 7 gunpowder canisters, a telescope, and a freshly skinned piece of meat. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and the good souls had largely returned to their vessels. Shen Xing discarded an excess arrow and took the 7 canisters of gunpowder, leaving behind a telescope for the royal. Peering through his perspective, he discerned that the priest was making his way back to the ship entirely alone. He opted for a spirit realm traversal to pursue him, refraining from using the spirit trap, as the priest was in constant motion. Capturing him would be nearly impossible. At the moment of revealing himself, Shen Xing swiftly closed the distance and fired a shot at the priest's back, subsequently unleashing a flurry of arrows. Help! The hunter is a wolf. Just as he emerged from the wolf's den, the hunter had already pursued him, suggesting that the royal had indeed met a treacherous fate. 3 arrows felled the priest, and at that moment, the captain's sister unexpectedly began to summon a totem. Help! The hunter is a wolf. Shen Xing discarded the 7 wooden planks from his person onto the ground and hoisted the priest, preparing to cast him into the sea, for he bore no melee weapon. Quick, save me. He intends to throw me into the ocean. Here they come, do not panic. The ship of the good people is not far off, and given the information provided by the fallen royals, it is only natural for them to come to the rescue. But why is it that the royals, armed with guns, cannot overpower you? Shen Xing remained silent, casting a barrel into the sea. The priest was laden with coal, which Shen Xing also hurled overboard, for he had no time to craft explosive barrels. Then he seized a shovel and 3 opium tinctures from the priest. After all, a shovel could serve as a melee weapon. At that moment, someone dared to approach. It was indeed the royals. He likely assumed that Shen Xing would flee after slaying him, and wanted to return to inspect what remained of his own corpse. Wait, you royals are out of ammunition, yet still dare to pursue me? With bullets loaded, he turned and shot the royal who was chasing him. He then engaged in a fierce exchange with the shovel against the royal's fists. Damn it, I want to go down easy. Youthful haste propelled him. Unarmed and audacious enough to venture out at night, Shen Xing simply tossed the royal into the sea. What a disgrace for a big shot to lose 2 lives on the very first day. Shen Xing initially believed that many individuals had arrived, only to discover that it was merely a solitary, naive royal. Upon glancing back, he realized that no one had followed. At this moment, Shen Xing felt his body temperature plummet. He began to consume the flesh of the 2 individuals, a practice that not only restored his warmth but also alleviated his hunger, an effect exclusive to werewolves consuming raw meat. The captain's sister resumed her totemic rituals, and the count of totems had reached 4. Shen Xing held a favorable view of this captain's sister. Firstly, she was not a mere leech. Secondly, she was not a winner. And thirdly, she was genuinely useful, surpassing the majority of companions he had encountered thus far. Upon returning to the Right One camp, the good-natured individual continued to navigate the vessel through the night. Without hesitation, Shen Xing summoned a white mist, reveling in the nocturnal sailing that would render them cold and miserable. After tidying up the Right One camp, he collected 2 barrels of gunpowder, 1 lead ingot, and 2 tendons. It was then that he noticed the absence of a certain item. Wait, where's my bow? In his haste to discard belongings while near the royal, he had carelessly thrown away his bow along with all his coal. How foolish of me! The good man's ship was anchored near the central island, and Shen Xing approached the 3 burial mounds situated before the Right One camp. The following day dawned. At this moment, as the first light broke, the good man could hardly fathom that his royal companion had already met his demise, the body now reeking. He opened 2 skeletal remains and proceeded to construct 2 streetlight totems on the spot. What is there to panic about? Would the good man dare approach the right side? Let him come. I shall slay him on sight. The grave mound in the center could only be excavated with the heirloom of a priest, but fortuitously, Shen Xing possessed one. Opium tincture X1, bones X2, bullets X2. Digging up graves is quite akin to opening treasure chests, as both are filled with numerous valuable items. Shen Xing promptly consumed the opium tincture to restore his health, equipped himself with the bones and bullets, and was just about to insert the totem when he noticed a cook charging towards him. Ah, how dare a mere cook act so arrogantly? The cook picked up a stone and smashed Shen Xing's lantern. The hunter is here. Come quickly. He then took a few steps and jumped, evading as Shen Xing drew his gun and aimed. The distance between them was closing rapidly. In close combat, Shen Xing only had a shovel, which put him at a disadvantage. Thus, he knew he had to hit with this shot. Bang! He fired an empty shot. Come quickly. Shen Xing was taken aback by the cook's agility, managing to evade the shot. What are you pretending for? I will cleave you with my cleaver. Observing the cook's companions trailing behind him, Shen Xing chose to activate his ethereal walk and make his escape. Farewell, dear cook. I shall return to find you shortly. In truth, Shen Xing had intentionally fired an empty shot. If he were to slay innocents, they would surely accuse him of cheating. Shen Xing made his way directly to Right One camp, where he found that their totem had been reduced to a single remnant, and the captain's totem had also been dismantled. Upon examining the corpses, he discovered 2 pieces of flesh and a bone, which he promptly used to reconstruct a totem on the spot. He tossed the 2 pieces of meat into the furnace, igniting the wood, as he prepared to roast them for a more substantial restoration of his hunger levels. At the workbench, he repaired his gun and crafted 4 bullets, then utilized 1 tendon and 2 bones to fashion a new bow. Beneath the dilapidated tent outside, among the skeletal remains, he found another open bone, which had been overlooked, and he immediately recreated another totem. If it were up to Shen Xing, he would either take the food home to cook or discard it into the sea. He had no intention of leaving anything behind for the werewolves. The good ship remained anchored at the central island, and with a keen eye, Shen Xing noticed that a member of the second camp had become isolated. He swiftly summoned a level 1 ghoul to harass him. At the shore, emerging from Right 1 camp, he uncovered 2 skeletal remains, yielding 1 opium tincture, a key, and a bone. In that moment, he noticed that the captain's sister had managed to construct 3 additional totems, bringing their total to 6. Meanwhile, a doctor from Right 2 camp, who had encountered the ghoul, hastily retreated towards the wrecked ship on the central island. Shen Xing took a shot at him from across the water, but the doctor unexpectedly evaded the bullet with a swift maneuver. How curious was such movement? Shen Xing pursued, and the doctor found himself ensnared by the ghoul. However, at that moment, the engineer and navigator appeared from behind. "Help me intercept the hunter. I can handle these ghouls on my own." The engineer, wielding an axe, decisively turned around, only to be enveloped by a sudden thick fog. What a splendid fog! A surge of joy filled Shen Xing's heart. His teammate must have been watching closely, for how else could they have released the white mist at such an opportune moment? The engineer's vision was obstructed, and as he plunged into the sea while pursuing Shen Xing, the latter seized the chance to shoot him once, followed by another arrow. It was too late for the engineer to flee. His 2 companions had long since vanished without a trace. Upon reaching the engineer's lifeless body, Shen Xing was astounded by the treasures within. A total of 10 scraps of iron, 8 lead ingots, 10 pieces of wood, and a barrel. At that moment, the cool voice of the captain's sister echoed through the air. "Are you low on health? How delightful! How enchanting! How utterly captivating!" Chapter 82. "Let me hear you call me Big Brother. I am at full health. Your skill is quite commendable." "Humph, in its sunder manner. I shall take my leave." At this juncture, the captain's sister had already placed the totem on 8 stakes. Shen Xing had no intention of claiming the engineer's belongings. He simply cast everything into the sea, retaining only a small amount of wood. He did not plan to depart just yet. Loading his gun with ammunition, he slowly approached the good-natured ship. Through his perspective, he discerned 2 figures by the shore. It was indeed the doctor and the navigator, the latter holding his oil lamp while warming himself by the fire. "Let us wait until the fog dissipates before we swim over. Otherwise, should we perish in the sea, there will be no return. Alas, we must hasten our progress. It is already the 2nd day, and we remain on the central island. The royal forces have yet to make an appearance. They're most likely long gone." Shen Xing gradually approached, utilizing his keen perception to ascertain the positions of the 2 individuals before discharging a shot. Bang! "Oh no! Hunter, I've been shot." The doctor brandished an axe and charged towards Shen Xing, who promptly released an arrow that struck the navigator, causing him to collapse. It seemed the navigator's vitality was waning as Shen Xing nonchalantly disposed of him into the sea. "My goodness, doctor, are you truly going to let him toss me overboard in front of you? Am I not attacking him?" Shen Xing pivoted and aimed at the doctor, who engaged him in close combat. Shen Xing executed a backward leap to create distance before loosing another arrow. The doctor attempted to evade, but ended up being struck by yet another arrow. After landing 3 shots on the doctor, Shen Xing ran out of arrows and resorted to a shovel, beginning to strike the doctor. Bang! 1 strike. Bang! 2 strikes. The doctor fell to the ground, and Shen Xing unceremoniously tossed him into the sea. With his own health at a precarious level, he understood that another blow could spell his demise. He plunged into the water to inspect the doctor's corpse and rummaged through his backpack, anticipating needles, but instead finding a hodgepodge of items, including only a vial of antidote. Shen Xing consumed it, regaining a modicum of health. A pair of death announcements echoed, and Shen Xing raised his hands in a gesture of surrender by the ship's edge. "Oh dear, are there still others aboard?" "Yes, they are in the prison." Shen Xing discarded the belongings of the navigator into the sea and consumed 2 pieces of flesh to restore his temperature. "Hey, are there any living souls on the ship? Why does it keep honking?" "Another good soul has returned. Yes, I find myself alongside the doctor in confinement. The hunters have become utterly deranged. The moment for attack has arrived." As we were in the midst of casting all of the doctor's possessions into the sea, Shen Xing received an attack signal from a teammate. "Huh." Shen Xing turned and activated his vision, discovering his ally beneath the wolf camp. "Quick, rescue me and provide navigation. Help is on the way. Do not panic." Alas, It feels as though this round is lost. Shen Xing seized 2 pieces of meat and released a white mist, hastening towards his teammates' direction. Yet, they were concealed within the right camp. The good man's vessel lay adjacent to the right camp, and Shen Xing could still hear a fellow on the ship chattering away. "Where are your corpses? I need to scavenge some meat. Let us eat before we set off." Upon reaching the right camp, Shen Xing peered through his vision and discovered that the doctor had emerged once more, with the captain signaling another attack. The doctor was inside a tent. Upon reaching the tent's exterior, Shen Xing caught sight of him. "Hello." Bang! Without hesitation, he fired a shot, and the doctor approached with a piece of wood to strike Shen Xing's head. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from behind, and the doctor collapsed. The captain emerged to deliver a finishing shot, leaving the doctor lifeless. Upon inspecting the doctor's backpack, Shen Xing found only a piece of wood, a stone, and an arrow, the very one he had just fired. "Let me scavenge some meat. I'm on the verge of freezing." "Urgency is upon us, sister." Shen Xing stepped aside, having consumed a considerable amount of meat, its warmth still lingering. "Well done, sister. You certainly know how to have fun." "Indeed, I am." Shen Xing was eager to hear her introduce herself, yet she remained silent. Noticing her reluctance to speak, he inquired, "Do you have any spare bullets?" A sudden scream caused Shen Xing, who was patrolling the vicinity, to turn back. "What happened? I'm freezing to death. Quickly, carry me to bed for some rest." Could it be? Is it possible that she truly froze to death? No wonder she signaled for him to attack. It seemed she was genuinely on the brink of freezing. Shen Xing approached her. "Call me a good brother." "You." The captain's sister blushed with indignation. "Umph, I can crawl back myself." The spot where she collapsed was not far from the tent. She could easily make it back on her own. However, Shen Xing, in that moment, took on a protective role, carrying the captain back as she reached the tent entrance once more. "Hurry up and call, or you won't make it back." "You." I refuse to call. After being carried back to the tent entrance yet again, she lay still. "I painstakingly crafted so many totems for you, and you treat me like this." The captain's voice trembled with emotion. Shen Xing had intended to make a jest, but it had gone too far. He swiftly laid her down on the bed to rest. "Oh, please don't cry. I was merely teasing you." The captain continued to weep, uttering no further words, while Shen Xing diligently repaired the firearm beside him. "Do you have any wood? You could start a fire to warm up. All the wood has been fashioned into totems." After completing the repairs, the captain still had not risen from the bed. "Allow me to procure some meat for you." Outside, there lay the corpse of Doctor, from which Shen Xing directly extracted 2 pieces of flesh. Upon his return, he found the captain's sister just rising from the bed. "Here, take this meat, and in exchange, grant me some bullets. I shall go and eliminate them all." The captain tossed 3 bullets, and then seized the meat Shen Xing had offered. Seizing the opportunity while Shen Xing collected the bullets, he struck him on the head and swiftly fled. "Hey, if you dare to strike me, I shall fire my weapon. I still have 1 bullet left." Shen Xing hesitated to retaliate, recognizing that her assistance had been crucial in this endeavor. "Never mind. A gentleman does not engage in conflict with a lady. Just give me an injection." The captain murmured, "I am barely holding on myself." Yet, he proceeded to administer the injection to Shen Xing. The good ship lay nearby, yet it emitted no sound, suggesting that its occupants had undoubtedly ventured out. The day before the blizzard, Shen Xing activated his perception and discerned several individuals at the site of the derelict ship on the islet. He summoned a level 2 ghoul and approached them. "Hello there. I have come to visit you once more. Do not attract the bear." Upon hearing the commotion, Shen Xing realized that the good people had yet to confront even a single bear, and the ship had been anchored at the islet for 2 days. "Do not allow the hunters aboard." The chef appeared on the ship wielding a military knife. "No worries. I have set animal traps. He cannot ascend. You take care of the ghoul." 2 individuals swiftly climbed aboard the derelict vessel on the islet. "Then I shall deal with them," Shen Xing declared as he approached the forsaken ship, where 2 were engaged in dispatching the ghoul. Through his sight, Shen Xing observed the chef descending from the vessel. He concealed himself behind the wreck, awaiting the chef's approach, while the captain followed closely behind, also armed with a military knife. "Hello." The sudden appearance of the hunter startled the chef. "What the hell, you old schemer?" Bang! With a shot from Shen Xing, complemented by the captain's knife strike from behind, The chef collapsed. Shen Xing hoisted the chef's body. Still arrogant, are you? Chapter 83. Sister Beaver Shen Xing prepared to cast the chef's body into the sea. No, no, please, brother, do not throw me into the ocean. Take me back to the ship, I beg you. The chef proved to be remarkably adaptable. Very well, since you insist. I shall take you back aboard. At the ship's staircase lay more traps set by the chef, which Shen Xing promptly dismantled using the chef's own body. Ouch! Good heavens! Hunter, you lack martial ethics. The captain's sister ascended the ship in pursuit. Martial ethics? Can one feast upon them? As Shen Xing toyed with the body of the cook, he observed the operations and navigation of the derelict ship in Nakajima. They had already dealt with the ghoul. What should we do about navigation? It is just the two of us left. Should we confront them? Are you out of your mind? We are both at death's door. If we die, it will be the end, and there will be no rewards. Just a futile war of attrition. The ship was not far away, and Shen Xing and his companion could hear the commotion. No worries. Once I have eaten my fill, I'll come and deal with you. The two of them darkened at his words. Let us head to the left to the 1-5 camp. The captain, watching them carry the cook back to the kitchen, thought to himself, surely he doesn't intend to use the cook for a meal? Cook, where's the food you prepared? The food. They have eaten it all. Is that so? Shen Xing opened the kitchen stove, and indeed, there was nothing there. You didn't hide it away, did you? The cook paused, then replied with a grin. No. No, those gluttons came back hungry every day. There was no surplus food to hide. Shen Xing carried the cook to the game room. Surely it isn't hidden in the cabinets here? The cook showed no sign of response, as Shen Xing opened the cabinet to find it empty. He then carried the cook to the captain's quarters. It must be here. It's gone. Truly there is no food. The cook grew anxious. The captain's quarters housed several cabinets, each filled to the brim. Oh, have I discovered your secret, Captain? Dinner is served. Upon hearing this, the captain approached, gazing in astonishment at the scattered stews. How did you know he concealed them here? I merely guessed. Shen Xing devoured 3 cans in rapid succession, causing the chef's heart to ache. Please, I implore you, cease your feasting. This constitutes my sustenance for the past 2 days. It's fine. No one else is eating, so I'll gladly take care of it for you. The captain, having consumed only 2 cans, decided to stop. Not eating anymore? That could earn you points. The captain's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly resumed his meal until every last morsel was gone. The chef, in a fit of rage, shouted, Damn it, dog hunter! How dare you pilfer my food? I shall not let this stand. Do you dare to bark? Shen Xing hoisted the chef's body and unceremoniously tossed him overboard from the deck. Ah, I shall return. Burp! The captain beside him belched loudly, evidently having indulged too much in the stew. You played a hunter quite well. You must have transitioned into the role, haven't you? Shen Xing shrugged nonchalantly. Not at all. This is merely my 3rd attempt at being a hunter. Keep pretending. How could the captain possibly believe that an ordinary hunter would be incapable of precise archery? It was unprecedented for someone like Shen Xing to have slain so many on her very first day. Even her sister, a level 10 hunter, could not achieve such a feat. Observing the disbelief in her counterpart's eyes, Shen Xing chose to remain silent. Which fortress are you in? How dare you come to call me father? Oomph. It was truly impossible to converse with Shen Xing. This individual incessantly sought to take advantage of her. Upon activating her clairvoyance, Shen Xing discerned that the two were gathered by the campfire, slightly to the left of the 1-5 encampment. Are the ghouls ready? Summon them. I will gather information about them. Oomph. You need not instruct me. Roar. The resonant calls of 2 summoned ghouls echoed, causing the navigator's expression to darken. This is bad. That fellow is coming to slay us. The totems of Shen Xing and her companion were numerous, and their skills developed swiftly. What shall we do? Both of us are at half health. The navigator inhaled deeply. Alas, it seems we are doomed. This hunter exists on an entirely different tier than us. The ghouls surged into the cave, some hurling stones from outside the tents, while others lunged forward to bite at them. Hello, I've come to see you again. Bang! Shen Xing fired directly at one of the two, leaving them bewildered. I'm down. It turned out to be that unfortunate engineer. Down, are you? Let me carry you to bed. Shen Xing stepped inside, wielding an axe that struck the navigator, bringing him down. The ghouls savagely tore into the two, and before long, they perished. No adventurers survived. The expedition ended in failure. Equipment settlement. Shen Xing anticipated the actions of the revival, causing a momentary lag. Settlement complete. Your score is SSS. You have acquired the following items: Special Stewed Meat X4, Resurrection Tokens X4, Reinforcement Syringe X1, Fortress Upgrade Stone X1, Thorned Vest X1, Super Potato Seeds X10, exclusive to SSS. Shen Xing's eyes sparkled. What a generous reward. The Reinforcement Syringe. It was the same item he had used before. Applicable for levels below 3, capable of augmenting combat power by 100, 999. Previously, it had only enhanced his power by 100 points, and he attributed that to the unfavorable feng shui of Fortress 39. Now, with his own fortress, he was certain such issues would not arise. He would use it later to see what other treasures awaited. Fortress Upgrade Stone. Upon use, it elevates the fortress by 1 level without any consumption. Applicable to fortresses below level 3. Rarity, rare. Below level 3? My fortress is currently at level 2, so it can be utilized. Thorn Vest. When worn, it reflects 5 points of damage back to the source. Rarity, fine. Combat power, 30. Just 5? It is merely a piece of fine-grade equipment. What more could one desire? Shen Xing lacked the necessary equipment for that particular area, but he donned it without feeling any peculiar sensations. The Super Potato Seed requires super soil for cultivation and, once consumed, can enhance combat prowess. Rarity, excellent. Yield, 10. 1 seed can produce 10 potatoes. What? It is indeed a potato seed, but why is it classified as excellent? Furthermore, what precisely is super soil? Just as he contemplated inquiring about the 38, 2 notifications arrived. The corpse spoke. Son Ding, it's a bit far. I will take approximately 5 days to arrive. He had anticipated a moderate distance, but this was unexpectedly extensive. A friend request from Beaver's sister has been sent to you. Do you accept? Beaver's sister? Who could that be? Nevertheless, Shen Xing chose to accept. He had not disclosed his identity, yet someone managed to add him. He felt compelled to inquire about the reason. Infinite Assault, Shen Xing? Beaver's sister, Zhang Helen? Infinite Assault, Shen Xing? Who are you? Beaver's sister, Zhang Helen? I am your father. Shen Xing immediately realized that this was most likely the captain from earlier. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, how did you manage to add me as a friend? Beaver's sister, Zhang Helen. Guess your mother. Shen Xing promptly sought out the avatar of the 38 and sent a message. Chapter 84, Super Potato Seed. Stop guessing. I'll guess your mother. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, do you possess super soil? Investment Attraction 38 by Baolai. Brother, you wouldn't tell me that you have acquired the super seed, would you? Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, is this truly difficult? Shen Xing is not being ostentatious. He merely achieved an SSS rating with ease. Investment Attraction no. 38 by Baolai. My dear brother, it is not a matter of difficulty, but rather the exceedingly low probability. Generally, one only has a 1 in 10,000 chance to obtain it when achieving the highest rating. Brother, are you willing to sell that seed? I offer 10,000 crystal cores. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, is this item truly so rare? Then I shall not sell it. You dare to inquire about the super soil? Given the substantial investment from the other party, it is certainly not for sale, especially since it is a potato. Investment Attraction number 38 by Baolai. In that case, I shall not press the matter further. I also do not possess super soil, as it is typically found only in large fortresses. Large fortresses? That is not within his reach. Must it be left untouched? In the brief moment that followed, Shen Xing ignored the incessant messages from the Beaver Girl. Beaver Girl, Zhang Heli, hello? Beaver Girl, Zhang Heli, where are you? Beaver Girl, Zhang Heli, are you still there? Beaver Girl, Zhang Heli, if you are, just give a sign, and I shall reveal my identity. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, acknowledge. Meanwhile, the young girl lay on the bed of her warship, displaying 2 charming dimples on her face, her high ponytail standing upright, and astonishingly, there was also a runway. I knew you must be spying. Beaver sister, Zhang Heli, listen closely. I am Zhang Heli, the daughter of the administrator of one of the 3 great super fortresses, the Dawn Fortress. Infinite Assault. Shen Xing, I don't believe it. Shen Xing merely uttered those two words, unaware of the significance of a super fortress. The three great super fortresses are the Dawn Fortress, the Great Wall Fortress, and the Freedom Fortress. They are all level 9 fortresses, indicating that their administrators possess 9th tier strength, not something that just anyone can impersonate. Moreover, like Shen Xing's fortress, they too were built using blueprints obtained from the Revival Project. Beaver's sister, Zheng Heli, what will it take for you to believe me? Frustration. JPG, infinite assault. Shen Xing, if you provide me with some super soil, I will believe you. Beaver's sister, Zheng Heli, alright, just you wait. Shen Xing shook his head. Could it be that she actually possesses it? He pulled out the enhancement serum and injected it directly into his arm. The enhancement serum was successfully administered, increasing his combat power by 999. Shen Xing's head filled with blood, exhilaration reaching its peak. Ha ha ha! I told you their fortune was lacking. But in the next moment, Shen Xing's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground. Shen Xing entered a dream, where he found himself jumping from a building, landing on the back of his head, and gradually losing consciousness. He felt as though he was falling into a whirlpool, struggling to escape. Shen Xing, your graduation project is unsatisfactory, and you have been deferred. No, sin started de work. Drenched in cold sweat, and promptly collapsed to the ground, feeling as though his body had been repeatedly crushed by a vehicle. Goodness, why does it hurt so much? With great effort, he lifted his hand to grab a can of stewed meat and drank it down, gradually regaining his strength. Each time he advanced in rank felt akin to enduring a living hell. After recovering his vitality, Shen Xing slowly rose to his feet, accompanied by a burgeoning sense of strength. Have I broken through to the 3rd tier? He checked his personal panel. Name, Shen Xing. Status, recovery from injury. Occupation, navigator, tier 3, combat power, 1899, tier 3 extraordinary, special skills, loyalty, level 0, 40. Unknown, unlocked at level 5. Not only had he ascended to the 3rd tier, but his profession had also reached level 3. And this combat power did not even account for the enhancements from his equipment. Achieving the 3rd tier wasn't so difficult. Could it be that I truly am a genius? At that moment, he noticed a message from Zheng Heli. Beaver's sister, Zheng Heli here, now do you believe? Beaver's sister has sent you a gift. Please accept. Beaver's sister, Zheng Heli, where are you? Beaver's sister, Zheng Heli, hello? She sent Shen Xing dozens of comforting messages, the last of which was sent an hour ago. Beaver's sister, Zheng Heli, you are nothing but a dog, a deceitful little pup. I will no longer pay you any mind. Alas, Shen Xing did not anticipate that he would once again faint from the pain. Except, sending items incurs a fee of 5 crystal cores, which has evidently already been settled by the other party. Super soil allows for the cultivation of any super seed without the need for maintenance, maturing in 3 days. However, only 1 unit of super soil permits the planting of a single seed. To my surprise, it truly exists. It seems this individual was not deceiving him after all. Infinity Assault. Shen Xing, apologies. I was preoccupied earlier, but I have recognized your identity. Subsequently, Shen Xing pondered what to reciprocate with. Nothing seemed to compare. He did, however, have a space ring left, though considering the other party hailed from Super Fortress, would they really be in need of such trifles? Perhaps it would be best to leave that for now. Shen Xing departed from the warship, carrying the super soil and a super potato seed. Upon landing, he was greeted by a delightful aroma and made his way to the dining hall, where Shun Ming was enjoying hot pot with a bird and a chicken. Oh my, you all can manage hot pot without me? The savior appeared beside him. Master, everything here is intelligent. With ample energy, they can fulfill their desires just by expressing them. So that is how it is. Shen Xing paid no further mind and sat down to eat. To his astonishment, there was spinach. Xueling, your home truly has everything. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the mountain within Shen Xing's fortress. What is happening? An earthquake? But never mind that. One must never neglect the pleasures of exquisite cuisine. Having feasted to her heart's content, Xueling had long since disappeared without a trace. Savior, which areas within the fortress do you deem suitable for cultivation? With a swift motion, a screen materialized before Shen Xing Master. Although the expanse of the fortress is not particularly vast at present, the soil surrounding this waterfall is exceptionally fertile, enriched with various nutrients, making it ideal for planting. The Savior's analysis merely pertained to the cultivation of ordinary crops. Shen Xing, however, produced a super potato seed, remarkably large, approximately the size of his own head. I am referring to areas conducive to the growth of such seeds. The Savior instantly recognized the seed's extraordinary nature, while Shen Ming gazed at it with covetous eyes. Away with you. This is a seed. Consuming it would render it gone. We must wait for it to grow before we can eat. All right, fine. Chapter 85. The fortress's location exposed. Although this is a super seed, the quality of the planting environment can still significantly influence its growth. Master, I propose we cultivate in the vacant land beside the waterfall. We could eventually establish a designated planting area here. Why is that? Is it due to the presence of water? Indeed, Master. This is no ordinary water. I have detected the presence of energy within it. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Xing resolved to follow the Savior's advice, as he had no prior experience in cultivation. He found a level plot of land, erected a fence on the panel, and then took out a unit of super soil, placing it in a corner. The soil quickly melded together, appearing unchanged. How astonishing! He dug a hole, sliced the super potato in half, and tossed it inside. That should do it. Please do not let me down. Just as Shen Xing prepared to retreat for a brief respite, he suddenly received an alert from the Savior. Alarm! An unauthorized individual is attempting to breach the fortress. Shen Xing furrowed his brow. Has someone already come so soon? The Savior displayed the scene before Shen Xing, revealing a shifty-eyed figure outside the fence, scanning the surroundings while searching for a way to scale the wall. The man scratched his head. Could this possibly be an abandoned fortress? Yet, why does it appear so new? He circled the fence and finally arrived at the front gate. Just as he was about to hurl a stone at the door, Shen Xing emerged from within. Who are you? Goodness! The man was startled, and the stone he held fell from his grasp. He then glared at Shen Xing. What is the matter with you? Do you not know that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences? Shen Xing could not help but chuckle, remarking, You sneak around my fortress and attempt to breach my door. If you do not provide an explanation today, you shall not return. The man appeared momentarily taken aback. Your fortress? What evidence do you have to claim it as yours? I clearly see this is an unoccupied stronghold. You merely arrived after me, hoping to seize my fortress. Shen Xing was left speechless by the man's audacity. A fool! Turning on his heel, Shen Xing attempted to leave, but the man persistently pursued him, eager to enter the fortress alongside him. I say, by what right do you claim my fortress? Let me tell you, I am. Before he could finish, Shen Xing swiftly closed the distance, severing the man's head in an instant. The noise was overwhelming. Yet, instead of the expected crimson blood, a mere puppet appeared, decapitated. A puppet? Shen Xing furrowed his brow, realizing it was a mere imitation, which implied that the man still lingered nearby. The latent danger was far more lethal for Shen Xing, compelling him to conduct a thorough search of the fortress's surroundings. After scouring the vicinity with no results, he sighed. Well, sooner or later, I shall catch you. Upon returning to the fortress, Shen Xing immediately utilized the fortress upgrade stone and opted to rest. As the fortress undergoes its upgrade, the remaining time displays 11:59:59. A full 12 hours remain, and the fortress area has expanded to 800 square meters, a typical size for an inner city, while the outer city is often a product of human construction. A few kilometers away, a small hill is breached, revealing a disheveled figure who emerges, gasping for breath. Remarkably, there stands a third-tier extraordinary being. It appears this fortress belongs to him. I must flee quickly. If it weren't for my turtle breathing technique, I would surely be doomed today. When Shen Xing awakens, he is greeted by the sounds of ferocious roars. Startled, he jumped from his bed. What on earth is happening? Are wild beasts assaulting the city? He swiftly rises and steps outside, only to witness countless wild boars wreaking havoc on the fences. Behind them looms an even larger creature, a massive wild boar king adorned in purple fur. Goodness, a purple-furred boar. Shen Xing immediately activates his tactical visor to assess the foe's information. Purple-furred boar king. A pig of violet hue. Rank, second tier, excellent, combat power, 2003 skills. Boar king's charge after entering a rage. Charges toward the target, inflicting damage on enemies in its path. Over 2,000 combat power. It surpasses my own. Here I am, a dignified third tier, yet I am outmatched by a mere pig. Shen Xing and Xiao Jin tirelessly fend off the wild boars, which seem indifferent to the attacks they receive, solely intent on demolishing the fences. It is then that Shen Xing realizes the fortress upgrade has attracted these ferocious beasts. How audacious of these incompetent swine to dare approach. Drawing forth his unsheathed sword, Shen Xing advanced relentlessly towards the boar king, who was evidently under the thrall of the wild boars. The arrival of Shen Xing compelled the boar king to abandon its passive stance. Its eyes glinted with murderous intent as it fixated on the approaching figure. With a thunderous roar, the boar king attempted to intimidate Shen Xing into retreat. In a swift motion, Shen Xing teleported directly onto the boar king's back, delivering a precise strike to its neck. The boar king, racked with pain, writhed violently. The unsheathed sword carved a gash into its flesh, while an invisible dagger embedded itself within the beast's body. Following his strike, Shen Xing swiftly withdrew, creating distance between himself and the formidable creature. Curse it, the hides of these extraordinary beasts have grown exceptionally tough. Such a blow failed to sever its head. At that moment, the boar king's eyes blazed crimson, fixated intently on Shen Xing, its hind legs restlessly scraping the ground. Was it preparing to unleash a skill? Yet, to Shen Xing, the creature's posture resembled that of a bull. With a resounding roar, the boar king charged at Shen Xing with remarkable speed. Had it been the previous day, he would have been unable to evade this assault. Desperately, Shen Xing called out to Shen Xing, recognizing the challenge posed by the boar king. Just as the beast was about to collide with him, Shen Xing executed a graceful maneuver, slipping beneath the boar king while simultaneously striking once more with his unsheathed sword. Bang! The king of boars did not halt, but instead charged directly into the fence, creating a gaping hole. Shen Xing tightened his grip on the blade devoid of edge. After all the effort he had expended in constructing this fortress, to have it damaged by such a beast, did it comprehend the materials and toil required for repairs? With a swift motion, Shen Xing accelerated, drawing near the king of boars, and struck at its hind legs with several blows. Although the inflicted damage was minimal, the beast appeared momentarily dazed from its previous collision, struggling to keep pace with Shen Xing's speed. Typically, no matter what stones it collided with, only the stones would crumble. After a minute, Shen Xing had landed 50 strikes on the king of boars, yet each blow seemed akin to mere scraping. With a roar, the king of boars charged once more. But Shen Xing turned his back and snapped his fingers. Bang! A deep explosion resonated, misleading those unaware to think it was merely a flatulence. The king of boars, eyes wide with shock, collapsed, its body sliding towards Shen Xing, ultimately halting just a centimeter before him. This was the price for ravaging my fortress, surrounded by wild boars. Confusion set in as they lost focus and fled in panic. Shen Xing and Xiao Jin were poised to pursue, but Shen Xing called them back. There was no need to chase. They were but minions. He then commenced to excavate the skull of the king of boars, extracting the crystalline core within. Chapter 86. The precise matching of crew members. A blue crystal core materialized in Shen Xing's hand, larger than the two previous cores. Is this the manifestation of a second-tier extraordinary beast's power? Indeed, it is resilient and formidable. Xiao Jin and Shen Ming commenced the extraction of other beast cores which, while ordinary, proved to be quite valuable. Ultimately, Shen Xing amassed a total of 135 cores along with one extraordinary core. Let's dine on roasted meat today. With such a sizable pig, it would suffice for their meal, though the absence of shui ling meant a lack of seasoning. While indulging in the feast, Shen Xing glanced at the fortress data. Aside from the expansion of its area, the more significant development was the unlocking of fortress weaponry. Energy Tower, a special weapon of the fortress, requiring unique materials for construction, with a current limit of 2 towers. Materials required: steel 1,000, iron 10,000, alloy 100. Does this contraption truly necessitate alloy? Is it worth such a price? Shen Xing, having never witnessed the might of a beast tide, underestimated the potential of this energy tower. Nevertheless, there was no rush. He resolved to take it one step at a time. Guardians, remain vigilant around the fortress. Should anyone attempt an incursion, eliminate them without hesitation. Master, the fortress lacks an offensive system, rendering me incapable of such eradication. Shen Xing's eyes gleamed with realization. What if I were to construct the aforementioned energy tower? Upon doing so, I would be able to engage in combat within a specified radius. This is not merely free labor. Shen Xing has already resolved to construct these 2 energy towers upon his next return. He produced a crystal core and crushed it, setting sail without hesitation. As soon as he boarded the ship, Shen Xing received a message from Zheng Heli. Sister Beaver, Zheng Heli, you actually managed to break through. You must have just ascended to the 2nd tier, right? I have long since advanced to the 2nd tier. And do I need your acknowledgement? Shen Xing merely smiled. This individual had been taciturn aboard the revival, yet now she was quite loquacious. Infinite assault, Shen Xing indeed. If this esteemed lady could provide a bit more super soil, that would be even more remarkable. Shen Xing was indeed flattering her. After all, he had no means of acquiring super soil. Utilizing a resurrection coin, Shen Xing proceeded to log onto the revival. Detection confirmed a power level of the 3rd tier, and precise matching was underway. Precise matching? What could this imply? The revival does not permit high-tier extraordinary beings to engage with low-tier extraordinary beings. Typically, upon reaching the 3rd tier, one is matched with an opponent of the same tier, logging onto the revival. Furthermore, after Tier 3, the profession-specific scroll can only be used once per week. Set sail. Your profession is engineer. Please commence your expedition. Is this how it begins? He had not even encountered any other individuals when the scene shifted, and 8 people were already aboard the ship. Is anyone here entering the revival for the first time at the 3rd tier? No one spoke, and neither did Shen Xing. He gazed at the one who had spoken. He was of royal descent. Since there was no one else, I shall take the lead, he declared. Let us proceed with the coal exchange. Captain, set sail. The hunter retorted defiantly. What gives you the right to lead? You only have a single bullet. Should I be afraid of you? The cook stepped forward to mediate. Now, let us not be like this. Aren't we all here to win? If we bicker amongst ourselves from the outset, how can we hope to achieve victory? The 2 simultaneously turned their heads away, evidently unwilling to concede. We are all at the 3rd tier. Why should I yield to you? Shen Xing interjected at that moment. Why must there be a designated leader? Would it not suffice for everyone to simply attend to their own tasks? The royal scoffed. Without a leader, you can expect to be toyed with by the werewolves. Shen Xing merely stared at him intently. You are so eager to lead. You must be a wolf, aren't you? The royal's expression stiffened, but he quickly recovered and laughed. Oh, if I were a wolf, you would be the first to meet your end. Shen Xing returned the smile. Very well, I await your attempt. A brief interlude passed swiftly. The ship finally arrived. The last person to exchange coal ignited the boiler, and the captain was ready. It seemed they had tacitly agreed that the captain was not a wolf, as one by one they all leapt into the sea, leaving only Shen Xing standing at the bow. Engineer, why are you not hastening to develop? Why do you linger there? I fear you are the wolf and may refuse to set sail, so I shall wait for you to reach the ice surface. The captain was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be played this way? Until they reached the ice surface, Shen Xing remained oblivious to any abnormalities and leapt from the bow of the ship. Do the werewolves tacitly agree to set sail on the first day? Shen Xing proceeded to the left, encountering bones along the way, discarding them into the sea while collecting tendons. Crafting a bear backpack was essential. After all, a bear backpack could carry an additional 2 pieces of coal. As a priest passed by him, initially noticing Shen Xing rummaging through bones, he contemplated turning back to rally support for the engineering task. However, upon witnessing Shen Xing casting the bones into the ocean, he inquired, "Why are you gathering so many bones? Is this not a waste of time? I'm not collecting bones. I discarded them all. What I seek are tendons. If you come across any animal hides, please save one for me." I needed to craft a backpack for transporting coal. The priest gave Shen Xing a thumbs up and continued on his way. Your dedication is commendable. I will certainly reserve one for you. Soon, they arrived at the first lifeboat station. After collecting bones, Shen Xing had acquired 2 tendons and proceeded to the adjacent coal sled, retrieving 2 pieces of coal. He refrained from entering the wolf den immediately, as the hunter was not on the left. Instead, he gathered some wood and made his way to Camp 1. At the workbench, he crafted a key and directly unlocked the safe at the entrance. To his astonishment, he discovered a piece of animal hide, a cup of tea, and a tincture of opium. Shen Xing swiftly turned back to create a bear backpack, reveling in this splendid beginning, an outcome he had scarcely dared to imagine. Upon opening the supply box beside the tent, I procured 2 lead ingots and 4 scraps of iron. Turning to a munitions chest, I acquired 1 lead ingot and 2 units of gunpowder. I promptly discarded the gunpowder, ensuring that no remnants lingered in the munitions box for the werewolves. Next, I approached the external supply box, yielding yet another 2 lead ingots and 3 scraps of iron. However, Shen Xing had no need for such an abundance of scrap iron. His desire lay solely with the lead ingots. At the outermost supply box, I discovered 1 additional lead ingot accompanied by a key. Just then, a ghostly wail pierced the air. Shen Xing smashed a wooden crate, retrieving some timber before heading back to the tent. Could it be a spirit calling out? Or was it merely my imagination? On the entire left side, he stood alone. The priest, having finished digging graves, had also ventured right. This was rather peculiar. Why had everyone migrated to the right? Could it be that the hunter and the royal were engaged in a vendetta? Shen Xing crafted a total of 3 barrels, adding to his original one, granting him a total of 4 barrels. In this instance, he transformed from a mere draven into a formidable barrel. Indeed, after the ghostly wail subsided, deaths soon followed. Shen Xing opened the medical kit at the entrance, discovering 4 herbs and 1 tincture of opium, from which he only took the opium tincture. He then turned to enter the wolf's den, dispatching a wolf with 2 barrels and an axe. Chapter 87. The Burden of Black Slavery. The right side had already echoed with ghostly calls. Thus, Shen Xing harbored no concerns about werewolves returning to confront him. He swiftly collected all 8 pieces of coal from a cave, ultimately utilizing a key to unlock a nearby safe. Inside, he found 1 firearm component, 3 bullets, and 1 key. A bountiful reward indeed. Fortune had finally smiled upon him. As dusk gradually descended, Shen Xing returned to the first left camp, prepared his weapon, and then made his way home. Not only that, he finished his tea and collected 10 pieces of firewood to take back. On the first day, no one arrived from the left, leaving Shen Xing to indulge himself. He navigated the darkened shoreline back to the boat. "Hello, is anyone on board?" "Yes, I'm cooking," came the reply from the cook. Upon reaching the kitchen door, Shen Xing was surprised to find it locked. There was a 50% chance that the cook was a good person. "Help! Help! Does anyone have the key? The doctor has killed me." Feeling a chill, Shen Xing proceeded to the captain's quarters and ignited 2 pieces of wood in the stove to warm himself. "Who are you? How did the doctor kill you?" "I'm the navigator. I was unarmed when he attacked me, and they even called a ghost that bit me." Shen Xing was at a loss for words. How could a navigator fall victim to a doctor? Even a horde of lowly ghouls would not have led to such a fate. He could only advise, "You should practice more. There was another person in the prison, right? I recall that 2 had perished. It was I, the captain." Shen Xing was momentarily speechless. 7 had ventured to the right, yet only 5 returned. "And how did you meet your demise?" "That priest deceived me into entering the wolf's den to move coal. While the wolf bit me, he struck me from behind." "Shen Xing, did you not suspect why he wanted you in the wolf's den?" "I did have my doubts. He even threw 3 pieces of coal at me. It appears that one has been ensnared in a predicament, with both parties proving to be burdensome. Thus, Shen Xing can only rescue one. I possess but a single key. I shall first save the navigator." "Very well, my brother. I shall not betray your trust." Such fine words. Do not presume upon your swiftness. Should you return immediately to assist once more, it would be a cause for great gratitude. The following day has arrived. By this time, the navigator, having been rescued, hastily fled. Shen Xing made his way to the boiler room, igniting a piece of coal, intending to lure out the werewolves' abilities. A sudden cacophony of two ghostly howls caught Shen Xing off guard. What is happening? Could it be that the hunters and the royal forces have discovered the two wolves? That cannot be. Without hesitation, Shen Xing entered the boiler room, igniting all the coal he had on hand, even setting ablaze the two barrels, too weary to extract the coal piece by piece. Engineer, I am still in prison here. Please, save me. What is your hurry? It is already the second day. I must expedite the progress of the ship. Besides, would not your exit also be a form of assistance? Shen Xing fell silent, while his words held truth. He felt utterly constrained. He navigated the vessel past the central island on the left, where no werewolves' mist lingered, and Shen Xing piloted with exceptional care.